You awaken as the most useless core faction unit in the entire universe, an ant. Just as the entire school mocks you for your mental breakdown, you eagerly dive into the login capsule. The hatch closes, and a cold mechanical voice echoes in your mind, "Welcome to the world of gods." When you open your eyes again, you're a spirit floating above the divine territory. Faith points FP flow into you like a warm current, and you can hardly wait to direct your consciousness toward that land. The moment you see the ant nest, a blue screen madly refreshes before your eyes. Divine trait, passive, environmental adaptation, skill, genetic modification core faction unit, red-headed giant ant mutated. What others see as rubbish is just the beginning of your journey to devour the divine. Chapter 1, Transmigration. I've transmigrated. Han was lying on a shabby little bed, holding his head in anguish as he absorbed the memories of his new body. Now, aside from having a clear understanding that he has transmigrated, all other thoughts are like towels tossed into a washing machine, constantly flipping and rolling, unable to stabilize. Who? After a long 2 hours of earnest brainstorming, Han finally calmed down. He lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, eyes tightly closed as he breathed in fresh air. He had fully absorbed everything about this body. Sitting up slowly against the headboard, Han put effort into organizing the memories in his mind. This is a world where everyone has the chance to become a god. The original owner of this body, also named Han, was just 17 years old and similarly an orphan. This original Han was informed from the moment he began to understand the world that if he wanted to change his fate, there was only one way to do it. That way was to study hard, obtain a divine seed quota, establish his own divine territory, and become Tier 1 demigod, Tier 2 deity, or even Tier 3 true god to uplift the divine kingdom into reality and achieve immortality. Through relentless effort, he defeated countless competitors and achieved the top score in the entire city from a remote area, gaining admission to the number 2 middle school in the capital of Shanghai Star. He maintained the top position in his grade throughout, and by the time he advanced to sophomore year in high school, he finally obtained the precious divine seed. The divine seed nourished inside him for a year, and yesterday he finally succeeded in establishing his divine territory. However, the divine trait from his predecessor was now an utterly useless passive, environmental adaptation. The awakened core faction unit was also an ant with no uncommon grade power apart from being slightly larger and possessing a bit of intelligence. It was exactly like a normal grade ant. Compared to the fairies, elves, and dragons of uncommon grade that he had fantasized about awakening, it was utterly worthless. Under the immense pressure of reality, the spirit of the previous owner of this body completely collapsed. Having just achieved Tier 1 demigod and with a body that had not yet been transformed by uncommon grade power, it fell seriously ill and, after stopping breathing last night, welcomed the current Han. What's there to be confused about? How can life be everything one desires? Having opened up the divine territory and become Tier 1 demigod, even if the divine territory shatters, a body nourished by mana MP can still live for 200 years, and I can obtain uncommon grade strength. This is a good thing I've dreamed of. As Han muttered to himself while flipping out of bed, he hurried toward the login capsule that occupied a third of the room. "Don't worry, brother, I will help you live to 200. He shouted excitedly and dove into the login capsule at lightning speed, closing the door and lying down in one smooth motion. Han softly said, "Start the login program." Program starting. Please close your eyes, relax your body, and do not resist. Ding. Welcome to the world of gods. When Han heard the prompt in his ear and opened his eyes again, he had entered the established divine territory. At that moment, Han floated steadily in the air like a spirit, feeling a steady stream of power entering his body. He knew this was Faith Point's FP and promptly shifted his focus. Instead, he gazed down at the vast land beneath him, where a tall mountain rose in the center, with mountain ranges extending far into the distance and a lake at the foot of the mountain to the east. A stream wound down from the mountain, merging into the lake, then flowed out from the other side, dividing into several branches that spread out into the distance. The remaining flat land is entirely covered by primordial forest, where the plants are several times taller and sturdier than those of normal grade. Han immediately extended his consciousness to scan the entire divine territory, which spans only 10,000 square kilometers, is highly humid, and primarily populated by insects, along with some small mammals. Han's spiritual body shook gently as he descended to a clearing 2 kilometers away from the lake. "Thank goodness, the core faction unit is still here," Han said joyfully as he looked at the center of the clearing, where a 4-meter-high mound stood, with fist-sized red ants coming and going around a massive anthill. Confirming that his core faction unit was still intact, a heavy burden lifted from Han's heart. In reality, there is a 100-fold time difference with the world of gods from the moment he opened the divine territory yesterday to now when Han re-logged in. Over 12 hours have passed in reality, while nearly 50 days have gone by in the world of gods. According to the statistics from his memory, 90% of Tier 1 demigod cannot undergo class advancement, divine fire to become gods. Among them, 30% of Tier 1 demigod fell within the beginner's shield of world of gods, primarily due to the extinction of their core faction unit. In typical cases studied in class from memory, some failed due to the harsh environment of the divine territory where nothing could grow, sudden weather changes that the core faction unit could not adapt to or neglect, leading to the core faction unit's self-destruction, and various other situations. Han was genuinely worried that upon entering the divine territory, he would find the core faction unit gone, but fortunately, these ants made strides on their own, developing into an ant kingdom over the 50-plus days without his oversight. Han scanned the entire anthill with his psychic energy and casually opened the smart panel. This is one of the functions of the login capsule, which can load a smart assistance system for novice Tier 1 demigod, helping them to better grasp the situation in the divine territory. A semi-transparent screen composed of blue light appeared before Han's eyes. Name: Han. Level: Tier 1 demigod. Class advancement: Divine Fire, unignited. Godhead rank: None. Divine Mark: None. Divine Trait: Passive, Environmental Adaptation, Skill, Genetic Modification. Divinity Stat: 1 point. Mana MP: 0 points. Faith Points FP: 7 million. Core Faction Unit: Red-Headed Giant Ant Mutated, New Species Yet to be Named. Core Faction Unit Count: 1 Queen Ant, 14,000 Worker Ants, 4,000 Larvae. Han's eyes widened in amazement and his heart surged with joy before he crossed over to this body. The core faction unit was just a red-headed giant ant, which lacked the core faction unit trait and was a normal grade species, possessing only one divine trait, environmental adaptation. Now the core faction unit has mutated, and its divine trait includes an additional skill, genetic modification. Han thought for a moment and concluded that the changes in the core faction unit and divine trait were likely influenced by the presence of his soul as a transmigrator. The environment of the divine territory, the awakened core faction unit, and the characteristics of gods are not generated randomly. Everything in the divine territory is influenced by its creator, with factors including memory, emotions, ideology, personality, subconsciousness, soul, and more. However, such influences usually occur during the divine seed stage, and once the divine territory is successfully opened, it stabilizes over 3 days, with very few instances of such mutations. Fortunately, the previous Han was an academic achiever, and this obscure knowledge can also be found in his memory. Chapter 2: Core Faction Unit. The library has records of a misfortunate guy who, on the day of opening the divine territory, received news that all his family members passed away due to an accident. He fainted on the spot, and when he awoke, his plant spirit core faction unit had mutated into a dark fairy. Compared to him, the changes Han experienced were much greater. With the addition of a divine trait and the mutation of the core faction unit, it's only normal, considering Han's soul has been replaced, bringing with it a supercharged boost in memory and life experiences. After considering the cause and effect of the changes in the divine territory, Han decisively put it behind him. What was most important now was to check on the situation of the core faction unit. Han immediately expanded his spiritual sense and conducted a detailed scan of the ants and the ant nest. The blue semi-transparent panel displayed the page of the lower-level core faction unit. With a casual click, the core faction unit page opened, displaying the core faction unit information on the screen. Core faction unit name: Ant Queen. Core faction unit grade: Uncommon grade. Core faction unit talent: Skill, Genetic Fusion. Faith level: Loyalty, Zealot. Faith Points FP: 100 day. Reproduction ability: 300 per day. Overview: capable of merging certain gene fragments from consumed organisms, giving rise to offspring with the characteristics of that organism. The queen ant is the core of the colony before life comes to an end, the queen will begin to gestate the ant king. If the queen dies before giving birth to the ant king, the colony will become extinct. The ant king will seek a powerful mother to breed the next generation of queen ants, dying upon the successful gestation of the new queen. Han looked at the overview of the queen ant, growing increasingly familiar with it. It was an extraordinary sense of déjà vu. Isn't this a chimeric ant? Han's spirit body criticized in mid-air. Don't think I haven't seen the anime about hunters. This setting must definitely be a result of my memories influencing me. Suppressing the urge to continue his critiques, Han directly named the core faction unit as chimeric ant, and then looked at the remaining two types of core faction unit. Core faction unit name, worker ant. Core faction unit grade, normal grade. Core faction unit trait, none. Faith level, loyalty, zealot. Faith points FP, 10 day. Overview, a producer for the colony, it also serves as a combat unit. Other than reproduction, all other tasks are assigned to them. Core faction unit name, larva. Core faction unit grade, normal grade. Core faction unit trait, none. Faith level, loyalty, zealot. Faith points FP, 1 day. Overview, it takes 7 days to develop from ant eggs to pupation, and another 7 days to emerge as worker ants, with a total growth cycle of 14 days. Seeing this, Han silently calculated his advantages and disadvantages overall. He was quite satisfied with this core faction unit. Core faction unit talent skill, genetic fusion plus divine trait skill, genetic modification, which allows for the collection and fusion of genes, and the adjustment and optimization of genes according to one's own needs. With these two foundational abilities, this core faction unit has infinite growth potential. Han has a fantasy template from another world to reference for the future development of the chimeric ant. The passive, environmental adaptation characteristic ensures the basic survival ability of the ant colony. Even after more than 50 days without managing the core faction unit, the ant colony is still thriving, undoubtedly thanks to this divine trait. Although the chimeric ants do not generate faith points FP starting in the hundreds like other high-intelligence races such as loyalty, zealot, being born at the loyalty, zealot level advantage saves the hassle of fostering faith. Even if due to low intelligence, the faith points FP generated per individual are less than 1/10 of those from other races, as long as the numbers are sufficient, the chimeric ant colony still outperforms most species in generating faith points FP. The only weakness of the entire colony now is the queen ant. Once she dies, it signifies the extinction of the colony. This problem has no immediate solution for Han, so it must be set aside for now. Anyway, within the divine territory, it's still very safe. The chimeric ants are at the top of the food chain, and the entire divine territory is a paradise for insects. Han's scans confirmed that no species poses a threat to the chimeric ants. Han is also currently within the beginner's shield of the world of gods. 3 months in the real world equates to 30 years in the world of gods without invasion. Through his spiritual scan, Han looked at the queen ant lying in the nest, whose size had already exceeded half a meter, and remarked, "It has grown to this size in just over 50 days. Its development is impressively fast." The last time he saw the queen ant, she was only about 10 centimeters in size. Under Han's observation, the queen's antennae suddenly vibrated, and a thought along with a joyful emotion flowed along the line of faith to Han. "God, you have returned. Have you once again gazed upon my kin?" Feeling the message and emotion conveyed by the queen ant, Han's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This was the first time he had felt such sincere emotions, pure joy just because of his attention. So this is the relationship between God and believers? Han looked at the queen ant lying on the ground, unable to move freely due to her massive abdomen, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Han certainly knew why the ant queen raised such a question. It was because in her past life, when she first encountered the ant queen, the emotions of hate, anger, and despair were transmitted to the ant queen through the thread of faith, leading to the disappearance of the deity in her naive memories and perceptions. Ever since then, it was as if the deity had abandoned her. The divine thought gently brushed against the ant queen's antennae, and Han transmitted a thought imbued with reassurance and encouragement. "The deity has never left. I will watch over you until eternity." Although it felt somewhat awkward, Han still followed the knowledge learned from his memories to handle the situation in the most appropriate manner for a believer. A wave of more pure joy erupted from the ant queen, which Han felt through the thread of faith. Even the faith points FP generated by the Ant Queen daily increased by 2. Watching the Ant Queen's antennas wave with happiness, Han couldn't help but smile. Confirming that there were no issues with the core faction unit and no threat of extinction in the short term, Han slowly exited the world of gods. After all, there were still some matters to attend to in the real world. Hiss. A faint sound of air pressure was heard as the black login capsule door slowly opened, revealing Han, who had just opened his eyes. He propped himself up with one hand against the capsule's edge, struggling slightly to sit up, while the other hand rubbed the back of his neck. A memory related to the login capsule automatically surfaced in his mind. This was a characteristic of the lower-end login capsule. Although this device was very stable as an auxiliary device for calming the mind and alleviating mental pressure, it had not considered comfort at all. Its main function was to assist beginner Tier 1 demigod users in quickly becoming familiar with their divine territory while alleviating the chaos caused by the hundredfold time difference between the real world and the world of gods. This device also had a stabilizing effect on the mind, helping Han, a newcomer who had just opened his divine territory, to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of sudden power. When human civilization first made contact with the world of gods, there were no such well-developed support facilities. At that time, many people were affected by time distortion, with milder cases suffering from mental illnesses and severe cases experiencing personality splits. Chapter 3: Current Life Situation. After sorting out the relevant memories in his mind, Han couldn't help but exclaim, "I really have traveled to a wonderful era. All the pitfalls have already been experienced by predecessors, and it feels great not to have to step on those mines myself." Saying this, he suddenly grabbed the capsule's edge for leverage and stood up. He swiftly climbed out of the login capsule and walked a few steps to another corner of the small room, which was less than 20 square meters. Reaching into a green packaging bag, he took out the last stamina potion consumables. Han gently twisted it open, and the lid popped off automatically, allowing him to quench his thirst with the entire stamina potion consumables in one go. Burp! Due to eating too quickly, a burp escaped from Han's mouth. It had a sweet and sour taste, with a texture very close to jelly. As the food entered his stomach, Han felt his fatigue rapidly dissipate, as he had not eaten anything for the past 15 hours. "Not bad," Han said, looking at the empty bottle in his hand, but his mind was already planning on how to obtain more stamina potion consumables. During the initial successful opening of the divine territory, one is allowed to receive 90 stamina potions consumables at once. This month's merit student benefit still includes 30 more, plus an additional 30 from the social welfare for this month. Today I can collect all of it at once. Thinking of this, Han immediately put on his school uniform and shoes before heading out. As soon as he stepped outside, he turned left and strode down the dimly lit corridor, skillfully avoiding obstacles along the way, and reached the end of the left corridor, where he suddenly pushed open the soundproof door in front of him. A futuristic, sci-fi city appeared before Han's eyes. Countless flying shuttles filled the sky, weaving through according to the holographic projections. Directional signs platforms connected building to building, layered upon each other, while various neon lights and billboards illuminated the scene day and night, depicting a cyberpunk style. Though this had long been a familiar sight in his memories, Han, as a traveler, was witnessing such a future city for the first time. Han knew that the human civilization he was currently in was not a cyberpunk society. The scene before him was merely a coincidence of his living environment. Waving his hand casually, a silver metallic bracelet on his right wrist slowly lit up. Among the flowing traffic in the sky, a flying shuttle immediately detached from the projection area and flew towards him, carving a beautiful arc in the air before coming to a stable stop in front of Han. Without hesitation, Han boarded the unmanned flying shuttle, and the internal smart voice immediately activated. "Dear passenger, please let us know your destination." The female voice was gentle and didn't come off as unpleasant. "The recent major welfare distribution center, the one on the 97th floor." Han announced his destination firmly after settling into his seat. The current location is 653 in the 36th floor settlement area. This journey will take 27 minutes, please be patient. The intelligent voice faded, and the shuttle slowly started, merging into an upward projection flight path. Watching the scenery outside rush past, memories of this city gradually became clear in Han's mind. Human civilization has already carved out a place in the nearby starry sky, ruling over nearly 10,000 planetary systems. Although the exact number of Tier 3 true gods is unknown, it definitely exceeds 1,000. This is the capital city of Qinghai Star in the 3rd star district of human civilization, Zhenghai City. This prosperous city has a permanent population of over 1 billion. To accommodate such a large population, it has developed into a very sci-fi vertical city. In this city, there are no high-rise buildings as imagined in Han's past life. Enormous structures extend upwards from the ground. They serve both as residential homes and as the city's structure, connecting platforms piled upon each other, creating outdoor areas for people to move about. The further up one goes in the city, the better the environment becomes. In this city, the area above the 150 floors is called the top-level region, primarily inhabited by the powerful and affluent. Between the 100 and 150 floors are various boutique apartments, which are the main residential areas for social elites and the petty bourgeoisie. From the 50 to 100 floors are normal-grade commodity housing, supplied to normal-grade people. And below 50 floors, it is basically a slum, or so-called social housing. There is no natural sunlight below 50 floors, it relies entirely on artificial lighting. After arriving in this city, Han used the admission notice from Zhenghai No. 2 Middle School to successfully complete his residency procedures. The house he received through social welfare is located in the 36th floor area, where he certainly wouldn't see any natural sunlight, which is why it appears so cyberpunk. Fortunately, this is a world with particularly advanced black technology. The entire city's air and ecological recycling system is excellent. Otherwise, if normal-grade people lived long-term below the 50 floors, the humidity and diseases alone could turn this place into hell. Dear passengers, we will arrive at our destination in 1 minute. Please check your luggage and prepare yourselves. We wish you a pleasant journey. The intelligent voice interrupted Han's thoughts. Without realizing it, Han had already arrived at his destination, the large welfare distribution center located on the 97th floor. The surrounding environment was completely different from the area where Han lived. The orderly public lighting system, the uniform soft lighting, gave an intuitively clean impression. As soon as the shuttle came to a stop, Han jumped out of the door, ignoring the long queue outside the distribution center, and strode towards a side entrance on the other side of the center. This is the student-only passage. This is one of the perks for outstanding students in today's human civilization. Next to it, there is a military personnel-only passage. A significant amount of resources within civilization focuses on education and military development. Basic social welfare only ensures that people won't starve, but education resources are completely free. Outstanding students receive various benefits as long as their grades are good. Even children from poor families can enjoy the same educational resources as wealthy people. The Ministry of Education holds real power in civilization and is one of the most powerful institutions. In this reality, where divine beings exist, the Ministry of Education, managed by Tier 3 true gods, does not have issues of corruption. Entering the welfare hall, Han looked around. This was also his first time at this large welfare distribution center. Previously, he only needed to go to a medium-sized distribution center to collect his monthly student welfare. He came here mainly to collect 9 stamina potions consumables, successfully opening up divine territory. As soon as he entered and looked around, a female staff member immediately approached him. "May I ask what you need?" The polite inquiry reached Han's ears, without any disdainful glances. After all, he was wearing the uniform of Zhenghai No. 2 Middle School, and students from a top high school can be considered part of a privileged group in society. Not only is public transportation free, but there is no need to queue to enter and exit public service institutions, etc. The monthly allocation of 30 stamina potions consumables is also a benefit of this status. "Oh, hello, where can I collect the stamina potions consumables?" Han smiled as he answered the staff's question, raising his right hand to shake the silver bracelet on it. Chapter 4: The Effect of Divine Trait. This is the system bracer, which has many functions, almost equivalent to a combination of Han's past life smartphone, ID card, and wallet. To survive in this society, one cannot do without it, or they will face inquiries and investigations from law enforcement. "This way, please." Hearing Han's inquiry, the staff member gestured for him to follow, leading him to a quieter VIP area where there was an available counter. Han quickly stepped up to the counter. The staff inside immediately waved to open the virtual scanner on the counter as soon as they saw Han arrive. A blue virtual ring projection appeared on the desktop. Han raised his right hand, and a faint white light illuminated on the system bracer as it brushed past the hologram. The staff behind the counter immediately turned their gaze to the light screen in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Han. You still have 120 high-energy stamina potions consumables and 30 low-level stamina potions consumables available this month. How many would you like to collect?" After the staff quickly reported the relevant information, Han politely replied, "I'd like to take them all. Please pack them into 2 packages for me so I can carry them." "Sure, please hold on for a moment." The staff swiftly accommodated Han's request without hesitation. 2 minutes later, the staff took down 2 packages from the conveyor belt behind them and placed them on the counter. "Your stamina potions consumables are packed and ready." Han immediately reached out to lift both packages to check their weight, saying, "Not bad, I can still carry them, thanks." Casual thanks were exchanged with the staff behind the counter as he slung the 2 large bags of stamina potions consumables over his shoulder and strode towards the exit. "With the food problem settled for the next 3 months, I can focus on closing myself off to develop divine territory. First, I'll set a small goal for myself: class advancement, divine fire to tier 2 deity." In a cheerful mood, Han boarded the free transport back to where he came from. He aimed to strengthen the core faction unit during the school's 3-month break. Once that time is over, the survival environment in the world of gods won't be safe anymore. If someone is unlucky, they might be invaded on the day they exit the protection period. If they lack self-defense strength, they would definitely suffer heavy losses or even fall. He rushed home as fast as he could, put away the 2 large packages of stamina potions consumables, used the independent bathroom inside the house for his physiological needs, and then took a shower. "Everything is ready, world of gods, here I come." With this thought, Han, lying in the login capsule, slowly closed his eyes. Entering his divine territory once again, there was hardly any change compared to the last time only 5 or 6 days had passed. He sensed that the ant colony was developing well, and nothing unusual had occurred during his absence. Han arrived at the ant nest again. Now, his main task was to thoroughly study the queen ant's skill, genetic fusion talent, along with his divine trait skill, genetic modification, to see if it could really achieve the effect he understood. He gently sent his consciousness into the queen ant's body, carefully perceiving the effects of the skill, genetic fusion. Just as I suspected, it's completely consistent with my guesses. After 2 days, Han had a thorough understanding of the skill, genetic fusion talent. The effects of this talent roughly match the description: the queen ant can store the genes of the creatures it consumes in its body. Activating this talent requires a large amount of energy, but fortunately, it can be substituted with faith points FP. While producing larval embryos, the new genes can be injected into the embryos, allowing them to naturally combine with the genes. When the embryos develop into larvae, they will have characteristics of other species. During the larval stage, it may not be obvious. However, when the larvae form cocoons and emerge as worker ants, the combined genetic traits will become pronounced. This method of combination is not as effective as the chimeric ants from Han's previous life memory, which could enable all worker ants to achieve positive enhancements. Instead, it involves a high degree of randomness. For example, if the queen ant eats a highly poisonous spider and incorporates its skill, genetic fusion, into the new larvae, the new worker ants might not develop fangs or venom sacs at all, but could instead grow spider legs or turn into web-spinning ants, resulting in extreme variability. Han's divine trait skill, genetic modification, can perfectly solve this problem. As long as he can fully analyze the poisonous spider-esque genes and understand the function of every individual gene in the entire gene chain, he can manually manipulate the gene-embryo fusion process. He can even use the genes to construct new unit templates, allowing the queen ant to produce other units of the ant colony. Having clarified the 2 special abilities, skill, genetic modification, and skill, genetic fusion, Han immediately began issuing commands to the queen ant. Start collecting and fusing genes immediately as a reserve of gene types. As the queen ant received Han's command, The two antennae of the queen ant immediately began to shake, and the worker ants attending to her promptly turned around and started to crawl out of the ant nest after touching her antennae. Along the way, they conveyed the queen's orders to every worker ant they encountered, spreading this command throughout the colony. This group of fist-sized worker ants no longer limited their hunting range to the mice and rabbits around the ant nest. Various kinds of insects became their targets. Meanwhile, the busy worker ants around her brought food reserves from the ant nest, consisting of various pieces of meat, which Han observed were primarily small mammals found in the divine territory. Feeling the activation of the queen ant's skill, genetic fusion with only tens of thousands to over 100,000 faith points FP consumed, Han was in great spirits. The core faction unit of the ant colony is now able to bring him over 150,000 faith points FP every day, making the consumption for skill, genetic fusion entirely manageable for Han. As the core faction unit's population expands, the income of faith points FP will continue to increase, and the eventual profits will far exceed the consumption. Oh! Several worker ants carrying something from the food storage caught Han's attention. The food these worker ants carried for the queen wasn't meat. It was a type of plump, translucent green bug, about the size of a thumb, appearing quite delicious. As the queen swallowed it in one bite, it immediately piqued Han's interest. From the theory of species evolution, every species evolves in a direction that favors the survival and reproduction of the group. But judging by the reactions of the queen and the worker ants, these bugs were simply non-toxic, delicious, and easy to catch food supplies. Han was quite curious about how this bug managed to survive in his divine territory. Chapter 5: Hunting. With his mental scan, Han easily located them within the divine territory, where this bug gathered in numbers ranging from dozens to hundreds on the branches and leaves of various plants, living off plant sap and laying many eggs, with their larvae growing very quickly. They entirely relied on their numbers to hold a place within Han's divine territory, becoming prey for all species within it. Isn't this just an enlarged version of aphids? Han thought as he looked at the dense mass of aphids, recalling information about them from his past life. They should be a type of extremely fast reproducing insect that can reproduce 30 generations in a year, living off plant sap, secreting sugary honeydew, and establishing a harmonious symbiotic relationship with ants. Although he wasn't sure how much this bug's traits overlapped with those of aphids, based on their current appearance and fast reproductive nature, they were undoubtedly template livestock for breeding. It seems that the food issue Han was previously worried about shouldn't hinder the development of the bug swarm in the short term. Perhaps after things settle down, he can conduct a more detailed investigation into this large aphid. Han immediately waved his hand and noted this idea down on the emerging display. For now, he should first try the skill, genetic modification, which was granted by the divine trait due to his soul's transition. He sent his consciousness into the queen ant's body, and in a very short time, several species genes had already been accumulated within her. Han quickly selected the simplest one. It should be a grasshopper gene, an omnivorous insect capable of flight with strong hind legs for excellent jumping ability. As Han focused his consciousness on the grasshopper gene, he immediately activated the skill, genetic modification feature, and faith points FP began to consume at a rate of 10 points per second. The messy grasshopper gene that just moments ago looked chaotic now appeared clear to Han, with all the genes neatly arranged in front of him according to specific patterns. Under his observation, the number of genes for this grasshopper species just exceeded 30,000, and Han then picked one of them, continuing to delve deeper to analyze this gene's role and function in the grasshopper. When he began observing and analyzing the individual gene, the consumption of faith points FP suddenly tripled, reaching 30 points per second. Han remained unfazed and continued with the analysis. After 5 minutes, it was finally completed, revealing that this gene controls the grasshopper's body to be green. Although this gene has this control function, a single gene cannot complete this task. Many other genes are needed to work together, such as those controlling skin, managing metabolism, and providing pigments. To perfectly graft the strengths of a species onto his core faction unit, he must analyze the genes of the entire species. In just 5 minutes, Han consumed nearly 10,000 faith points FP to analyze this gene, based on the current consumption rate. At a rate of 30 points per second, for each gene lasting 5 minutes, with a total of over 30,000 genes, to completely analyze all the genes of this locust, it would require more than 270 million faith points FP, and Han would need to work tirelessly for 10 days. Huff! Han took a deep breath, his face forced into a calm expression, and immediately began experimenting with the remaining genes of other species, only to discover that it couldn't get worse, it could only get more dreadful. The number of mammal genes is generally around 80,000 to 100,000, and the consumption for analysis is more than 2 to 3 times higher than that of insects. Other insects also have between 30,000 and 70,000 genes, but the locust gene he selected is indeed the one requiring the least consumption and having the fewest genes in the gene pool. The issue of faith points FP consumption will gradually resolve itself as the population expands, but for now, the work of analyzing genes must be done solely by him. Damn it! Did I die from overwork in my past life only to walk the same path in this life? This is too unfair. Han looked at the increasing number of species genes within the queen ant with despair, his mouth already twitching uncontrollably, having deeply felt the malice of this world. God, what did I do wrong? He sensed the thought and anxious emotions transmitted by the queen ant through the line of faith. Han immediately collected his thoughts just now. He had been so focused on the increase in genes within the queen ant that his emotions inadvertently influenced her. It's okay, you did nothing wrong. Focus on developing the population, you're doing great. Han directly transmitted this thought to the queen ant, accompanying it with a comforting emotion. With Han's thoughts sent to the queen ant, her emotions quickly shifted from anxiety to happiness, and she resumed shaking the 2 antennae on her head. Considering that his future could very well lead him to become a super workaholic, the kind that works around the clock without rest, Han truly had no mood to play the religious figure anymore. Since he was already a loyalty zealot, it didn't really matter if the believers had any supposed reverence, right? It would be nice to get along more easily. After all, he planned to spend almost all his time except for eating, drinking, and dealing with basic needs within the divine territory, and right now the ant colony only had this one intelligent unit, the queen ant, whose intelligence was still quite low, barely at the level of a human child. Asking Han to apply the knowledge he learned about maintaining a balance of divine grace and divine punishment, keeping things mysterious, and creating a sense of distance with this only wise seedling in the core faction unit is something he simply cannot do. What seems immensely correct and reasonable to those who have undergone formal education in this world feels awkward and uncomfortable to the soul from another realm. Since analyzing genes is a lengthy process and requires a huge demand for faith points FP, Han decided to put this aside for now and focus on increasing the population of the ant colony. At this stage, the number of ants is still small, limited to a range of about 3 kilometers around the ant nest. As a carnivorous insect, their diet includes not only the large aphids Han previously encountered but also various small mammals within their active range. Han observed a group of worker ants collectively preparing to hunt a nest of mice initially. A worker ant discovered the mouse hole and began to circle around it, gathering pheromones from the area. After determining that there were mice in the hole through the pheromones collected, the worker ant did not immediately enter but instead began to wander widely around the entrance, leaving pheromone trails along the way. After a while, a second worker ant finally picked up the information from the pheromones he left behind about the presence of prey, following the discovered trail, and successfully met up with the first worker ant, touching antennae to communicate. Chapter 6: Experiment. In just a few seconds, the exchange between the 2 worker ants was already over. One continued to patrol the previous area, waiting for the arrival of other worker ants, while the other turned back toward the direction it had come. As he kept approaching the ant nest, he encountered more and more of his kind. He communicated with each worker ant he came across for a few seconds before parting and continuing towards the nest, and by the time he returned to the nest, nearly half an hour had passed. After staying in the nest for just a minute, more than 30 worker ants gathered to rush toward the mouse hole, and by the time he returned to the mouse hole, over 200 worker ants had already gathered in the vicinity. The arrival of this group of worker ants seemed to signal something, and the worker ants that had been circling around immediately joined their companions and surged into the mouse hole, beginning a thorough sweep of the entire den. Every fork in the path had portions of ants entering, and under Han's observation through his thoughts, it seemed the nest of mice within sensed danger and started to shift uneasily. One of the larger mice left the nest deep within the hole, moving outward as if to scout the situation. However, after just a few steps, it collided with the advanced team of worker ants. Following its animal instincts, this mouse, weighing over a pound and quite plump, attempted to intimidate the ants to defend its territorial sovereignty. Little did they know, the leading worker ant was completely unfazed, Charging forward with a bite, its two thick mandibles instantly clamped down on the mouse's nose, causing the injured mouse to roll frantically in the passageway, trying to shake off the ant. The remaining worker ants only surged forward once the mouse stopped rolling, swarming all over its body. After a struggle, several worker ants managed to grab its limbs and began to tug. The unique physical structure of ants grants them immense strength, allowing them to easily position the mouse in a way reminiscent of a dismemberment, rendering it completely immobile. Immediately, 4 or 5 worker ants seized the opportunity to move in and bite at the back of the mouse's neck, effortlessly severing its arteries and trachea. A few worker ants began to lift the corpse to carry it back, while the rest continued forward. In this battle, only the first ant that attacked lost a leg while the mouse was thrashing about, while the other worker ants sustained no injuries. This hunting operation lasted for over 10 minutes, with Han not participating at all. The entire nest of 9 mice didn't escape, becoming food for the ant colony. Collaborate and gather strength, block the cave. It seems this group of composite ants may not have high individual intelligence, but they do exhibit a high level of social organization, Han muttered to himself, summarizing this hunting operation. At least from this cooperative hunting experience, it seems these worker ants are not ignorant fools. Their strategy against prey larger than themselves is highly practical. They inflict great pain on the prey to exhaust its strength before overwhelming it to secure the kill. Thinking of this, Han opened a light screen to start recording. This hunt only took about 10 minutes, but in the preparation phase, from spotting the prey to gathering forces, it consumed over an hour. The communication system of the ant colony needs improvement. After recording the issues found, Han stood still, quietly contemplating solutions for the communication problem. Although during battles, Han can momentarily mobilize the ant units through the line of faith. In day-to-day life, however, having to always act as a signal terminal, keeping a real-time watch on the development of the ant colony and issuing commands to relay messages to over 10,000 ant units is too much for him to manage. Perhaps solutions can be found in the genes of other insects. The visibility range of their eyes needs improvement, as well as a good auditory system, sound-producing organs, and so on. After noting these ideas, Han helplessly closed the light screen. It seems that a new communication system is not a short-term problem that can be solved quickly. He must first increase the numbers and collect more faith points FP. With that thought, Han immediately shifted his focus, continuing the information collection and observation work with the ant colony. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye, Han has been in the divine territory for nearly 10 years, while about a month has passed in reality. During this time, apart from logging off daily to eat and deal with physiological needs, he has devoted all his time to developing his divine territory. Now, due to the queen ant's improved egg-laying ability, the number of composite ants has steadily surpassed 2 million, filling the entire divine territory with their presence. The name composite ant is no longer suitable for Han's core faction unit, as he keeps analyzing the species genes he has collected, gaining control over an ever-increasing number of species genes. The units of the ant colony have undergone generational upgrades, boasting various insect characteristics, prompting Han to decisively rename the core faction unit to the Insect Clan. The latest born composite ants have completely shed the image of ants in the entire group. Aside from the older worker ants born in the first 2 years, no units resembling the form of ants can be found. At this moment, Han is standing in a large insect hive, observing a giant cocoon towering at 1.5 meters. Sizzle! With a light sound, a creature close to 1.5 meters in size crawled out from the giant cocoon. Its main body resembles an enlarged rodent, with obvious insect traits on its head, sharp teeth in its mouth, and a pair of large mandibles on either side. Its visual system comprises 1 pair of main eyes and 4 pairs of secondary eyes, with 2 antennae at the back of its head. The body's surface is covered in a shell that glistens with a metallic sheen, and its limbs have sharp claws, with the hind legs being significantly stronger than the forelegs. It emanates a strong jumping ability, with a pair of bony back sickles growing on its back. Watching the new Insect Clan unit shake off the mucus from its body after emerging from the giant cocoon and start moving around it, Han's face displayed an expression of ecstatic joy. This is the new Insect Clan unit he created based on his memories from a previous life game, using skill, genetic modification to produce. The jumping insect has finally succeeded, right? Han barely managed to finish the sentence before the ecstatic expression on his face froze. The once lively new unit, the jumping insect, slowly collapsed onto the ground, frothing at the mouth and gasping for breath. After less than 10 seconds of struggling, it ceased to breathe and became a lifeless corpse. Seeing this, Han immediately reined in the lingering ecstatic expression on his face, skillfully releasing his consciousness to begin scanning the corpse of this new unit. He waved his hand, and a blue light screen appeared in front of him, starting the summary of experiences and recording of experimental results after each failure. For a long time, Han has been using the auxiliary system of the login capsule like a notebook, and he has now developed a habit. Chapter 7, Zerg. Record: the 36th experiment has failed. The subject survived 23 seconds after breaking free of its cocoon. The cause of death was that the heart and energy supply system could not sustain bodily functions, leading to hormonal chaos and rapid organ failure. After completing his notes, he lightly tugged on the thread of faith, and immediately, 2 worker spider ants arrived in this independent incubation chamber to easily carry away the body of the failed jumping insect. There's some progress, at least it successfully broke free from the cocoon, marking yet another milestone. Han habitually raised his hand to rub the forehead of the spirit, though it was of little use, but at least it provided some psychological relief. The death of this jumping insect signifies another 2 months of effort wasted. It takes a month for it to accumulate energy from larva to cocoon, and the cocooning process lasts for another month. This time, the hatching of the jumping insect can be considered relatively successful. None of the previous subjects had even reached the cocooning phase, as most had died during the larva or cocooning stages due to various problems. Recently, the core faction unit's species development has hit a bottleneck. The combat capability of an individual insect isn't impossible to enhance, but when considering the existing genes, unit consumption, growth time, and other aspects, the current main combat insect unit, the piercer wolf spider, has already reached its limits at this balance point. Its main genes are derived from a predatory mutated wolf spider at the top of the food chain in the divine territory, which, after combining with chimeric ants and various other insect genes, genetic modification. The hatching piercer wolf spider has a main body trunk exceeding 40 centimeters, armed with venomous fangs and large jaws, covered in a shell, 4 pairs of eyes providing various visual systems, and its abdomen contains a sound-producing organ for communication. The surface has color-changing camouflage, and its tail can spray corrosive venom up to 3 meters. Each of its 8 legs exceeds 50 centimeters when fully extended, appearing the size of a grinding wheel. Agile in movement, with strong explosive power, it also possesses good jumping ability. The claws on their toes and joints allow them to move swiftly across any terrain, while a powerful digestive system and energy storage organs grant them a substantial combat radius. Most importantly, they have a 3-segment folding limb beneath their chest. When opened, it achieves an effective attack range of 30 centimeters. In an instant, it boasts explosive power similar to that of a mantis shrimp. The tips of the spikes have absorbed metal elements, becoming metallicized, and as long as the target's strength does not exceed this specially enhanced limb, it will be easily pierced through, delivering venom sprayed from below the mouth into the target's body, which is also how the piercer wolf spider got its name. It only takes 7 days for the larva to break free from the cocoon. It doesn't eat much normally, and if necessary, it can enter a dormant state, reducing its consumption to nearly 1/10 of its usual intake. In addition, over the past decade, Han has created several excellent insect units. The stinger dragonfly, serving as a scout, has absorbed numerous genetic advantages from various alien dragonflies. It measures 20 centimeters in size and can reach a flight speed of up to 150 kilometers per hour, making it exceptionally agile in the sky. Its tail features a retractable stinger similar to that of a wasp, and 4 pairs of eyes integrate various visual collection systems, providing a vast observation range. The worker spider ant specializes in production, with a main body size of 30 centimeters. It combines the strength and load-bearing capacity of ants with the silk-spinning ability of spiders. It has a pair of digging legs in front and 3 pairs of limbs that combine the agility of spider legs and mouse paws, allowing it to efficiently excavate and undertake various more complex collection tasks. Its head has 3 pairs of eyes that provide an excellent visual system, and its large jaws and venomous fangs indicate that it is not a logistics unit devoid of combat capability. The scythe roach, as a support unit within the swarm, measures 40 centimeters and has been adjusted and optimized using the mutated cockroach genes found in the divine territory. It has a pair of maxillae on its head, and its mouth has a mosquito-like piercing sucking mechanism that can easily inject venom into its prey. Its body features a color-changing camouflage system, and the wing covers on its back provide excellent flying capabilities. To facilitate flight, the scythe roach has sacrificed its heavy exoskeleton, somewhat weakening its impact resistance. However, its slender, agile legs enable it to move quickly and flexibly on the ground. The front part of its back possesses a pair of bony sickles that wield immense cutting power, easily able to decapitate small mammals in the divine territory. Currently, the larvae produced by the queen ant are all of these 4 types of units. Each unit's development has undergone dozens of optimizations by Han, achieving a balance in combat effectiveness, food consumption, growth cycle, and other aspects, reaching the optimal solution at this stage. No longer thinking about the jumping insect, Han's spirit immediately ascended, flying 2 kilometers to an underground insect nest away from the laboratory. Above the insect nest, the plants are lush and there are no anomalies, with many stinger dragonflies patrolling the area. However, below this area of land, there lies a massive cavern. Here, as the residence of the queen ant, it is located at the very center of the entire colony, protected layer by layer by the colony members. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the ground, apart from the colony units and plants, there are no other living species. Inside the cave, the stinger dragonflies and piercer wolf spiders patrol in a cross pattern around the clock, determined to eliminate any non-insect lifeforms appearing in the cave, effectively taking their bodyguard duties to the highest level. 6 spacious passages connect the cave to 6 surface insect nests 3 kilometers away, with worker spider ants continuously transporting food to this location. Each ground insect nest extends 3 to 6 kilometers outward. There, a new surface insect nest emerges, serving as a food storage warehouse and a troop station, spreading layer by layer. Through this layered approach, the colony's control area has spread throughout the divine territory. An advanced sound information transmission system has made communication within the colony very efficient. The stinger dragonfly, as an excellent messenger, can cross the entire divine territory in just over 40 minutes, delivering messages to any colony unit. The queen ant still lay on the ground unable to move, as Han's spirit gently descended beside her, skillfully conveying a wave of thoughts and concern. How does your body feel? Is there anything you want to eat? As Han's thoughts entered the queen ant's soul, the 2 antennae that had just been drooping on the queen's head immediately perked up happily. God, I feel great, there's nothing uncomfortable. I want to eat lots and lots of sweet aphids. A stream of information flowed along the faith line to Han. Although the queen's intelligence is far higher than that of a normal grade weak unit, her current thinking is similar to that of a human child. Han immediately activated the faith line, and from a farm of aphids 5 kilometers away, a group of stinger dragonflies took off immediately, starting to choose suitable large aphids from the farm. Don't choose those that are too small, or those not green enough, or those that have just fed on tree sap. This group of stinger dragonflies, like the most skilled farmers, scrutinized the aphids on the leaves, selecting the premium quality large aphids. Chapter 8: The Farm. Then, having carefully selected their targets, the group of stinger dragonflies flew back with their catch, each holding 4 large aphids, much like an ant who has just collected her New Year goods, rapidly heading toward the cave. In less than 3 minutes, these stinger dragonflies carrying large aphids burst into the cave through the ventilation opening at the top, making a beautiful spiral as they landed steadily in front of the queen. The waiting worker spider ants immediately stepped forward to take the large aphids brought by the stinger dragonflies, using extremely professional techniques to remove heads and legs, feeding the most meaty segments of the abdomen into the queen's mouth. Watching the queen happily devour the aphids, Han slowly sent his divine consciousness into the queen's body for inspection, which has become a necessary task he performs periodically. Looking at the queen's massive abdomen, adorned with black stripes, Han's thoughts began to drift. The queen's size has now grown to over 2 meters. While her chest and head have not changed much, her abdomen has grown larger and longer, now a mix of red with streaks of black. This was the result of Han integrating a gene from a small black ant into the queen. After maturing, this small ant queen can lay over 10,000 eggs daily, which made Han incredibly envious at the time. After analyzing the genes of this ant species, Han integrated a reproductive optimization system into the queen's genetic makeup. The queen immediately stopped laying eggs and did not eat or drink, undergoing a slow transformation over the course of a month. Her abdomen developed these black stripes, which scared Han half to death. He was genuinely worried, what if the queen didn't survive the transformation and starved to death? Fortunately, the queen faced no danger and successfully completed the transformation, with her egg production increasing to 2,000 per day, while Han was overjoyed. A few days later, a new problem was discovered: less than half of the newly laid eggs were successfully hatching into larvae. Her body began to weaken again, not to the point of death, but seeing the queen's droopy appearance made Han feel frantic. During this time, he studied the genes of the black ants repeatedly. After 2 months of repeated comparisons and observations, Han finally found the reason. The main food source of these black ants is large aphids, and they have a particular fondness for aphids that thrive on a type of succulent plant. Based on his observations, Han immediately changed the queen's diet, mixing the juice from the succulent plant into her food. Sure enough, the queen's physical condition improved immediately, and the hatching rate of the eggs returned to normal. The juice from this succulent plant contains a special nutrient that provides the essential nourishment for the queen of the black ants to reproduce. After this lesson, Han never dared to make any adjustments to the queen's genetics again. If the queen ant truly died because of his skill, genetic modification, Han would undoubtedly make it into the next edition of the textbook, becoming another brand new typical case passed down through generations. Because Tier 1 demigod caused their own self-destruction, leading to the extinction of core faction unit, he could then receive the worship of future generations of students. During those 3 months of painful torment, apart from working hard, Han even experienced hallucinations when he had no ideas and just daydreamed. A group of middle school students surrounded his grave with small red flags. A tour guide was explaining, "Everyone please look over here, this is the first person in our human history whose self-destruction led to the extinction of a core faction unit. Everyone must take this as a warning, study hard, and absolutely do not follow in his footsteps to become the second in history." Recalling this unbearable experience again, Han shivered, pulling his thoughts back to carefully observe the condition of the queen ant. Not bad, in good health, remember to rest well every day, keep it up." Han conveyed this thought to the queen ant, along with an encouraging emotion. The queen ant, who was currently enjoying a feast, received his message, and her constantly shaking antennae wiggled even more joyfully. After checking on the queen ant's condition, Han inspected several breeding and planting areas, including the succulent plant breeding zone 5 kilometers away. This was a circular area of 1 kilometer, within which all other plants had been completely cleared, leaving only the succulent plants. Han named this plant resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap, planting one every 10 meters to ensure their crowns could fully absorb sunlight. Below the soil, there was a special species of earthworm unit that could grow up to half a meter long, lacking combat power, and primarily served to aerate the soil and consume harmful underground organisms. The number of aphids in this area was also strictly controlled to ensure they would not have a significant impact on the growth of these succulent plants. The waste produced by all nearby insect units would be collected and concentrated in this land to increase soil fertility. The large aphids in this breeding ground are one of the main food sources for the queen ant. In addition, Han built 3 other similar aphid breeding grounds in other directions. After inspecting here, Han moved to several other aphid breeding grounds. Besides these 4 succulent plant breeding grounds, all other aphid breeding grounds were quite similar. It's just that some had larger areas and different planted species. The plants in these breeding grounds were a type of tree carefully selected by Han, named resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap, which could easily grow to a height of 25 meters, lush with leaves, with broad, thick leaves rich in sap, making it the most suitable plant for breeding aphids found in the Divine Territory. After inspecting the breeding grounds, Han's spirit form immediately shifted to the planting area, which also featured trees about 17 to 18 meters tall, that looked no different from ordinary trees. However, this big tree's uniqueness lies in the fact that as long as a small cut is made on its trunk, a large amount of highly sugary tree sap will flow out. Its leaves and fruits share the same quality, and Han named it resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap. This type of large tree is one of the main food sources for the insect swarm. Now, thanks to Han's extensive skill, genetic modification and optimization, the insect species' digestive systems have undergone several rounds of enhancement. Their food is no longer limited to flesh, they have truly become omnivorous. In times of necessity, they could even eat soil, extracting enough nutrients from the earth. Though that method drastically reduces growth efficiency, relegating it to a last resort option under extreme conditions. After inspecting several plantations and breeding grounds, Han raised his hand to swipe the screen and record the inspection results. All experimental plantations and breeding grounds are developing well. Let us observe for a while longer. If there are no issues, we can begin to scale up now. After completing the recording, Han shut off the light screen. Chapter 9, Uncommon Grade Level. The plantations and breeding grounds are projects that Han started in recent years. As the number of insects continues to grow, the demand for food is also increasing day by day. Thus, Han began to try to create a sustainable ecological chain. This simple ecological chain aims to support the ever-growing insect population, minimizing losses in the process. Hence the current model of plantations and breeding grounds. The circular chain of the breeding ground consists of 3 steps. Plants draw nutrients from the earth to branch and leaf out, aphids grow by consuming the plant sap, and the swarm feeds on the aphids to satisfy their consumption, with the waste from digestion serving as fertilizer for the plants. The circular chain of the plantations is even shorter, consisting of just 2 steps. Recently, the wild rabbits and mice in Divine Territory are on the verge of extinction. Aside from a few hunting ban zones specifically designated by Han at the edge of Divine Territory, in the entire area of 10,000 square kilometers, the number of mammalian species that can still be found is minimal. Even though he has started to diligently plan for the future development of Divine Territory, the fact that its area cannot expand means that the population of the insect species will inevitably grow to the limit that Divine Territory can support one day. Everything Han is doing right now is merely an effort to raise this limit. All he can do is to enhance the strength of the swarm, so that when he leaves the protection period, he will have enough capability to defend himself. If he happens to be unlucky and runs into an invader with a Dragon Core faction unit just after leaving the protection period, all he can do is accept his fate. Despite the massive size of the swarm now, as a normal grade species, all combat units of the insect race have absolute limitations. Against a top-tier uncommon grade species like a dragon, even a young dragon, the current swarm cannot even pierce the opponent's skin no matter how many there are. They would just be a meal for the dragon's breath. If one attack fails, another comes, but in any case, their damage is either 0 or they can't hit at all, while a single slap from the opponent could deal excessive damage. Dragon Core faction units are types that almost every Tier 1 demigod hopes to awaken when establishing Divine Territory. Born as an uncommon grade, they can reach elite grade in adulthood, and with a bit of training and cultivation, they can achieve hero grade. If they are willing to invest abundant resources in their growth, they might even hope to reach Lord grade. It's practically a ticket to becoming Tier 2 deity. In contrast, take the normal grade magical humanoid race core faction units for comparison. From infancy to adulthood, they remain at normal grade. Once they learn magic and become magic apprentices, they reach uncommon grade, with power on par with a newly hatched young dragon. Only when they can skillfully use mid to low level magic and become qualified mages can they attain elite grade, allowing them to hold their own against young dragons. It isn't until they can skillfully wield advanced magic and various casting techniques that they become great magicians and reach hero grade, which gives them the means to confront adult dragons. When they can cast large-scale magic of the breaking grade level and have enough combat experience to possess city-destroying single combat power, then they've reached Lord grade. As for the above-mentioned magic saints, those are super units capable of directly confronting dragon kings. In reflecting on his memories, various images flashed in Han's mind, the behemoth being toppled by dwarves wielding giant axes, and a dragon being hanged and clubbed by orcs with totem poles. Such growth into super units post-class advancement, Divine Fire, after extensive nurturing and a long period of time, was possible for core faction units. As for the Tier 1 demigod period, it was merely a thought. Without enough resources, how could one nurture a core faction unit? So, during the Tier 1 demigod period, what mattered more was awakening the talent of the core faction unit. A talented core faction unit, while everyone has the same upper limit, has a higher lower limit, giving them an advantage early on. Consider why Han's predecessor was so desperate. It was all due to the chaos brought about by the Ant Core faction unit. While he was diligently commanding the Ant Core faction units in a battle against the mice, other households' newborn dragonlings could tear apart tigers and leopards, soaring through the skies. With a single breath, one could turn an entire ant kingdom into a raging inferno. It really is quite despairing. Fortunately, my transmigration caused a mutation in divine territory, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to tread the path to becoming a deity. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Han continued to bury himself in his daily work. Time flies. 10 years have passed in the world of gods. At this moment, Han floated in the air, gazing down at the significantly changed divine territory. In the divine territory now, a large number of areas have been rationally planned, all planted with resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap and resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap, and according to the size and growth of each tree, there are varying numbers of aphids breeding on them. In the gaps between the trees on the ground, a type of wild grass that grows 2 meters high has flourished abundantly, which is a new plant discovered by Han in the divine territory. This wild grass has characteristics such as a short growth cycle, strong vitality, and incredible reproductive ability, making it one of the main food sources for the insect swarm. This type of grass can be harvested like chives, and it won't be long before it grows back. He directly named it chives. Over the past 10 years, his whimsical insect plan has still not yielded results and was temporarily halted several years ago due to the species genes in his divine territory not being able to support the project. Until he acquires more powerful foreign genes, all research can only be kept as technical reserves and indefinitely sealed. After 10 years of development, the number of the insect swarm has surged to nearly 10 million, and the original 4 main types of units have undergone several upgrades. While there hasn't been much change in appearance and functionality, there have been enhancements to the internal organs in various functional systems, making them faster, more agile, and stronger with more advanced bodily functions. However, energy consumption has also increased. This has led to a significant surge in the swarm's food demand, and coupled with such a vast number, it poses a devastating blow to the existing ecological balance in the divine territory. As Han continuously plans the divine territory, many species and plants are gradually going extinct within it. Aside from the existing resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap farms, all other territories have been replaced with resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap, resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap, chives, and other cash crops, as well as large amounts of aphid farming. However, as the main food source for the swarm, the resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap and resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap require a certain growth period, which has made obtaining food for the swarm increasingly difficult. With Han's divine territory covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers, even if fully planted with resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap and resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap, they can only reach a few million in number, averaging each tree needing to supply a varying number of insect units based on growth, along with the planted chives. Chapter 10: Protection Period. The ecological balance within the entire divine territory is now at a tipping point, precariously maintained by Han's efforts to ensure the numbers of the swarm do not decline. Perhaps once all the resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap and resource trees succulent broadleaf sweet sap mature, it might allow for an increase in the swarm's numbers, but Han will not pursue this. At the point where the swarm's numbers reach 10 million, Han had already stopped their growth, opting instead to eliminate the earliest units to create living space for newer, more refined units. Gradually completing the update and replacement of early units in the whole swarm is also the main reason why he is no longer increasing the number of the swarm. Although many of the early units consume less, their combat effectiveness pales in comparison to the current main battle units. A piercer wolf spider can, with proper tactics, easily eliminate thousands of early worker ants without taking a scratch, thanks to its superior speed, stronger defenses, and more agile mobility. It can strike from a distance with its long limbs and unleash area poison sprays as long as it doesn't foolishly rush into an ant swarm and get overwhelmed. Early worker ants stand almost no chance against it. Once all the early units are replaced, it will represent a huge increase in consumption. Han estimates this process will take 4 to 5 years, after which his divine territory will truly reach its developmental limits. The only way out is to leave beginner's shield and allow divine territory to appear in the world of gods to obtain external resources. Only then can he continue to develop, and at that time, he will face the first trial that every life entering the world of gods must confront: war and plunder. There's still 5 years, which is about half a month in reality. I must prepare well during this time, drafting various emergency plans and action strategies, completing the organization and verification of information, and ensuring that divine territory can survive successfully after leaving its protective state. Han, who was busy recording in the air facing the light screen, paused, completed the record, and waved to turn off the screen. He looked up at his divine territory, a world he had changed little by little over 20 years. It had transformed from an initially chaotic primeval jungle into an orderly landscape. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. This is a miracle I have brought to life after 20 years of immense effort. No matter what happens in the future, I will strive to lead you all towards a bright future. As the line of faith vibrated, Han's passionate words were instantly conveyed to all the insect races within divine territory. In an instant, divine territory seemed to come alive as countless stinger dragonflies and scythe roaches flew into the air, and the non-flying piercer wolf spiders and worker spider ants crawled up to the treetops, gazing towards Han's direction. The dense chorus of insects reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The few remaining rare species within divine territory trembled in fear at the overwhelming insect sounds that resonated with their biological instincts. Han watched the swarming insects and slowly withdrew from the world of gods. Once again opening his eyes in the login capsule, he habitually rubbed the back of his neck. His body, having undergone 2 months of mana MP enhancement, was gradually transitioning towards uncommon grade, and the soreness he usually felt after getting up was lessening. Han raised his right hand, and the system bracer on his wrist lit up with white light, connecting with the information from the login capsule to rapidly download the materials he had organized in the divine territory. Once the data download was complete, Han stood up and sat by the bed, casually pulling out a stamina potion consumables from the package next to him, eating while opening the light screen to enter the class chat group. As soon as he entered the chat group, messages flooded in, and the unread count jumped to 99+. After all, he hadn't logged into the class chat group for 2 months. Han pulled the messages up to the top and began browsing from the beginning. Gu Honkwa, I've awakened as a merman. Is there anyone who has awakened the same core faction unit type as I? We can exchange cultivation experiences. Also, my merman has black scales that might be a similar breed to the black-tide merman in textbooks. I'm looking for a comprehensive cultivation guide for black-tide merman. I'll purchase it with credit points. Lang Shui, I awakened as a serpent person. Our core faction unit types should have something in common, both being amphibious. We can exchange more. I have a cultivation guide for crawling type core faction units. Do you want it? If so, I'll send it to you for free. Gu Honkwa, yes, please send it quickly. Why refuse something free? Let us exchange more in the future. Gao Yang, I awaken as an uncommon grade water sprite, but my divine territory TM has no water. What should I do? Can someone help me? Li Mingbao, have you checked underground in your divine territory? See if there's any groundwater. Try drilling a well or checking your core faction unit's survival methods, and then look for solutions. Gao Yang, thanks, Bao Gu. I'll go try that right away. Lang Shui, by the way, where's our aloof top student Han? He is definitely the go-to for questions about knowledge reserves. Li Mingbao, you think everyone is as idle as you? Top students work hard, and right now, he is probably busy developing his divine territory, so he has no time to chat. Lang Shui, Bao Gu, what's going on with you? Are you really that idle? Li Mingbao said, what other situation could there be? With our achievements and knowledge base, the divine territory we develop will be beautiful, with clear waters and lush mountains, rich in minerals. I bet the human-type core faction units have already built houses and are currently engaged in farming and aquaculture. Fan Yuchuan, the divine territory is a desert, and the core faction units are frogmen. All methods have already been tried, and now I am preparing to leave the protection period to go to the continent of divine communication. My dad has already prepared the resource cards I need, so wish me luck, everyone. Yuhan, the situation is similar to Fan Yuchuan's. I am also preparing to directly leave the protection period, so wish me luck, everyone. Sun Xinping, same here. Li Mingbao, wish you all good luck. Hope everyone is there when school starts. Lang Shui, Bao Gu, I'm going back to develop my divine territory now. The atmosphere in the group suddenly cooled down, and later, a few more people occasionally spoke in the group, but overall it was gradually settling into silence. Everyone focused their thoughts on developing their divine territories, and the group became more of a message board rather than an instant messaging chat. Han spent over an hour reading through all the messages in the class group, and nearly a third of the classmates had to leave the beginner's shield during these 2 months for various reasons. This doesn't even include those who hadn't notified in the group. Han estimated that more than half would leave the protection period early. Chapter 11 Preparation. Having absorbed the information from the class group, Han gained an initial concept of the real environment outside the protection period. This reflects the true situations of his classmates, not just the theories learned from books. In Han's view, this information is more valuable for reference. Among those who have already left the protection period, there are still a few who have not suffered a collapse of their divine territories. Some are even developing well. Feeling somewhat steadied, Han immediately initiated a private chat with Li Mingbao. Li Mingbao is the class's nice person, consistently ranked in the top 3 in academics, and both his parents are tier 2 deity. For information regarding the world of gods, his channels are much better than Han's. What he now needed was immediate information about the continent of divine communication in the world of gods. The continent of divine communication is an information exchange platform and supply trading center within the world of gods. Only tier 1 demigod or tier 2 deity are allowed to teleport in after leaving the protection. There, all beings cannot interfere with one another. Only information and seal cards can be traded. The tier 1 demigod from various civilizations and deities can spend mana MP to manifest buildings here as a diplomatic window or trading center. If they stop supplying mana MP, the manifested buildings will disappear immediately. One could say that the continent of divine communication is a cosmic supermarket, where one not only can buy supplies necessary for the world of gods but also where some real-world mana MP technological information flows throughout the universe. Li Mingbao, are you there? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. With this message sent, Han stared at the screen, preparing to patiently wait for a reply. From previous exchange frequencies, it was clear that Li Mingbao was the most active person in the group. Oh, look who finally showed up. The aloof schoolmaster of our class has finally appeared. It has almost been 2 months, and if you hadn't shown up, I would have thought your divine territory had shattered. Han had waited less than 30 seconds before Li Mingbao's message came back. Han smirked at the message on the screen. The aloof schoolmaster was the original character's persona, always cold to classmates and never warm. This was mainly due to the orphan background, which made the original character feel extremely inferior when facing classmates from well-off families, always using a cold facade to shield their fragile heart. Indeed, this character is weak otherwise, it wouldn't have so readily collapsed and lain wasted after suffering a serious blow. Luckily, it worked out for me. He immediately called back the sudden sentiment that appeared in his mind. Han quickly steered the conversation back on track. I need the latest price list for common supplies on the continent of divine communication as well as coordinates for reputable stores. What's up? Are you also planning to leave the protection period of the world of gods early? Upon seeing Han's message, Li Mingbao immediately became serious. Based on the content of this message, he easily thought about why Han needed this information. Yeah, there are some issues with my divine territory. I need to leave the protection period early before school starts. Han replied decisively. Li Mingbao said, hold on, I'll go get a price list from my dad. He is in logistics as a tier 2 deity, so the price list he gets will definitely be the most up to date. After sending this message, Li Mingbao stopped responding. Han knew he must be going to find information for him, so he began to wait patiently. Ding! You have a document to receive. Looking at the message prompt that popped up on the screen, Han immediately clicked to confirm receipt. The materials have been sent to you, please check them. At this moment, Li Mingbao's message also came through. Thanks, I've received them, see you when school starts. After seeing that the materials had been received, Han replied to Li Mingbao. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me, I will check the class group every day, see you when school starts. After looking at Li Mingbao's message, Han casually closed the class group and began to seriously read the materials he sent. Li Mingbao truly lives up to being a second-generation divine being. The materials he sent were incredibly comprehensive, nearly covering all the resource price lists that can be used in Tier 1 demigod, along with the coordinates of several official resource trading centers for humans on the continent of divine communication. Han immediately focused on the list, particularly the several types of cards he needed. Short distance random teleportation spell card, 100 mana MP card. Basic divine territory hidden spell card, 100 mana MP card. Basic divine territory area scan card, 100 mana MP card. Blank seal card, 10 mana MP card. Barren terrain card, 10 mana MP 100 square kilometers. Normal grade resource terrain card, 100 mana MP 100 square kilometers. Normal grade species ecological chain card, 100 1000 mana MP card, can choose terrestrial, aerial, aquatic, marine. Advanced directional teleportation card, 5000 mana MP card. Han looked at the prices on the list, carefully calculating how many faith points FP he would have in half a month, while recalling the ratio of faith points FP to mana MP. As memories surfaced in his mind, his thoughts inevitably drifted. In the world of gods, mana MP is the primary trading currency. It takes 100 million faith points FP to convert to 1 mana MP. In the real world, mana MP is also a superpower used widely. Both Tier 1 demigod and Tier 2 deity can manifest the mana MP they collect in the world of gods into real-world divine energy crystals. Han's memories of this world's human civilization's technological system are based on the development of mana MP energy. The choice of which energy serves as the foundation for technology determines what kind of civilization develops. Just like in the world Han came from, if electricity had not been discovered, the technological system might have developed into something steampunk. Thus, in Han's view, the technological system developed in this world based on mana MP energy is like black technology. For example, everyone in society owns a system bracer, which closely resembles the function of a cell phone from his previous life, but the internal principles of both are completely different. Han even went to check how the system bracer is made. It's simply a metal bracelet shaped in one piece, printed with various divine patterns, injected with a small amount of mana MP, then packaged and put on the market. It has no battery, no chips, no camera. Han couldn't help but exclaim at the time that it defied science. Each deity's mana MP has subtle differences. While this may not affect its use as a super energy, it poses essential distinctions for a Tier 1 demigod wanting class advancement, divine fire in the world of gods. The mana MP generated by one's core faction unit is crucial, as only the core faction unit born when divine territory is developed can convert its faith points FP into mana MP, allowing the extraction of one's divinity stat. It requires 100 million mana MP to extract a single divinity stat. Apart from some special methods, a normal grade Tier 1 demigod aiming to accumulate 1 million divinity stat for class advancement, divine fire would need 50 to 100 years of accumulation in reality. If the core faction unit does not develop well, it could take even longer, with many not achieving class advancement, divine fire before their lives end. Chapter 12, Tier 1 Demigod Protection Period. Gathering her drifting thoughts, Han concluded that with the current situation of 10 million core faction units in his divine territory, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to harvest a bit of mana MP every day in the world of gods. After half a month in reality, he would accumulate over 2,000 points, enough to buy the necessary divine magic cards on his list. Han immediately sighed in relief, glad that he could afford them. I'll set aside 1,000 points of mana MP as a backup, as short-distance random teleportation requires at least 3 cards. For basic divine territory hidden magic cards, I need 1 for use and 1 as a spare, making 2 altogether. The basic divine territory area scan card also requires 3 cards. The normal grade resource terrain cards will need another 2 cards. That totals 10 cards, consuming precisely 1,000 points of mana MP. If there's extra mana MP, I can also get a few blank cards and barren terrain cards. The plan is perfect. Han happily closed the light screen in front of him, feeling great. What I need to do now is to thoroughly go over the knowledge related to leaving the world of God's beginner's shield and formulate appropriate handling plans for possible situations. With this in mind, Han immediately logged into the school library through his system bracer and began searching for books related to leaving the beginner's shield. As the searched books projected in front of him, Han quickly opened one to read its contents. The school library's books are copyright protected, so they cannot be downloaded and can only be read in reality. In the newly established divine territory of the world of gods, it is protected by the rules of the world of gods. Outside the divine territory, there seems to be a thin membrane enveloping the entire area, which the outside world cannot perceive or touch. As long as the membrane exists, the divine territory will not appear in the world of gods, and it obviously cannot be attacked either. The disappearance of the membrane can occur in only two cases: either after 30 years of opening the divine territory it automatically disappears, or a Tier 1 demigod or core faction unit from within the divine territory breaks through this protection. As soon as they cross the membrane's range, the protection will vanish. If Han wants to teleport to the divine communication continent, he inevitably has to pass through this layer of protection, which will cause the divine territory to manifest in the world of gods. This is the way to leave the protection period early. As for why there is a beginner's Tier 1 demigod protection period, it should be a rule established by the great civilization that created the world of gods. The world of gods is the legacy of this ancient divine civilization. No one knows the current state of this civilization. Some say in the book seen by Han that it has perished in the last cosmic cycle, while others say it has left for other universes. In any case, there are numerous claims, and it cannot be verified. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this great divine civilization has scattered countless seeds of its own across the universe. Any interstellar power that obtains these seeds can produce divine seeds, thereby entering the world of gods and embarking on the path to becoming a deity. Han quickly cast aside the book about the origins of the Tier 1 demigod protection period and decisively flipped to the next one. The content he was looking for finally appeared before his eyes. The newly freed divine territory typically appears in relatively barren and desolate areas, especially if it encounters other divine territories within a certain range nearby. In that case, it is highly probable that the other party also recently exited their divine territory protection period. This pattern has been summarized by countless predecessors. All Tier 1 demigod divine territories that exit the protection simultaneously tend to concentrate in certain desolate areas, with the time frame varying from 1 month to several years. This is why leaving the protection period early is extremely dangerous, as can be seen in Han's class, where students who have recently established divine territories must leave protection. The positions of their divine territories will inevitably be surrounded by a large number of other Tier 1 demigod civilizations that have only been free of protection for 30 years. If invaded, the only result for him would be the extinction of core faction units and the absorption or sealing of divine territory resources and land. From the market trends, it is clear that a well-established novice divine territory, measured over 10,000 square kilometers, can generate a resource terrain card valued at around 10,000 mana MP. For those just out of their protection period, like the impoverished Tier 1 demigod, it feels like a windfall. No one would hesitate to seize this opportunity. As time passed, Han, who had been lying in bed for over 6 hours, finally turned the last page of his book. The harvest is good. There are riches hidden within the pages of the book, and true beauty therein. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. He stretched, easing the fatigue from staying still for so long. Han immediately dove into the login capsule. After all, with the time dilation factor hundredfold, over 20 days had already passed in his divine territory. Acclimated to always being aware of his divine territory's situation, he felt a twinge of anxiety having neglected it for so long. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed in the divine territory. Han watched as the latest batch of 2,000 scythe roaches emerged from their cocoons, his expression serious. At this point, the insect swarm had completed its entire generational update. Aside from the queen ant, the rest of the underground in the divine territory consisted of some earthworm units surviving by consuming soil, while most of the insect army had been replaced with the remaining 4 main combat units. His consciousness swept across the entire divine territory, and a blue, semi-transparent information panel appeared before Han. Name: Han. Level: Tier 1 demigod. Class advancement: Divine Fire, unignited. Godhead rank: none. Divine mark: none. Divine trait: passive, environmental adaptation, skill, genetic modification. Divinity stat: 1 point. Mana MP: 2060 points. Faith points FP: 35 million. Core faction unit: Zerg. Core faction unit quantity: 1 queen ant, 5 million piercer wolf spiders, 1 million stinger dragonflies, 1 million worker spider ants, 3 million scythe roaches. After deeply examining the number of his core faction units again, Han helplessly closed the information panel. 3 days earlier, Han had awakened all the dormant piercer wolf spiders in the divine territory, allowing them to start feeding and peak their physical capabilities. Consequently, the consumption in the divine territory skyrocketed. The ecosystem had already begun to become unbalanced, urgently needing external resources for replenishment, prompting Han to act decisively. No matter what, I must clear this level. I've done everything I can, and the rest is in fate's hands. In his past life, Han never liked gambling. He always maximized his control over everything in order to boost his odds of success. Though he knew about the gods after his transmigration and was striving towards godhood himself, to him, they were merely higher forms of life. He never considered himself a deity looking down upon others from the perspectives of his past life. Chapter 13, Breaking Free. Standing before the light shield outside the divine territory, Han took a deep breath, his face calm. Stepping forward, the shield protecting the divine territory dissipated instantly. Han also consumed 10 mana MP as he sent a communication request to the God Exchange continent and vanished from outside the divine territory. In a flash, Han transformed into a white light sphere and appeared in the God Exchange continent, facing a trendy and futuristic shopping mall. Without hesitation, Han floated into the mall entrance, completely ignoring the displayed products inside, and headed straight for an empty counter where another light sphere floated, presumably a staff member of the mall. I am a human tier 1 demigod, just out of the protection period. I need 3 short-range random teleport cards, 2 beginner divine territory hidden cards, 3 beginner divine territory range scan cards, 2 normal grade prairie resource terrain cards, 2 blank ceiling cards, and 2 desolate terrain cards. Han transmitted this thought to the other party at lightning speed. As he spoke, a light beam representing Han extended from his white sphere toward the light sphere behind the counter. It is very dangerous for newly emerged players, who have just exited the protection period, to be away from a safe zone controlled by civilization without being able to monitor their divine territory in real time. Upon receiving Han's message, the other party seemed to guess his situation, immediately connecting a light beam with a stack of cards to Han's extended light beam without further ado. After a brief sensation to confirm the number and type of cards, Han transferred his already prepared 1040 mana MP to the other party. The connected light beams immediately separated, and Han's light beam carrying the cards vanished back into the light sphere in an instant. This drew curious glances from others around, and the light sphere behind the counter sensed a multitude of thoughts directed toward it, resulting in it only sending out a single thought. This guest is just in a hurry, please continue to select your desired items, came the explanation from the counter staff, causing the light spheres in the hall to retract their thoughts and resume choosing their needed items. At that moment, the 2 orbs of light in the hall began to share their thoughts, and this action was like loud shouting in the real world, allowing everyone nearby to hear their voices. If someone didn't want to listen, the other orbs could shield them. What's the hurry? I bet they're just another rookie human who has come out of their tier 1 demigod protection period too early. I've seen this many times before, and 9 times out of 10, they won't live past 30 years. Giving them resources is just a waste. The thought of one orb of light began to spread. Another orb of light beside it immediately replied, "You're right. It's basically a thing that only low-level civilizations would do, giving resources to someone who can't even last through a 3-month protection period, unlike our civilization, which can only obtain resources from civilization after passing the beginner's shield." Hearing the irony from the 2 orbs, the orb behind the counter immediately sent a thought to them, "They're buying things with their own mana MP, you idiots from Longwa, coming here to seek superiority. Don't you even think about whose territory this is? You call yourselves a low-level civilization, and yet you came to fight here at the border?" Without waiting for them to respond, the staff behind the counter used their authority to kick the 2 Longwa civilization orbs out of the mall and place them on a blacklist, permanently banning them from entering. The territory of the Longwa civilization is right next to the human civilization starfield, and in reality, there are often frictions between the 2 civilizations. Coincidentally, the opposing civilization in the world of gods is also neighboring the human civilization, so both sides see each other unfavorably. The Longwa people refer to human civilization as low-level civilization, while humans are more direct, usually calling them idiots when they encounter them. Of course, Han had no idea about the little incident that occurred after he left the mall. He had already teleported back to his divine territory. As soon as he returned to his divine territory, Han immediately took out a basic divine territory hide card and consumed mana MP to activate it. As the card in his hand transformed into light spots and dissipated, his divine territory began to blend seamlessly into its surroundings in the void. Phew! I suppose I'm safe for the moment. With the effect of the basic divine territory hide card emerging, Han's tense mood finally eased. Now as long as he doesn't move his divine territory, other tier 1 demigod beings won't be able to see where his divine territory is with their naked eyes. But what Han didn't know was that not far from his divine territory, there was also a hidden divine territory, quietly floating there without moving, and a tier 1 demigod happened to catch everything in sight. Rukuor is a tier 1 demigod from the Longwa civilization. After successfully establishing his divine territory, he awakened a core faction unit that is a type of saber-toothed werewolf. As a branch of the orc species, it possesses strong physical qualities, excellent endurance, and reproductive capabilities, being able to have 1 litter per year with 2 to 3 pups each time. It takes only 10 years to grow into an excellent werewolf hunter, and the lifespan of the species can last up to 60 years, making it a very formidable core faction unit. Moreover, his divine territory is also very suitable for the survival of werewolves, as there exists a biological chain formed by a large number of normal great beasts. Rukuor feels like he has been favored by the heavens. During the 30 years of the protection period, he diligently developed the werewolf core faction unit within his divine territory. The number of werewolves once exceeded 700,000, but because the core faction units are not skilled in farming and husbandry, their numbers were stuck there. At the same time, the number of professional werewolf warriors trained by Rukul also reached 70,000, maintaining a ratio of 9 normal great werewolves for every professional combat werewolf. Don't underestimate the gap in combat power between normal great werewolves and professional warriors. Intelligent beings all fear death. Once casualties reach a certain ratio, fleeing and dissolving become inevitable. However, professional warriors or armies can elevate this ratio indefinitely, even achieving the possibility of fighting to the last breath. Just half a month ago, Rukul successfully exited the 30-year protection period. Immediately after exiting, he collided with another divine territory that had just exited as well. With renewed confidence in his strength, Rukul cautiously observed before launching a tentative invasion. It turned out that the opponent's core faction unit consisted of goblins. He was overjoyed and, without hesitation, sent core faction units madly into the opposing divine territory. The 70,000 werewolf army surged forward, eliminating the opponent's main fighting force of 100,000 goblins with losses of less than 3,000. The opponent's tier 1 demigod was forced to retreat from the battle in desperation. The invading divine territory attempted to forcefully leave, tearing apart large tracts of land near the invasion passage. The same fate awaited the areas occupied by the opponent's core faction unit. In this battle, Rukul seized over a third of the territory from the opposing divine territory, a considerable gain indeed. Tasting success, he wanted to seize this rapidly developing opportunity with his strength and no longer rushed back to his civilization's territory. Instead, he decided to lie in wait as a hunter in this area, patiently seeking his next prey. Just earlier, his patience was rewarded. Chapter 14, The Invasion. Rukul looked not far from his divine territory, where a divine territory suddenly appeared and then slowly vanished within a few seconds. Undoubtedly, this was a tier 1 demigod that had just exited the protection period. Rukul had already scanned the surrounding area, and there were absolutely no other divine territories present. Furthermore, this sudden appearance was different from a random teleportation that jumps out of a vortex, leading him to make an immediate judgment. Rukul quickly began issuing a divine decree to his core faction unit within the divine territory. My people, a new test is about to begin, a new continent has appeared. Gather, invade, and plunder, bring me a new victory. Simultaneously, his divine territory moved closer to the direction of the recently appeared divine territory. A scanning card in his hand transformed into a point of light, confirming that the opponent had not immediately teleported away and remained in place. With the experience from the previous invasion, Rukul was far better prepared this time. The werewolves in the divine territory immediately became excited, howling towards the sky. They had just experienced a victory in battle not long ago. This victory brought them a bounty of food and land, allowing every tribe to escape hunger, and some of the weaker pups found hope for survival as food became abundant. 70,000 elite werewolf warriors and 30,000 newly formed recruits had gathered at the edge of the divine territory, waiting for the opening of the invasion passage. A large number of normal grade werewolves also left their tribes to converge here. Sally was a newly adult werewolf and a member of this 30,000-strong new army. Recently, due to an elevation in faith level, he successfully joined the werewolf army, becoming a full-time werewolf warrior. At this moment, he excitedly stood next to his squad leader, eagerly anticipating the opening of the invasion passage. Sally's home was a small tribe 5 kilometers away from this gathering point. When he was born, this divine territory had already entered a state of resource scarcity. Among the brothers and friends born in the tribe at the same time as him, only he survived to adulthood thanks to his stronger physique. Now, he had just established his own family, with 2 mates and 6 pups. The scarce resources in the divine territory forced him to consider sacrificing 5 of them to ensure the strongest pup could survive to adulthood. Not long ago, a war brought a wealth of resources to this impoverished divine territory, and Sally's tribe also received a substantial share, enough food for the entire tribe to eat their fill. In the area not far from the tribe, what was once void had now transformed into vast grasslands, a gift from the gods to the werewolf clan, a reward for the victors. Sally felt the changes in his living environment acutely, as all 6 of his pups could now get enough food. Filled with gratitude towards the gods, he finally became a devout believer. When he received news that the army was about to expand, Sally signed up without hesitation. He understood that warriors received more food. Now that he had reached the status of a devout believer, he successfully qualified and became a werewolf warrior, receiving a piece of leather armor to protect his vital heart. Captain Holy, what is the other world like? You fought in the last war. Please tell us more. The waiting time always feels long. Sully, unable to contain his inner excitement, took out a piece of jerky from a small pouch at his waist and handed it to the boastful little captain beside him, repeating a question he had already asked countless times. Hee hee, little brat, this time I'll share something you all don't know. Taking the jerky handed to him by Sully, old Hori popped it into his mouth with satisfaction. He was an old wargen who had existed since the opening of the divine territory, having just reached adulthood at that time, and compared to the young ones around him, he was quite well informed. Hearing that old Hori would share something different this time, the other new wargen soldiers immediately gathered around, looking at him with anticipation. You should already know what the other world we visited last time was like. Seeing the surrounding wargen nodding in agreement, old Hori continued to elaborate. Actually, the other world we are going to this time may be very different. I heard the shaman say that each other world has different landscapes and different species living within them. In some worlds, rabbits can even grow as large as 5 meters, and catching one would be enough to feed the entire tribe. At this point, gasps of amazement erupted around. As old Hori spoke at length, more and more new wargen soldiers gathered around, and the waves of exclamations made the wait feel much shorter. Only a few minutes had passed, but Lucer's divine territory had already completed its invasion preparations, and his divine territory was speeding towards the location where Han was. At the same time, a thick transparent tentacle extended from the surface of the divine territory, forcefully penetrating the protective layer of the opposing divine territory, connecting to a piece of land at the edge. 2 portal-like gates, resembling light screens, opened simultaneously within both sides' divine territories, with a green swirling light illuminating the inside, indicating that the portal had stabilized. Sully was engrossed in listening to old Hori's story when suddenly a portal appeared not far from where they were, leaving the new wargen soldiers who had never participated in the attack on another world stunned. Seeing this scene, old Hori's face revealed an ecstatic expression. He shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle!" At this moment, a sleek wargen warrior sprinted past them and shouted, "The first 10,000 near the portal, head out and enter the portal immediately." The wargen in this area immediately let out a roar, rushing toward the portal. Sully's wargen squad also followed old Hori at a rapid pace toward the portal. At this time, Han was already dazed. He had just hidden his divine territory and was planning where to place the resources he had just purchased, as well as which direction to take next. Unable to afford an advanced directional teleportation card, he could not return to his civilized territory, which meant he could only wander in this area. As a result, he was invaded. A massive portal appeared at the edge of his divine territory, and swarms of wargen had already rushed into his divine territory. Upon seeing that this group of wargen only had simple half-body leather armor, most of them unarmed, and a few carrying uncomfortable metal spearheads, he felt somewhat confused. In his confused state, Han quickly regained his composure and issued a command to his swarm to maintain their distance from these wargen while remaining concealed. He began to rapidly calculate the situation regarding the opposing divine territory. The half-beast species wargen have fur growing on the outside, and lack tough skin or scales, indicating that this group of wargen is likely also normal grade level. Han observed the invading wargen and gathered quite a bit of information. Chapter 15, Ambush. The crude armor and weapons indicate that the opponent's technology is also underdeveloped. From the uncomfortable grasp on their weapons, they should have been either purchased or seized. The 10,000 in number is just the vanguard, sent to scout the situation, and their specific combat capabilities remain to be seen and tested. After reaching this conclusion, Han no longer hesitated and immediately began mobilizing his swarm. The 10,000 units of the swarm were quickly mobilized, including 5,000 piercer wolf spiders, 3,000 scythe roaches, and 2,000 stinger dragonflies, charging toward the wargen who had already stepped into the 2-meter-tall grass. Simultaneously, the swarm units throughout the entire divine territory began to gather in this direction, quietly waiting a kilometer away from these invaders. As a Tier 1 demigod, Lucer could not float like a spirit in the sky over others' divine territories. To observe this divine territory, he could only look through the eyes of his own followers. At that moment, he was embodying himself in the form of the leader of these 10,000 wargen, personally observing this divine territory while also constructing a geographical model of it based on what he saw through the other core faction units around. A bizarre forest and grassland terrain blend. Where is the opposing core faction unit, and why have they not shown up yet? Could it be that the enemy's Tier 1 demigod is simply not here? As several thoughts arose in Rucker's mind, he immediately issued an oracle to the leader of the pack of wargamers. Advance, search, plunder. Feeling the authoritative voice resonate in his heart, the leader hesitated no longer and gave orders to the 10,000 wargamer warriors. The wargamers began to quicken their pace of exploration, forming small teams of 10 as they advanced deeper into the grass. One of the wargamer squads was carefully moving forward, the 2-meter-tall grass greatly obstructing their line of sight, and the atmosphere felt tense. Captain Hori, ever since we started going deeper into the grass, I felt something is off. It seems like something is watching us. Old Hori glanced at Sally, who had spoken, and understood what he meant. Yes, Old Hori, I feel it too. Me too. As several wargamers spoke up, they all expressed the same sentiment with their beastly instincts. Although they had not spotted any enemies, the eerie feeling of being watched made them feel pricked all over, making them uneasy. Be on guard. Hori, leading the way, felt the same sensation. Saying this, he drew out the dagger wrapped in leather from his waist, a trophy from the last battle. The goblin shortsword could only be used as a dagger in his hands. Swish! With a vigorous swing of his arm, the surrounding grass fell in response, revealing a piercer wolf spider that had been lurking behind the grass. The previously motionless piercer wolf spider attacked the moment it was exposed. It sprang towards Old Hori with a sharp insect-like screech, moving at incredible speed towards his face. Old Hori, though surprised, remained calm. As a veteran in combat, he raised his hand and swung the dagger along the path of the piercer wolf spider's approach. With a sharp dagger and tremendous force, he effortlessly cleaved the piercer wolf spider in two. The piercing shriek of the piercer wolf spider before it died sounded like a signal. The once exceptionally quiet grass began to erupt like an ignited oil pan, and all teams exploring the grass came under attack. Old Hori suddenly turned around and saw a scythe roach flying towards Sally's head. He shouted about the battle while slapping away the bug that was aimed at Sally's head. The other members of the squad were not as fortunate as Sally. 2 wargamer comrades were killed on the spot by a piercer wolf spider that attacked them from behind, piercing through their skulls. 2 members who lunged at the piercer wolf spider faced a grim fate. One was hit in the face by the spider's acidic venom and fell screaming to the ground, while the other narrowly dodged the venom spray and slapped the unsuspecting piercer wolf spider into the ground, flattening half of its body. Another squad member at the back was also attacked by a scythe roach, as he watched it suddenly appear from the grass and agilely rush towards him. He lunged at the scythe roach and managed to grab both of its legs, ignoring the bug's claw striking at his wrist, biting the scythe roach in half. Two wargamers, under assault from stinger dragonflies, were frantically waving their arms, trying to bring the insects down, but faced with the dragonflies' agile forms in the air, had no way to succeed. One wargamer suddenly stopped waving his arms and collapsed, convulsing on the ground, startling his companions. Just moments ago, a stinger dragonfly had stung his arm. He had thought it was just a minor wound and paid it little attention. It was now that the poison acted, catching him unawares. Taking advantage of the situation, two stinger dragonflies simultaneously launched attacks on the remaining wargamers. This wargamer, wielding his claws, did not notice the danger behind him and finally seized an opportunity, clapping his claws together against the approaching stinger dragonfly, smashing the agile insect into a mash. At the same time, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air next to him. Quickly turning around, a dagger just grazed past his cheek, still carrying another stinger dragonfly, which flew into the grass. That was Old Hori's prized weapon. He ignored the pain of losing his weapon and shouted, "Don't just stand there, everyone help out!" Except for the two wargamers still on the ground writhing and howling, all the remaining squad members finally reacted, hurriedly attacking the last three piercer wolf spiders. Faced with the siege of 6 wargamers, 3 piercer wolf spiders showed no signs of retreating, simultaneously attacking the foremost wargamer in the squad. This sudden battle ended just as quickly, with the last 3 piercer wolf spiders easily killed by the coordination of 6 wargs. The cost was that Sally, besieged by 3 piercer wolf spiders, had 2 holes in his palm and abdomen, and one of his calves was contaminated with corrosive acid, the fiery pain forcing him to lean on a companion just to stand. The same situation played out amongst all warg squads that had entered the grass, but the outcomes varied. Some squads were completely annihilated, while others only sustained 1 or 2 casualties. "Take the wounded, we are retreating." Seeing that half the squad had been lost, Old Hori decisively made the call to retreat. "Yes, Captain," the warg in the squad immediately responded. After the recent battle, everyone felt the gap in respect for this captain who usually liked to boast. "Captain Hori, are we really just going back like this?" Sally, clutching the bleeding hole in his abdomen with one hand while leaning on a companion with the other, smiled, but his eyes were full of unwillingness. "We haven't caught that 5-meter rabbit yet." Chapter 16, The Swarm. "Little Sally, you're still young. There will be more chances to catch rabbits in the future." Looking at this brave young warg, Old Hori understood Sally's meaning. The injured warg warriors must be sent back to their original world for treatment. It was a command from the gods. If the war went smoothly, Sally would no longer have the chance to return to the battlefield, effectively declaring him out of this plundering. But Old Hori's face was serious. With just the initial contact, the squad had already lost half its members. This time, the opponents were not as easy to deal with as the small goblins before. Although they were just insects, from their fearless style, Old Hori already sensed that it was likely to be a difficult war. "Are these insects?" The warg leader, Lukor, leaning down, was carefully observing a scythe roach impaled on a short spear. His 100-strong team was also under attack from the swarm, but due to being surrounded by elite wargs, they suffered minimal losses. Looking at the alien species before him, Lukor fell into a dilemma. The combat effectiveness of these insects was not strong. With preparation, a single warg could take down an insect with only minor injuries. However, in this divine territory, the question of how many opponents there were became something he had to consider. In the recent ambush, nearly 10,000 insects had already died at the warg's claws, with their own casualties exceeding 3,000. Was this the entirety of the enemy's combat strength, or just a portion, or merely a test? All of these were hidden beneath the 2-meter-high grass. At this moment, Han was floating in the air, surveying the battlefield through this probe. He had gathered the information needed. A certain warg core faction unit, without a special bloodline, has medium combat power within the normal grade. Piercer wolf spiders and scythe roaches can deal effective damage, and stinger dragonflies perform well too. Following the regular Tier 2 deity faith development approach, based on the perception from the invasion passage, the opposing divine territory is 1/3 larger than their own, conservatively estimating that the number of core faction units does not exceed 1.5 million and regular armies do not exceed 150,000. Han had a firm grasp on the analyzed data. Without further hesitation, he mobilized the reserve mana MP, and a thick, transparent tentacle extended from the surface of the divine territory, quickly merging with the enemy's invasion passage. The transport passage of both divine territories immediately doubled in size, and Lukor instantly sensed the change in the transport passage. A terrible situation had arisen. He immediately issued an oracle for the wargs entering the enemy's divine territory to retreat, and the 90,000 warriors in his own divine territory prepared to eliminate all hostile creatures that entered. Before all the wargs could retreat into the transport passage, Han had already activated the Line of Faith, and over 8 million insect units received his command. They began advancing toward the transport passage at the edge of the divine territory, with countless stinger dragonflies and scythe roaches soaring into the air toward the portal, while on the ground, piercer wolf spiders raced toward the transport passage. The warg leaders who had not yet entered the transport passage looked at the sky darkened by flying insects and the distant grasslands shaking as if engulfed by a tide, feeling an unprecedented fear arise within. Observing this scene, Lukor also felt a sense of helplessness. This wasn't just a war, it was a disaster, a swarm disaster. Looking at the fast approaching stinger dragonflies at the front, a feeling of despair pierced through his mind, and he already sensed the arrival of doom for his divine territory. Even if he wanted to sever the teleportation channel now, he wouldn't have enough time to implement it. Severing a normal grade invasion channel requires a large amount of mana MP and takes more than half an hour. As for the merged invasion channel, the mana MP consumption and time required are doubled. Each opposing core faction unit and the 10 square kilometers surrounding it must be severed from one's own divine territory to break away from combat, unless the opposing side gives up that core faction unit. The fastest stinger dragonfly was the first to arrive at the teleportation portal, avoiding engagement with the wargs that had not yet retreated from the ground. Instead, it charged straight into the teleportation portal. Han's sole mission for them was to quickly spread within the opposing divine territory and establish a geographical model of it. With the speed and numbers of the stinger dragonfly, it would take less than an hour to spread throughout the entire opposing divine territory. Next to arrive was the scythe roach. They also did not attack the wargs on the ground, but instead surged into the teleportation portal, hovering in the sky of the opposing divine territory, forming a terrifying spherical swarm, as if waiting for some kind of signal. The dense sound of flapping wings transmitted immense psychological pressure in all directions, instilling fear in the more than 90,000 wargs gathered below the teleportation portal. Their mission was to gain air supremacy to assist the piercer wolf spider in launching an attack. As a ground unit, the piercer wolf spider's movement speed was certainly much slower than that of flying units. At this moment, they hadn't yet rushed out of the grassland, gradually approaching the edge as the grass swayed like a tidal wave. The first piercer wolf spider finally burst out of the grass, followed by the second, third, rolling towards the teleportation channel like a tide of insects. The horrifying sounds of their buzzing seemed capable of piercing the eardrums of all the wargs. They were the real main combat units, aimed to take down all standing wargs. Faced with the tide of insects, the nearest wargs were already so scared they lost feeling in their limbs. Unable to move, the insect swarm showed no mercy. As they approached these terrified wargs, the piercer wolf spider launched itself into the air with incredible jumping power, forming a wall of insects that crashed down violently, instantly engulfing them in the tide. The tide of insects continued to surge forward without pause, rushing into the teleportation portal and arriving in the divine territory world of Lukor, with the sharp sounds of insects echoing across the land. The scythe roach flying in the sky immediately received the signal, and the terrifying insect swarm transformed into a massive curtain that blocked out the sunlight, cascading down. In the army of wargs composed of 90,000 devout believers, feelings of despair, fear, and panic spread across each warg's face. Faced with the terrifying tide of insects made up of piercer wolf spiders and the massive swarm descending from the sky, in just an instant, the front line formed by elite wargs of loyalty, Zealot, was swallowed by the insect tide without causing any obstruction. Seeing this horrifying scene, the warg soldiers in the rear completely collapsed. Many wargs turned and fled in the direction away from the tide, having lost the courage to continue fighting. Chapter 17, Breakthrough. Unfortunately, the scythe roach cascading down from the sky made fleeing a challenging task. No matter which direction they ran, they would face countless insects. Han possessed a stinger dragonfly, looking down on the battlefield. The massacre dispelled any lingering anxiety in his heart, and he gained an intuitive understanding of the current fighting power of the swarm. He immediately discarded several tactical plans he had prepared in his mind, watching the endless stream of insects pouring in. What kind of tactical strategy is needed? If we lose, I'll wash my hair upside down, he thought, his confidence swelling as he decisively made a pledge. Just then, the sky changed again as countless golden lights converged, making Han feel a tightening sensation. No way. Just after he made that pledge, was an unexpected occurrence about to happen? A golden radiance coalesced in the sky into a phantom. I surrender, I am willing to offer 50,000 mana MP points for my life. A massive intent spread outward, yet the content was so humble. Upon hearing this, Han felt his previously racing heart settle back down. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. It was merely a projection of the opposing Tier 1 demigod consuming mana MP. Han quickly took control of the stinger dragonfly and flew to stand before the Tier 1 demigod phantom in the sky. Pay up. Without any nonsense, Han's thoughts immediately struck the other party. The content was just 2 words: unless there was some high-value rare resource in the opponent's divine territory, the entire divine territory wasn't worth more than 50,000 points. Right now, I only have enough mana MP to pay 10,000 points, and I'll gather the rest as quickly as I can. Can you hold off your core faction unit for now? With a last-ditch effort, Lucar transmitted this thought to the insect before him. Get lost. Han immediately recognized this guy as a miser who couldn't possibly come up with 50,000 points of mana MP. He was just hoping for a lucky break. To stabilize the situation, his next step was to find a way to trick the opponent into withdrawing the core faction unit from the divine territory so he could find a way to escape. In all kinds of extracurricular readings in this world, the stories of protagonists who narrowly escaped death and turned the tide always originated this way. Besides, Han hasn't forgotten that this was the bully who first invaded him and had startled him just a moment ago. Thus, Han ignored this Tier 1 demigod and possessed another stinger dragonfly to continue observing the battlefield. The Tier 1 demigod phantom in the sky was still unwilling to give up, sending out wave after wave of thoughts until it slowly faded, and Han paid no further attention to it. As the phantom disappeared, Lucar had already exited the world of gods in despair. As a normal grade civilian from a less than favorable family background, he didn't have any so-called 10,000 points of mana MP. His earlier attempt was mere self-deception in his despair. What he needed to do now was extract all his remaining mana MP into reality, converting it into divine energy crystals. Otherwise, once the core of the divine territory shattered, the mana MP in the world of gods would vanish too. With the spread of the stinger dragonfly, Han's mind quickly constructed a model of the opponent's divine territory map, revealing clusters of wolfmen, while some fleeing wolfmen on the battlefield's edge were marked as red dots on the map. Han was gradually comprehending the actual situation of this divine territory. In the battlefield below, the real battle had already ended the moment the wolfmen's defense collapsed. A game of escape and pursuit was unfolding, and Han began to command the swarm in real time, dividing them into groups ranging from 10,000 to over 100,000, assigning them tasks individually. On the front line of the battlefield, the scythe roach and piercer wolf spider were still advancing in swarm formation, and under Han's command, they began to break away from the main force in groups. Most of the scythe roach and some piercer wolf spiders continued to hunt down the scattered wolfman warriors, clearing away the roaming wolfmen on the map. The main piercer wolf spider legion, accompanied by a small number of scythe roach, dispersed to various wolfman tribes on the map for extermination, each squad bringing along a varying number of stinger dragonflies as scouts and communicators. Watching the green dots representing his side on the map and the red dots representing the enemy, Han felt a familiar sensation as if he were playing a real-time strategy game. After assigning tasks and advance routes for all main troops, Han turned his gaze to a group of stinger dragonflies at the forefront of the map. This was a swarm of over 500,000 stinger dragonflies. They were now rapidly approaching the center of this divine territory, where the core of every divine territory was almost always fixed in the center to ensure that regardless of which direction was invaded, the core remained the farthest distance from the invasion path. As the stinger dragonflies neared the center of the divine territory, a decently sized makeshift town came into Han's view, and the stinger dragonflies in the sky immediately dispersed to observe the town. So rudimentary, there shouldn't be more than 100,000 wolfmen in this town. Just the stinger dragonflies would be enough to take this place down. Han thought, feeling somewhat speechless. If the productivity isn't up to par, then why build such a large-scale town? Rather than calling this place a wolfman town, it would be more accurate to describe it as a large-scale livestock breeding facility. All sorts of beast pens are scattered throughout this town, featuring a primitive tribal style, with only the large stone altar in the very center that looks somewhat presentable. Seeing this altar, Han knew his target must be here, and he immediately issued an attack order to the group of stinger dragonflies. The stinger dragonflies, who were previously searching scattered, immediately launched an attack on the Wolfman town upon receiving the order. The battle ended very quickly as soon as these normal-grade civilian wolfmen saw the rebels being crazily attacked by dozens of bugs in an instant. They began frothing at the mouth and collapsed, convulsing. Most of the wolfmen chose to turn and run or find a place to hide. At that moment, a fireball shot into the air from the direction of the altar, and Han immediately directed his gaze toward it. There stood an elderly wolfman shaman on the altar, waving the wooden staff in his hand, surrounded by a dozen wolfman warriors who protected him at the center to block the approach of the stinger dragonflies. Then, another fireball formed in the shaman's hand and was hurled at the swarm of flying insects. However, it had little effect, as the stinger dragonflies easily dodged the incoming fireball due to their exceptional mobility. Seeing this scene, the shaman was still unwilling to give up. Another red glow spread in his palm, and all wolfman warriors touched by the red light began to have red eyes and show signs of madness, wildly waving their weapons in an attempt to attack the flying stinger dragonflies. This should be a status spell, similar to a rage buff. Chapter 18, The Flaw. Before Han could issue any orders, the surrounding stinger dragonflies had already gathered in sufficient numbers and immediately launched their attack. Thousands of stinger dragonflies surged forward, each wolfman being pierced by the stingers of the stinger dragonflies at least a dozen times, collapsing immediately. Seeing that the altar had been cleared, Han immediately controlled the possessed stinger dragonfly to land on the surface of the altar. As he consumed mana MP, his divine sense slowly expanded, and he finally sensed the presence of the divine territory core 2 meters underground beneath the stone altar. Han was overjoyed, having finally found it, and he immediately directed the surrounding stinger dragonflies to begin destroying and digging at the altar. The densely packed stinger dragonflies crouched on the altar and started gnawing. Considering their small size, Han estimated it would take at least 2 hours to excavate the divine territory core. During this time, he could only observe the combat situations of the various bug teams, making timely adjustments while patiently waiting. Ha! An exclamation escaped Han's lips as he suddenly noticed a new development among the battling swarm. Old Hori was lying motionless on the ground, while Sally was also lying not far from him, the two wolfmen staring at each other. Nearby, there lay a wolfman corpse, that of another teammate, the one whose face had been hit by corrosive acid. Sally, now looking anxious and afraid, turned to Old Hori and asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" "I don't know either, let's just wait," Old Hori said with a face full of despair, having already given up on resistance. After receiving the order, Old Hori had led the squad quickly back to the divine territory, because among the two wounded team members was Sally, the young wolfman he had high hopes for. He decided to personally take Sally to the medical emergency point behind the divine territory, to guide this youthful wolfman whose mind was filled with thoughts of rabbits along the way. Thus, he set off with two wounded members just as they narrowly avoided the first wave of the bug swarm, standing from afar to watch the massive bug ball gathering above the army. Old Hori turned around, lifted the two injured comrades, and began a desperate sprint. As an experienced wolfman, he calmly assessed the situation, facing such a massive swarm. Having witnessed the horrors of bugs, he instinctively knew that he likely wouldn't survive if caught in a battle of this scale. Then, once the battle on the front lines ended, the scythe roaches began to hunt down the fleeing wolfmen. As land creatures, how could they possibly outrun the flying scythe roaches? Old Hori, with the two injured, was soon overtaken. Looking at the swarm soaring through the sky, intertwined and advancing like a terrifying giant python, he realized he couldn't escape. As he settled the two injured team members by the roadside, a small group of scythe roaches broke away from the swarm above and rapidly flew toward their location. Faced with this group of scythe roaches, which now numbered over 1,000 and was closing in, Hori's courage to fight was crushed by primal fear. At this point, it was already too late to run. The flying scythe roaches descended from the sky in a ring formation, surrounding the three of them in that area. Just as Old Ho stood at the center of the circular enclosure, awaiting his death, the encircling scythe roach gradually closed in but overlooked the already downed, injured, and unconscious werewolf team member. "Sally, don't move." In the face of imminent death, Old Ho immediately noticed the situation. His brain raced, and with all his potential unleashed, he felt his thoughts had never been clearer in his life. With a flash of insight, he immediately stopped Sally from trying to get up. Indeed, neither the flying nor the grounded scythe roach attacked Sally, but rather overlooked the motionless werewolf lying on the ground as they continued to close in. Sally's survival confirmed Ho's suspicion. Without hesitation, he suddenly lunged forward from the ground, changing from a standing position to throwing himself flat on the ground in less than a second, no longer moving. The surrounding scythe roach, indeed, did not attack him but crawled back and forth around his body, seemingly observing and evaluating what this werewolf, who had suddenly dropped down, might do. At that moment, Old Ho could only widen his eyes, terrified as he watched the swarm of insects crawling around him, his heart racing to the point that he had nearly stopped breathing. It turned out he had bet right. Soft chirping sounds echoed in his ears, and the encircling scythe roach began to disperse and slowly took to the air, merging back into the larger swarm in the sky. Only 3 scythe roach remained, flying to a nearby tree, quietly observing the 3 motionless werewolves lying on the ground. From Ho's experience, in a situation like this, the other side was the watcher of the captured prisoners, while the 3 of them were the surrendered captives. Old Ho attempted to communicate with the insects through language, but they showed no reaction. However, if he made even the slightest movement, the 3 scythe roach on the tree would lift their sickles high, readying themselves for an attack. The unbearable wait to not move was long. Ho watched as a swarm of piercer wolf spiders came rushing from a distance, skillfully parting in front of the 3 werewolves lying still and passing directly around them. It wasn't until that fainted werewolf woke up, with its eyes corroded by acidic liquid and already blinded, that the moment it moved, the 3 scythe roach surrounded it. Old Ho saw this happen and immediately called out loudly for the werewolf not to move, but the already blinded werewolf instinctively turned toward the direction of Old Ho's voice and sat up. Old Ho watched as the 3 scythe roach closed in mercilessly, swinging their back sides at the blinded werewolf, cleaving huge gashes into its skull as brain matter splattered everywhere. Looking at the 2 werewolves lying on the ground before him, Han confirmed that he had never issued an order to receive any prisoners. What made these scythe roach behave this way? Moreover, he discovered that this was not an isolated incident. On the map model, the heavily overlapping red and green light spots showed similar situations. Han immediately questioned the scythe roach that was watching the werewolves on the ground. "Why are you taking prisoners?" As he tugged at the line of faith to convey this message to a scythe roach guarding the prisoners. Han sensed hesitation and confusion from the scythe roach through the line of faith. He immediately realized that this question exceeded the scythe roach's understanding. Normal grade swarm units, aside from the instincts endowed by their genes, possess very simple intelligence, being able only to understand some simple questions in Han's commands. Chapter 19, The Reason. What are you doing? Realizing this, Han immediately changed his questioning style to simplify the question. Wait. This time the scythe roach clearly understood Han's question and immediately provided an answer. Wait for what? Han continued to ask. Wait for the opponent to stand up. The scythe roach answered. And then what happens once they stand up? Han was confused and pressed for more. Launch an attack. The scythe roach's reply was still concise. You mean you're waiting to attack only after the opponent stands up? Han's mind was filled with question marks. What kind of logic was this? They wouldn't strike when the opponent was surrendering, but would wait until they were ready to counter. Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer from the scythe roach, Han relayed his doubts to it again. Why? I mean, why do you wait until they stand up to attack, and not strike when they give up? As this thought was passed to the scythe roach. This time the scythe roach paused slightly, as if trying to comprehend Han's words before responding. Because of the divine command. As this statement from the Scythe Roach was received by Han through the line of faith, he was once again dumbfounded. Han was sure he had never given the swarm such strange commands, but all the insect units acted the same way, and perhaps the issue lay with him. So he hurriedly began to carefully recall what commands he had given the swarm. The command to the stinger dragonfly was to enter the opponent's divine territory, advance, spread out, scout, and preserve itself as much as possible to avoid damage. That's fine. Eliminating the command given to the stinger dragonfly, he immediately tried to remember what commands he had given to the other two units. The command to the Scythe Roach was to eliminate the hostile creatures in the sky, gain air supremacy, and assist the Piercer Wolf Spider in launching an attack. That's fine too. The Scythe Roach had performed its tasks very well. The command to the Piercer Wolf Spider was to eliminate all standing Zergs. No problem, what the hell? Breaking free from habitual thinking, Han finally realized where the problem lay, feeling a frenzy of alpacas rushing through his mind. When Han gave this command, he intended to wipe out all the Zergs and turn them into corpses. But in the understanding of these low-intelligence Piercer Wolf Spiders, it was taken literally. Han's command meant to eliminate all the standing Zergs, so the ones lying down were left alone. Han felt speechless. Fortunately, in the genes of the swarm, there was always a heightened vigilance towards living prey, and they didn't let the lying Zergs go unattended. Once these lying Zergs made any move, they would face unrelenting attacks. Thankfully. This was a minor mistake that didn't cause severe damage to the swarm. I must pay attention to this issue in the future. With this thought, Han retracted his consciousness back to his divine territory. The illusory Tier 1 demigod hovering in the sky brushed aside a screen of light that appeared before Han, starting the habitual recording. From now on, all commands to the swarm must be clear and straightforward, simple and easy to understand. There can be no metaphors, implications, or sarcasm that require normal grade units to think and comprehend. Han paused here, then resumed recording. The IQ of normal grade swarm units must improve. They can't keep fighting mostly by instinct as they do now. They must prepare early for the complex war situations they might face in the future, at the very least being able to understand and judge the situation on sight. After addressing this issue, Han once again centered his consciousness on the stinger dragonfly that was gnawing at the altar. Looking at the construction site that had already hollowed out a large hole in the center of the altar, Han could only suppress his anxiety and patiently wait. Finally done. Looking at the divine territory core that was exposed before him, a happy expression finally appeared on Han's serious face. The stinger dragonfly he possessed gently flew onto the golden spherical illusory crystal, and the other stinger dragonflies immediately backed away, forming a circle of empty space around the exposed golden crystal. Through the stinger dragonfly resting on the illusory crystal, Han slowly infused his mana MP into this core of the divine territory. Having faced no resistance, the mana MP within the core of this divine territory had long been siphoned by Lucre, saving Han a great deal of trouble in controlling this core. As Han injected mana MP, the glow on the illusory crystal gradually faded away. Buzz. In an instant, the entire divine territory trembled, and all the beings within this divine territory sensed something, looking up at the sky, which slowly darkened into a void of black. Done. Han looked at the now dim mysterious core with a beaming smile on his face. Now, with 3 days left until this divine territory core completely shatters, that time was enough for him to incorporate the entire divine territory into his own with minimal losses. Under normal circumstances, Tier 1 demigods would directly shatter each other's divine territory core, causing the divine territory to completely collapse within minutes, allowing the victor to frantically absorb or seal the resources within the opponent's divine territory during that brief window. After the divine territory shatters, if one continues to salvage the wreckage, the unprotected fragments of the divine territory would be directly exposed to the void, causing immense damage to the living beings present. However, the method Han was using on the divine territory core maximized the value of the resources within the entire divine territory, ensuring that the benefits of this battle were maximized. After all, under normal circumstances, trying to infuse one's mana MP into the entire divine territory core of the opponent would require facing fierce resistance from their Tier 2 deity. The mutual consumption of mana MP is secondary. If the opponent feels hopeless, they might directly detonate the divine territory core with their mana MP, causing the divine territory to begin collapsing immediately, shortening the meager 10 minutes available for harvest to less than 10. Once the opponent's divine territory completely loses resistance, Han's Tier 1 demigod phantom immediately projected over, as he looked down upon this world from the air within the divine territory, consuming mana MP to spread his consciousness and scan the entire area. I am. Han, consuming mana MP, projected a grand voice across the entire divine territory, but faltered after just 2 words. At that moment, Han felt a pang of confusion, having never thought about what his divine name should be, suddenly unsure of what god he should refer to himself as. Chapter 20, Swarm Overlord. God of the insect race, that name sounds a bit low, it gives off a weak impression, completely lacking style. Recalling memories of the insect race from his previous life, Han stopped feeling conflicted. Forget it, I'll just call myself Swarm Overlord. Creating a divine name for himself on the spot, Han continued, I am the Swarm Overlord, your god has perished. Now, abandon your resistance, I will grant you the right to continue living, those who resist will ultimately perish. As this grand voice echoed in the hearts of every wargen, the ones still fleeing and resisting, after not waiting long for their deity's appearance, eventually tossed down their weapons and knelt, their faith in lucre gradually crumbling. Seeing that most of the wargen in the divine territory had given up, with only a few still fleeing or hiding, Han immediately marked their locations, dispatching nearby insect units to hunt them down. Having delineated 2 areas within the divine territory, he instructed his swarm to corral the captives into the marked zones for supervision. Given the speed and stamina of the wargen, a day was more than enough to gather all the captives. Han didn't have the energy to take these wargen as his followers with 2 blank sealing cards in hand. He was ready to seal these wargen up. Later, he planned to take them to the divine trade continent to sell as long as one is willing to spend time. Anyone can find suitable buyers at the divine trade continent. At this point, his own divine territory had also moved closer, and the 2 divine territories began to slowly merge through the connected invasion passages. Han cautiously maneuvered the fusion process of the 2 divine territories, ensuring that the protective barriers around the wargen's divine territory would not shatter immediately, and then he began to select his spoils. Extract the valuable resource terrains from the opponent's divine territory, merging them into the edges of your own divine territory, watching as the area of your divine territory gradually expands, and the swarm can continue to grow in numbers. I didn't expect that just after leaving the protection period, a battle would resolve my problems. It's true what they say, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without unexpected wealth. Thinking this, Han felt a surge of joy and motivation coursing through him. With Han's rich experience as a workaholic, it took him less than a day to fully integrate the opponent's divine territory, which was even larger than his, into his own. Moreover, the design was well planned and appropriately allocated. The 2 resource terrain cards and the barren terrain card in hand were already used up to ensure there wouldn't be any random merges, preventing the unexpected blockage of a gigantic mountain on transportation routes when development was needed later. Just give him a bit more time, and he would easily digest the benefits brought by the opponent's divine territory. At this moment, the werewolf captives were still not fully gathered, partly due to the fact that the integration of divine territory had caused the travel distance to the gathering point to increase. Ignoring the situation of these werewolves in his divine territory, Han stood in the air and used the remaining divine territory concealment card, allowing the already turbulent hidden effect of the divine territory to return to normal. Once the hidden effect stabilized, he immediately used a short-distance random teleportation card. After all, the current location was only known to him. The Tier 1 demigod who had lost their divine territory also knew. If that opponent sent friends or family for revenge or publicly revealed the coordinates, nearby Tier 1 demigod might come to check it out. After just finishing a fight, it was better not to linger in place and take risks. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in the void and then disappeared without a trace. This was due to Han using the divine territory concealment card, so the outside world couldn't see the process of his divine territory entering the teleportation vortex. In the midst of a calm void, a black vortex suddenly appeared and vanished, stirring no waves in this tranquil area. Drawing from the lessons learned last time, as soon as the divine territory jumped out of the teleportation vortex, Han used a zone scan card. The scan results showed that there were no other divine territories nearby, and Han breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the random teleportation card from his other hand back into his Tier 1 demigod shadow body. It seems that the situation where a divine territory was nearby right after leaving the protection period was not a high probability event. Feeling temporarily safe, Han immediately focused on arranging for the swarm. New lands need to be explored, the new species genetic material in these lands needs to be collected, and the new ground nests need to expand outward to strengthen the swarm's control over their divine territory. Countless pending tasks were listed one by Han, as he began targeted arrangements. Once Han finally wrapped up the tasks at hand, he found time to check the damage he sustained in this war. With a mental scan, a blue screen appeared before him. Name: Swarm Overlord. Level: Tier 1 Demigod. Class Advancement: Divine Fire, Unignited. Godhead Rank: None. Divine Mark: None. Divine Trait: Passive, Environmental Adaptation, Skill, Genetic Modification. Divinity Stat: 1 point. Mana MP: 640 points. Faith Points FP: 65 million. Core Faction Unit: Zerg. Core Faction Unit Quantity: 1 Queen Ant, 4.1 million Piercer Wolf Spiders, 900,000 Stinger Dragonflies, 1 million Worker Spider Ants, 1.4 million Scythe Roaches. The loss of swarm units in this battle reached an exaggerated number of 2.6 million. Fewer than 100,000 Stinger Dragonflies were lost, mainly concentrated in the group made up solely of Stinger Dragonflies during that attack on the central town of the opponent's divine territory. The loss of 900,000 Piercer Wolf Spiders was primarily concentrated at the teleportation channel of the opponent's divine territory, during the frontal clash with the elite Werewolf Legion. Although the swarm had the overall advantage, their relatively fragile bodies made injuries unavoidable. In subsequent ambushes faced with disorganized wandering werewolves, the losses among the grouped Piercer Wolf Spiders plummeted. Scythe Roaches suffered the most significant losses, their more fragile bodies incurred higher death tolls in the battle at the teleportation channel than the Piercer Wolf Spiders. Subsequently, while pursuing fleeing werewolf warriors, they also assisted the attacks of the Piercer Wolf Spiders, which kept their death tolls high, leading to nearly 1.6 million deaths. However, their high mobility and timely support played a huge role during the rapid advance of the swarm, completing all the combat missions assigned to them by Han perfectly as a support-type unit. In Han's view, Scythe Roach played the most important role in this war. Under his command, the fluid mobility of the Scythe Roach was brilliantly showcased within the map designed for the Stinger Dragonfly. This combat unit was simply too effective, which is one of the reasons why their late-game casualties remained high. Chapter 21, Consultation. After carefully summarizing the experiences from the war, Han recorded a comprehensive analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of the swarm in 5 major sections, as well as various aspects that needed improvement. A whole day passed. He waved his hand to close the holographic screen in front of him, took a deep breath, and felt a slight fatigue from this intense and stressful work, instinctively rubbing his forehead. Now is not the time to rest. After silently boosting his morale, he turned to look at the pack of wards that had gathered on the 2 connected barren landscapes. Because the war ended quickly, and due to Han's strange order to not kill, more than 300,000 wards managed to survive until the end of the conflict and became prisoners. Each normal grade blank seal card can seal no more than 200,000 core faction units, so Han reluctantly pulled out 2 blank seal cards. Captain Hori, are we going to die? A despondent Sally took the last piece of jerky from the small bag at his waist, broke it in half with determination, and handed the larger piece to the old Hori behind him. Under the triple blow of faith collapsing, and the loss of his partner and offspring, if it weren't for old Hori carrying Sally forward, he would have surely died before reaching this gathering point due to his injuries. Looking at the jerky that Sally offered, old Hori gently shook his head and pushed it back, softly saying, "You have injuries and need to restore your strength. We will survive. I am no longer the captain, just call me old Hori. The fact that these insects haven't killed us means we still have value." The 2 wards sitting back to back were filled with anxiety about their future. Recalling the massive insect swarm in the sky, with its sharp insect cries and the buzzing of wings, fear had embedded itself in their instincts, making it impossible for them to muster the courage to face the swarm again. The same situation was prevalent in this gathering point. Just then, the swarm that surrounded them showed new movements, as numerous Scythe Roach soared into the air, quickly forming a straight line that descended. The wargs sitting on the ground stared in terror at this scene, quickly getting up and moving away from the area where the insects were descending. Old Hori and Sally were right beneath the line formed by the swarm, and they immediately lunged forward, dodging the scythe roach that landed on their previous spots. Immediately, more scythe roach fell from the sky, splitting this large group of wargs into two. The scythe roach that landed took an aggressive stance, driving the two groups of wargs apart. Old Hori and Sally found themselves separated into two different groups. Seeing the scythe roach ready to attack, the two wargs didn't dare to shout loudly and exchanged a deep look before being herded away by the swarm. Watching the warg prisoners that had been evenly divided, Han patiently waited until they had moved far enough away, at which point the guard swarm retreated. Han began to expend mana MP to activate the blank seal cards, and two beams of white light descended from the sky, spreading across the two barren areas. In less than 30 seconds, these two barren lands at the edge of his divine territory vanished, along with the warg core faction units on them. Observing the scene that appeared on the two cards in his hand, Han gasped in wonder. On the barren landscape, countless wargs were cautiously looking around, and he felt like a deity overlooking the earthly realm, observing the insignificant beings within the cards. Han seemed to sense something, as a memory from his past vividly surfaced in his mind. It was of the original owner of this body, observing ants on the ground in the orphanage when he was a child, and the joyful smile that spread across his face when he fed the only candy he had in his pocket to the ants. Is that why your core faction unit would be ants? A long-held question in Han's heart found its answer. Although he couldn't recall the feelings from so long ago, the smile that appeared was definitely rooted in genuine happiness. Ha, hope you can live a little happier in your next life, considering you even forgot what you liked. A sudden lightness washed over Han, and the awkwardness he had never noticed before began to fade. What he didn't know was that this fading awkwardness represented the complete letting go of the previous life as soul, and now he truly possessed everything from that past. Indeed, good things bring joy. Time to get rich. Looking at the two cards before him, the sparkle of money flickered in Han's eyes, and he felt a rush of comfort. Excellent core faction units had always been high-priced commodities in the continent of divine communication. Quickly stowing away two cards, Han gently logged out of World of Gods. He now needed to consult Li Mingbao about some issues. As for his divine territory, he had just scanned the surrounding area and found it to be secure. As long as his hidden divine territory remained motionless in the void, it wouldn't be discovered unless scanned by a scanning card or flagged by an exploration beacon, which mainly targeted moving divine territories. With a slight hissing sound, the login capsule slowly opened. Han flipped over inside the pod and quickly sent a message to Li Mingbao. Li Mingbao, do you have the coordinates for the trading areas or markets of core faction units in the continent of divine communication? Send me one. After clicking send, Han dashed into the bathroom, took care of his physiological needs, and then returned to the bedside to quickly down a stamina potion consumables, maximizing his efficiency. Just as he was getting ready to turn back and dive into the login capsule, a message from Li Mingbao came through, and Han opened it to take a look. Li Mingbao, still around? I've sent the coordinates. My dad said it's a trading market for core faction units that's suitable for Tier 1 demigod levels. You should check it out. By the way, you haven't shown up for half a month. How's everything? Not bad, thanks. We'll chat later. Maintaining his aloof persona from his previous life, Han replied and decisively clicked on the coordinates sent by Li Mingbao, memorizing them instantly before lying back into the login capsule. Closing the door and entering the world of gods in one go, from logging out to logging back in took less than 2 minutes, truly the epitome of a dedicated worker. When he opened his eyes again, Han had returned to his divine territory. Only 3 hours had passed, and everything was normal in the divine territory. No unexpected situations had arisen. Han nodded in satisfaction and consumed more mana MP to teleport to the continent of divine communication. This time, the area he found himself in was like a bustling market, with numerous light orbs moving back and forth, reminding Han of the chaos of train stations during the Spring Festival in his previous life. Chapter 22, The Market. Han glanced around and saw dozens of light orbs, extending a light beam that dangled a core faction unit seal card, reminiscent of the promotional dolls that drew attention at supermarket entrances during sales. Thoughts radiated from these light orbs, and Han perceived their content clearly with just a little focus. Goblin, excellent goblin archer, green-skinned, well-fed, available in bulk. Slime, blue slime, rich in nutrients, plenty to fill you up, the go-to choice for core faction unit supplies. Gremlin, gray-furred gremlin, skilled in mining, available in limited quantity 10,000 total, first come, first served. Fortunately, it was a mental transmission, otherwise, this would truly resemble a noisy market from his past life. If everyone were calling out their wares, he probably wouldn't be able to distinguish the content, only hearing a sea of noise. At that moment, Han didn't immediately pull out his Wolfman core faction unit seal card. Instead, he circled the market a few times to carefully understand the current market price trends. In this market, core faction units that were weak in combat and had little flexibility accounted for the majority of the sales. About 70 to 80% of the light orbs were this type of core faction unit. In the remaining 20 to 30%, most were relatively average core faction unit types within the normal grade level, such as goblin types and small dwarf species, along with weaker half-orcs, most lacking in combat effectiveness but possessing unique talents in other areas. For instance, goblins have substantial aptitude for manufacturing, while dwarves, regardless of the variety, are usually skilled in smelting and forging, sharing similar talents with their distant relatives, the dwarves. However, compared to the robust physical attributes of dwarves, these dwarves appeared like malnourished, scrawny children. There are also fox-headed and cat-headed half-orcs, who are nimble and excel at gathering or planting as well. They have higher intelligence, enabling them to undertake more complex tasks, or the gremlins such as the ones good at excavating and mining. Less than 10% of the light orbs featured core faction units with relatively acceptable combat abilities. For example, orc species, humanoid types, dwarf species, etc., are considered relatively high-value items. Generally, their selling areas have multiple light orbs hovering nearby, inquiring about the details. In Han's investigation, this type of core faction unit generally costs around 10 points of mana MP for every 10,000 people, though it ultimately depends on the quality of the core faction unit. However, if the number of core faction units sold in one transaction exceeds 100,000, the price often rises exponentially. Han spotted a glowing orb selling werewolf core faction units, holding a werewolf core faction unit with a scale of 100,000 people, priced at 300 points of mana MP without negotiation. Even so, many glowing orbs were gathered there asking about the situation, and the transaction had already been completed after he passed that area. Han is currently estimating the value of the pack of dire werewolves in his hands. When he controlled the divine territory, he already had a relatively clear understanding of the situation regarding this batch of dire werewolves. Even in his view, this batch of dire werewolf core faction units is quite excellent among the normal grade. They can live over 60 years, reach maturity in just 10 years, and can give birth to 3 cubs per litter, with the ability to produce a litter each year. Their intelligence and discipline have reached the average level, and as for their weaknesses, they're not very skilled at planting and breeding, which seems normal to Han. Orcs are generally not adept at agriculture, with only a few species specializing in breeding specific beasts. But every orc is a good hunter. As long as the divine territory is sufficiently large and the ecological variety is rich, these dire werewolf core faction units can be raised in the wild without much concern for their survival. Compared to the werewolf core faction units sold for 300 points of mana MP, other than being weaker in individual combat power, the rest are either on par or his dire werewolves have the advantage. How much should I price it? If I charge 3 times the price for 150,000 dire werewolves, that would be 450 points of mana MP per dire werewolf core faction unit. Isn't that a bit low? Han silently calculated what price he should set. Forget it, never mind, I'll set the price at 500 points of mana MP each, and if it doesn't work out, I can bargain slowly. With a decision in mind, Han no longer hesitated, found a busy spot, and immediately took out a card sealing the dire werewolf core faction unit from the glowing orb, starting to wave it around in his hand. Dire werewolves, red-haired dire werewolves, excellent dire werewolf core faction units, 1 litter per year, 3 cubs per litter, mature in 10 years, lifespan of 60 years, disciplined, highly obedient, don't miss out, come take a look. Just 500 points of mana MP, take home 150,000 dire werewolves. As Han began to call out loudly, waves of thoughts emanated from him. Several glowing orbs immediately gathered around, connecting light strands to the card of the dire werewolf core faction unit that Han was holding, observing carefully through mental perception. Seeing this situation, Han didn't speak, allowing them to take their time to look while he continued hawking his goods, as he knew that among this market, the dire werewolves in his hands were definitely good merchandise. Boss, your dire werewolves are indeed good, but isn't 500 points of mana MP a bit high? I think 300 points of mana MP is a reasonable price. This was a rational buyer looking to score a deal. Boss, would you sell them for 350 points of mana MP? This one was trying to negotiate. Boss, I'll offer 400 points of mana MP at a higher price. If not, then forget it. This was someone trying to play big. Hearing the inquiries around him, Han wasn't too anxious. His minimum psychological price was 450 points of mana MP, and since he had just arrived, it wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. At that moment, a glowing orb that had just approached sent a light strand to the dire werewolf core faction unit card. After just a slight observation, they transmitted 500 points of mana MP for the transaction. Without saying a word, their intention was clear: it was a direct transaction with no nonsense. Did I sell it at a loss? After completing the transaction, Han looked at the 500 points of mana MP that he had easily acquired and suddenly felt that he had lost out. Just a few minutes had passed, and his high-priced item had been bought without any bargaining. Just as the buyer was about to turn and leave, he quickly called out to them, "Excuse me, I still have 150,000 of the same type of dire werewolves. If you're willing to raise the price, you can take away 300,000 dire werewolf core faction units in one go." Without hesitation, he continued to raise the price. If glowing orbs had expressions, Han would definitely have had the face of a sly merchant. The other party, a glowing sphere, glanced at Han and said, "I only came to the market to casually pick up some decent cannon fodder. Don't treat me like a fool or a penny pincher." A thought from the glowing sphere struck him, and then the other party turned and left, completely ignoring him. Chapter 23, The Deal. Even though he was rebuffed, Han didn't feel angry. He was just trying it out himself without any loss. What if the other party was a true tycoon who didn't care about price? After all, this kind of last-minute price increase would not be welcomed anywhere. It was clearly the behavior of a swindler. Seeing that the core faction unit card of the Wolfmen had been bought, the surrounding glowing spheres also decided not to linger and prepared to turn and leave. After all the effort of gathering a crowd, there was no way to just let it go. Han pulled out another core faction unit card of the Wolfmen from the glowing sphere. Wolfmen, red-haired Wolfmen, excellent core faction unit of Wolfmen, quantity, 150,000, breeding once a year, 3 per litter, maturity in 10 years, lifespan of 60 years, disciplined and obedient. Don't miss out, come take a look. This time, Han changed the advertisement, no longer shouting out the price. I need to leave room for a markup. I can't just set the price flat. With this thought in mind, he began to patiently wait. As for the glowing spheres that had just prepared to leave and then returned, Han chatted aimlessly with them, purely to keep the crowd around and make the place appear livelier. How much are you selling this Wolfman for? The new glowing spheres began to inquire about the price. 600 points of mana MP. Han decisively threw out the latest price, and upon hearing his offer, some glowing spheres turned to leave, while others stayed back to haggle. Time passed gradually as Han bargained with the buyers, and the crowd around him began to stabilize. A group of glowing spheres gathered around him, including newcomers and those leaving. Boss, the price of 600 points of mana MP is really too high. 500 points of mana MP is definitely the maximum for this batch of Wolfmen. Please think it over. This glowing sphere offered a high price of 500 points of mana MP. Han felt quite conflicted. Half an hour had passed, and this was the third buyer to offer a high price of 500 points of mana MP. He wondered whether selling for 600 points was just wishful thinking. Boss, how much are you selling these Wolfmen for? At this point, a newcomer glowing sphere, after looking at the core faction unit card of the Wolfmen, sent an inquiry to Han. 600 points of mana MP. Han instinctively replied immediately. 600 seems a bit pricey. The other party thought for a moment and signaled to Han to bargain. This could work. Upon hearing the other party's words, Han immediately knew they must be a tycoon. In the face of the market price, no one would call 600 points of mana MP for 150,000 wolfmen slightly expensive, unless they were a tycoon, and a rather inexperienced one at that. Han immediately focused his attention on this newcomer glowing sphere. This buyer, 600 is really not expensive. Just look at these wolfmen's strong physiques, averaging a height of 1.7 meters, their combat capability is definitely guaranteed. Plus their breeding capacity, 150,000 wolfmen can produce over 200,000 in a year, which means in 10 years there will be over 2 million. Once they cross the 10-year growth threshold, the growth rate of core faction units will double. As long as the divine territory is large enough, they can be raised out in the wild without worrying about their survival issues. It's simply the best choice for cannon fodder. Han immediately began to market his goods to this tycoon, focusing on the key points that a Tier 1 demigod would care about, showcasing his skills as a swindler. In assessing the other party as a tycoon, Han knew that these Tier 1 demigod individuals definitely had elders who were Tier 2 deity and would not lack mana MP. Early development would certainly receive tremendous support from home terrain cards, and other basic resources were guaranteed, so the other party's divine territory must be vast and rich in resources. I'm not here to buy cannon fodder. Although what you said makes sense, the price is really a bit high. From the tone of the other party, Han could already sense their wavering, while he also keenly captured a key piece of information. If it's not for cannon fodder, then you must be looking to build a breeding area for core faction units. Just look at these wolfmen's breeding capabilities, they are undoubtedly the best choice for normal grade core faction units. As long as the quantity is large enough, the number of core faction units can easily shoot up. Han boldly speculated about the other party's actual situation, adopting a more persuasive tone, addressing them respectfully, while secretly praying that his guess was correct. Building a breeding zone for the same type of core faction unit is also a quick way to increase core faction units. Take the elves for example as an excellent species easily reaching uncommon grade at adulthood. This type of core faction unit is famously slow in reproduction. With a reproductive cycle of several decades and a growth cycle of several hundred years, for a newly born Tier 1 demigod to develop and grow a population is like a nightmare. Thus, the method of building a breeding zone for the same type of core faction unit emerged, aiming to fast-track the reproduction of core faction units by purchasing a large number of other slightly weaker elven core faction units to intermarry with their own core faction units. After all, they are all elven species, and various groups exist within the race, such as sun elves, moon elves, forest elves, dark night elves, blood elves, prairie elves, and so on, with inherent differences between strong and weak bloodlines. Without reproductive isolation, the side with the stronger bloodline from both parents will hold a greater advantage. As long as the stronger bloodline is a core faction unit, the next generation also has a greater chance of being a core faction unit, significantly speeding up the reproduction rate of core faction units and increasing the potential for more core faction units. Alright, I'll take this pack of gnolls, Han said eagerly, watching as the radiant ball, which had been tricked, extended its light beam, and promptly handed over the gnoll core faction unit card. After the transaction was completed, feeling the extra 1100 mana MP within him, Han teleported back to the last marketplace, replenished with 2 divine territory hidden cards and several blank seal and desolation terrain cards, and decisively left the continent of divine communication. Returning to his divine territory, he continued his intense daily work, as his divine territory needed to enter a new phase of development. A year passed swiftly, and during this year, his divine territory gradually transformed according to the original template, with the insect swarm's numbers returning to 8 million. Throughout the year, Han did not encounter any battles, as he spent the time in a peaceful and steady development. During this period, he observed other divine territories appearing nearby on 2 occasions but remained vigilant and still, watching as they passed by at a distance and then disappeared. Within the divine territory, development is currently going well, with immense room for growth and no bottlenecks hindering progress, so he does not need to risk invasion, he merely needs to strive for continued development and expansion. After the school year starts, once he confirms that his divine territory hasn't been shattered, he will receive the benefits and resources allocated by civilization, along with a high-level directional teleportation card to human civilization's territory. Chapter 24, Special Gene. During this year, Han conducted a sweep of the new species in his divine territory, leveraging the numbers of the insect swarm to leave no corner untouched, nearly gathering a complete set of genes from all invasive species. The harvest of various genes was also substantial. Genes from various large mammals opened new breakthroughs for Han's earlier jump bug plan, allowing the experiment to continue, and it is nearing a significant outcome. In the war against the gnolls, Han particularly took care of an uncommon grade gnoll shaman, and its body was fully given to the queen ant as food. Just when he thought he could leverage the uncommon grade gnoll who could cast spells to open a breakthrough for the insect swarm's uncommon grade path, the result completely disappointed him. The genes of the gnoll shaman were nearly indistinguishable from those of the normal grade gnoll. As to why they were able to use magic, which is an uncommon grade ability, Han speculated that it might be due to the influence of the opposing Tier 1 demigod's divine trait, causing rules related to magic power to appear in his divine territory during their long-term research. He scratched together a rudimentary uncommon grade path, allowing gnolls to progress from normal grade to uncommon grade through cultivation, but based on the efficacy of this makeshift method, it was rather poor. Among the 700,000 gnolls, with only about a dozen uncommon grade gnoll shamans, one can see that the original cultivation method has to be terrifyingly low in efficiency and success rate. Additionally, the various new genes brought by the opposing divine territory opened Han's eyes. Now, he is contemplating the species genes he has just decoded, feeling very conflicted. This is a special normal grade species from the other side's divine territory, possessing traits of some aquatic mollusks and crustaceans. It resembles a shelled octopus and reproduces at an extremely fast rate. Han named it octopus shrimp, and it was one of the aquatic food supplies for the wolf people. Food is not what matters. What Han values most is the reproductive method of this species. The reproduction of the octopus shrimp is remarkably similar to that of an ant queen. The female octopus shrimp, after mating, begins oviposition through a secondary development of its abdomen, much like an ant queen. Over time, its abdominal ovaries gradually expand until they become so large that it can no longer move freely, relying entirely on the male octopus shrimp for sustenance. As the number of eggs increases, the demand for food also gradually rises. Such a massive consumption cannot be satisfied solely by the male octopus shrimp. At this point, the female octopus shrimp undergoes a transformation entirely different from that of an ant queen, as the abdominal ovaries slowly detach from the body. However, it does not completely separate. The abdominal ovaries remain connected to the body by an organ similar to an intestine, allowing the female octopus shrimp to start foraging around the nest. As this intestinal organ grows longer, the female's range of activity expands accordingly. Eventually, the detached abdominal ovaries will develop their own independent digestive system after some time, thereby reducing the burden on the female octopus shrimp's body. After a period, if the separated abdominal ovaries and the female octopus shrimp are both in good condition, a new abdomen will begin to grow beneath the organ that connects the body to the abdominal ovaries. Once the new abdomen matures, other male octopus shrimps will mate with it again. If successful, the original partner will no longer provide food to the female octopus shrimp but will instead focus on feeding the detached abdominal ovaries. The new mate will then establish a new nest with the female octopus shrimp, which now has an abdominal ovary, repeating the previous experience. As long as the female octopus shrimp remains healthy, this entire process will repeat. If the female becomes weak or malnourished, the latest mate will then find a way to sever the original abdominal ovaries to ensure the survival of their offspring, which is quite peculiar. The genes of this species have given Han hope for reducing the burden on ant queens and increasing the reproductive rate of the swarm. Long ago, Han exhausted all means to enhance the breeding speed of ant queens, even trying to create swarm units that could reproduce offspring to bypass the ant queen's limitations on breeding efficiency. The results were far from ideal, nearly disastrous. Once these units capable of breeding appeared, they were killed by swarm units under the ant queen's interference. Han also attempted to forcefully intervene to allow the reproductive units to survive, but this action severely damaged the primal instincts encoded in the chimeric ant genes, nearly leading to the collapse of the swarm's social and belief structures. At that time, Han watched as the faith levels of the ant queen and the majority of the swarm plunged from loyalty, zealot to that of lower-level believers, with no signs of stopping. Some swarm units even dropped to the level of general believers, actively attacking the units capable of reproduction. Han made a decisive move, ordering a worker spider ant to crush the new reproductive unit, while reassuring the ant queen to stabilize the swarm's faith. When the ant queen regained the loyalty, zealot status, the normal grade swarm units instantly returned to the loyalty, zealot level. It was then that Han extinguished the idea of allowing the normal grade units to reproduce, finally understanding the weight of the statement in the Ant Queen's profile: she is the core of the colony. Now, he has left the beginner's shield in the market of the divine communication continent. He can find many uncommon grade resources to ensure the Ant Queen safely navigates the transformation phase of skill, genetic modification. However, Han has psychological scars regarding the merging of the Ant Queen's genes with those of other species. After all, the previous 2 attempts to enhance the Ant Queen's reproductive efficiency resulted in 1 success and 1 failure, both of which brought great crises to the swarm's existence. That time the Black Ant's skill, genetic fusion, nearly killed the Ant Queen, and trying to bypass her almost caused the entire swarm's faith to collapse. Thus, when it comes to this matter regarding the Ant Queen, Han's attitude has always been to be cautious, and more cautious. He must not make any mistakes. Any slight misstep could mean the loss of his core faction unit and the end of his path to godhood. With a conflicted mindset, Han temporarily set aside this thought. He needs time to carefully consider and assess the risks. Gently releasing his consciousness and calming the Ant Queen, Han's Tier 1 demigod avatar flew to the independent incubation laboratory 5 kilometers away. Once again faced with the 1.5 meter tall cocoon, Han felt quite calm. This is already the 4th cocoon for restarting the jump worm project. Previously limited by the lack of large mammal genes within his divine territory, the jump worm project had to be temporarily halted. Now, he has obtained various new mammal genes and wolf people genes. 3 months after things calmed down, Han restarted his jump worm project. Chapter 25, Jump Worm. The previous 3 test subjects successfully emerged from their cocoons, with the longest living jump worm surviving a week and a half. Although it still faced various problems, Han believed that the birth of a new ground main combat unit would not take too long. He wore a serious expression, releasing his mental energy to carefully observe the state within the giant cocoon, and opened the light screen to begin this recording. The heartbeat is strong, the body is developing well, the internal organs and various system functions are already formed, and the issues identified previously regarding internal hormonal chaos and enlarged adrenal glands, which could not be effectively controlled, have all been improved. He observed the jump worm developing well within the cocoon. I have a hunch that this time it will definitely succeed. Han seemed to have received some kind of intuition, filled with confidence about this jump worm's birth. Just less than 2 hours later, the new jump worm broke out of its cocoon, compared to previous versions of jump worms. This new jump worm abandoned the original rodent template for its main body, adopting a new combination of canine and werewolf genes, resulting in a sturdier and more elongated physique. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 img src equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpic r7 b8c 1 ed 7246530 d1 fc1862 bdf64850 dtplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 18714708117X signature equals QR4DHQ1 HP0BSQ MBOF YB70 MKPG% 3D width equals 585 height equals 585 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. The head still displayed a clear combination of insect characteristics and canine features, with sharper teeth in its mouth, a pair of large jaws on both sides, appearing quite aggressive while also providing protection on the sides of its head. The visual system consists of a pair of primary eyes and 4 pairs of secondary eyes, providing a 360-degree visual range along with various vision functionalities. The area at the back of the head no longer has the original antennae, instead covered in large blocks of high-density bone, layered and extending toward the back. Benefiting from genes contributed by a scale-armored lizard known for its excellent defense and appetite for minerals, the surface of the body has also replaced its previously mediocre shell with large, metallic sheen scales, improving protection, heat dissipation, and weight while no longer restricting movement. The design of the limbs retains the original style, sharp claws, thick hind legs, and robust jumping ability, all significantly enhanced, with a sharp spiny tail added at the rear to improve the body's balance and provide formidable striking capability. The back still features a pair of bony sides, with improved striking force and intensity. Han wanted to equip it with the piercing limbs of the piercer wolf spider but was unable to address several issues such as bone strength, energy supply, and muscle strength, so he had to temporarily give up. The new insect unit, after emerging from the giant cocoon, was clearly more active than all previous test subjects, shaking its head as it adapted to its body. Judging from its appearance, except for the lack of wings, it was already very close to the jumpworm's appearance from Han's past memories, perhaps even more fierce. Han immediately took it out of the laboratory and began comprehensive testing on this new unit. He needed a lot of data to understand this new unit in more detail. 3 days later, Han looked at the test report in front of him. The excited smile that had been on his face since the testing began never faded. This jumpworm unit did not experience the issues present in the previous version. The hormones within its body were extremely stable, capable of reaching speeds of up to 100 km per hour with excellent stamina, and its internal energy storage organs were sufficient to support long-distance assault operations. The adrenal glands have been improved to be controllable, allowing it to ignore physical burdens at any moment and maintain optimal conditions for continuous combat. With a bite force exceeding 5,000 kilograms from its sharp fangs, the combined bite force of its large jaws is even greater. The striking force of its tail can easily snap a large tree of bowl width in half, and the slash of the sides along with the attacking claws can shred 2 cm thick iron plates into pieces. In the defense testing, a high-density bone on the back could deflect powerful arrows shot at close range, while the scales on the other body parts provided good defense against slashes from metal weapons. The results of this test all exceeded Han's expectations, and of course, the increased food consumption of the jumpworm was also a surprise. Its normal food consumption was double that of a normal grade wolfman, and compared to the existing main units of the insect swarm, its consumption was clearly over 20 times. Even with the optimized hibernation system that had long been implemented, the energy consumption could only be reduced to 25% of the original. Fortunately, as an insect unit, it is not a purely carnivorous species. Han's excellent digestive system research allows them to extract nutrients from most organic materials. Han looked at the test report, carefully calculating the resource situation currently within the divine territory in his mind, leveraging his exceptional divine territory management skills, along with his core faction unit still having a hibernation mode. With the current 8 million insect species, it should be possible to maintain the jumpworm numbers at around 2 million. After all, the previous Tier 1 demigod could sustain 700,000 wolfmen through the divine territory as long as it's properly managed. 2 million jumpworms are absolutely feasible. Thinking of this, Han was filled with anticipation for the future. However, it is still necessary to observe for a while, initially mass-producing a small batch as a test sample to prevent any potentially fatal flaws in this jumpworm template. In case this new jumpworm test subject perishes after living for just 2 weeks like the last one, Han would have to suffer the loss of several thousand insect eggs, so the plan to breed jumpworms on a large scale must be temporarily shelved. With the work on the jumping bug temporarily coming to a halt, Han focused his energy on the separately designated living area for octopus shrimp, beginning the most detailed investigation and genetic comparison. A month passed quietly as Han observed the octopus shrimp, and through his extensive notes taken during this sleepless period, he was confident enough to declare himself an expert on octopus shrimp. Whether it's their behavior, dietary habits, or understanding of genetics, I've done my best this time. I can guarantee absolute success. Determined to once again perform skill, genetic modification on the queen ant, Han instantly vanished, heading to the Divine Exchange continent to purchase some uncommon grade supplies, preparing for the ant queen's transformation. Transformed into a light ball, Han arrived at the official human marketplace, this time heading straight to the counter to inquire about the items he needed. "Hello, I have some questions about the products," Han politely greeted the staff behind the counter. "Welcome. What would you like to ask about?" The staff was in good spirits when facing a polite customer. "Here's the thing, I have a core faction unit that needs to undergo a transformation soon, during which it cannot consume food on its own. Can I buy some life spring water separately here?" Han decisively stated his need. Chapter 26, The Fountain of Life. The wellspring of life is an uncommon grade resource, typically sold along with the terrain of the entire spring, because the effects of the spring water dissipate quickly once it leaves the spring. Long-term storage is extremely difficult. The value of the entire wellspring of life is not something Han can afford at this time. Hearing Han's request, the staff behind the counter looked noticeably surprised. "I'm afraid that's not possible. The wellspring of life is sold as a whole, including the spring and its surrounding special environment. We don't sell just the water separately, the staff behind the counter quickly responded to Han's query. Are you human? After a slight pause, the other party threw this question at Han before he could continue. Yes, but I'm rather poor and can't afford such a super rare resource terrain card, Han replied, sensing that there might be some hope in the situation. Given your situation, you don't necessarily need to use the wellspring of life. Some uncommon grade potions or other types of uncommon grade resources that are consumables with a long-lasting healing effect should meet your needs, the staff behind the counter suggested. My situation is quite special, I must use the wellspring of life. Other resources may not meet my requirements. For the wellspring of life, I am willing to spend 1000 mana MP. Han certainly knew that there were other various uncommon grade resources that could also be used, and he understood that standalone wellspring of life would rarely be sold as a product. However, for the sake of the Ant Queen's safety, Han still chose the best resource accessible to him at this stage. Resources with instant effects are not impossible to circulate, but their circulation is generally limited to small circles, requiring advance notice for trading and usage to be completed in the shortest time possible. There also needs to be a certain level of mutual trust, as the containers for holding such valuable resources must be returned after use. Another reason is that since these uncommon grade resources lose their effects over time, if they are taken back and do not achieve the desired results, disputes are likely to arise. This is also why large commercial centers do not sell standalone wellspring of life. If a Tier 1 demigod were to return after using the spring water and did not achieve the desired effect, causing a disturbance at the entrance, it would impact the reputation and image of the center. As for those selling the wellspring of life in smaller markets, most are likely to be frauds, employing various means of counterfeiting and adulteration. The nature of resources like the wellspring of life dictates that the transaction process should be as brief as possible. Many Tier 1 demigod individuals who have not received education through formal schooling are easily deceived. Thus, Han would not consider purchasing from other places in the Divine Communication continent. He does not want to risk bringing back a fake wellspring of life, leading to the Ant Queen's failed metamorphosis and turning the best resource into the worst outcome. Choosing the wellspring of life is because it is not only for healing, its therapeutic effects are excellent and without side effects. It also improves the user's physiology, repairs hidden injuries, rejuvenates core faction units, extends lifespan, and so on. If the core faction unit race has already figured out the path to uncommon grade, the wellspring of life can greatly enhance their training progress. For certain races, it can even serve as an auxiliary resource to increase the success rate at breakthrough moments. The light orb behind the counter paused for a moment, and Han sensed a look of curiosity directed at him. You can go directly to your guidance office if you provide your own mana MP, the school can arrange help for you. Didn't you know? Why come to the trading center? The staff questioned, their tone slightly somber, beginning to doubt the human identity of the person before them. I know, but the problem is that school hasn't started yet. It's currently the vacation period, and I can't even enter the school gate, Han explained immediately upon sensing the other party's doubts. Oh. I see. Once you've opened divine territory, when is there a vacation? Your preparation for impersonating a human isn't meticulous enough, the staff remarked in a sarcastic tone. In the vast universe, there are all kinds of oddities. Such cases of other civilization Tier 1 demigod impersonating humans are frequently encountered. He had already taken Han for an imposter. Yeah, I also wish there weren't vacations after opening divine territory, but the current situation is that I'm already on vacation. Han replied, realizing that the person clearly hadn't experienced leaving the beginner's shield ahead of time. Students who have successfully opened divine territory and endured 3 months will advance to the final year. That is a separate independent campus where all the students have successfully opened divine territory and withstood the 3-month protection period. It operates continuously, never closing or taking breaks, and he could only give a wry smile while explaining. Hearing Han's explanation, the staff member, Sphere, was taken aback for a moment, and after a little thought, realized Han's current situation. Damn! Brother, have you exited the protection period early? How are you holding up? Sphere exclaimed immediately. I'm doing okay, managing to stay alive. I can't afford a high-level teleport card, still hanging around outside, thanks for your concern, senior. Upon hearing the other person call him brother, Han judged that he must not be very old, so calling him senior would create a closer bond and ease the relationship. Anyone who can survive after exiting the protection period early is tough, so no need to be modest. Have you fought anyone, and did you win or lose? This staff member immediately took great interest in Han, activating his gossip instincts. Han's mouth twitched as he thought, if I were really that kind of top student who would just cower in fear and hide after coming out, or if I lost as a tier 1 demigod, your question would be like rubbing salt in a wound, insulting me. I did encounter a crisis once, but fortunately, I managed to get through it smoothly. Han had to respond to the other's curiosity. So you did fight, impressive brother. Quickly, tell me what the situation was like at that time. The staff member continued to ask questions. Han, helpless, could only recount how he had just come out and encountered an invasion, how he manipulated the core faction unit, and how he battled against the opponent's tier 1 demigod core faction unit, embellishing the scenes with various artistic touches for the staff member. Thus, the two began chatting, but when it came to the real situation of his divine territory, Han merely hinted at it and omitted more significant details. The two chatted about everything under the sun in this shopping mall until, after more than half an hour, Han finally satisfied the other person's curiosity. I really envy you. Being in a place where so many newcomers gather is simply the best opportunity for early development. Since you've already established a foothold, make sure you don't miss this chance. You must grab a few more opportunities. This is my advice. You'll know later just how hard it is to earn mana MP. The staff member lamented this as he imparted his working experience to Han. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will definitely seize this opportunity, but what should I do about the life spring water that I urgently need? Do you have any connections, senior? Seeing that the topic had been mostly discussed and their relationship had become much closer, Han immediately shifted the subject back to his goal for this visit. Chapter 27, Transformation Completed. Hearing Han mention the life spring water again, the staff member suddenly remembered he was still at work, and the other party was a customer in the mall. Sorry for dragging you into this chat for so long. Seeing we hit it off so well, how about this? If you trust me, just transfer 1000 mana MP to me, and I'll go to the education department's exchange office to help you exchange for life spring water. You haven't reached the 3rd year yet and haven't registered at the education department, so you can't exchange it yourself. It seemed building a rapport truly had its benefits, as the other party immediately provided Han with the solution he needed. Thank you so much, senior, you've really helped me a lot. Saying this, Han extended his light band toward the other, directly transferring 1000 mana MP. This was the official mall of human civilization, so Han wasn't worried about the other party scamming him out of his mana MP. It's just a small favor. You stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Life spring water doesn't have special containers, and the effects dissipate very quickly, so you have to use it right after you get it. After giving Han a few reminders, the sphere immediately disappeared behind the counter. Han saw the other person vanish and knew he must have teleported to the education department exchange office, so he patiently waited. In less than 5 minutes, the other person returned, pulling out a card and handing it to Han. This is the life spring water. I've already exchanged it for you, and I got it in a disposable small wooden bottle that can guarantee a reduction in the rate of effect dissipation by half within a minute. Hurry up and take it to use. Saying this, the other person handed the card to Han's extended light band. Thanks, senior. Let us chat again next time if we have the chance. Han didn't waste words, accepting the seal card with a thank you and instantly teleporting back to his divine territory. Coming immediately before the Queen Ant, he took out the seal card and input the mana MP into it, causing a faint green glowing wooden small bottle to appear in his hand. The bottle wasn't very wide. Han estimated that it contained about 30 grams of life spring water, and without hesitation, he opened the lid, causing the glow from outside the bottle to disappear and a clear, emerald green life spring water to appear before his eyes. Meanwhile, Han conveyed his thought to the Queen Ant, saying, I brought you something good, open your mouth and drink it all. Hearing his command, the Queen Ant immediately raised her head slightly, opening her mandibles in anticipation of being fed. Han consumed the mana MP and gently lifted the life spring water from the small bottle, delivering it all into the Queen Ant's mouth. delicious, so delicious. Thank you, master. As the life spring water entered the queen ant's mouth, she was overjoyed to taste the life spring water for the very first time. At this moment, Han had no time to chat with the queen ant. He immediately released his divine thought to closely observe the physical condition of the queen ant. Feeling the effects of the fountain of life appearing in the ant queen's body, which nourished her in a very gentle manner, Han felt at peace in his heart, resolving not to hesitate any longer. He accessed the optimized octopus shrimp reproductive organ genes from the ant queen's gene bank and began to integrate them into her original gene chain. Throughout the entire process, Han remained highly focused, fearing any unexpected occurrences. However, this time his preparations were clearly adequate. All situations that arose were within his expectations. After 3 hours, Han finally completed the ant queen's skill, genetic modification, without incident. At this time, the ant queen was already lying on the ground asleep, her abdomen having ceased laying eggs, and her body was beginning to undergo a metamorphosis due to genetic changes. This would take some time. Han estimated that the ant queen's metamorphosis would occur within 1 to 2 months. With the fountain of life as a foundation, her life was secure, and the rest depended on the outcome of this fusion. As time passed, a month went by in Han's wait. During this month, his daily task was to regularly check on the ant queen's condition and observe the later stages of the finished jumping worm. A batch of 2,000 jumping worms tested a few days ago successfully broke out of their cocoons. These were the larvae the ant queen laid a month before her metamorphosis. They had grown and matured after 2 months of development, a stark contrast to the previous main combat unit's 7-day growth cycle, which felt incredibly slow. Fortunately, their combat strength matched their slow growth. This batch of 2,000 jumping worms was in very good condition, and there were no instances of mortality. Now he was just waiting for their metamorphosis to finish. As long as this metamorphosis succeeded, Han would allocate all future production shares to produce jumping worms, the future primary combat unit. As the ant queen's antennae wiggled slightly, Han immediately scanned with his consciousness. Noticing that the ant queen's bodily functions were gradually reviving, Han knew she had finally completed her metamorphosis and would wake up soon. Han immediately connected the thread of faith and had worker spider ants prepare food so that when the ant queen woke up, she could eat immediately to replenish the energy expended during metamorphosis. As the ant queen's antennae moved more frequently, she finally woke up after 5 minutes. The worker spider ants, who had been prepared from the outset, immediately delivered delicious big aphids to the waking ant queen. After just undergoing metamorphosis, she required food to replenish her energy and began to enjoy a rich breakfast. Through his consciousness, Han meticulously observed the genes within the ant queen, concluding that this skill, genetic fusion, was very successful. The genes within the ant queen were extremely stable, and there were basically no significant changes in her body, only new organs had formed at the junction of her abdomen and body. Han knew this was the hope for the swarm to improve reproductive efficiency, but whether the new organs could function well could only be confirmed by real-life results. At this moment, the ant queen had finally finished eating the first batch of big aphids delivered to her. As she slowly digested, she awaited the second batch of food still on its way. "How do you feel after waking up this time?" Han transmitted a questioning thought to the ant queen, accompanied by caring emotions. "Master, I feel great, just a bit hungry, and my abdomen seems a bit different now," she said, trying to stand up. Crack! A slight crisp sound came from the junction of the ant queen's abdomen, and surprisingly, she managed to stand up. Her chest and abdomen had completely separated. "Hey! Master, it seems I can move now, I really can move now." After her initial doubts and subsequent confirmation, the ant queen took 2 steps forward. Her enormous abdomen had separated from her main body, leaving only a 2-centimeter thick tubular organ connecting the two. After lying on the ground for over 20 years, she could finally stand up again and move freely, which made her incredibly happy. Usually, the ant queen required a lot of worker spider ants to help her turn around. Chapter 28, Success. The ant queen could feel that her egg-laying abdomen was still there, and immediately turned to look at the flesh tube connecting her to her abdomen. She found that the length of this new organ was less than 5 centimeters, and her emotions shifted instantly from happiness to disappointment. "Don't worry, this flesh tube will gradually get longer, and your range of motion will slowly increase." The abdomen that was detached should soon grow back a complete set of feeding and digestive systems, which will reduce your feeding burden. Before that, you must ensure adequate nutritional intake. Knowing what the Ant Queen was thinking, Han immediately explained. As the only high intelligence in the swarm, Han was not worried about the Ant Queen's comprehension abilities. Yes, Master, I will definitely eat well. Feeling the Ant Queen's emotions shift back to happiness, Han's mood also improved greatly. Time slipped by during Han's rapid development in the divine territory, and quietly arrived at the end of the third year post-protection period. As long as he could endure the remaining 2 years, he would successfully advance to the third year of high school. Since the Ant Queen completed her metamorphosis, the divine territory has developed for 2 years, and during this time, the number of jumping worms has reached 2 million. This is thanks to the queen ant splitting her ovaries, which accelerated the accumulation of springtail numbers. Currently, the queen ant has 2 split ovaries, and the third one is nearly ready. The current growth trend of the colony is essentially increasing unit yield at the rate of 1 additional split ovary each year. This is largely due to Han stopping the queen ant from laying her eggs, allowing only the split ovaries to produce offspring. The goal is to let the queen concentrate all her nutrients on the growth of the new abdomen to speed up its maturation, otherwise, the number of springtails would reach the limit of 2 million even sooner. Right now, the topography of the entire divine territory is still a blend of forests and grasslands, continuously spreading towards the edges. From a high vantage point, the divine territory appears to be a peaceful landscape. The real change is occurring underground in the divine territory. Through the former surface nests as entry and exit points, each ground nest has undergone massive expansion by worker spider ants, forming enormous underground chambers. In each chamber, there are various extending passages that connect all the chambers together, creating an underground transportation network, which essentially has become an underground world. All the springtails have been placed in these underground chambers to sleep, and their food consumption is managed by worker spider ants. Han now can't let them roam freely once they break out of the low-consumption sleep state. The food demand for 2 million springtails would instantaneously quadruple. This is not something that the divine territory can sustain right now, so the daily tasks of the divine territory are still managed by smaller units that consume less. Through the accumulation over the past 2 years, combined with the previously saved Mana MP, Han's Mana MP points have once again returned to over 2,200. Facing the swarm reaching its developmental limit once again, Han is now considering how he should develop in the future. The directions he can choose from are basically 2 paths. One path is to continue to maintain his position by exchanging all of his remaining 2,200 Mana MP for terrain resource cards, increasing the area of the divine territory by 2,200 square kilometers. However, once the third split ovary matures, with a daily output of 6,000 eggs, if all of them produce springtails, it won't be long before the divine territory hits its limit again. If he produces smaller units of the insect race that consume less, although he can earn more faith points FP and sustain for a longer time, it's still 1T less until school starts. Once he reaches development limits, he would be left counting Mana MP income every day while slowly developing. The advantage of this choice is that it carries almost no risk. It relies on safety and some level of assurance. The other option is to invest that over 2,200 Mana MP into invasion costs to purchase scouting and movement-type mystical cards to invade other people's divine territories. With Han's current strength, he believes that in this area where multiple parties are exiting their protection period, he is absolutely one of the fastest to develop and among the strongest. The advantage of this choice is that it can lead to instant wealth, allowing the divine territory to rapidly expand its area and quickly raise its limits, ensuring that the colony can remain in a state of high growth for a long time. However, the risks are also greater. Countless civilizations exist throughout the universe in the world of gods, and there is a possibility that some monstrous Tier 1 demigod beings could appear in the area, the kind that are terrifyingly strong, or he might unexpectedly encounter a passing Tier 2 deity who could easily crush him. Forget it, fortune favors the bold. Even if I advance to high school, I'll need resources to develop. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Risks lead to rewards. As long as I don't encounter the worst-case scenario, I should be able to escape with my strength. After analyzing the 2 choices, Han ultimately chose to invade. I've already called myself the master of the colony. If I don't go out and plunder, it would be an insult to that title. My development model should be about taking what I can. After making up his mind, Han began to subtly reinforce this choice's validity in his mind. His Tier 1 demigod hologram instantly vanished, and he teleported back to the official marketplace of human civilization. Han adeptly approached the counter, directing a thought at the glowing sphere behind the counter. "Brother Hua, I'm here to see you." Han decisively greeted the glowing sphere behind the counter. "Hey! Little brother, I thought it was someone else. It's been a while since I last saw you. You're not the type to come uninvited, so what do you need this time?" The glowing sphere behind the counter recognized Han immediately and asked about his needs. Since that time he helped Han purchase the Spring of Life, Han has been coming directly to him whenever he needs to buy something, and their relationship gradually became more familiar, with both parties also sharing their names. The staff member of this official mall, named Chen Hua, is also a Tier 1 demigod, the kind that is quite normal grade, and the development of the divine territory is following the rules. The development direction is focused on logistics, with its own key product in the divine territory, offering various customized high-quality armor and weapons. He is also working to earn mana MP and is striving to save up 1,000,000 divinity stat. This is the development direction for a logistics-focused Tier 1 demigod, where one saves up the mana MP of their core faction unit to convert it into divinity stat, while the development of the divine territory is carried out using the normal grade mana MP that has been earned. Heh, Brother Hua, you really understand me. This is the list of items I need, please take a look. Han didn't beat around the bush and directly sent the item information he required to Chen Hua. Chapter 29, Invasion. Holy crap! 10 exploration beacon cards and 3 directional teleportation cards? What are you planning? Are you not going to lay low anymore? Chen Hua glanced at the list sent by Han and instantly guessed what he was up to. Exploration beacons are cards exclusively used by invaders, and a Tier 1 demigod who wants to develop peacefully would generally not buy them. I'm just taking your advice, Brother Hua, and planning to make a good bit of money in the current area. After all, there are no corpses in repairing bridges and paving roads, just killing and setting fire to earn some gold belts. Han immediately responded with a cheeky smile to Chen Hua's surprise. What? Are you mocking me in a roundabout way? How is it not just repairing bridges and paving roads? I'll tell you, the logistics development route is actually quite good. I just need to wait a maximum of 40 years, and I can achieve class advancement, Divine Fire. I'll be living a peaceful and comfortable life. Hearing Han's cheeky tone, Chen Hua couldn't help but begin extolling the benefits of pursuing the logistics development route for divine territory. While talking, Chen Hua had already prepared what Han needed. Pay up, hurry. Exploration beacons cost 100 mana MP each, and low-level directional teleportation cards are 200 each, making a total of 1600 mana MP. Given the current relationship between the two, they could casually make some harmless jokes whenever they met. Here you go, Brother Hua, keep it safe. I'm off to make some money now. After receiving what he needed, Han got ready to leave. Wait a moment, brother. Although I've always encouraged you to invade, you need to know that there are risks involved. Once you make your decision, be prepared for a possible failure. If the situation goes wrong, make sure to run away quickly. At the very least, protect your core faction unit and your divine territory. Seeing Han getting ready to leave, Chen Hua immediately called out to him and handed him 20 cards from his orb. Han immediately reached out with light to take the cards Chen Hua handed him, glancing quickly at them, 10 blank seal cards and 10 barren terrain cards. The invasion teleportation passage is built on barren terrain. If something goes wrong, the losses will be minimized. Consider the blank seal cards as red envelopes, wishing you a successful start. Seeing Han take the cards, Chen Hua said earnestly, his tone full of sincerity. Thanks, Brother Hua. My luck won't be that bad, don't worry. After saying this, Han lightly waved the cards he held in light and teleported back to his divine territory. Han listened to Chen Hua's advice, first placing 10 barren terrains at the edge of his divine territory, then throwing 10 exploration beacons in different directions into the void outside the divine territory. Now all he could do was wait patiently. Taking advantage of this rare free time, Han waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of him, releasing his divine sense to scan the entire divine territory. Name: Swarm Overlord. Level: Tier 1 Demigod. Class Advancement: Divine Fire, Unignited. Godhead Rank: None. Divine Mark: None. Divine Trait: Passive, Environmental Adaptation, Skill, Genetic Modification. Divinity Stat: 1 point. Na MP: 614 points. Faith Points FP: 73 million. Core Faction Unit: Zerg. Core Faction Unit Count: 1 Ant Queen, 4 million Piercer Wolf Spiders, 1 million Stinger Dragonflies, 1 million Worker Spider Ants, 2 million Scythe Roaches, 2 million Jumping Bugs. After the last battle, Han restored the number of Stinger Dragonflies to 1 million. After the fight, some units of Piercer Wolf Spiders and Scythe Roaches that were missing limbs were also recovered by Han. He only replenished the number of Scythe Roaches to 2 million. As for the Piercer Wolf Spiders, since he had the more powerful jumping worms, he didn't increase their numbers. In fact, the Piercer Wolf Spiders are currently taking over some of the work done by Worker Spider Ants in the Divine Territory and are close to becoming logistics units. After all, with 2 million jumping worms to take care of, relying solely on 1 million Worker Spider Ants is simply too busy. More than 10 days have passed. During this time, Han hasn't discovered any other divine territories. In the past, when he stayed still, he would find other divine territories passing by after some time. Logically, the density of Tier 1 demigod activities in this area should not be low. Could it be that too few exploration beacons were deployed? At this point, Han's mindset had transitioned from initial tension to calmness and now to impatience, just wanting a target to appear quickly. After all, shortly after deploying the exploration beacons, he had awakened 100,000 jump bugs. If other divine territories were not invaded soon, the ecosystem would quickly become unbalanced. Just then, one of the deployed exploration beacons suddenly transmitted information about discovering a divine territory. Han sensed the location of the discovered divine territory at once. The low-level positioning teleport card in his hand instantly transformed into a point of light and was activated, teleporting him toward the location of the divine territory. He appeared very close to the locked divine territory, and the invasion passage formed instantly, piercing deeply into the edge of the opponent's divine territory. The teleportation passage immediately opened up between both divine territories. Watching the gradually brightening light within the passage, Han knew it had stabilized and could send in the core faction unit to invade. After sensing the size of the opponent's divine territory, which was only 15,000 square kilometers, smaller than his own, Han no longer hesitated and immediately launched a probing attack. Les is a newly promoted Tier 1 demigod with a human-like upper body but 6 octopus-like tentacles for the lower body, and his skin covered with blue scales. He was lying on top of a tall pyramid at the center of his divine territory, being worshipped by a group of lizardmen. Han's sudden arrival in his divine territory startled him significantly, making him jump out of his seat. Before he could react, the teleportation passage at the edge of the divine territory had already opened. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to invade my divine territory must pay the price. Les thought ruthlessly inwardly, his face dark. My followers, the evil god of the otherworld has arrived. Kill all intruders, and I shall grant you eternal life. A majestic voice echoed in the hearts of all the lizardmen. The divine edict had been issued. Looking at the frenzied lizardmen followers beneath the pyramid, Les was not flustered. He had experienced 2 invasions before, successfully repelling the intruders and biting off a piece of territory from the opponent's divine territory. This was thanks to the terrain of his divine territory, dominated by wetland jungles, where only crawling core faction units could move freely without hindrance. Other races, in such harsh environments, cannot exert their maximum combat power. Moreover, his core faction unit consisted of over 1 million wetland lizardmen, making combat in such an environment feel like water off a duck's back. Although his core faction unit lacked good discipline and could not form a large-scale army, small-scale guerrilla warfare was their forte, and they employed various harassment and ambush tactics to perfection. Chapter 30, Something Seems Off. The previous 2 waves of intruders faced endless harassment and ambushes once they entered Les's divine territory. Amid continuous attrition, their morale was crushed by such shameless tactics, and they had to retreat, contributing more than 2,000 square kilometers of land to him. Recently, he had also acquired a large batch of equipment in the market of the Continent of God Exchange to bestow upon the core faction unit, thus further enhancing their combat power. Les believed that this time the outcome would not change, victory would ultimately belong to him. Then he saw the piercer wolf spiders surging out of the teleportation passage, a dense mass of them flooding into the wetland jungles, sending chills down his spine. What the hell is that? Les widened his eyes, incredulous and terrified. Yes, this was Han's probing attack, directly deploying 3 million piercer wolf spiders as the vanguard of the first wave of attack. While drawing the opponent's attention, time was bought to build a map of the opponent's divine territory for the incoming stinger dragonfly, and of course, Han also considered exhausting a portion of the piercer wolf spider's resources. After all, the piercer wolf spider is currently in the divine territory, reduced to a subordinate unit assisting the worker spider ant, and its logistics performance is far below that of the more specialized worker spider ant. As the stinger dragonfly continued its exploration, the displayed map range kept expanding, and through the perspective of the stinger dragonfly, Han revealed a puzzled expression as he observed carefully. The enemy's core faction unit is a type of green lizard person that survives in family units within the jungle, with the largest known gathering not exceeding 2,000 individuals. Their armor is diverse, including chainmail, plate armor, leather armor, and even simpler versions with just a leather piece tied at the chest. Their weapons are equally varied: daggers, knives, short swords, bows, throwing spears, and hand axes, resembling a band of mountain bandits. What kind of combat power can an army made up of such core faction units have? Han couldn't help but wonder if he had missed some crucial tactical knowledge in class. As he watched the swarm of piercer wolf spiders flooding into the jungle and overwhelming all the lizard people they encountered, Han fell into deep thought. This doesn't make sense, something's off. Where is their main army? Is it on the other side of the divine territory, exactly opposite the location of our invasion? Faced with this incomprehensible opponent, Han remained alert, proposing one hypothesis after another and began to formulate a response plan. The piercer wolf spider group had no concern for what Han was thinking. They were simply executing Han's commands loyally, advancing toward the center of the opponent's divine territory and killing every hostile target they encountered. As the stinger dragonfly advanced, Han finally approached the center of the opponent's divine territory and discovered the largest group of lizard people he had seen so far, totaling less than 100,000, with more joining the group gradually. With careful observation, Han soon concluded that this was a group of normal-grade lizard people civilians, lacking any military demeanor. All the lizard people stood awkwardly, squatted idly, or lounged about casually, chatting with each other, while some even defecated in place, making the scene quite an eyesore. Han's mind was a mess. The situation on the ground had completely reached his blind spot of knowledge. He couldn't understand the operations of the opposing Tier 1 demigod. What was the purpose of gathering this group of lizard people? To facilitate the slaughter by the swarm? This group of lizard people, utterly lacking in spirit and discipline, unless the enemy was also entirely of loyalty, zealot, Han could confidently predict that these lizard people would scatter at the sight of the approaching piercer wolf spider group. They wouldn't even need to come into contact. Their morale would collapse, and they'd flee, turning this into a game of pursuit and escape. As time passed, just when the number of lizard people reached 120,000, the advancing piercer wolf spider group finally appeared before these lizard people. As expected, when confronted with the overwhelming tide of piercer wolf spiders, apart from a few lizard people who charged at the swarm, the rest turned to flee in terror. The remaining lizard people showed fearful expressions and turned to run, exposing their backs to the swarm. As more and more lizard people caught sight of the advancing swarm from a distance, they began to flee, gradually creating a herd effect. At this moment, a massive golden phantom formed in the sky, and a grand voice echoed throughout the realm. My followers, the divine general watches over you. Those who fight and die shall gain eternal life, while those who flee shall face divine punishment. As the divine figure appeared in the sky and the grand voice spread in all directions, the fleeing lizard people gradually stopped in their tracks. Seeing the appearance of the opposing Tier 1 demigod figure and hearing the authoritative words, Han felt a tightening in his chest. I knew things wouldn't be so simple, eh? Encouraged by the god, the lizard people who had stopped regained their courage and turned to face the swarm again. As the piercer wolf spider tide drew nearer, the sharp sounds of insect chirping filled the air, along with the screams of their kinsfolk being overwhelmed. Fear once again shattered the courage that had just been gathered, and all the lizardmen began to flee at a crazier pace. Some of the faster lizardmen even knocked down those blocking their path. The largest group of lizardmen faced by the swarm scattered without forming any obstacles. The piercer wolf spider group continued to advance, making slight adjustments to their direction based on the information provided by the stinger dragonfly, targeting the pyramid at the center of the enemy's divine territory. Les watched as his hard-won core faction units scattered in flight. The miracle displayed at the cost of mana MP was also ineffective, leaving him in despair. Am I overthinking it? The enemy doesn't seem to have any backup, they're simply weak. Through constant reflection, Han finally untangled his muddled thoughts. With mixed emotions, the piercer wolf spider group successfully made their way to the pyramid in the enemy's divine territory, and the resistance encountered along the way had negligible impact on the swarm. Under Han's command, a stinger dragonfly landed at the top of the pyramid. Han immediately expended mana MP to release his consciousness and scan the pyramid. However, he found no trace of the core of the divine territory inside. Reluctantly, Han expanded the search range of his consciousness. The core of the divine territory isn't here? Just a bunch of flashy tricks. Still failing to find the core of the enemy's divine territory, Han determined that they hadn't placed the core in the center but had hidden it elsewhere. Chapter 31, So that's how it is. Han immediately arranged the stinger dragonfly to form a large net by having one stop every kilometer, spreading from the center outwards to create scanning nodes. He moved among these stinger dragonflies as if possessed by a deity, consuming mana MP each time to release his consciousness and scan 1 kilometer around him. This scanning method ensured that he wouldn't miss any area. The core of the divine territory can only be hidden when it remains motionless. If the core is not concealed, its exposed aura can be sensed by other Tier 1 demigod entities from dozens of kilometers away. Found it, surprisingly it's here. In less than 5 minutes, Han sensed the aura of the enemy's divine territory core, hidden along the route taken by the piercer wolf spider group. Han immediately rallied the nearby insect units to converge here, and soon, dozens of piercer wolf spiders appeared before him. They began digging furiously at the ground, and in less than 10 minutes, they successfully unearthed the divine territory core. As the divine territory core was exposed, a Tier 1 demigod phantom rose from it. Wait, don't make a move. Please spare me. I have 500 points of mana MP to give you, just spare me 100 square kilometers of divine territory and 10,000 core faction units. As soon as Les's Tier 1 demigod phantom appeared, he projected his consciousness in all directions, knowing that among these surrounding insects, one must be the vestige of the enemy's Tier 1 demigod. A stinger dragonfly immediately flew over and landed in front of Les, and then Han spoke, I'll ask, and you answer. If your answers satisfy me, I might consider sparing you. Ask away. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything I know. Seeing that the enemy had not immediately shattered his divine territory core, Les felt a glimmer of hope. Based on the area of your divine territory, the equipment situation of your core faction units, and the mana MP you have left, it seems you've previously defeated other invaders. How did you manage that? Han asked, voicing the questions that troubled him. He was still wondering if the enemy had recently endured a great battle, with all their main forces perishing in the fight against other invaders. I've already experienced 2 invasions. After the opposing core faction unit entered my divine territory, they struggled to adapt to the wetland terrain, and my core faction unit used guerrilla tactics to drive them back. Upon hearing Han's question, Les, finding it not a sensitive issue regarding reality, promptly responded. Listening to the other party's explanation, Han began to ponder deeply, finally managing to rationally address all his questions. The opposing side is not weak at all. They have over 1 million lizardmen core faction units, with the entire population eligible to serve as combat units. The terrain of the divine territory is very suitable for lizardmen to showcase their combat capabilities. Facing invaders who cannot adapt to battling in the wetland jungle, we already have a significant advantage. Even when confronting invaders capable of fighting in the wetland jungle, even if they have good organization and can form large armies. In this divine territory, without terrain suitable for large-scale collective combat, they would also fail to maximize their advantages. In the ongoing small-scale harassment, the wetland lizardmen can still drag the battle into a mutual attrition rhythm. As long as the core of the divine territory is well hidden, his divine territory will turn into a hunting ground, where the identities of all entering units will constantly switch between hunter and prey. These wetland lizardmen core faction units, in order to defend their homeland, will do everything they can to fight fiercely against the invaders. As long as there is no large-scale collective death, there will be no morale collapse. This Tier 1 demigod has very cleverly hidden all his weaknesses by utilizing the existing conditions, performing exceptionally well. All sorts of miscellaneous weapons and equipment can indeed enhance the diversity of the lizardmen's combat methods, catching their opponents off guard, which provides a significant boost to combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, against Han's swarm, the other side was simply at a disadvantage, with all their weaknesses exposed before him. The marching ants in the jungle of my past life could be considered a dominant species in the jungle, let alone Han's mid-sized piercer wolf spiders. Alright, I can give you 30 seconds in reality to extract the mana MP. Having resolved his doubts, Han immediately issued the ultimatum to Lays. Impossible, if you do that, I'll self-destruct the core. Before Lays could finish his sentence, the waiting piercer wolf spider immediately pierced through the divine territory's core with its stabbing limbs. As the core shattered, Lays was also kicked out of the world of gods. Now Han had no time to care about the other party's feelings. As the divine territory trembled, he immediately began to bring his divine territory over. Having learned from his previous experience, he started the mental scan with ease. He immediately consumed mana MP to incorporate all the terrains he had set his sights on into his divine territory, while declaring a victory statement, demanding that the lizardmen immediately surrender and accept their fate as captives. The final stabilization time for the divine territory was only a little over 10 minutes. During this time, it swiftly passed in Han's race against the clock, and the opposing divine territory began to collapse. Han knew there was no time left to meticulously arrange the geographic features of the divine territory. He could only haphazardly salvage detached fragments of the divine territory into his own and start piecing them together. In just under 2 hours, Han completed the absorption of the opposing divine territory. Hovering in the air and looking at the last fragment of the divine territory as it merged with the edge terrain, Han immediately activated the divine territory concealment card, waiting for the concealment effect to stabilize again. The divine territory was immediately teleported randomly, leaving the recent battle zone. After scanning the surroundings and ensuring there were no other presences nearby, Han immediately plunged into the tense post-battle work. Time flew by in the frantic overtime of Han, and 5 days passed. During this time, he had already sold the newly acquired lizardmen core faction units. Thanks to the fact that the opposing core faction unit offered virtually no resistance during the battle, nearly 900,000 lizardmen were captured this time. This core faction unit, which can only unleash a certain combat power in special terrain, is not popular in the market, bringing Han less than 2,000 points of mana MP in profit. He then invested this profit into replenishing consumable cards such as blank ceiling cards, random teleportation cards, and area scanning cards. This made Xinhua, who was working in the mall, mistakenly think that Han was still preparing, encouraging him to be patient and praising his behavior of being well prepared and calm. Han did not explain, only reassuring Xinhua that he was aware of what to do and wouldn't act rashly, before hurriedly leaving. At this moment, Han was standing in the sky above the divine territory, looking at the post-battle summary, feeling somewhat helpless. In this battle, apart from perfectly achieving the goal of plundering the opposing divine territory, his other 2 plans were essentially stillborn. One plan was to reduce a certain number of piercer wolf spiders, but the results were obvious. With fewer than 100,000 losses of piercer wolf spiders in the entire battle, the effect on a population of over 4 million was negligible. Chapter 32: The Invasion Experience. The other plan was to properly test the performance of the new ground combat unit, the Jumping Worm, in actual combat, but again, the results were evident. They didn't even get a chance to enter the battle before it ended. Han couldn't precisely describe his feelings at the moment, so he shifted his focus to studying some new issues discovered through this battle. In this battle, I must avoid the kind of fatal flaws that the opponent displayed. I need to learn from their painful experiences, patch up all my weaknesses, and achieve balanced development. Silently observing his post-battle summary, Han clarified the direction that needed focus for future development. Applying the law of the barrel to the opponent, the amount of water a barrel can hold does not depend on the longest board, but on the shortest one. No matter how great the opponent's advantages are with their core faction unit, once a weakness is targeted, facing a situation like Han's dominance could lead to the core faction unit being powerless to resist. Currently, the ground combat capabilities of swarm units should be the strongest. The insectoids equipped with various respiratory systems also have decent combat abilities underwater, but in the sky, relying solely on the scythe roach and stinger dragonfly cannot guarantee absolute air superiority. A new unit is needed to address the shortcomings in air combat capabilities. After completing the analysis of the existing swarm units, Han decided to strengthen the swarm's aerial combat abilities as soon as possible. However, creating a new unit is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. He could only first scale up the scythe roach to enhance the swarm's temporarily lacking aerial strength. After confirming the main tasks for the next period in his mind, Han immediately immersed himself in the analysis of new genes. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed quietly in Han's colorful invasion career. During this time, he spun endlessly like a tireless top, invading the divine territory, tallying battle achievements, analyzing genes, and discovering new targets in an ongoing cycle. During this time, Han's divine territory expanded efficiently, achieving substantial development, with the area approaching 300,000 square kilometers and having invaded nearly 20 other Tier 1 demigod divine territories. He had transformed from a naive beginner into a seasoned invader within this region, amassing considerable experience. Han's invasion behavior, occurring approximately every 2 months, was only sustainable due to the swarm's extraordinarily high reproductive capacity, as long as he carefully controlled the battle losses. In the face of the common core faction unit numbers for novice Tier 1 demigod ranging from 1 million to 3 million, regular armies typically average no more than 300,000. It is even possible to achieve a scenario where the number of swarm units does not decrease but instead increases. After all, since the queen ant completed her metamorphosis, the swarm's production has steadily increased at a rate of 1 splitting ovary per year. In the early stages of the invasion, when the queen ant had only 3 splitting ovaries, Han felt some pressure after each battle. He could only supplement 360,000 combat units over 2 months. Once the 4th splitting ovary matured and began production, the reproductive speed of the swarm exceeded the number lost in battles. In 2 months, Han had enough resources to replenish nearly 500,000 combat units. Long-term invasions also allowed him to easily clarify his position in this area. With his strength, he could definitely rank among the top hunters in this region. But as the saying goes, you can't walk by the river and not get your shoes wet. As time passed, fewer and fewer new Tier 1 demigod appeared in this area, and the number of divine territories became increasingly rare. Those who can still roam around at this time, Tier 1 demigod, hold a certain confidence in their own strength. As Han puts it, those who dare to come out and mess around now are all capable individuals. In the past 6 months, he has faced 2 formidable opponents in succession, which has severely injured him. The first opponent he encountered had core faction units that were the legendary elves, incredibly aligning with human aesthetics: pointed ears, large eyes, a high nose, and a tall, slender figure fairly attractive and well-proportioned. At that time, Han directed his core faction units to charge into the opponent's divine territory and quickly noticed that the enemy only had a little over 10,000 elf core faction units. He naively thought that he had secured this battle and started calculating how much mana MP he could sell by capturing a batch of high-value uncommon grade elf units. However, the developments completely exceeded Han's expectations, especially in the face of his main battle units, the jumping worms. Those fewer than 10,000 elves formed a thin line at the edge of the forest, partially encircling the teleportation portal in a semicircle. Then Han witnessed for the first time the immense strength of the uncommon grade core faction units. He saw these elf archers, each surrounded by several large bundles of arrows, begin to launch arrows at a rate of 10 per second towards the jumping worm army after they charged out of the teleportation portal's safety range. The arrows fell like raindrops, and just as Han paid no attention to them, thinking that the high-density bones on the back of the jumping worms would offer easy defense, reality dealt Han a harsh blow. These seemingly normal grade arrows created huge explosions upon impact, flipping over all the jumping worms within several meters of the landing area. A multitude of explosive sounds merged into one, forming a nearly 1,000-meter wide area of firepower coverage. After just a few minutes, the jumping worm group suffered heavy losses and was still unable to break out of the firepower coverage area. Looking at the exquisite long swords equipped at their waists, Han estimated that these swords were definitely not just for decoration. He decisively halted further attempts to send his worm units into the opponent's divine territory. He began to calculate the pros and cons of this battle, carefully considering the costs of defeating the opponent and the potential benefits of achieving victory. Han chose to retreat, leaving a desolate terrain connected to the teleportation portal at the edge of the divine territory behind, and turning to flee after abandoning it. The opposing Tier 1 demigod also witnessed the fearsome number of the swarm and hesitated to give up on the geographical advantage at the teleportation portal, watching Han teleport away. In a mere few minutes, this battle inflicted nearly 200,000 losses on Han's jumping worm group, giving him a clear understanding of the actual combat power of the uncommon grade races. During his second encounter with a Tier 1 demigod, the core faction units were also uncommon grade species, but in contrast to the rarity of elves, the opponents represented another extreme. As a representative of attrition warfare, skeleton core faction units among the undead are undoubtedly capable of occupying a place in this tactical system. Right after Han invaded the opponent's divine territory, looking at the barren and desolate scene there, he immediately turned to leave. The desolate black land was crawling with dark mold, the stench of decay filled the entire divine territory, with no trace of green to be found. Chapter 33, Deadly Black Mold. At that moment, Han thought such a ruined divine territory was something anyone could take if they wanted it. For him, this type of divine territory terrain was even less desirable than barren terrain cards. Just as he was about to cut his losses and turn to flee, the opposing Tier 1 demigod was not having it. Countless skeletons crawled up from the black land, forming a massive army of skeletons heading towards Han's divine territory. Seeing Han firmly guarding the teleportation portal, the opposing Tier 1 demigod manifested a phantom in the sky, bombarding him with verbal assaults and wild taunting, infuriating him greatly. The consequence of provoking Han was that he directly summoned 500,000 jumping worm units to launch a counter-offensive against the skeleton army. As a primary unit of the undead, skeletons are born from souls, bones, and uncommon grade strength, and although they are inherently uncommon grade, they possess their own unique qualities. However, the combat capability of such low-tier units is even weaker than that of most normal-grade core faction units. They rely solely on their reproductive advantage, which allows their sheer numbers to unleash overwhelming combat power. In the face of the jumping bugs, which are top-tier killing machines in the normal grade category, the fragile bone structure of the skeletons is easily shattered under their attacks. With their strong, spiked tails, combined with a pair of bone sides on their backs, every swing can turn a group of skeletons into a mass of shattered fragments. As an advanced unit with a higher intelligence, the jumping bugs quickly realized the skeletal structure's extreme fragility shortly after encountering the skeletons in this battle. They developed a spinning sweep attack on their own by jumping high into the midst of the skeletal crowd, swinging their spiked tails in a circular motion. The burst of power from their bodies can reduce all the skeleton units within range to mere scraps. After repeatedly executing this tactical move, one of the jumping bugs let out a sharp screech, transmitting the attack method to nearby jumping bugs, and it gradually spread throughout their attacking group. Consequently, in response to the weak skeletons, the entire jumping bug group's attack technique changed. Han's army of 500,000 jumping bugs, relying on their solid defense and the leaping capability provided by their strong limbs, fought their way through the sea of millions of skeletons. They broke through the entire defensive line, leaving the skeletons behind and charged into the enemy's divine territory. The moving speed of the basic undead skeletons couldn't keep up with the fleeing jumping bug army. Han executed a decapitation strategy with this army of jumping bugs, aiming straight for the center of the enemy's divine territory. Thankfully, the Tier 1 demigod core of the divine territory was hidden nearby. Easily locating it, Han relentlessly shattered the core of the divine territory amidst the painful and regretful pleas of the Tier 1 demigod adversary. After the battle, Han did not absorb the enemy's divine territory, as this desolate and barren terrain held no value for him. If he had absorbed it, he would have needed to invest time and effort to clear the remaining low-intelligence skeletons, which would be more trouble than it's worth. This forced engagement yielded no benefits and cost him nearly 300,000 jumping bugs, which left Han feeling frustrated for quite some time. What made him even more frustrated was that within 3 days after the battle, over 200,000 jumping bugs that had entered the enemy's divine territory became sick and listless. Upon discovering this situation, Han immediately launched an investigation and, through mental scanning, easily found the cause. The jumping bugs had contracted a black mold from the enemy's divine territory. Initially, Han thought that with his divine trait, he could easily resolve the issues brought on by these fungi. However, after examining the genes of these fungi using his skill, genetic modification, he found himself at a loss. The fungus that he named Dead Zone Black Mold was not even a normal grade species. Observing the gene chain resembling a tumor, filled with uncommon grade genes, was daunting. Han's skill, genetic modification, was completely incapable of analyzing them. At that moment, he realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately isolated this batch of jumping bugs in all nearby areas, but that still couldn't halt the spread of the Dead Zone Black Mold. After trying everything he could think of, Han reluctantly detached this entire area and all the insect swarm units from the divine territory, throwing them into the void. Watching the unprotected fragments of the divine territory drift away in the void, with the life forms of the insects rapidly disappearing, Han's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Losing a large area of divine territory all at once, along with more than 1 million insect units, was indeed a significant loss for Han. Injured and weakened, Han immediately went into hiding again, suspending the divine territory in the void, licking his wounds and ceasing further movement. In a desolate area at the center of the midsection of the divine territory, inside a stone house, Han quietly put away a crystal vial. The vial contained the Dead Zone Black Mold that had caused him such significant losses. This uncommon grade fungus had a portion of its samples collected and stored properly. This biochemical weapon was practically a last resort for mutual destruction, as the Stinger Dragonfly's speed could spread this substance throughout the divine territory in a very short time. If someone delays time in reality, failing to notice in time or deal with the deadly black bacteria, the extermination of the core faction unit in divine territory is basically a done deal. Regaining his composure, Han carefully scanned the area with his mental power, ensuring there were no issues before returning to the site of the Queen Ant. Continuing his daily work, apart from looking for optimization possibilities for the existing genetic templates of the insect swarm, most of his energy was now focused on designing new aerial combat units. Once again, he introduced the modified genetic template into a larval embryo. Han scanned with his mental power, closely observing the development of the embryo. Once the larva was born, he immediately instructed a worker spider ant to take the larva to an independent incubation laboratory 5 kilometers away for individual care. Having completed yet another task, Han took a deep breath to alleviate his mental fatigue. Over the past 2 years, besides designing new aerial combat units, Han had also collected some relatively easy to acquire uncommon grade beast genes, such as pangolins with petrified skin, falcons capable of unleashing wind blades, and giant snakes that could spit ice. He initially thought these uncommon grade beasts could open the door to uncommon grade for the insect tribe, but the results were far from ideal. The genes within these uncommon grade beasts were related to parts of normal grade species. Han's genetic control ability was still effective, but the peculiar strings involving uncommon grade powers were deemed genetic tumors by Han. Chapter 34: Uncommon Grade Genes. Han had no way to decipher it at all. He was completely unable to analyze the formation of skill, genetic modification, this divine trait, which should have been influenced by his previous life experiences working in a pharmaceutical biological laboratory. At that time, Han dealt mostly with fruit fly genes, laboratory mouse genes, various virus genes, and some human gene cases. As for uncommon grade genes, he had no knowledge of them at all, so this skill, genetic modification divine trait, was powerless against these uncommon grade genes. With no other options, Han could only try to completely package these uncommon grade genes into the larval embryo, hoping for a stroke of luck to see if he could obtain an uncommon grade unit. The first batch of 2,000 jumping insect experiments, upon emergence, turned out to be strange looking, with many lacking limbs. Among these experimental subjects, only a handful could use uncommon grade abilities. The problem is, how could a jumping insect fight without legs despite having an uncommon grade ability? In the entire batch of experimental subjects, only one reasonably intact jumping insect successfully acquired the ability of petrified skin. But the effect wasn't the same as that of the uncommon grade pangolin, whose petrified skin covered its entire body. Rather, after this jumping insect used the uncommon grade ability, the effect only appeared in a few areas of its body, with patches of petrified skin spaced far apart. It was essentially a beggar's version of petrified skin, providing only minimal protective benefits. The genes within this jumping insect remained incomprehensible under Han's observation. The second batch of experimental subjects fared even worse, as none were healthy. The moment Han obtained results, he decisively abandoned the idea of producing uncommon grade units through such a risky method, as the success rate was far too low. He could only set this matter aside for now, temporarily storing these uncommon grade genes with the queen ant. Silently retracting his mental powers from the queen ant, Han sighed helplessly, saying, "Research on uncommon grade insect tribes must be paused for now. Perhaps when I reach class advancement, divine fire and enhance my genetic control abilities, I might be able to analyze uncommon grade genes then." Han's knowledge reserve does include information about class advancement. Divine fire, the title of academic prodigy, wasn't given lightly. Anyone capable of breaking through Tier 1 demigod to reach Tier 2 deity through class advancement, divine fire will experience an elevation of divine traits, and the core faction unit will awaken uncommon grade talents. At that time, there would be a significant leap in power. Tier 1 demigod core faction units primarily consisted of normal grade creatures, while advancing to Tier 2 deity would allow core faction units to access uncommon grade pathways. Returning to the skies above the divine territory, witnessing its expansion by 30 times over the past 2 years, along with the hard-working insectoids developing the territory, a wave of pride surged within. Even though being a mega overworker was exhausting, Han suddenly felt all his efforts worth it when he saw the results of his hard work. Regaining his focus, Han quietly exited the world of gods. He had a few hours left before school started, and he needed to prepare ahead. The black login capsule opened once again, and Han emerged from within, feeling refreshed after 3 months. His body had greatly improved under the nurturing of Mana MP and no longer felt sore all over when he exited the world of gods. Absently, he grabbed a high-energy stamina potion consumables, consumed it in 2 swallows, and waved his hand, activating the white light from the system bracer on his wrist. A semi-transparent light screen appeared before him, with a red notification message flashing in the center. Immediately, Han reached out to click on this important message and began reading its contents. "Hello, Han. If you have successfully opened up your divine territory, please arrive at the Academic Affairs Office of Zhonghai Second Middle School, 4th Campus, by 9 a.m. on December 29 to complete your enrollment procedures. The school will provide free accommodation, meals, login capsules, and all necessary living supplies. Please try to travel light for your enrollment. Zhonghai Second Middle School Academic Affairs Office." Looking at the notice from the school, Han glanced at the time. There were less than 2 hours left, and he didn't like cutting it close for reporting in, so he had to leave early. Han quickly changed into a clean school uniform, tossed the last stamina potion consumables into his pocket, and set off immediately. During the 3-month vacation, in reality, Han had basically exited the world of gods every 15 hours. Through his careful scheduling, he managed to consume all the nutrient potions. Upon boarding another hover shuttle, Han had barely settled in when he announced the destination. "To Zhonghai Second Middle School, 4th Campus, let us get going quickly. The destination is on the 172nd floor, Zhonghai Second Middle School, 4th Campus. The current location is the 36th floor, Unit 653 of the residential complex. This journey will take 56 minutes. Please be patient." After the intelligent voice concluded, the hover shuttle started and entered a projected flight path. Han sat quietly in the hover shuttle, lightly closing his eyes and carefully sensing the state of his divine territory. After 3 months of adapting to Mana MP, he could now faintly sense his divine territory within. Once he could clearly perceive his divine territory, he would no longer need the assistance of the login capsule and could directly channel his consciousness into the divine territory. As the hover shuttle ascended to higher floors, the external environment changed increasingly. When Han opened his eyes again, gentle sunlight spilled through the shuttle windows. It was the time of dawn, and the sunlight was not blinding. With blue skies and white clouds, the area through which the shuttle passed gradually became clean and tidy, until all the activity platforms were covered in lush green grass, and various artistic-shaped flower beds filled with vibrant flowers created a scene that seemed like another world compared to the 36th floor where he lived. "Dear passengers, the destination will arrive in 1 minute. Please check your luggage and prepare. We wish you a pleasant journey," the intelligent voice announced, reminding Han that they were nearing their destination. Perhaps the view from the higher floors had captured Han's attention, making the travel time feel incredibly fast. Only when the hover shuttle came to a gentle stop did Han reluctantly conclude his sightseeing. Just as he stepped off the hover shuttle, Han's attention was immediately drawn to the scene before him. Two rows of massive rib-like structures towered towards the center at a height of several meters, covered with climbing plants resembling ivy, forming a green arched corridor. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the ribs into the interior of the corridor, crafting a beautiful painting with giant skeletons, verdant branches, and golden sunlight, perfectly merging raw nature with vitality. Many passengers who had just disembarked were captivated by the beautiful scene, stopping to admire it, while some others seemed indifferent and hurried towards the end of the corridor. Chapter 35: Transition to Higher Education. Han only appreciated it for a moment before snapping back to reality. This wasn't the time for sightseeing. He needed to handle serious business and get his admission procedures done. Waving his hand to summon the navigation map, he confirmed his destination and immediately ignored the crowd still admiring the scene around him. He walked briskly down the long green corridor until he reached the end, where the fantastical scenery transformed into reality. A properly structured modern-style school gate appeared before Han, with a sign for Zhonghai No. 2 High School's 4th campus hanging beside it, looking quite ordinary, which created a striking contrast for Han. Stop dawdling, overachiever. All school constructions have standard designs. Every school gate looks the same. That's why effort is made outside the gates to showcase the school's strength. At that moment, a hand suddenly patted Han on the shoulder, accompanied by an excited voice from behind him. Han turned his head to see a young boy in the same school uniform as his, with a neat crew cut, standing about the same height as Han and dragging a suitcase with one hand while flashing a row of bright white teeth. This was Lang Shui. Han knew he came from a well-off family. He used to live on the lower floors, but after his family became rich, they moved to over the 140th floor. Probably due to not seeing much sunlight as a child, his biggest hobby after moving was sunbathing, but as the academic pressure in his sophomore year increased, as his leisurely time was severely compressed, he grew darker. Han later realized he only went out to sunbathe during the sunniest hours, justifying it as a way to compensate for the lack of quantity with quality. Lang Shui, congratulations on stepping into your senior year. Han observed that he was his classmate, and appropriately congratulated him. In his sophomore year, Lang Shui sat next to him, often asking him questions. He was quite extroverted, one of the few people who could casually chat with Han. Same to you. You have no idea, but in our class, the number of people able to register is probably less than half. I'm just lucky to be here. He spoke with a tone of luck, trying to sound modest. However, seeing his smug expression and the content of his words made one feel an urge to slap him. Stop showing off. If you say that back in your sophomore year, you might get roughed up. Han was used to Lang Shui's antics. He often spoke without thinking and easily offended people. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just really happy, so. He looked as if he wanted to explain but ran out of words. Alright, I know you didn't mean to belittle others. Let's hurry and get the admission handled at the Academic Affairs Office. Han immediately spoke to end the topic. Yeah, right. Getting enrolled is crucial. Bao Go has already gone and we need to hurry and finish the admission paperwork to meet up with him. Hearing Han's reminder, Lang Shui immediately recalled the important matter of coming here. The two walked together, following the navigation guidance, arriving smoothly at the Academic Affairs Office. The school's environment gave Han a sense of familiarity from a past life. Little buildings were scattered within sight, the sun was bright, lush greenery everywhere, and small groups of students zipped by on flying skateboards. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a university from his previous life compared to the oppressive tension of his sophomore year. Here the vibe was filled with youthful energy. The Academic Affairs Office was an independent building. The first floor was the admission registration hall, and upon entering, the design was similar to the normal grade administration hall, and both of them paid no mind. In today's human society, official administrative halls look almost uniform. The Ministry of Education and all its subordinate departments belong to governmental agencies, so the registration hall also copied the same style. The two quickly arrived at a counter that was conveniently empty. I'd like to proceed with the admission. Lang Shui stepped up first and addressed the staff behind the counter. Please scan your identification information. A virtual scanning projection was immediately projected from the counter, almost identical to the process Han went through at the Benefit Collection Center. Lang Shui raised his system bracer, and just a swipe through the virtual projection completed his admission registration. Registration completed. Please arrive at your classroom before 9 a.m. Relevant information has been sent to your bracelet. Please check your notifications. Upon completion, the staff spoke to Lang Shui in a formal tone. Seeing this, Han didn't wait and stepped forward to follow the same procedure. Based on the updated information on their bracelets, the two promptly made their way toward the classroom. With less than 20 minutes left until the 9 a.m. deadline, they certainly didn't want to be late on the first day of school. Come on, overachiever, hurry up. Time's running out. At this moment, Lang Shui was pulling Han along. Sprinting Han's physical condition had improved somewhat due to recent enhancements in his mana MP and was able to keep up with Lang Shui. The area of the fourth campus exceeded Han's imagination. A short distance on the map made them run for over 10 minutes before they finally reached their destination. Han estimated that the fourth campus's area was at least 10 times larger than that of the previous second campus. No wonder the students he saw earlier were zipping around on flying skateboards. Bang! Lang Shui pushed open the door to Classroom 1, Year 3, pulling Han inside, and with just 2 minutes left until 9 a.m., the two, panting, finally arrived at the classroom. Huff! Huff! I made it, but this campus is huge. Before he could observe the classroom environment, Lang Shui just found a place to sit down, panting as he spoke. Huff, as long as I'm not late, that's what matters. Han was also quite exhausted, but instead of sitting down right away after entering, he scanned the classroom to take in the situation. In the entire classroom, there were fewer than 30 students scattered about. Some were from his previous class, while others were unfamiliar faces, likely students from other campuses. A glance around, and Han happened to see Li Mingbao sitting by the window, also in school uniform, with his golden hair shining in the sunlight, and a handsome face that turned to look at them with a smile. He looked like a perfect campus hero, clearly the kind of sunny, handsome student who excels both academically and socially, coming from a wealthy family. Noticing that Han was looking at him, Li Mingbao immediately waved his hand, signaling Han to come sit. I went over there. After saying this to Lang Shui, Han immediately walked toward Li Mingbao. Study champ, I'm coming too, wait for me. At this moment, Lang Shui also noticed Li Mingbao waving at them, and quickly got up to follow Han. Chapter 36, Lu Wenzhong. Han, congratulations on successfully advancing your studies. Li Mingbao said with a smile, giving Han a somewhat meaningful congratulations. Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. I hope we both can successfully advance our studies. Han also smiled, sending his best wishes to Li Mingbao. This batch of students all received their divine seeds at the same time, so the time they have been out of the protection period is nearly the same. In terms of real time, the final deadline for leaving the protection period should be tomorrow. Right now, they can only be considered to have crossed into the threshold of their senior year. Whether they can really advance to the next grade still depends on passing one last hurdle. It depends on whether they can safely transport the divine territory back to the safe zone established by human civilization after officially leaving the protection period. Isn't it a given that we will successfully advance? We've already gotten through 3 months, the final stretch should be a breeze. At this point, Lang Shui also came over and interjected into their conversation. He immediately grabbed Li Mingbao's hand, grinning and saying, Bro Bao, you're always active in the chat group, obviously confident about this. From now on, I'm counting on you to have my back. Lang Shui has always seen Li Mingbao as an idol, greatly envying his popularity with girls, being a constant target of their affections. He hopes to learn some tips from him on how to attract girls, but never reflects on whether it's his own image that's the issue. He didn't even notice that Li Mingbao was directly congratulating Han on his successful advancement, which only Li Mingbao knew about since Han had already left the protection period ahead of time. Bang! At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open again, and a mature middle-aged man dressed in a teacher's uniform walked in. He strode confidently to the center of the podium, his icy eyes scanning all the students in the classroom. The students, who were just chatting moments ago, immediately fell silent. My name is Lu Wenzhong, and I am the homeroom teacher for Class 1 of senior year. I am happy to see you all here, but whether you can stay in this class depends on whether you can safely return to the controlled area of human civilization after leaving the protection period. His authoritative opening statement instantly silenced the group of students who had just endured the protection period. You might think that simply coming to school means you can smoothly advance to senior year, but I'm telling you, the probability of safely reaching the safe zone is not guaranteed. Every year, some students successfully endure 3 months, yet at the moment they leave the protection period, they encounter invasions that shatter the core of the divine territory. That's why we have you come to school a day early to increase the chances of safely reaching the safe zone. As Lu Wenzhong spoke, the previously somewhat relaxed attitudes of the students began to tense again. You all should know that you can only teleport to the continent of divine communication after leaving the protection period. Now, starting from the moment you leave the protection period, how long will it take to enter the continent of divine communication, obtain the advanced directional teleport card, return to your divine territory, activate the teleport card, and complete the teleportation? At this point, Lu Wenzhong posed a question that had captured all the students' attention. As he surveyed the students in the classroom once more, every one of them sat up straight, their earlier slouching completely gone. Lu Wenzhong then said flatly, "The answer is 3.76 seconds. This is the shortest time known to be achievable, and it's also the reason the school has you report a day early." Not wanting to prolong their suspense, Lu Wenzhong took a breath and continued, "To complete the entire process in such a short time, you need to be fully prepared, and also require cooperation from the staff distributing teleport cards on the continent of divine communication." Standing straight with his hands behind his back, he further undermined the students' confidence. Even so, every year, there are still those who encounter accidents within those brief 3 to 4 seconds. I hope none of you will be that unfortunate. At this point, Lu Wenzhong noticed that some students in the classroom were starting to distort their expressions from nervousness. His previously indifferent expression finally broke into a satisfied smile. Of course, the probability of something going wrong is extremely low, and only a handful of people get to enjoy this treatment each year, so there's no need to worry too much. Lu Wenzhong's final twist shattered the heavy atmosphere that had settled in the classroom, instantly erupting into a clamor. Phew, that scared me to death. I was so stunned. Baoga, do you think the homeroom teacher is just as intimidating inside? Is it really that terrifying? Lang Shui took a deep breath to calm the almost contorted expression on his face. What this homeroom teacher said is all true, not an exaggeration. In fact, after leaving the protection period, the probability of being attacked immediately after 5 seconds is nearly 1%. After this experience, will you still hold a relaxed attitude, ignoring these last few seconds? Li Mingbao had a smile on his face but deeply appreciated the new homeroom teacher's approach. A classic rise after a fall, quite impressive, and very skillful in adjusting the mental state, Han also quietly commented. Baoga, top students, you two are amazing. I'm out of it, need to take a breather. Lang Shui was trying to calm his fluctuating emotions but noticed that Li Mingbao and Han's expressions remained unchanged. Lu Wenzhong stood on the podium and clapped his hands. Once the classroom settled down, he smiled at the students. Alright, I've introduced myself, you can call me Teacher Lu from now on. I've sent the relevant procedures for leaving the protection period and the coordinates for communicating with the world of gods to your wristbands. Please read carefully. Between 9:30 and 9:35, which is 5 hours inside the world of gods, there will be someone at the coordinates distributing teleport cards to you. With that, Lu Wenzhong stepped down from the podium. During this time, everyone must complete this last step. Please stay alert. Only by passing this hurdle can you be assigned dorms. If you fail, you'll have to turn back home immediately. He had now reached the front of the classroom. Lu Wenzhong gently opened the classroom door and said to the students, next door, there is a special version of the login capsule with the most precise time calibrator. You can head over now. Buzz. As Lu Wenzhong finished speaking, the classroom erupted into another wave of noise. A few students immediately got up and walked decisively toward the login capsule parked next door. Chapter 37, Assessment Notification. Baoga, top students, let us go to. It's only 10 minutes until 9:30. As soon as Lang Shui saw this, he prepared to leave as well. You two go ahead. I have a few questions for the homeroom teacher. Han wasn't in a hurry at all, as he wasn't under the Tier 1 demigod protection period. Lang Shui, let us go ahead, Li Mingbao greeted Han and then walked towards the classroom door. Seeing that Li Mingbao had already set off, Lang Shui immediately said to Han, then I'll go ahead too, hurry up, top student. And with that, he quickly caught up to Li Mingbao. In just 3 minutes, Han was the only one left in the classroom. Student, why aren't you going? Only 7 minutes left. Lu Wenzhong noticed Han still sitting motionless and immediately reminded him. Hello, Teacher Lu, my name is Han. I've already left the protection period, and the situation over in Divine Territory is stable and relatively safe, so there is no hurry. Han quickly stood up and explained his situation upon noticing Lu Wenzhong watching him. Then Han continued, Teacher Lu, I'd like to understand, if I teleport back to the safe zone immediately, aside from ensuring safety, what benefits will it bring to the development of Divine Territory? Hearing Han's question, Lu Wenzhong looked suspiciously at this student, who appeared delicate but had pale skin and seemed rarely exposed to sunlight, looking quite frail. Lu Wenzhong began to slowly walk towards Han and said in a calm voice, under normal circumstances, when you teleport back to the safe zone, you can immediately receive the school's welfare resources, totaling 10 various resource cards. I will assess the current shortcomings of your Divine Territory in the 3 months leading up to the assessment and help you plan future development directions to lay a solid foundation for Divine Territory. After listening to Lu Wenzhong's explanation, Han immediately dismissed the idea of teleporting back. With 10 resource cards of various types, it's clear that they are all normal grade resources, which are somewhat irrelevant for Han at the moment. He could easily conquer a Tier 1 demigod territory and gain over 10,000 square kilometers. As for the teacher's planning assistance, Han truly doubts it. He can't believe this teacher could propose any constructive future plans for the development of the swarm. Han already has his own future blueprint and doesn't need anyone to meddle in his Divine Territory. Teacher Lu, can I transfer 10 resource cards through the God Exchange continent? Han immediately requested the online transfer of resource cards. He doesn't want to make a long-distance teleport just for 10 normal-grade resource cards. After all, a single advanced directional teleport card is worth 5,000 points of mana MP, while 10 normal-grade resource cards are only worth 1,000 points. Aren't you planning to return to the safety zone controlled by civilization right away? Hearing Han's request, Lu Wenzhong had a guess in his heart and smiled. Yes, Teacher Lu, I believe that staying out for now is more beneficial for my development. Seeing that the other party had guessed his purpose, Han quickly gave an affirmative answer. Stop standing, have a seat. That means your core faction unit should be quite strong. How many times have you invaded since leaving the protection period? Lu Wenzhong invited Han to sit down while he plopped onto a nearby chair. Han didn't quite understand the other person's sudden question at first, but after thinking carefully, he realized that in his 2 years of life, which has been a whirlwind of overwork, he had probably invaded fewer than 20 divine territories. Probably more than 10 times. To avoid appearing too arrogant, Han chose a more modest way to respond. Ha? You've invaded 10 times already? Lu Wenzhong raised his eyebrows, startled by Han's reported number. Then his face lit up with surprise, and he asked eagerly, did you win every time you invaded? What is the uncommon grade race of your awakened core faction unit? Hearing Lu Wenzhong's question, Han recalled the retreat he faced against the elves and replied, not every time can I when I have lost as well. The core faction unit is a type of mutant beast, a normal grade species. He then shared the race of the core faction unit, as the concept of the swarm in this world still only includes various weak reptilian core faction units. So Han directly revealed the jump bug, the strongest creature in terms of combat power, as the race of his core faction unit to Lu Wenzhong. This also helps the other party to have a clearer understanding without needing too much explanation. After all, calling the jump bug a mutant beast isn't wrong. Oh, a normal grade species, huh? Being able to invade 10 times without getting defeated is already very strong. Hearing Han's response, disappointment instantly crossed Lu Wenzhong's face. He had thought he had struck gold with a student who had a core faction unit of uncommon grade. Indeed, where could there be so many monsters in the world? Lu Wenzhong quickly reassessed his mindset. He stated seriously to Han, your strength may indeed be quite strong, but I still suggest you return to the safe zone of civilization. Perhaps you haven't encountered a Tier 1 demigod being with an uncommon great species yet. But let me tell you, the disparity in combat power between uncommon grade and normal grade species is like the chasm of heaven at the initial stage. Hearing Lu Wenzhong's warning, Han thought of the two encounters with uncommon grade species. The opponents were indeed strong, but they were not completely insurmountable. So Han said earnestly, "Teacher Lu, I understand, but I still want to develop out here for a while longer." "Alright then, since you insist, I won't advise you further. Everyone has their own path to walk, and perhaps your choice is the right one too." Seeing Han's determination, Lu Wenzhong did not press the issue. He lightly shook his head, agreeing to Han's request, and said, "Later, I'll give you a coordinate. You can go to the God Exchange continent to collect the resource cards, but for the assessment in 3 months, you must return to participate." At this point, seeing Han's indifferent expression, Lu Wenzhong's demeanor immediately became serious. The school allows 3 months for growth, aimed at this assessment, which is crucial for your resource allocation in the senior year. More importantly, this is also a selection process. The school will use this assessment to select a batch of students to be key training targets of the school. Participating in the Inter-University League for the city will be beneficial for your applications to universities in the future. Achieving good results in the league can also allow you to represent Shanghai City in the Global League, where many representatives from universities will come to watch the matches. Performing outstandingly, it's even possible to receive an invitation letter for university admission directly, if one can somehow break through and enter the Star Region competition. Then getting into a good university is basically a sure thing, and by then, if you can still perform outstandingly, entering a top university won't be a dream anymore. Chapter 38, Development Direction. As for wanting to place in the Star Region competition, you need not think about that. Only monsters can place in the Star Region competition. They will be invited into internal training, competing for the resource allocation rights of the 3 major education departments of the Star Regions next year against the monsters from the other 2 Star Regions. These monsters can easily pick any university they want. At this point, Lu Wenzhong paused a moment before continuing, "I'm getting a bit off track, but just remember, if you really have the strength, these competitions not only offer substantial rewards, but they are also incredibly beneficial when choosing a university. Many extremely valuable resources can only be obtained at top universities, and you generally cannot get them anywhere else. So this is very important for your future. It can also be considered a shortcut to class advancement, Divine Fire. You need to take it seriously and stabilize your development before the assessment to accumulate strength." Seeing Han's expression grow serious as he absorbed his words, Lu Wenzhong finally showed a satisfied smile. "Teacher Lu, I understand. I will definitely participate in the assessment on time in 3 months." Han had worked hard during his 2nd year, but he wasn't very informed about matters after the 3rd year. Now, after listening to Lu Wenzhong's explanation, he finally had a clear idea of the future path post-advancement. "Then I will stop here. You should quickly go collect your advanced positioning teleport card. This is issued uniformly by the school administration office, and it would be a hassle to handle paperwork if you miss it." After hearing Han's definite answer, Lu Wenzhong felt relieved. He truly feared that these ignorant little kids would miss this crucial assessment in their 3rd year due to arrogance. "Thank you for the reminder. I will head there right away." Han no longer hesitated and immediately stood up to head towards the adjacent login capsule. Watching Han step out the classroom door, Lu Wenzhong smirked, silently thinking, "My ability to talk him into things has improved. Look at him, he's completely convinced by just a few words from me." Although I don't know the specifics of his strength, if I can complete 10 incursions, as long as I steadily accumulate for 3 months without incident, our class should secure a spot in the entire City League. At this moment, Han, who had already entered the login capsule, silently thought, "It seems I must replan for the development ahead. Right now, the Divine Territory is only 300,000 square kilometers, accommodating 40 million jump bugs is the limit. This area is far too small relative to the growth rate of the swarms. With the current splitting ovary growth efficiency, World of Gods will have 35 splitting ovaries in 30 years, and the daily swarm output can reach 70,000 bug units, which equates to over 25 million in a year." Thinking of this, Han began to feel a headache. "I must start optimizing the genes of the jump bugs to decrease individual consumption while simultaneously increasing the incursion frequency and expanding the Divine Territory size. I need to juggle both sides." Feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion, Han hopelessly began formulating future overtime plans in his mind. At 9:40, Lu Wenzhong once again stood on the podium, looking at the students who had returned to the classroom, clapping his hands, smiling as he addressed the students below. Congratulations, you have now officially entered your senior year, but this is just the beginning. 3 months from now, we will have an assessment. Han sat beside Lang Shui with a strange expression, listening to teacher Lu's impassioned speech from the podium, which was almost identical in content to what he had said to Han privately, but much more stirring. Looking beside him, although Lang Shui's eyes glimmered with excitement, he still endeavored to maintain a serious expression. Han silently complained, "This teacher Lu has quite the trickery. His ability to talk is impressive. Lang Shui, don't get too overly excited here. With your snake person core faction unit, just focus on doing your best in the city's college league. As for the global league, that's just talk. Let me ask you, when you just exited the protection zone, what were your divine territory coordinates?" Han casually interrupted Lang Shui's imaginings. "When I exited, my coordinates were..." Lang Shui, still a bit dazed, automatically recited a string of coordinates upon hearing Han's question. Only then did he come back to his senses, replying to Han, "Can't I think about it? There are bonus points. What's the difference if I have no dreams? And scholar, what do you ask those coordinates for?" "It's nothing, I just want to see how far everyone was from the safe zone when they exited." Han casually shrugged off Lang Shui's question and then ignored him. At this point, Lu Wenzhong finally finished his passionate speech and took a slight breath before continuing, "That's all for today. I have already sent you the gathering coordinates. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., everyone gather in World of Gods promptly. From now on, unless otherwise notified, there will be no more classes in reality. You can now choose dormitories based on the information on your wristbands. Dismissed." With that, Lu Wenzhong immediately raised his leg and left the classroom. "Let's go too." Seeing that the homeroom teacher had already left, Han didn't wait any longer, called to the two people beside him, and immediately stood up to activate navigation, heading towards the dormitory area. As the three of them walked along, Han estimated it would take half an hour to reach the dormitory area based on the distance displayed on the navigation, so he had no choice but to start chatting with the two beside him to pass the time. "What do you think I should do to develop divine territory in the future? I have no unique skills as a snake person, I can't develop any industries, and I'm clumsy trying to build a house. It seems there's just no direction for development." During the casual chat, Lang Shui suddenly raised a difficult question he had encountered. Han gave him a casual glance and responded, "Tomorrow you should ask the homeroom teacher. He will help you plan a development direction. If all else fails, you can sell core faction units. Snakes usually reproduce well." "Can core faction units still be sold? I do have a rather prolific core faction unit as a snake person. Let me think about it." "Bao Ge, what kind of industry are you planning to get into?" Lang Shui listened to Han's words, pondering, then turned to Li Mingbao. "As for me, the core faction unit is a standard human-type template with an uncommon grade talent that isn't very strong. I'll focus on industrial technology first, and after class advancement, divine fire, I'll switch to a divine energy technology system." Hearing Lang Shui's question, Li Mingbao openly shared his development direction without hesitation. Lang Shui immediately looked at Li Mingbao in surprise and said, "Bao Ge, that's pretty good, but that direction requires a lot of resources. It's also going to be tough to raise the belief in the core faction unit. My family definitely can't afford that." After Lang Shui finished speaking, Li Mingbao turned to Han and asked, "Scholar, what is your core faction unit? What industry do you plan to develop?" He was very curious about what Han's core faction unit was. From the previous information, he could only deduce that Han's core faction unit should be quite strong. "The core faction unit is a normal grade aberrant beast, and as for the industry, I guess it will lean towards livestock farming." Han said casually what he was doing in divine territory was not much different from livestock farming. Chapter 39, Flying Jump Worms. "Wow, scholar, that industry of yours sounds good. What economic species are you raising? How's the profit? What are the breeding conditions? Give me some pointers." Lang Shui immediately believed Han's nonsense and wanted to learn from him. Han thought for a moment the war losses of 30 to 50,000 jumpworms could basically secure a divine territory, so he casually responded to Lang Shui, "The profits are okay, they are a byproduct of my core faction unit, which you can't raise anyway." Li Mingbao looked back at Han in amazement. He had previously heard Han ask Lang Shui where the coordinates were after the protection period ended. In his opinion, Han was very likely to embark on a path of invasion and development, but he didn't expect him to also get involved in economic industries within divine territory. While the three chatted casually, Han and the others finally arrived at the dormitory area. They saw a series of two-story villas connected together according to the navigation information. These were all dormitories. On the map, red indicates occupied units, and blue indicates available. Each person has their own unit. Han already knew that the school belonged to a wealthy and powerful authority. But the scene before his eyes refreshed his understanding. In such a precious area like the 172nd floor, giving each student a separate villa to use as a dormitory exceeded his expectations. No wonder everyone in this society is taught from a young age to strive to become a god. Becoming a god is seen as the only way out. Without hesitation, Han immediately walked towards the nearest unoccupied dorm. Li Mingbao and Lang Shui saw that Han had chosen a dorm, so they casually selected a nearby one to move in. Standing in front of the selected dormitory door, Han greeted the two and waved his wristband. The scanning projection on the door immediately registered him. As soon as he entered, Han was stunned by the luxurious decoration in front of him, featuring a very modern minimalist style, filled with a sense of science fiction. At that moment, a blue spherical virtual projection appeared in the center of the living room. A gentle mechanical voice sounded in the room. "Hello, student Han. I am the intelligent housekeeper of this dormitory. It's a pleasure to serve you. I have sent the dormitory management rules to your wristband. Except for prohibited matters in the rules, you can instruct me to fulfill any other requests. I wish you a pleasant stay." After finishing, the projection immediately disappeared. Han didn't mind families with slightly better conditions in society would install such intelligent housekeepers. Han then took a tour around the dormitory. After visiting the place he was going to live in, he lay down on the sofa in the living room, looking very satisfied. The entire first floor is occupied by the living room, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom. The second floor consists of bedrooms, a walk-in closet, a study, a gym, a bathroom, and all necessities for daily living. Butler. As Han spoke softly, a spherical projection appeared once more in the center of the living room. "Happy to assist you. What do you need? How is the school's meal plan arranged?" Hearing the intelligent butler respond, Han asked a question that he was particularly concerned about. "The school will arrange 3 meals a day, delivered to the dormitory on time according to your preferences. If you have any special dietary needs, please inform us in advance." The intelligent butler immediately provided a corresponding answer upon hearing Han's inquiry. "I need a batch of nutritional solutions, arrange that please." After Han stated his request, he quickly turned and headed upstairs to his bedroom. He immediately jumped into the high-end login capsule provided by the school, waved his hand to transfer his records to the new device, and completed all of that. Han softly said, "Start the login program." Upon re-entering the world of gods, Han looked down at the divine territory, feeling as if he were in another world. Everything here felt so familiar that he couldn't help but smile. Releasing his consciousness to scan the entire divine territory, an information panel immediately appeared before Han. Name, Swarm Overlord. Level, Tier 1 Demigod. Class Advancement, Divine Fire, Unignited. Godhead Rank, None. Divine Mark, None. Divine Trait, Passive, Environmental Adaptation, Skill, Genetic Modification. Divinity Stat, 1 point. Mana MP, 21,450 points. Faith Points FP, 83 million. Core Faction Unit, Zerg. Core Faction Units, 1 Queen Ant, 1 million Piercer Wolf Spiders, 1 million Stinger Dragonflies, 2 million Worker Spider Ants, 3 million Scythe Roaches, 1 million Jumping Bugs. Looking at the data in front of him, seeing only 1 million jumping insects made Han feel uncomfortable. Had it not been for the Tier 1 Demigod unit of the Undead Core Faction, there should have been around 2 million jumping insects. In 2 years of invasion, Han has suffered over 7 million losses of various insect units, and his current strength is even lower than at the beginning of the invasion. If this continues, Han is afraid he might capsize. For now, let's hold on for a year, digest the previous gains well. After a year, the number of jumping insects can recover to over 4 million. At that time, we can teleport to the coordinates provided by Lang Shui. The top priority now is to solve the issues of aerial units and reduce consumption. Han thought silently as he closed the information panel. After determining his goals, Han immediately threw himself into intense work. Time flew by. Han has been operating independently for 20 years. During this time, he has expanded the divine territory to nearly 1 million square kilometers, and the swarm has undergone a comprehensive update. Thanks to the various genes collected, Han has finally reduced the individual consumption of the jumping insects by half. Moreover, he installed the much-longed-for wing structures on the jumping insects in the divine territory. This increased their surface mobility speed and allowed them to more easily traverse various obstacles and cliffs. Among the existing units in the divine territory, except for a certain number of stinger dragonflies, piercer wolf spiders and worker spider ants have been completely eliminated. The 2 new insect units that replaced them are referred to by Han as flying jumping insects and logistical jumping insects. Compared to the mutated jumping insects that engage on the ground, the 3 types look extremely similar at first glance, with the main difference being their size and the functional organs they carry. The flying jumping insects are less than 1 meter in size, appearing smaller compared to the mutated jumping insects, which exceed 1.5 meters in size. They have a more slender build, and their internal organs and skeletons have been specifically optimized. Their skeletal structure resembles that of birds, being sturdy yet light with a hollow design. The dense bone plates on their backs have been removed, and the surface scales are finer and thinner, significantly reducing weight while maintaining some defensive capabilities. The intricate wings on the backs of the flying jumping insects provide greater wingspan and more powerful thrust. Coupled with their lightweight body structure, it grants them exceptional mobility and speed in the air, allowing them to easily reach flight speeds exceeding 300 km per hour. Chapter 40, Trials. The specially designed back scythe has joints that are more flexible, and the scythe-shaped blade is sharper, enabling it to stick closely to the body surface during high-speed flights to reduce drag. Upon approaching the target, it suddenly springs forth, and with the powerful impact from the speed, the sharp back scythe can cleave the opponent in two. Even in low-speed conditions, the flying jumping insects perform well. With their exceptional agility and far superior defenses compared to normal grade species, they can engage in close-range skirmishes with any target. On the other hand, the logistical jumping insects are even smaller than the flying jumping insects, with a body just over half a meter, yet they also possess impressive flying capabilities. Due to their smaller body size, their high-speed flying cannot compete with specialized flying jumping insects, but they excel in stable movement over small areas. At this size, the logistical jumping insects finally equip themselves with the signature weapon of the piercer wolf spider, the piercing limbs. This 3-segment foldable limb is hidden in the middle of their back, flanked by 3 pairs of tentacles, which have 6-fingered structures at the tips to handle various fine operations with ease. Over these years, Han has always wanted to create a long-range attack unit for the swarm, but due to the physical limits of normal grade species, the long-range units he created have. The projectile attacks are either weak and short-ranged or may not even hit the target. If chemical attacks are used once, it means returning home for recuperation and restocking ammunition, which doesn't meet our needs for damage. It's simply a collection of useless options, completely lacking practical combat value. In Han's view, the ranged units might only find a breakthrough point in the strength of the uncommon grade. Moreover, over the years, Han has wanted to create high-intelligence Zerg units to compensate for the lack of intelligence within the swarm. However, he found that these high IQ specimens, under the influence of Zerg genetics, although born with a certain level of faith, fall far short of reaching the level of loyalty, zealot, and are extremely unstable. Overall, although these high IQ specimens have become smarter, they've also begun to overthink things, which is a significant disadvantage for the pure pyramid social structure of the swarm. Not only did it not improve the combat power of the swarm, but the timid creatures serving as frontline commanders might even indirectly weaken the combat effectiveness of the jumping insects. Han had no choice but to destroy this batch of specimens and temporarily shelve the plan, hoping to find a solution in the future. At this moment, Han was floating in the air, gazing into the void outside divine territory with a furrowed brow. It had been over a year since he encountered another Tier 1 demigod in this region. But the development of the swarm within divine territory continued, having already reached the carrying limit of divine territory. He sent out a divine thought to scan the swarm's status again, and a blue hologram jumped into view. Name: Swarm Overlord. Level: Tier 1 demigod. Class advancement: Divine Fire, unignited. Godhead rank: None. Divine mark: None. Divine trait: Passive, environmental adaptation. Skill: Genetic modification. Divinity stat: 1 point. Mana MP: 56,000 points. Faith points FP: 43 million. Core faction unit: Zerg. Core faction unit numbers: 1 Queen, 10 million Stinger Dragonflies, 40 million Flying Jumping Bugs, 50 million Mutated Jumping Bugs, 40 million Logistics Jumping Bugs. Looking at the swarm count exceeding 140 million displayed on the hologram, Han was considering whether to pause the reproduction of the queen. Having arrived at the coordinates given by Lang Shui, Han had developed smoothly over the past few years, but since there had been no new Tier 1 demigod leaving the protection phase in this area, Han's growth rate had also sharply declined. Sometimes an entire year would pass without encountering a target, and while the area of divine territory could not increase, the swarm's reproduction rate continued to rise. With no immediate solutions, Han slowly exited the world of gods. He planned to consult his homeroom teacher, Lu Wenzhong, about other potential development areas. Back in reality, Han contacted his homeroom teacher Lu Wenzhong through his wristband. A blue hologram projected in front of Han as the other party answered the call. Lu Wenzhong appeared in front of Han in the hologram, looking surprised as he said, "Han, it's been 2 months since we last met. I didn't expect you to contact me suddenly. Teacher Lu, my development has hit a bottleneck lately. Do you know of any areas suitable for Tier 1 demigod plunder development?" As soon as Han saw the screen connected, he wasted no time and directly jumped into the main topic, asking the question he had long prepared. Seeing the knowing look on Lu Wenzhong's face, he realized that when Han initially refused to return to the safe zone, he had guessed that Han had already embarked on the path of plunder development. In the entire world of gods, the mutual plunder wars between civilizations have always been the main theme of civilization development. Except for those Tier 1 demigod who are purely focused on logistics development, everyone will ultimately head down the path of competing for resources. These high school students, having only recently opened up divine territory, are able to enjoy a longer period of safe development solely under the protection of civilization. Of course, there are suitable places for Tier 1 demigod plunder development, but that would be part of the lesson after the assessment, where teachers would lead a group to ensure a certain level of safety. You can't go on your own, Lu Wenzhong easily provided an answer upon hearing Han's question. Can Teacher Lu elaborate on the specifics? Maybe I can give it a try. Clearly dissatisfied with Lu Wenzhong's response, Han pressed for more details. Ha, kid, it's not that I look down on you. If you want to go there alone, that is fine, but if something happens, you'll end up with your divine territory shattered. That area is one on the outskirts of our Ronghua civilization, where a barren resource well exists. Besides us and Ronghua civilization, many smaller civilizations are also active there. It's only through the unspoken understanding between civilizations that the tacit rule allowing only Tier 1 demigod to enter has been established there. If you go in, facing those Tier 1 demigod that have developed for decades or even centuries, or encountering one nearing class advancement, divine fire, don't even think about escaping. However, saying this, Lu Wenzhong took a deep breath, looking at Han with a teasing expression. As for Lu Wenzhong's teasing behavior, Han could only satisfy his twisted humor and asked, "You must have a way, right? Please let me know." Seeing Han's eager expression, Lu Wenzhong continued with satisfaction, "Recently, my guidance of the students in the class is about done, and everyone has gotten on the right track. So, I have applied for and received permission from the teaching office to gather a few of the stronger students in the class and take them there in advance for training, to increase the combat experience of the core faction unit and strive to secure a spot for the competition during the assessment." Saying this, Lu Wenzhong glanced at Han with a knowing look. Chapter 41, Arrival at the Safe Zone. I was about to notify you, but unexpectedly, you contacted me first. Spots are limited if you want to participate in this training, hurry back. I will test your combat strength, and whether you can participate will depend on your performance. Saying this, Lu Wenzhong had already sent over a set of coordinates. I'll be back right away for the assembly to take the test. After receiving the coordinates, Han spoke to Lu Wenzhong without hesitation and immediately hung up the video call. After ending the communication with Lu Wenzhong, he quickly dove back into the login capsule. Once back in his divine territory, Han immediately took out a high-level positioning teleportation card. As Mana MP was injected, the teleportation card activated. Han, still within the hidden divine territory, swiftly slipped into the open teleportation channel. As the divine territory jumped out of the teleportation channel once more, he had already arrived at the coordinates provided by Lu Wenzhong. As soon as he left the teleportation channel, Han habitually scanned the surroundings of the divine territory. Immediately, he spotted nearly 500 divine territories quietly docked not far from him. None of the divine territories were hiding themselves, their barriers shimmered gently, resembling variously sized inverted giant bulls, which was quite a spectacle. This was a sight he could never have seen outside before, when all divine territories concealed themselves, wandering about, waiting for invasion or to invade. Before Han could take the next step, one of the divine territories broke away from the group and approached him. Han roughly estimated that this approaching entity was nearly 10 times larger than his own divine territory. Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit immediately rose and appeared outside the barrier of the divine territory, watching the entity rapidly approach. He saw a similar Tier 1 demigod spirit appear outside the barrier of the other divine territory. Upon seeing Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit, a voice like a ringing bell echoed in Han's ears. Who are you? Why are you here? Hearing the question, Han quickly responded, My name is Han, a student from Class 1 of the Senior 3 at Zhonghai No. 2 High School, and the class advisor is Lu Wenzhong. This coordinate was also given to me by him. A student from Class 1? Well, you better unhide yourself and return to your own class area, don't linger here. Zhuo Yong looked at the Tier 1 demigod spirit before him. Although filled with doubts, upon learning he was a student from Class 1, his tone immediately turned unfriendly. The regular students of this year's Senior 3 had already gathered in this area. This suddenly appeared Tier 1 demigod had just teleported over. The surface of the divine territory was still cloaked with concealment spells. Had it not been for the opening of the teleportation channel catching his attention, he would not have been able to detect the other party at all. At that moment, another divine territory moved over, and a similar Tier 1 demigod spirit appeared above the divine territory. Lu Wenzhong's voice resonated, Teacher Zhua, just take care of your own students. When did it become your responsibility to manage the students from Class 1? Han watched as Lu Wenzhong's divine territory, which was about twice the size of the other parties, approached and felt a bit of relief. He had just teleported here and was completely clueless about what was happening. He wasn't very good at dealing with unfriendly attitudes upon first meeting, but thankfully, his class advisor appeared just in time. Then please take good care of your students, Mr. Lu, and explain the rules here to them clearly. Seeing Lu Wenzhong appear and gaze at him directly, Zhou Yong replied briefly before diving back into his divine territory, quickly retreating to his original position. Noticing that Zhou Yong had left, Lu Wenzhong immediately turned to Han and said with a smile, Kid, welcome to the human civilization safety zone. Mr. Lu, what just happened? Han asked, immediately voicing his curiosity upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's words. Follow me, let's go back to our class's headquarters first, Lu Wenzhong said, controlling his divine territory to move in the direction he came from. Seeing that the other party had moved, Han didn't say much and quickly followed suit. That just now was Zhou Yong, the head teacher of Class 2. There's a half-elf student from their class who has a core faction unit and has been getting a bit too arrogant lately. If he causes trouble again, let me know. I've been looking for a chance to take him down. During their movement, Lu Wenzhong explained to Han what had just happened. Hearing this, Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask with a wry smile, Mr. Lu, is his unfriendly stance toward Class 1 because of you? How could it be? Don't talk nonsense. He is just that kind of petty person, always looking to stir up trouble with students from other classes, Lu Wenzhong replied, quickly switching to a serious expression upon hearing Han's words. I understand now. If he causes more trouble, I'll definitely inform you, Han said, choosing to heed Lu Wenzhong's advice as he looked into his earnest eyes. Within just a couple of sentences, Han had followed Lu Wenzhong to Class 1's base, where about 30 divine territories floated around. It seemed to be all the students from the class. In only 2 months, the size differences among these divine territories were already quite apparent. Some were less than 20,000 square kilometers, while others exceeded 100,000 square kilometers. This was the reason Han had been hesitant to transport here. The resources offered by the school were very limited. If students' families could provide support that worked to their advantage, the school did not prohibit this and even encouraged it. For an orphan like Han, if he transported here, he would have nothing besides the 10 resource cards given by the school, making development extremely challenging. Aside from enduring through time to accumulate mana MP to buy resources on the Divine Communication continent, there were no other alternatives. Upon seeing Han's spiritual form, students around him immediately emerged from their divine territories and began chatting. Is that the Han from our class? I've only seen him once on the day school started, and he hasn't appeared since. I heard he is an orphan without family support, struggling outside since he left the protection period. That's really tough in the initial battles. Every fight results in severe losses for the core faction units. I wonder how many of his core faction units are still alive now. You guys don't understand anything. A top student is someone who is tough enough to leave the protection period early. If you're too scared to go invade, then don't talk nonsense here. At that moment, Lang Shue's voice suddenly spread out, abruptly interrupting the surrounding discussions. Lang Shue realized Han was missing when they reached the safety zone and, after asking Li Mingbao, learned that he had left the protection period early. After that, Lang Shue didn't dare disturb Han in real life anymore, knowing how dangerous it could be to leave the world of gods casually without being in a safe zone. Seeing the other students from his class looking curiously in this direction, Lu Wenzhong smiled at Han and said, "Kid, from the distortion around your divine territory while moving, it's quite impressive. It's safe here, so you can drop the concealment now." Chapter 42, Test. Hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, and seeing everyone around him had dropped the concealment of their divine territories, Han also decided to stop hiding and removed the hidden effect of his divine territory. As the hidden magic effect faded, Han Fei's divine territory began to slowly materialize and gradually became clear. When the classmates saw Han Fei's divine territory appear, they immediately erupted in astonishment. No way! Without family support, how can his divine territory be this large? Looking at its size, it must be close to 1 million square kilometers, right? How did he manage that? Incredible! Could it be that the core faction unit he awakened is an uncommon great species? How many divine territories would he have needed to invade for that? Wow! The top student is amazing. Bao Ge, look quickly, this is at least 10 times larger than your divine territory. Lang Shue exclaimed in excitement upon seeing Han's divine territory, heedlessly throwing his words towards the person in the class with the largest divine territory. Li Mingbao was taken aback when he saw Han's divine territory appear. Hearing Lang Shue's nonsensical words, he wasn't angry at all and laughed as he replied, "It looks like it should be around 1 million square kilometers. My divine territory is only 120,000 square kilometers, so it's indeed nearly 10 times larger." Impressive. At this moment, Lu Wenzhong also gazed at Han's divine territory in amazement. Since enrolling, he had researched Han's background and was aware that he was an orphan without any family support. The fact that Han's divine territory could reach such extent indicates that during his time outside, he had been engaged in invasion activities and must possess considerable strength. Having gained rewards from several continuous invasions might seem like luck, but managing to retreat unscathed after dozens of invasions without the necessary power is practically impossible. Kid, tell me the truth, is your core faction unit really an uncommon great species? Lu Wenzhong suspected that Han had been deceiving him earlier. His core faction unit had already opened the pathway to uncommon grade, which gave him the confidence to act recklessly outside. It's really not. My core faction unit is just a normal grade species, without any uncommon grade power, Han said earnestly, looking strangely at Lu Wenzhong. This was already the second time the other party had asked this question. In his view, uncommon grade species were not invincible and had various flaws. During his 20 years in the world of gods, he had also encountered other core faction units that were uncommon grade species, especially Tier 1 demigod. The easiest memory he had was of a group of uncommon grade forest sprites, which resembled the legendary green-skinned goblins, standing less than 20 centimeters tall, humanoid and incredibly ugly. Possessing the ability to control plants, they attempted to hide in the woods for a positional battle, but were immediately encircled by 15 million flying jumping bugs summoned by Han, which kept circling the entire divine territory. Using their sharp, sickle-like backs, they forcibly shaved all the forests in the opponent's divine territory down to a bald state, achieving a swift victory while also saving on the recutting work needed after the absorption of the opposing divine territory. Lu Wenzhong still regarded Han with a skeptical gaze and then cautiously said, "Whether what you say is true or not, if you want to undertake tests, you'll have to go through an evaluation. I've already notified the venue manager the testing ground will be ready shortly." Han was also curious about how the testing would proceed, knowing that in the world of gods, there were no simulated battles. Once a conflict broke out, there would inevitably be damage, affecting both core faction units and divine territories alike. After waiting for a while, a divine territory covering around 10 million square kilometers began to move closer. Now let me explain the rules to you. Shortly, you will invade this divine territory in the designated area, and I will open an invasion passage near your channel to send in some expendable core faction units. After you eliminate these expendable units, I will consider giving you a place depending on your performance. How does that sound? Any questions? As Lu Wenzhong saw the venue was ready, he immediately laid out the rules for the test. "Teacher Lu, how do we retreat after the invasion passage test is done?" Han asked quickly after hearing the rules, knowing that disconnecting the invasion passage would likely rip off a piece of one party's divine territory. "You don't have to worry about that. After the test, you can withdraw your core faction units back into your divine territory. The venue manager will cut off the invasion passage, but any fragments of divine territory that fall off cannot be salvaged. The venue manager will handle the recovery themselves." Lu Wenzhong immediately explained upon hearing Han's question. "Won't this cause great damage to the core faction units within the divine territory?" Han raised another question he did not understand. When divine territory is torn into fragments, it indeed causes significant damage to the belief of core faction units. However, the venue manager doesn't care. Their core faction units are long gone, and there are only normal grade core faction units in the divine territory, which basically won't have any serious impact. Lu Wenzhong patiently continued to explain Han's concerns. After hearing this, Han understood what the situation with the venue manager was. In simple terms, these were core faction units facing extinction, but the intact Tier 1 demigod core of the divine territory had already lost the possibility of class advancement, divine fire, yet they could still enter the world of gods. "I have no problems now." With no worries, Han started to await Lu Wenzhong's test, confident that he could easily handle whatever expendable species the other party sent his way. "Then let's get started." Lu Wenzhong wasted no time and immediately marked the spot for Han's invasion. Both of their divine territories simultaneously raised translucent tentacles from the invasion passage, heading towards the marked area. As the invasion passage stabilized, Han immediately possessed a stinger dragonfly and appeared in the test arena through the passage. What appeared before him was a standard Gobi desert terrain, where he could see another teleportation portal less than 2 kilometers away. As the other party's teleportation portal lit up, a group of goblins entered the testing ground through the invasion passage. Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod phantom also appeared above the passage, looking towards Han. "Kid, come on, let's see what you've got against these 50,000 goblin warriors. If you think defeating them will incur unmanageable losses, you can surrender right now." A booming voice came from the phantom of the opposing Tier 1 demigod. 50,000 goblins, well-trained, in tight formation, all wearing chainmail, with shields, spears, and bows, fully equipped. This expendable quality is a bit high. Han was not too surprised when he saw that Lu Wenzhong had deployed goblins, as they have always held a significant share in the market as low-tier expendables. They reproduce rapidly, possess decent intelligence, and after training, can show good discipline and organization, making them a highly cost-effective choice for expendables. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's provocative words, Han wasted no time and casually sent 50,000 mutated jumpers into the teleportation passage. Compared to the original jumpers, the current mutated jumpers have already undergone several rounds of optimization. In terms of defense, attack, speed, and agility, they can easily overwhelm this group of goblins, not to mention that the swarm does not need to consider morale, a factor that significantly impacts combat effectiveness. Every one of them has loyalty, zealot as a foundation, ensuring that all mutated jumpers will fight fiercely without fear of death. Chapter 43, Test completed. Seeing that the goblins had taken their positions on the battlefield, Lu Wenzhong eagerly watched Han's invasion passage, highly curious about the mutated beast core faction units that Han had mentioned. Dispatching these 50,000 goblins was something Lu Wenzhong had considered very carefully. Now, it has been 20 years since they exited the protection period in the world of gods. Normally, during this period, normal grade Tier 1 demigod core faction units can reach around 3 million to 5 million. Moreover, they generally have no less than 500,000 combat units, with 50,000 goblins being exactly 1/10 of that number. Students can dispatch enough core faction units to eliminate these goblins based on their actual circumstances, but they must also avoid harming their own foundation, so both the quantity and quality of the dispatched core faction units need careful consideration. Lu Wenzhong can easily assess the combat strength of the opposing side based on the number of core faction units dispatched by the students and the casualties suffered after the battle. If they struggle to deal with these goblins, it's obvious they lack the strength to compete for participation qualifications. As soon as the goblins had formed their ranks and began advancing steadily, Lu Wenzhong saw a group of beasts he had never encountered emerge from Han's invasion channel. After charging onto the battlefield, this group of beasts paused briefly in front of the invasion channel, waiting for no more reinforcements to pour in from the channel. The entrance of the channel was already crowded with 50,000 of them, and a sharp roar echoed throughout. The gathered 50,000 mutated jumpworms immediately charged towards the goblins, who were less than 2 kilometers away. Lu Wenzhong carefully observed these Han's core faction units, silently thinking, these are mutated beasts. From their appearance, they certainly look like a fierce species, but I wonder what their true combat strength is? Under his observation, he clearly saw the appearance of this group of mutated jumpworms. Their bodies were covered with dense bone armor and scales, their limbs strong, claws sharp, and the bone sickles on their backs looked extremely ferocious. Just from their appearance, one could easily sense that they are a species highly skilled in combat. In a short time, the group of 50,000 mutated jumpworms had already approached the formation of goblins. These well-trained goblins, faced with an equal number of jumpworms, did not collapse. Without the terrifying pressure from their overwhelming numbers, they experienced a brief moment of chaos at first, but quickly stabilized under the commander's orders. As the mutated jumpworms approached within a certain range, the goblin archers at the back of the formation received their orders, raised their arms to draw their bows and shoot arrows, and a rain of arrows instantly covered the swiftly approaching swarm. Facing these slowly approaching arrows, the mutated jumpworms, equipped with Han's high-speed visual tracking system and their extremely sensitive reactive nervous system, easily weaved through the rain of arrows. Only when there was absolutely no space to dodge would some mutated jumpworms slightly adjust their body posture during their high-speed dash, using their hardest, high-density bones to brace against the arrows. After witnessing this, Lu Wenzhong immediately widened his eyes in terms of the ability to pass through the rain of arrows unharmed. It was already enough to prove the excellence of these core faction units. But this was just the beginning. He saw the mutated jumpworms charging ahead, and as they got within 200 meters, the veins on their wings began to beat violently. The speed of these mutated jumpworms suddenly accelerated, entering a charging state, confronting the goblin warriors holding shields and forming a defensive line with their spears. They hesitated not at all, directly carrying their great impact energy and smashing fiercely into the entire defense line. In the blink of an eye, the defense line was breached. The goblins, who only stood 1.2 meters tall, faced this high-speed impact, and the wooden shields they wielded provided nearly no defensive effectiveness. At the moment of collision, these wooden shields were shattered into two segments by the tremendous force, and then the goblins behind the shields directly faced the impact of the mutated jumpworms. Their small frames were immediately knocked back several meters upon contact, slamming them into a large group of their fellow comrades behind them. Then the massacre officially began. The chain mail on the goblins was shredded like paper against the mutated jumpworms. The slashes from their finely crafted iron weapons were easily dodged by the agile reflexes of the mutated jumpworms. Even if they managed to hit their targets, it would only leave a scratch on the surface scales. On the chaotic battlefield, the scene was like hell, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, intermingled with the goblins' wails and the mutated jumpworms' roars. It showed Lu Wenzhong the top-tier strength of the mutated jumpworms among normal-grade species. Their bodies, designed entirely for combat, were like killing machines on the battlefield. Activated by their adrenal glands, the mutated jumpworms seemed tireless. Each swing of their back sickles was the maximum strength they could exert, easily dividing the goblins in front of them in half. In just a moment, this trained and well-equipped group of goblin warriors began to scatter and flee, turning the battle into a mere chase and escape phase. Seeing this scene, Han lightly tugged at the threads of faith, and the mutated jumpworms immediately stopped their hunting of the remaining goblins, halting their attack in just an instant. Some goblins under attack by the mutated jumpworms found themselves face to face with massive sickles swinging down, and at such close distance, they suddenly came to a halt. Panic and disbelief froze on their faces, and the goblins who salvaged their lives knelt down and wept. However, the mutated jumpworms paid no attention to the prey before them and immediately turned to dash back in the direction they had come. With just a slight sensing, Han determined that the battle losses for these 50,000 mutated jumpworms were below 3 digits. Gazing slightly upwards at the divine shadow of Lu Wenzhong floating in midair, Han gently inquired, "Teacher Lu, have I qualified?" Upon hearing Han's question, Lu Wenzhong momentarily showed a hint of awkwardness and spoke to Han in a somewhat unnatural telepathic manner. Yes, you have qualified. Prepare yourself, we will set off shortly." Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's response, Han finally sported a satisfied smile, commanding the mutated jump bugs to return to his divine territory, while he himself turned and vanished into the teleportation passage. Seeing Han disappear, Lu Wenzhong immediately released his spiritual sense to scan the group of cannon fodder goblins. In just a few minutes of battle, the 50,000 goblins were reduced to less than 20,000, and this was only because Han noticed that this group had lost their fighting spirit, showing them mercy. Otherwise, if he had waited a few more minutes, these goblins would have been slaughtered by the mutated jump bugs. With this combat power, they could probably hold their ground against some uncommon grade species. Indeed, he has the capital to be arrogant. But I wonder how many mutated beasts he has? Lu Wenzhong began to quietly calculate in his mind. Chapter 44, Training Quota. With the combat power of these mutated beasts, if this kid can mobilize over 5 million, he might just break into the Global League. Lu Wenzhong's expression instantly turned to one of joy at the thought. After returning to his divine territory, Han patiently awaited the exit from the invasion passage. In less than 10 minutes, it was estimated that Lu Wenzhong had already completed the collection of the remaining goblins, as the battlefield area began to tear apart and gradually detach from the vast divine territory. Han immediately sensed that the invasion passage had been severed, watching as the massive fragments of divine territory floated in the void, being retrieved and reintegrated by the other party. Han suddenly felt pity for those Tier 1 demigod core faction units that were wiped out. Thankfully, his queen ant was still alive. If the queen ant had died, he might have faced a similar fate, which strengthened his determination to take good care of her. At this moment, the other students nearby, who had been watching, saw that the test was over and immediately cast curious looks. "Scholar, how did your test go? Did you pass? Was your opponent 50,000 goblins? I sent out 100,000 snake men and won with a loss rate of under 3%. What's your situation?" Lang Shui immediately approached Han as he saw Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit reappear outside the divine territory barrier. "It was alright, the process was quite easy. I should have no trouble securing the training quota," Han replied casually to Lang Shui's question. The surrounding students, who were not familiar with the classmates they had only seen twice, began to discuss animatedly upon hearing Han's words. Anyone could take down 50,000 goblins easily, but the key is the loss rate. I wonder how many of his core faction units were lost. Exactly, even Teacher Lu hasn't notified anyone yet, and he already thinks he's secured a training quota. He better be careful of getting slapped in the face later. I think he has a good chance of getting a quota. Just look at the area of his divine territory after countless battles, his core faction units must be quite powerful. Hearing the discussions from the nearby students, Han remained unfazed. In the previous battle, the mutated jump bugs had eliminated nearly 30,000 goblins on par numbers. He only had a few losses, around a mere 30 or so, which was about 1,000th, mainly from when he accidentally got his head pierced while crashing through the spear formation. If he couldn't secure a training quota with these results, he would just apply for a retest, and then directly summon 10 million mutated jump bugs to overwhelm the testing targets. But doing so would mean that Lu Wenzhong probably wouldn't see the single combat capabilities of the mutated jump bugs. He could only watch as his cannon fodder goblins scattered in fear. At this moment, Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod spirit also appeared outside the divine territory barrier, and upon seeing the homeroom teacher reappear, all the students turned their gaze towards him. They began waiting for him to announce the list of participants for this trial, as these new students were quite looking forward to such an opportunity for accelerated development. Ahem, now that all the classmates have completed their tests, I announce the list of participants going to the lower level battle zone for the trial. At this point, Lu Wenzhong paused. With his penchant for suspense, the classmates who had spent 20 years in World of Gods had long since become accustomed to it. Seeing the students around him looking at him with calm expressions, showing no signs of anticipation, Lu Wenzhong could only continue. Li Mingbao, Lang Shui, Chen Hao, and Han, prepare yourselves. I will now go collect the teaching funds, and we will depart shortly. After saying this, Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod spirit instantly vanished. Han suspected he was off to the God Communication continent to collect the so-called teaching funds. As everyone saw Lu Wenzhong disappear, the other classmates who were not selected began to disperse, leaving only 4 divine territories remaining in the vicinity, which Han knew were the ones going for training. The other divine territories around were already dispersing, and Han began to observe the 3 divine territories next to him. Aside from himself, the largest divine territory was Li Mingbao's, spanning 120,000 square kilometers. The smallest, Han estimated, was about 70,000 square kilometers, and that was Lang Shui's divine territory. The last one, Tier 1 demigod Chen Hao, who Han was not very familiar with, had a divine territory slightly smaller than Li Mingbao's, estimated to be around 100,000 square kilometers. Seeing that only a few of them were left nearby, Li Mingbao was the first to speak up. Academic prodigy, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come participate in the training this time. I thought I wouldn't see you until the assessment. Long time no see. I have encountered some problems during my recent development, so I returned to consult the homeroom teacher. Luckily, I got this opportunity. One also wanted to see what the battlefield is really like. Han responded readily to Li Mingbao, no longer keeping up the icy demeanor he had before. Let me introduce you, this is Chen Hao, an excellent student from our class. I hope that through this training, we can all make some progress. Seeing that Han was not acting as aloof as before around strangers, Li Mingbao immediately introduced the only unfamiliar person present, Chen Hao. Hello, Chen Hao, nice to meet you. Han, without the previously high-handed demeanor, gently greeted this new classmate. Hello, Chen Hao responded with a cold grunt, then turned his head and noticed Han's huge divine territory, reluctantly managing to say the 2 words before diving back into his own divine territory. Academic prodigy, don't mind him. He acts all high and mighty every day, but isn't he just being suppressed by Baogo? Now that your divine territory has appeared, let him see what there are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people really means. Noticing that Chen Hao didn't greet him and retreated back into his divine territory, Lang Shui immediately said to Han, who looked puzzled. Chen Hao just cares about his image, he's not a bad person, Baogo explained to Han upon hearing Lang Shui's words. Academic prodigy, your divine territory is so large you must have invaded others numerous times. Hurry up and tell me about the battles invading other divine territories. What is it like? Were there particularly heavy losses? Lang Shui didn't continue on the previous topic but turned around, looking at Han's divine territory with curiosity. Hearing Lang Shui's impulsive question, Han thought to himself, if invading meant heavy losses, my divine territory wouldn't have expanded to this extent. So he shifted the topic, you'll get to experience the actual situation of invasions firsthand before long. But I didn't expect you to participate in this training too. This is thanks to your suggestion, academic prodigy. After my promotion, I made these serpent people from the core faction unit work hard to reproduce. My dad somehow got me a water element rule card, which I integrated into my divine territory. Chapter 45, Low-Class Battlefield. It's probably because of the corrosive poison trait of this core faction unit. As the number of core faction units increased, suddenly there were serpent priests who could use corrosive miasma, which encompasses a vast area when released. Their combat power is impressive. Lang Shue's face was full of pride as he spoke, looking completely smug. Hearing this, Han roughly understood Lang Shue's situation. It seemed a member of the core faction unit had unexpectedly cultivated an uncommon great strength and spread the method throughout the entire clan. Moreover, the success rate of this cultivation method must be high enough that it allowed Lang Shue's core faction unit to have a path from normal grade to break through into uncommon grade. This would indeed provide a significant boost in combat power at the initial stage when everyone else's core faction units were still at the normal grade level. As for the water element rule card that his family got for him, it must also play a part in increasing the concentration of uncommon grade strength of water elements in his divine territory. Adding various rule cards into the divine territory to improve the rules within it is typically something to consider only after class advancement, divine fire. Just relying on a water element rule card can lead to the path of uncommon grade. It's estimated that Lang Shue's core faction unit should have a decent talent related to the water system's uncommon grade powers. You have really good luck. The core faction unit can pave the way to uncommon grade early. With proper cultivation, maybe you'll really secure a spot in the city-wide league, said Han, casually encouraging Lang Shui while observing his smug expression. At that moment, Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod spiritual body reappeared, waved at them, signaling them to come over. Chen Hao also emerged from his divine territory. Once the 4 Tier 1 demigod spiritual bodies flew in front of Lu Wenzhong, he took out a stack of cards and said seriously, each of you will receive 2 advanced positioning teleportation cards, 20 exploration beacon cards, 20 scanning cards, 20 concealment cards, and 20 communication cards. After the 4 received the cards, Lu Wenzhong continued, this time we are heading to the barren resource well area, known as the low-level battle zone, where teleportation is not allowed within all resource well ranges, so your activity area must be within my timely arrival range. If danger arises, you can immediately notify me using the communication card, and I will arrive as quickly as possible. Others must also provide immediate support. One of the low-level battle zone's 2 unspoken rules is that the number of combatants from each force cannot exceed 5, and the other rules prohibit any existence above Tier 1 demigod from entering. He paused his speech. Seizing the opportunity, Han asked, Teacher Lu, why are there such rules? The other 3 also showed puzzled expressions, looking at Lu Wenzhong, waiting for his answer. Upon hearing Han's question, Lu Wenzhong turned to the other 3, and seeing their curiosity, began to explain, this is a consensus among all civilizations operating in that area. After all, it is just a barren resource well with insufficient benefits. The 2 strongest factions have a complex relationship with the Longhua civilization. A long time ago, our predecessors operating there established this agreement. So this is not a contract between civilizations, but more of an unspoken rule, though over a long time, everyone has accepted this agreement. After all, no one wants to start a civilization-level war for such a barren resource well. After explaining, he looked at the group. Seeing that no one was asking any further questions, he continued, so if you encounter danger, you must at least take enough time to get rescued. If you don't wait for support to arrive and your divine territory shatters, I will be powerless to help. This is a risk you must face. Can you all accept this? If not, you can withdraw now. Upon hearing this, Lang Shue's expression immediately filled with panic, but before he could speak, Han had already replied solemnly, I have no issues. Hearing Han's answer, Lu Wenzhong quickly turned his gaze to the other 3. I can accept it. Li Mingbao replied immediately. I have no problem either. Chen Hao also responded proudly. Seeing that the other 3 had not withdrawn, Lang Shui gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I can also accept such risks. Seeing that no one had withdrawn, Lu Wenzhong revealed a satisfied smile and said, in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. There are no rewards without effort. Let's set off. First, teleport to the outer civilization camp of the low-level battle zone. The coordinates are. Once Lu Wenzhong finished stating the coordinates, he immediately activated the advanced directional teleportation card, and the divine territory instantaneously entered the teleportation channel, disappearing from their sight. The remaining 4 saw the situation and did not hesitate, also teleporting towards the coordinates given by Lu Wenzhong. When the divine territory completed this teleportation and appeared in the world of gods, Han saw that Lu Wenzhong's divine territory was right next to him, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. He then began to observe the surroundings, noticing that the situation was very similar to that of a safe zone. There was also a large group of divine territories gathered together without needing to count. Just by estimating, Han could confirm that the number of Tier 1 demigod here definitely exceeded 20,000. He even saw several massive divine territories on the outskirts, with areas exceeding 100 million square kilometers. At that moment, another teleportation channel opened beside them, and the remaining 3 also teleported over. With everyone gathered, Lu Wenzhong did not waste words and said directly, "Let us go." He then led the group away from this Tier 1 demigod gathering point, advancing into the depths of the void. On the way, Lu Wenzhong began to explain the specifics of the low-level battle zone and their subsequent action methods. The journey lasted for 15 days before they truly entered the low-level battle zone, at which point everyone's divine territories had already entered a hidden state. Alright, this should do it. Lu Wenzhong suddenly stopped moving, revealing his Tier 1 demigod spiritual body. Han and a few others immediately stopped moving, revealing a Tier 1 demigod spirit outside the divine territory that looked at him. Lu Wenzhong, seeing the spirits of the few, said sternly, "You 4 should act together first, to adapt to the invasion, focusing on me, and operate within a radius of 5 hours in my divine territory. Once you are fully accustomed to the situation here, then you can separate. There should be plenty of Tier 1 demigod spirits active in this area. You can decide on your specific activity range yourselves. I hope you will all gain from this experience." Hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, Li Mingbao was the first to speak, saying, "Here, aside from Han, we all lack invasion experience. Scholar, you should lead the team." Yes, Scholar, you lead the team. You're the most experienced. I'll follow your lead," Lang Shui immediately agreed. "I have no objections." Chen Hao maintained a proud demeanor, but offered no counter-argument. "Alright then, follow me." Han returned to the divine territory and randomly chose a direction, controlling the divine territory to set off, followed by the other 3. Chapter 46, Invasion Training. Seeing this, Lu Wenzhong also smiled and returned to his own divine territory, beginning to wait patiently. His job was not to engage in combat here, but to oversee the students from these classes. After moving for 4 hours, Han stopped the divine territory in the void and began sending out exploration beacons. As for the number of beacons sent out, it wasn't the 20 distributed by the school, but a direct deployment of 40 exploration beacons. After all, he had quite a few beacons stored from his previous escapades. Once the beacons were deployed, Han stopped moving and began to wait patiently. The other 3, seeing this situation, also mimicked Han's actions and dispatched exploration beacons. Regarding the situation of this area previously explained by Lu Wenzhong during their journey, Han already had an understanding. It turned out that most of the Tier 1 demigod active in this area were actually newly opened divine territories or Tier 1 demigod that were still in a growth phase. The truly powerful Tier 1 demigod looked down upon developing and resource-scarce areas. The few nearby divine territories with an area of over 100 million square kilometers generally won't enter low-level combat zones. They were merely assigned to guard the camp. Likewise, other civilizations have also regarded this place as a training area, where their cultivation methods are more robust. They directly send new Tier 1 demigod here to fight and grow. Only those who survive possess value and have opportunities for further training. Civilizations like humanity, which have teachers specifically overseeing them, are actually in the minority. In other civilizations, only powerful and influential families or extremely close relatives have instances of dedicated oversight. 3 days passed in patient waiting. Suddenly, Han sensed that his exploration beacon had detected a target. "Target detected, follow me." Han immediately sent a message to the 3 beside him, controlling the divine territory to move in a certain direction. The remaining 3 wasted no time and quickly followed. In less than an hour, Han caught up with the hidden divine territory. A thick invasion channel directly connected to the opponent. With a slight scan, Han discovered that the other divine territory was less than 40,000 square kilometers. He immediately dispatched 200,000 stinger dragonflies to enter the opponent's divine territory and start mapping, while messaging his 3 companions. Just invade directly. The opponent's divine territory is less than 40,000 square kilometers, so you can also get used to the rhythm of the invasion. Upon receiving Han's message, they no longer hesitated and immediately launched the invasion. With the vision provided by the stinger dragonflies, Han immediately felt that 3 more teleportation channels had formed near his own teleportation channel. A large number of troops began to invade through the teleportation channels under Han's observation. He quickly identified the core faction units of these 3 classmates. Lang Shua's core faction unit was serpent folk, with black scales, bearing a snake head on each shoulder, bipedal with a thick snake tail at the back. To him, this looked more like lizardmen rather than the imagined upper body of a human and the lower body being a snake, with basic armor and standardized long spears as weapons. In contrast, Chen Hao's core faction unit was much better equipped. This was a standard fantasy centaur species, with heavy armor on the front line and holding a 3-meter-long lance, resembling a heavy cavalry from the cold weapon era. The rear was made up of centaur archers in light armor, equipped with standardized curved sabers, a combination of ranged units and support. Well trained and well equipped, the gap compared to those messy snake people observed by Lang Shui is immediately apparent. What primarily attracted Han's attention was Li Mingbao's core faction unit, which had a standard human appearance, though with slightly bluish skin and no hair. Wearing lightweight leather armor and carrying a dagger at their waist, each person had a canister on their back, and their weapon was a type of large-caliber firearm connected by a tube to the canister behind them. Through mental scanning, Han effortlessly grasped the structure of these firearms, which were not the gunpowder weapons he had imagined, but high-pressure pneumatic rifles. Relying on the gas pressure from the tank on their backs, the weapon could launch the metal ammunition from the barrel, causing damage through kinetic energy. With an effective range of up to 150 meters, they were more powerful than some handguns from his previous life, and the gas in the tank was enough to fire 50 rounds in the age of cold weapons. This could be considered a tremendous weapon. The 3 of them manifested a massive Tier 1 demigod phantasm at the entrance of the invasion corridor, issuing invasion commands to their followers in an authoritative tone. Han felt a bit awkward hearing this. This was the invasion process taught at school. Unless you had full loyalty, zealot like him, the normal grade belief line couldn't clearly convey Tier 2 deity commands. This method of manifesting miracles before invading not only allowed for issuing divine decrees but also boosted the morale of the core faction unit, while the imposing Tier 1 demigod phantasm could assess the local situation, achieving multiple goals at once. However, this approach was of little use to Han, who had full loyalty, zealot, so he never engaged in such flashy antics. At this moment, Stinger Dragonfly, acting as a communicator, had approached them, and Han immediately transmitted the known information. The core faction unit in this divine territory consists of goblins, and the nearby terrain is primarily forested. There are probably just a few million of them, not much danger, just head directly towards the center of their divine territory. I'll deploy some core faction units on standby to provide support whenever needed. Swiftly finish the battle. After speaking, Han sent 2 million aerial jumping insects into the teleportation corridor. After receiving Han's information, the 3 of them saw a large number of flying jumping insects surge from Han Fei's invasion corridor, covering a vast area in front of the corridor. This single wave exceeded the total number of core faction units the 3 of them had sent in. Wow! Scholar, you're amazing. The number you've sent is nearly 2 million, right? And they're all flying units. Just by looking at their appearance, you can tell their combat strength is not weak. Can one person really defeat the opponent? Lan Shui was visibly surprised at the fierce appearance of the flying jumping insects, the killing machines, and spoke first. You guys are the main force this time, I'll just provide support. You need to quickly adapt to the rhythm of invasion battles. I can only invade with you a few times before I prepare to act solo. Han informed the 3 of them about his plan to go off on his own. Hearing Han's words about only providing support in combat and then preparing to act alone, Lan Shui didn't mind and immediately said confidently, just watch my performance, and you'll see the combat strength of my snake people army. After that, Long Xue's Tier 1 demigod Phantasm immediately issued a grand divine decree: my core faction units, advance and eliminate all goblins you encounter. Chapter 47, Intervention. The 300,000 black-scaled Snakeman core faction units that entered the divine territory let out a frenzied cheer and charged straight into the forest towards the center of the opponent's divine territory. Seeing this, Li Mingbao and Chen Hao also began to mobilize their core faction units towards the center of the divine territory, but unlike Longshua's snake people who rushed in, they cautiously advanced into the forest. The two of them's core faction units appeared very careful, prudently advancing step by step through the forest. This was mainly because their two core faction units were not very accustomed to fighting in such forested conditions, which had a certain impact on their combat effectiveness. Seeing this situation, Han did not urge them on. He deployed 500,000 flying jumping insects to follow behind their core faction units, ready to provide support at any time. After more than 10 minutes of advancement, the fastest snakemen had already engaged with those goblins, and the battle erupted instantly. Amidst heavy protection, several hundred snakeman priests raised their long spears and began their rituals, with a thick yellow mist rapidly expanding from their center. In a short time, the mist enveloped an almost 10-kilometer radius, stabilizing only after reaching its limit and no longer expanding. A few flying jump bugs following closely behind this group of snake people were also shrouded within the range of yellow mist. Han immediately possessed one of the flying jump bugs to perceive and observe. This flying jump bug, which stayed in the poisonous mist, only reacted for a few seconds upon initial contact, seemingly startled, but afterward gradually adapted to the corrosive toxic mist. Although there were still some effects, this did not hinder them from engaging in short battles in the mist. Under Han's observation, the impact of the toxic mist on the flying jump bugs was not severe, thanks to their various toxin immunity systems within their bodies. With an excellent respiratory filtration system, Han estimated that the passive, environmental adaptation from the divine trait would also affect the slow corrosive toxic mist. Only with the combination of multiple factors could the flying jump bugs move freely through this corrosive toxic mist. If they were to survive long-term in this toxic mist, it's possible that these flying jump bugs would evolve their own targeted immunity system. In comparison to the ease with which the swarm deals with things, the kobolds caught in this area are truly miserable. The mist enters their bodies with each breath, causing toxic effects while simultaneously corroding their internal organs. Their exposed eyes endure intense stinging from the corrosive poison mist and continue to weep profusely. Some severely corroded kobolds are even rolling on the ground, clutching their eyes and howling in agony, probably close to going blind. Faced with the black-scaled serpents who can move freely and without any impact within the poisonous fog, these kobolds, having completely lost their fighting capability, cannot put up any meaningful resistance and are easily taken down one by one, dying on the spot. On the other side, the centaurs and the blue-skinned bald ones are not having it easy either, facing the overwhelming swarm of kobolds. They can only form a formation to effectively withstand the kobold charge. But achieving zero casualties in such close combat is nearly impossible. The centaurs can rely on their heavy armor and tight formations to keep the kobolds at bay outside their ranks. Li Mingbao's blue-skinned bald core faction unit is in a much more precarious position, although they initially suppressed the incoming kobolds with their firepower. However, their disadvantage in fighting in the forest becomes increasingly magnified. One shot could create a gaping hole in a kobold, but due to visibility obstructions and the countless trees providing cover in the forest, the kobolds keep inched closer to their front lines, forcing these blue-skinned bald ones to expend more ammunition to hit their targets. As the front line runs out of ammunition, the rear troops fail to timely replenish the firepower gap, leading to a sudden vacuum in their firing net. The kobolds immediately rush through this gap into the formation of the blue-skinned bald ones, triggering a chaotic battle, and inevitable mass casualties start to occur within Li Mingbao's core faction unit. Overall, Li Mingbao's core faction unit still holds a decisive advantage. However, Han estimates that after the victory, the losses among these blue-skinned bald ones would not be insignificant either. Thinking of this, Han immediately commanded the Flying Jump Worm Legion following Li Mingbao and Chen Hao via the line of faith. Advance and eliminate all the kobolds. A straightforward and brutal command received by these two squadrons of flying jump worms. They immediately ended their leisurely stroll through the forest. Their membranous wings began to flap rapidly, taking to the air. They formed an imposing sight over the forest, swiftly advancing toward the battlefield, and in less than 2 minutes, the flying jumpworms charged straight into the combat zone. Landerly is a devout follower of Li Mingbao, also the leader of a reconnaissance team for this invasion. His team is positioned at the very front of the army for this operation. Upon coming into contact with the kobold intercepting forces, he immediately sent a distress signal. Thanks to a temporary find in a hillside depression, the intersection of firepower from 10 large-caliber rifles tightly held the gap in front, allowing his team to hold out until now. "Captain, I'm out of ammunition," a team member reported to Landerly, who immediately dropped his gun and back-mounted air tank, pulling out a short knife from his waist. "Report on remaining ammunition." Landerly swiftly raised his gun and shot a kobold peeking out from the gap, loudly calling to the remaining team members. "I still have 7 shots. I have none left. I only have 3 shots left." As the reports came in from the team members, Landerly's face gradually grew grim. The entire 10-person team has less than 30 rounds of ammunition left. At that moment, a young blue-skinned bald one holding a short knife asked him with a trembling voice, "Captain, will we make it back alive?" "Fool, this is the battlefield. Focus, reinforcements will arrive soon, the god is always watching us." Landerly sternly glared at the questioning member and scolded coldly. But he knew in his heart that the number of kobolds outside far surpassed their small team, and if reinforcements didn't arrive soon, they might truly not make it back. Just then, a sharp roar and the buzzing of wings suddenly filled the sky. A group of vicious-looking beasts dove from the sky, moving so quickly that it almost exceeded his eye's ability to track. In an instant, these beasts swept past less than a meter from the ground outside the hillside depression, and immediately, the outside fell into silence. The previous sounds of kobold howls disappeared altogether. "Captain, what's going on?" In the eerie silence, a team member nervously asked. Chapter 48, The Gap. Before the captain could respond, Li Mingbao's grand voice echoed in the hearts of all the followers, "Reinforcements have arrived, eliminate all these kobolds." Hearing the divine message resonate in their hearts, the team members, previously apprehensive, quickly steadied themselves. "It must be reinforcements. Let us go, we need to join the fray too." Landerly calmly stated, "If the reinforcements have arrived, they need to fight too. They cannot hide in this depression forever. That would be an act of extreme cowardice." When this group of blue-skinned bald ones cautiously stepped out of the depression, they were immediately stunned by the sight before them. There were no signs of the fierce beasts from earlier. Outside their hiding place lay a sea of kobold corpses. These corpses looked as if they had been sliced open with a sharp dagger. Most were severed from head to body. Some kobold corpses were missing their heads, and their bodies had been chopped in half with blood and entrails strewn everywhere, having died beyond recovery. Li Mingbao watched as Han's core faction unit charged into the battlefield, as if raking a comb through the chaotic scene. Just a moment ago, he was embroiled in a chaotic struggle with the dog-headed men, but once the swarm departed, only his core faction unit remained standing. All the dog-headed men had been decapitated or cut in half, leaving a field of corpses. Li Mingbao was extremely shaken. "Han, is this your strength? I didn't realize the gap was already so huge." The swarm entered the chaotic battlefield, and within less than a minute, it swept away all the dog-headed men in sight, showcasing an incredibly high killing efficiency and terrifying battlefield dominance. As for Chen Hao's core faction unit, the flying jump bugs had it much easier. Thanks to the centaur formation, they effectively resisted the impact of the dog-headed men, preventing them from breaching the formation and causing chaos inside. The flying jump bugs employed an old forest combat tactic, surging at high speed from above the centaur formation into the front line of the battle. They spread their sharp backsickles, maintaining low-altitude flight, and swept past in an organized manner, striking all targets obstructing their path. Any target that remained at the same height as the flying jump bugs would face countless cuts until they fell. After 500,000 flying jump bugs passed, the traces they left behind were far more shocking than what Li Mingbao experienced. In front of the entire centaur defense line, all the trees taller than 1 meter were sliced in half. The previously dense forest looked as if it had been carefully pruned by a gardener, appearing uniformly flat. The centaurs, averaging over 2 meters in height, could still see in the distance the forest continuing to fall, extending towards the vanishing point of their sight. "This is impossible. How can the gap be this big?" At this moment, Chen Hao exclaimed in shock, unable to believe all that was happening before his eyes. Everyone was just high school students who had established their divine territory for less than half a year, and Han was still an orphan. Without the support of family elders, how could he have grown so powerful in such a short time? The flying jump bugs that came to his aid were only a quarter of the number that had entered this divine territory. He believed the number of these monsters was certainly much greater than 2 million. If he were to battle Han now, with his total of less than 1 million centaur soldiers against Han's 2 million flying jump bugs, he would have no chance of winning regardless of the terrain. Even under the terrifying battlefield dominance of the swarm, his centaur core faction unit would suffer an exceedingly exaggerated casualty rate, completely shattering his pride. The battle in the divine territory concluded at an astonishing speed after Han intervened. When the flying jump bugs dug out the core of this divine territory, the fastest, Lang Shui, had only made it over a third of the distance with his serpent army. Han immediately informed the three of them that the battle was over, instructing them to gather the core faction unit and prepare to reap the enemy's divine territory. Once it was confirmed that the information had been received by the three, the waiting flying jump bugs immediately shattered the core of the divine territory before them. As a tremor spread throughout the divine territory, the surface barrier became transparent, and the four began absorbing the terrain and resources within this divine territory. Move faster, absorb as much as you can now, because if we wait any longer, the divine territory will shatter and expose itself to the void, causing losses to the flora and fauna on the ground, thus diminishing the value of the divine territory. Han saw that Chen Hao was still hesitating. He had only selected 2 areas and stopped moving. Lang Shui and Li Mingbao were not proactive either, so he immediately called out a reminder. Hearing Han's words, the three no longer hesitated and began to fully harvest the resources and terrain within the divine territory. As the divine territory shattered, their movements quickened again, and the 4 of them cleaned up the fragments of this divine territory in less than an hour. Wow, I'm rich! Just in this short while, my divine territory has expanded by nearly 10,000 square kilometers. What a huge profit! After the harvesting was completed, the 4 quickly left. Not far into their departure, Lang Shui could no longer contain his excitement and shouted out. Thanks to the genius, we were able to easily take the other side's divine territory. Li Mingbao replied with a happy expression. Yeah, I never guessed you were so strong. Genius, you could easily conquer the other side alone. We really gained from you this time. Lang Shui immediately responded to Li Mingbao's remarks. Don't say it like that. It's also because you attracted most of the enemy's dog-headed men that I could easily push into the center of the other side's divine territory. Hearing Lang Shui's thoughtless words that dragged the other 2 and 2, Han could only modestly acknowledge that everyone contributed. He certainly couldn't follow Lang Shui's lead, as that might make people feel he was discontent with his teammates. Han was not petty enough to bicker over these resources. At this moment, Chen Hao, who had not spoken until now, suddenly said, Lang Shui is right, our strengths are indeed not on the same level. You can act alone. With you tagging along, whether we invade or not, the outcome will be the same. Hearing Chen Hao's statement, Han was about to speak when Li Mingbao cut in. That's true, study tyrant, don't worry. With this experience of invasion, it's already enough. We're not little kids who need babysitting. Right. Study tyrant, you are so impressive that I'm left without a sense of accomplishment. You should go out and have fun on your own. If I can't win, I'll send a message for help, Lang Shui also agreed. Seeing that the 3 of them had reached a consensus, Han also didn't beat around the bush and solemnly reminded them to be careful. He then distanced divine territory from the group and floated away alone into the void, while the remaining 3 grouped together and gradually moved in another direction, soon disappearing from Han's sight. Chapter 49, Thunder Beast. After breaking away from the 4-person team, Han finally returned to his familiar rhythm. He first found a favorable location to dock divine territory and ceased its movement. Then, he projected 30 exploration beacons into the void and patiently began to wait. In less than 10 days, he discovered a new Tier 1 demigod entity. Han immediately maneuvered divine territory towards the target and, after catching up, invaded without hesitation. He had become quite skilled at invading other Tier 1 demigod entities, first dispatching a stinger dragonfly to scout the divine territory environment. As long as the divine territory isn't a barren wasteland with no value, Han would proportionally dispatch insect-type units based on the size of the detected divine territory. If the area does not exceed 100,000 square kilometers, he wouldn't need to be overly cautious and would directly dispatch 500,000 jumping bugs for every 10,000 square kilometers, launching the first probing attack. Once the two sides engaged in battle, he would basically understand the opponent's situation if they could hold out or resist. Only then would Han decide whether to continue investing in his second wave of forces or to retreat decisively. This had almost formed his standard procedure for invasion. Time passed in Han's efficient invasions and plundering, and 5 years went by without him receiving any distress messages from the other three. It seemed that the three of them were acting cautiously and the invasions were going quite smoothly, possibly also related to their need for recovery time after each battle. Unlike Han, who could maximize invasion efficiency, they would not let go of any target they discovered. This style of invasion is something normal grade Tier 1 demigods simply cannot endure. In the 5 years, Han had never encountered an opponent of the same scale. All the Tier 1 demigod entities he met had divine territories of nearly 200,000 square kilometers or less. Those exceeding 200,000 square kilometers were extremely rare. He had only encountered a divine territory close to 500,000 square kilometers once. It seems that this area chosen by Lu Wenzhong only had Tier 1 demigod entities with newly developed divine territories. There were none with divine territories of nearly 10 million square kilometers. During the continuous invasions, Han reaped considerable gains, not only expanding the area of divine territory to 4 million square kilometers, but also acquiring a variety of genes. Recently, his insect race welcomed the addition of a new unit. The genetic template came after he eliminated a 300,000 square kilometer Tier 1 demigod and unexpectedly obtained it during the absorption of the opponent's divine territory. It is a massive normal grade beast, resembling a triceratops without horns, and can weigh up to 10 tons. After domestication, it is kept in the opponent's divine territory as a logistical beast of burden, even though it has no combat power. However, it grows rapidly, has excellent endurance, and serves as a qualified production tool when necessary. It can also serve as food. After Han obtained the complete gene of this beast, he was overjoyed. He didn't care about the combat power of this large beast. What he truly valued was the energy supply system inside this giant beast. This was also a significant factor that had long hindered Han from scaling up the insect units. After all, wanting to scale up the energy supply system of a beast weighing dozens of kilograms to drive a body of several tons or even over 10 tons is a daunting challenge. The various problems faced, without any references, are a nightmare even for someone as hardworking as Han. Although he realized that the development path for long-range units had been completely blocked, he was working hard to strengthen the melee capabilities of the insect swarm, but progress on designing the giant melee units remained slow. After obtaining the genes of this giant beast, Han, who already had a significant accumulation, quickly opened up a breakthrough, leading to the birth of a new melee unit in the insect race. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 img src equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpick.com novel picker cb88 cdfd3225f6 c95998461444848 tplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D963091X expires equals 18714708117X signature equals 8PXH2 advol% 2 BWVMH48EJOGBSO XG% 3D width equals 1037 height equals 584 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. This is a heavy insect type unit, nearly 10 meters tall and weighing over 15 tons. Its head retains the fierce appearance characteristic of the insect race, featuring sharp tusks and large mandibles, with a blade-shaped horn growing from its forehead. Above its head are large, multifaceted bony plates that protect the top of its head while also covering half of its back. When charging forward with their heads down, the upright bony plates can cover the entire head, ensuring complete safety. In addition, their whole body is wrapped in thick layers of chitinous exoskeleton, over 20 centimeters thick, providing nearly all-around defense. Their limbs are strong and powerful, easily propelling their 15-ton bodies to sprint across the ground. Their most terrifying weapons are two pairs of giant bony scythes growing from their shoulders. Specialized muscle fibers expand in contract with stimulation, allowing these massive bone scythes to unleash incredible power and speed in their slashing attacks. In Han's classification, these new insect units named Thunder Beasts are robust ground assault units, elevating the swarm's offensive capabilities to a new level. Their consumption of food and slow growth rate have also set a new record for the insect swarm. The food consumption of a single thunder beast is several hundred times that of a normal grade mutated jumping insect. Moreover, from the hatching of the larva to breaking out of the cocoon, it takes a year and a half. The newly emerged thunder beast can only be considered a semi-finished product. They still need to undergo 6 months of intense feeding to mature all of their internal organs, enabling them to reach a weight of 15 tons, totaling nearly 2 years of development. So far, the total number of mature thunder beasts within Han's divine territory has just reached 20,000. However, in the future, Han will concentrate the production capacity of the split ovaries on the thunder beasts, initially maintaining a certain population size. In just a period of time, the scale of the thunder beasts can expand at an astonishing speed. Through 5 years of frenzied plundering, the growth rate of his divine territory has already surpassed the efficiency of the insect swarm's growth. Currently, his divine territory hosts over 220 million jumping insect units, still near half the number required to reach the limit of the divine territory. If all these resources were concentrated on the thunder beasts, Han could produce 500,000 thunder beasts within a few years, pushing the consumption of the divine territory to its limit. However, compared to the currently dominant unit, the jumping insect, this unit tasked with ground assaults can only serve as a tactical supplement to the swarm in terms of both cost-effectiveness and functionality. They still cannot replace the position of jumping insects in Han's mind. Just when Han was feeling satisfied and full of expectations for the future, he suddenly received a message from Lu Wenzhong, which was extremely simple. Han, come quickly, I'll explain the details when you get here. Coordinates. Looking at the received coordinates, it just urged him to hurry over without elaborating on the situation, leaving him puzzled. All he could do was advance toward the coordinates provided by Lu Wenzhong, filled with confusion. Chapter 50 Support. It took Han less than 3 hours to arrive near the coordinates provided by Lu Wenzhong, and from a distance, he noticed the situation ahead. A total of 14 divine territories formed a circle in the center. 7 had already engaged in battle while the remaining 7 stood on either side, faintly confronting each other. One side was a Tier 1 demigod covering an area of over 50 million square kilometers, while the other consisted of 2 divine territories of 20 million square kilometers each, accompanied by 4 smaller divine territories below 200,000 square kilometers. Lu Wenzhong and his 3 classmates were on this side of the 6-person group. Seeing the situation, Han immediately moved his divine territory closer. Han's arrival immediately drew the attention of the 7 spectators, who all looked over with their Tier 1 demigod spirits. Han also hurriedly revealed his spiritual form outside the divine territory, and seeing that it was Han, the faces of their 6 members broke into smiles. On the opposing side, the Tier 1 demigod Harris developed a grim expression although Han's divine territory had been hidden. During the movement, the distortion caused by the divine territory around the void allowed Harris to deduce that this new Tier 1 demigod had a divine territory area clearly exceeding 1 million square kilometers. As the divine territory drew near, Han's spiritual form immediately flew towards Lu Wenzhong. Teacher Lu, what is going on? As soon as he got closer, Han immediately asked Lu Wenzhong. Kid, you finally arrived. Here's the situation. Lu Wenzhong explained the scene to Han as soon as he saw him. It turns out that the Tier 1 demigod named Harris across from them is a senior from a family of the Longhua civilization, bringing along the younger generation from their family to this area for training. They ran into a training team from a university in the 2nd star zone. A student named Tang Fong on this side was the first to engage in combat with a Tier 1 demigod from the opposing side. As a result, Harris quickly arrived with 3 others, creating a 4-on-1 situation against Tang Fong in a short amount of time, with all 4 opponents being extremely strong. When the teacher leading Tang Fong's team arrived, he immediately sent 2 stronger students from the team to provide support. However, there was one other student on their team who had just gone through a tough battle and was slightly weaker, which maintained the battlefield at a 4-on-3 situation. Both veteran Tier 1 demigod leaders on each side exercised great restraint and did not personally engage, keeping the situation within a controllable scale of combat among the new generation Tier 1 demigods. By the time Lu Wenzhong arrived, there were already 2 teachers from the human side present, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, Tang Fong remained at a disadvantage, without any powerful reinforcements coming to help. Even with teachers watching from the back, the divine territory would not suffer a complete annihilation of the core faction unit. Nevertheless, this promising student named Tang Fong would face extremely heavy losses, and as an outstanding student at the school, he might even miss a series of major competitions for human civilization afterward. There is an urgent need for a strong new Tier 1 demigod to come and support Tang Fong, to turn the situation around. The veteran Tier 1 demigod leaders on both sides have reached an understanding that as long as the other side does not move, they also will not take action. A Tier 1 demigod in the opposing side's 50 million square kilometer divine territory, without any other support nearby, also wouldn't dare to gamble when faced with the two Tier 1 demigod teachers who have already arrived on the human side. If the two teachers on the human side act together in the next round, it's hard to say who would win or lose. The situation could very well spiral out of control. The reason they call it an unspoken rule is that it only counts as a rule if both parties tacitly agree to follow it. There is no force impacting compliance. At the very least, it can now be guaranteed that the party admitting defeat, by paying a certain cost, will not be destroyed at the core of the divine territory. After listening to Lu Wenzhong explain the situation, Han immediately turned to look at the area where the battle was ongoing in the center. Tang Fong's divine territory was at the very center, and it was also the largest divine territory on the battlefield, estimated to cover over 700,000 square kilometers. Across from them were 4 divine territories, each covering 400,000 to 500,000 square kilometers, already connecting the invasion corridors to Tang Fong's divine territory. The two Tier 1 demigod entities supporting Tang Fong had a divine territory that barely reached 300,000 square kilometers, with invasion corridors connected to the divine territories of the opposing two Tier 1 demigod, holding them back so they couldn't fully target Tang Fong. There are still 2 Tier 1 demigod combatants fully engaged with Tang Fong, and the divine territory is about 500,000 square kilometers. After a brief analysis of the situation, Han turned to Lu Wenzhong and asked, "How is Tang Fong doing now, Teacher Lu?" Before Lu Wenzhong could reply, another teacher in charge interjected, "Her situation isn't very optimistic. The front line has been pushed to a third of divine territories area, and the core faction unit is a flame blade demon. Although they are still holding on, they are at a disadvantage." What about the enemy's intel? What types, numbers, and strengths do the core faction units have? Hearing a response, Han looked at the unfamiliar Tier 1 demigod teacher, maintaining a calm expression as he continued to question. Jin Kai wasn't bothered by Han's attitude and hurriedly replied, "The enemy has 4 Tier 1 demigod units. 2 of the core faction units are ogres, roughly 4 meters tall, with a certain number of uncommon grade 2-headed ogres, and the other 2 are werewolves, with a scarce number of uncommon grade werewolf shamans. The number of ogres exceeds 200,000, and there are fewer than 5,000 2-headed ogres, with a large amount of fodder core faction units used as backup during battles, making them the main force attacking Tang Fong. The other 2 core faction units are the werewolves Tier 1 demigod units, which are currently temporarily held back, providing limited pressure on Tang Fong." As he said this, the leading teacher Jin Kai looked at Han expectantly, fearing he would refuse to provide support. After all, facing ogres that can compete with certain uncommon grade species even at normal grade levels, not to mention the already advanced uncommon grade 2-headed ogres, would be reckless for anyone without considerable strength. Hearing the enemy's details, Han began to ponder, realizing that such a rare occurrence where 4 divine territories of 500,000 square kilometers appear is uncommon. He contemplated how to maximize the benefits of this war. Seeing Han lost in thought, Jin Kai's heart tightened, and he quickly continued, "This student, I've heard from your teacher Lu that your strength is quite formidable. As long as you can hold off one of the ogres Tier 1 demigod, regardless of the outcome, I'll guarantee a high-grade bloodline card as a reward." "Is that true?" Hearing about the high-grade bloodline card snapped Han's focus back, and his eyes lit up instantly. A bloodline card is a special resource card that allows a single core faction unit to obtain an uncommon grade bloodline. It's categorized based on the success rate of imparting the uncommon grade bloodline into the core faction unit as low, medium, or high grade. High grade bloodline cards have a success rate exceeding 70%, and even a bloodline strength of the most normal grade is valued at over 300,000 mana MP. If it is a powerful uncommon grade racial bloodline card, it can even be sold at exorbitant prices. Chapter 51, Reconnaissance. Seeing Han's reaction, Jin Kai felt slightly reassured and decisively stated, "Of course it's the truth. I guarantee it on the honor of our school, and your teacher Lu can testify as well. If I go back on my word, you can file a complaint with the Ministry of Education." "Kid, don't worry. This is teacher Jin Kai from a well-known university in the second star district. They wouldn't ruin their reputation over such resources," Lu Wenjong assured Han, calming any worries he might have about the reward. "Alright, I'm going now." With Lu Wenjong's assurance, Han did not hesitate and directly maneuvered his divine territory toward the center of the battlefield. Witnessing Han take action, Jin Kai looked seriously at the central battlefield, but due to the concealment of the divine territory's barrier, they had no idea what was actually happening inside. It had been 2 hours since Tang Fong last revealed her Tier 1 demigod spirit to report the battle situation. "Don't worry, this kid's strength is no joke," Lu Wenjong comforted Jin Kai, noticing the serious expression on his face. "Can his strength hold back 100,000 ogres?" Hearing Lu Wenjong's reassurance, Jin Kai immediately turned and asked. Lu Wenjong thought about the 50,000 evolved jumping insects he had seen previously, and the reported number of over 2 million flying jumping insects from Long Shui and the others, plus 5 years ago, Han already had a divine territory area exceeding 1 million square kilometers. Estimating, Lu Wenjong figured that Han's fierce battle-evolved beasts would have a fighting strength exceeding 4 million. So he replied to Jin Kai, "It should be fine." At this moment, Han was approaching the central combat zone, staring at the Tang Fong divine territory connected by 4 invasion channels, and he made up his mind. A thick invasion channel lifted from his divine territory barrier and stabbed hard into Tang Fong's divine territory. The target was near the connection points of the opponent's 4 teleportation channels. The teleportation channel promptly formed, indicating that the 2 divine territories were now connected. Has he gone insane? What is he doing? Seeing this scene, Jin Kai instantly panicked and questioned Lu Wenjong. Lu Wenjong was also confused by Han's actions, and immediately pulled out a communication card to send a message to Han. "You misunderstood. You are invading Tang Fong's divine territory." "I didn't misjudge isn't she connecting with the other 4 divine territories? I'll handle it all at once to avoid complications. My channel is built in a desolate area, and when it's time to disengage from the invasion channel, she won't suffer any losses," Han explained on the spot after receiving the message. Hearing Han's explanation, both Lu Wenjong and Jin Kai exchanged glances, doubting if they had heard wrong. As the invasion channel connection was completed, the hidden effect of Han's divine territory also began to stir, its size eclipsing all others below, becoming partially visible. 4 million square kilometers of divine territory shocked everyone watching, especially Lu Wenjong and Li Mingbao. They knew full well that before coming here, Han's divine territory was only 1 million square kilometers. Holy crap, what has this genius been up to in these 5 years? As soon as Lang Shui saw Han's divine territory, he couldn't contain his shock and exclaimed. Just at this moment, Tier 1 demigod Harris's furious thoughts transmitted over, "Bastard, inferior race, you have broken the rules." Lu Wenjong, upon hearing the other party's words, naturally understood what Harris meant. They thought they had sent an experienced Tier 1 demigod to fight. Lu Wenjong immediately retorted, "Dumbass, you're talking nonsense. The students I brought are all newcomers who have just opened their divine territories for less than 6 months. If you've never seen a genius, don't talk out of your ass. If you have the guts, start a war, whether in the world of gods or reality. Whoever backs down is a coward." Lu Wenjong's arrogant tone instantly silenced the opponent. Han cared nothing for the happenings outside and was focused on stabilizing the invasion channel in front of him. He immediately released stinger dragonflies to scout through the teleportation channel. With the mobility and stealth of the stinger dragonflies, Han just needed to wait patiently for a few minutes to gain a clear understanding of the situation on the other side of the channel. Additionally, these stinger dragonflies, only about 20 centimeters in size, could also enter those 4 divine territories through nearby teleportation channels to establish maps in advance. As the core instigator of this conflict, the moment Han's invasion channel connected to her divine territory, Tang Fong, unaware of the outside circumstances, felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. At this time, she was on the front line, organizing the core faction unit to respond to a wave of renewed attacks, and could not pull away to learn about the circumstances outside the divine territory barrier. Thus, Tang Fong immediately took out a communication card and inquired of her teacher Jin Kai, "Teacher Jin, What is happening outside? Someone is invading my divine territory again. When will my reinforcements arrive? Jin Kai, looking at the message Tang Feng sent, could only explain helplessly, "This new invasion channel belongs to Han. He is here to support you." Upon hearing Jin Kai's explanation, Tang Feng's face darkened as she roared angrily, "Is he an idiot? Not only does he not realize he should invade the opponent's divine territory, but he even placed his teleportation channel right next to theirs. If the channel is blocked, how will he support me?" Listening to Tang Feng's roar, Jin Kai thought to himself, who knows what that kid is thinking, but considering the opponent has massive divine territory, he could only try to pacify her. "Han should be quite strong, just stabilize your front line and wait to see what happens." Hearing Jin Kai's words, Tang Feng could only angrily cut off the communication and once again focused her energy on the war at the front line. She continued to mobilize her Flame Blade Demon Core faction unit to use heavy casualties to block the advancement of the opponent's ogre horde. Although she was still holding on, her heart was gradually leaning towards pessimism. The Flame Blade Demon, though an uncommon grade demon species, struggled with long-range magical attacks. It mainly relies on the close combat of the curved blades grown from the arms, with the power of uncommon grade allowing flames to be attached to the curved blades, adding high temperature and fire damage in melee. However, they generally only stand less than 2 meters tall, making them appear quite helpless against the 4-meter-tall ogre horde wielding huge spiked clubs. Every time the two sides clash, the ogre horde inflicts heavy losses on her Flame Blade demons. Especially those 5,000 two-headed ogres, towering over 5 meters, with even greater strength, who, after boosting their resistance skin, fearlessly charge through the battlefield, undeterred by the Flame Blade demon's attacks. If it weren't for the fact that demon types are all fervent warriors, Tang Feng's tactic of stalling the enemy's advance with her life would have already drained the morale of the core faction unit. Chapter 52, Resistance Skin. Just 5 minutes had passed, and Han had already grasped the situation on the other side of the passageway within several kilometers, and had a general idea of the farther areas. The central part of the opposing divine territory features wind eroded terrain, with scarce vegetation, a harsh environment, and water sources emitting a sulfurous odor. The species surviving here are bizarre and peculiar, truly an environment favored only by demon-type core faction units. Aside from the central area, the rest is grassland and fertile land, used to raise normal-grade core faction units and beasts. Demons' food mainly consists of the blood and flesh of living beings, and overall, the terrain of this divine territory is very suitable for large-scale army engagements. Upon seeing the other side of his teleportation passageway, a number of scattered ogres along with a large number of werewolves and various cannon fodder core faction units had already gathered. Han revealed a dangerous smile. Previously, Lu Wenzhong had already warned him that as long as he did not annihilate the enemy's core faction units and did not destroy the enemy's divine territory core, he could handle the rest however he pleased. Gently pulling on the threads of faith, 100 million jumping insect units began to gather towards the teleportation passage, half being flying ones and half being mutated jumpers, while the only 20,000 thunder beasts also rushed in that direction. After 5 hard years of effort, I finally expanded the area of the divine territory to 4 million square kilometers. As long as I capture all the enemy's divine territory today, it will be a huge gain. Relying on the presence of his two teachers outside, Han contemplated how to strike a dark blow. Seeing that all 4 of the enemy's invasion passages had large numbers of core faction units and cannon fodder charging out, this area had already gathered close to 1 million enemy troops, closing in on his invasion passage. Looking over to his side again, the Thunder Beasts had also reached the invasion passage. Han decided no longer to wait. Advance! With Han's command given, the massive gathered swarm of insects immediately began to stir. Countless jumping insects mixed with 20,000 Thunder Beasts surged into the invasion passage. Sully, the werewolf, had become a captive of a horde of terrifying insects since losing his gods and world more than 20 years ago, and somehow found himself in a new world. The god of this world accepted him and welcomed the 150,000 werewolf compatriots who came here with him, allowing them to survive and reproduce in this world. However, in this world, those terrifying ogres are the favorites of the gods, for over 20 years. Under the predation and hunting of the ogres, the population of the werewolf tribe has not only failed to grow but has dropped to less than 50,000. Sully relied on his wits and caution to survive and became the leader of the werewolves. Today, the god issued a command once again, ordering them to enter the teleportation passage to conquer other worlds. As the surviving tribe in this world, they could not refuse the will of the god, gathering the only 10,000 werewolf warriors. Sali led them through the teleportation passage with several hundred ogres. As soon as they arrived in this new world, Sali saw a bizarre flying insect measuring nearly 20 centimeters in length, flying over their heads and rushing into the teleportation gate behind him. Sali froze in place. The beast's instinct seemed to trigger a switch, and feelings of fear and horror appeared on his face. Cold sweat burst forth uncontrollably, soaking the fur on his back. This oddly shaped insect had always been an inescapable nightmare for him, one he could never forget, for it was these insects that defeated the god he once believed in. "Leader Sali, what's wrong?" The nearby werewolf immediately noticed his distress and rushed over to show concern. Sali looked up at the distance, where the teleportation passage they needed to attack still had scattered stinger dragonflies flying out. We are finished." Sali spoke with a trembling voice, struggling to admit that in his short life, he was actually going to experience the same nightmare for the second time. "Leader, what do you mean? I don't understand." The young werewolf next to him still looked puzzled upon hearing Sali's words. "You'll see soon enough, the disaster has arrived, and we have no way to escape." Sali's voice was filled with despair, and his hands seemed to lose all strength. The short dagger he had been holding tightly slowly slipped from his hands. As soon as the words fell, a massive swarm of bugs poured out of the portal that Sali had been watching. Among the countless mutated jump bugs, towering over 10 meters, the thunder beasts surged like a tidal wave towards the encirclement that had just formed around the teleportation channel. Dense swarms of flying jump bugs spiraled in the sky, their numbers growing rapidly, quickly forming a swirling cloud of insects. As the insect swarm expanded, it slowly blocked out the sunlight, casting a shadow that rapidly enveloped the creatures beneath the sky. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, whether it was the not-so-bright ogres, the bloodthirsty werewolves, or the gathered cannon fodder of other species, a chill crawled up their spines. The cannon fodder farther away turned to flee, but the creatures nearby had already lost any chance of escape. On the ground, the tide of mutated jump bugs instantly engulfed the crude encirclement. The 4-meter-tall ogre was also instantly knocked down in the tide of bugs, with only a few scattered two-headed ogres struggling in the insect sea, relying on their resistant skin for defense. Yet what awaited them were thunder beasts, which were more than twice their height and weighed 15 tons, crashing over their bodies. The few remaining two-headed ogres who could still stand in the tide of bugs were directly thrown high into the air by the impact of the thunder beasts, landing dozens of meters away and plowing a deep trench into the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from their mouths. The faint glow from their resistant skin also extinguished in an instant. Their internal organs shattered beyond survival. The two-headed ogres that had lost the will to fight were once again surrounded and submerged by the nearby mutated jump bugs. Witnessing this scene, Han developed a new understanding of the formidable defensive capabilities of uncommon grade species, realizing the invisible chasm that exists between normal grade and uncommon grade species. These 5-meter-tall two-headed ogres, able to struggle within the vast tide of bugs due to the resistance from their uncommon grade abilities, demonstrated that the attack power of a single jump bug could not break through their surface defense. Han also found that even the thunder beast's two massive sides could only carve wounds deep enough to see bone on them, unable to sever them in one blow, which proved just how outstanding their resistant skin's defense was. Moreover, the defense of the two-headed ogres was not even the best among uncommon grade species, as detailed in the textbooks. The truly top-tier uncommon grade species, whether dragons, high-level demons, angels, behemoths, or mountain giants, far surpassed these two-headed ogres in defensive strength. Chapter 53, Compensation. Faced with such a reality, Han felt a deep apprehension towards the top-tier uncommon grade species he had never encountered before. Watching the battling insect swarm below, Han could only temporarily suppress his thoughts and refocus his energy on this invasion. As the flying jump bugs in the sky began their dive, the war had entered the harvesting rhythm of the flying jump bugs. Han knew that the creatures in the battlefield below, trying to escape from the flying jump bugs that traveled at speeds exceeding 300 km per hour, had almost no chance of survival. The teleportation channel continued to produce units of the insect swarm. Han sensed that the number of bugs entering the battlefield was nearly sufficient. Thus, he gently pulled at the threads of faith, and immediately 40 million jump bugs split into 4 waves, rushing towards other nearby teleportation channels. Their task was to penetrate the center of the opposing divine territory after entering it. The remaining 60 million jump bugs and 20,000 thunder beasts continued to sweep towards the front line where battles were still ongoing. As the master of this divine territory, Tang Fong was fully aware of everything happening within it, and when the swarm poured out from Han's teleportation channel, Tang Fong had already shifted her attention, filled with anger, eager to see how this reinforcements would cope with the million-strong army surrounding his exit. The battle was just beginning for less than 3 minutes when the scene had already turned into a slaughter of the alien species by the insect swarm. An overwhelming tide of insects filled the ground and sky. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Fong's inner rage was replaced by shock as she looked at Han's teleportation channel, where the swarm continued to pour out endlessly. Is he a monster? How can he be so strong? As a promising student from a prestigious school in the 2nd District, her long-standing pride was thoroughly shattered in the face of the massive insect swarm. Estimating the sweep speed of the swarm, given the radius of her divine territory, it wouldn't take long for the opposing forces to reach the front line. Just then, the ogre army, which had been pressing against the lines, suddenly began to retreat, and 4 massive Tier 1 demigod phantoms appeared in her divine territory. Tell your comrades to cease fire. Let's each withdraw our core faction units and end this meaningless battle, one of the Tier 1 demigod leaders said. Tang Fong heard the other person's words and instantly understood their meaning. They too had witnessed the terror of the insect swarm and knew they could not win and wanted to retreat. Hee, if you want to run, go talk to him yourself. I'm not stopping you from retreating, Tang Fong pointedly revealed the other person's thoughts, and, faced with the situation on the battlefield below, she kicked the ball back into their court. Upon hearing Tang Fong's response, the 4 Tier 1 demigod phantoms did not hesitate, disappearing in an instant, only to reappear at the entrance of the invasion channel. Stop! Withdraw your core faction unit, and we will also withdraw our core faction unit to end this meaningless battle, the leader of the Tier 1 demigod proclaimed, his voice echoing in all directions. Han understood the thoughts of the Tier 1 demigod after experiencing the battle at the entrance of the channel. Even a fool could see they were no match. If only the small-sized, purely ground combat unit like the aberrant jumping insects were involved, these Tier 1 demigod could still rely on the formidable defenses and large size of the 2-headed ogres to form a tight formation to face the swarm. This would at least provide a glimmer of hope as long as a favorable terrain could be chosen to keep the swarm at bay from the formation. Perhaps they could hold on a little longer. Unfortunately, among the 3 types of insect units that Han has deployed, whether it's the flying jumping insects or the thunder beasts, they can easily penetrate and disrupt the formation, turning any battle into a chaotic melee advantageous to the swarm, and there is no solution. With a smirk on his face, Han also consumed mana MP to project a Tier 1 demigod phantom. Now you want to run? Not a chance. Just sit tight and wait for me to destroy your army and dig out your divine territory core. After the Tier 1 demigod phantom appeared, Han wore a mocking expression, making it clear that there was no possibility for a safe retreat. Don't go too far. There are over 2 million cannon fodder at the front, 200,000 ogre troops, and 5,000 2-headed ogres. If you want to defeat them, you will also pay a price, the leading Tier 1 demigod responded with a veneer of bravado. Han's Tier 1 demigod phantom shrugged, casually saying, "Doesn't matter, I can still afford this price. You core faction unit are doomed." Seeing Han's unwillingness to back down, the leader of the Tier 1 demigod turned pale as the Tier 1 demigod phantom vanished. He hurriedly contacted Harris and recounted the situation in the divine territory. The battlefield was no longer something they 4 could handle. Useless fools, damn it, Harris assessed the situation based on the accounts from the most promising juniors of their clans, concluding that once their main forces truly clashed with the insect swarm, the losses would be irreparable. Thinking with a grim expression for a few seconds, Harris made a determined decision. He sent a telepathic message to Lu Wenjong and Jin Kai, saying, "We concede. Have your students stop immediately. I can pay compensation." Oh? Weren't you just being arrogant? And now you're conceding? First tell me the cost, and if it's acceptable, I'll notify my students to stop, Lu Wenjong replied, surprised by the other's words. Han had been on the battlefield for barely 10 minutes and already the opponents were surrendering, but he feigned indifference in response to Harris while urging Jin Kai to inquire about Tang Fong's situation. "One soul crystal will make him stop immediately," Harris stated curtly, revealing the compensation. Upon hearing the compensation offered, Lu Wenjong recognized that the opponents must be in a real hurry. The value of 1 soul crystal was close to 2 million mana MP points, which, when combined with the 4 divine territories engaged in battle, represented a highly valued, rare resource. He quickly sent a message to Han, "Kid, stop for now and come out for a moment." "Why should I stop? I'm poised to take down all 4 divine territories across from me. Just leave them a bit of core faction unit and 10,000 square kilometers of divine territory, right?" Han replied, puzzled by the message from Lu Wenzhong. "The other side is willing to offer a soul crystal as compensation to end this conflict," Lu Wenzhong hurriedly explained. As soon as Han heard about the soul crystal, he immediately activated the line of faith to halt the swarm's attack, and the Tier 1 demigod spirit swiftly emerged from the divine territory barrier. With shining eyes, Han communicated with Lu Wenzhong, "Where is it? Give it to me, and I will let them withdraw right away." Soul crystals are rare resources in the world of gods and have immense value for Han. They are items that can enhance core faction unit potential without any side effects. It greatly helps units at the elite grade to break through to the hero grade. Lower tier units can also use it, but generally, no one would use it on units below elite grade. But for Han, the uncommon grade resource with absolutely no side effects is equivalent to a special resource for the Ant Queen. As long as he gives this thing to the Ant Queen, no matter what changes occur, he would profit without loss. Upon hearing Han's words, Lu Wenzhong turned to look at Jin Kai, inquiring with his eyes what he meant. "Let's make a deal then. The soul crystal will belong to Han, and my students won't have any objections." Jin Kai had already learned about Han's situation from Tang Fong. He decided quickly that this was a monstrous student. Hearing Jin Kai's agreement, Lu Wenzhong immediately contacted Harris, who did not hesitate. A card embedded with the soul crystal quickly flew over, wrapped in mana MP. With the essence crystal in hand, Han immediately began to gather the swarm of insects and return to his divine territory. Chapter 54, Flaw. It took over 2 hours in total for the 8 intertwined divine territories to slowly unravel. During this time, Han's 2 teachers and the Tier 1 demigod Longhua, Harris, kept a close watch on each other. Only after both sides had distanced themselves and disappeared from each other's sight did the atmosphere begin to ease. Confirming that it was safe, Han immediately shifted his gaze to his homeroom teacher, signaling madly with his eyes, clearly indicating that he wanted him to help retrieve the reward, the high-grade bloodline card. Seeing Han's intense gaze and the eager expression on his face, Lu Wenzhong couldn't help but smirk, thinking, this kid is quite the money grubber. What's the rush? I already said that the other party guaranteed the bloodline card in the name of the school, so would 1T go anywhere? Ahem. Teacher Jean, now that your student has escaped danger, shouldn't we settle the reward you promised earlier? Prompted Lu Wenzhong slightly awkwardly as Han incessantly signaled. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's reminder, Jin Kai instantly recalled the high-grade bloodline card he had promised Han. With a smile, Jin Kai pulled out a card from his Tier 1 demigod ethereal form and handed it to Han, saying, "Thank you, Han. Here is the high-grade bloodline card I promised you." After receiving the bloodline card, Han didn't examine it closely and immediately stored it in his body, unable to hide his joyful expression as he politely said, "No need to thank me, it's all part of helping each other out while we're out here." Seeing that Han had already received his reward, Lu Wenzhong interrupted his pleasantries, saying, "Alright, kid, no need to be so polite. This bloodline card is what you deserve. Without you, who knows how the situation would have turned out." Then Lu Wenzhong turned to Jin Kai and said, "Teacher Jin, I'm planning to take the students back. We only have half a month left until the school's assessment this year, and they need some time to assimilate their gains. I expect I'll need to stay a bit longer. Well then, Teacher Lu, until we meet again." Hearing Lu Wenzhong's intention to leave, Jin Kai didn't drag it out, simply clasping his hands in farewell. "Goodbye." Lu Wenzhong waved and departed with his 4 students in the direction they had come. Still on the way back, Lu Wenzhong called Han out of the divine territory and asked seriously, "Kid, tell me honestly, what is your current strength? How many mutated beasts do you have?" "Over 200 million in total, I guess." In response to Lu Wenzhong's question, Han didn't hold back and stated the facts directly. How much did you say?" Lu Wenzhong doubted whether he had heard it wrong. He had previously heard from Jin Kai that Han's core faction unit was nearing 100 million. That had already shocked him once, and he thought that was Han's entire strength, but it turned out to only be half of it. 200 million, or more precisely, about 220 million. Hearing Lu Wenzhong's skeptical tone, Han provided another precise figure. The three other students present were also struck with astonishment upon hearing this number. It far exceeded their imaginations. Forget about an army, even if they combined all their core faction units, the total wound T reached 30 million. The gap was simply too vast. Didn't T expect you to be this formidable? You're definitely going to break into the Global League. After going back, make sure to fully digest what you've gained these past few days. Lu Wenzhong felt immensely pleased upon hearing Han's precise number. Now, have you found a way to promote your core faction units to uncommon grade? Lu Wenzhong quickly asked, as given the number of Han's core faction units, if he could find a path to uncommon grade, he'd see a tremendous leap in strength. As for promoting to uncommon grade, I currently have no clue. My core faction units are rather unique. They can't advance to uncommon grade through training and are likely close to evolving or metamorphosing instead. Moreover, their methods of evolution differ from normal grade. There is no way for them to pass on genes to the next generation. Han briefly explained the situation of the insect race, hoping Lu Wenzhong might have some ideas to help him overcome this challenge. Oh, so that is how it is. No wonder you're so interested in the Essence Crystal and Bloodline card. But no core faction unit in the world is perfect. Since you've got such a huge advantage in breeding, it makes sense that you have deficiencies in other areas. Without a reference template for your mutated beasts, you'll just have to explore gradually. Lu Wenzhong gained a general understanding after hearing Han's explanation. In the world of gods, while it's not absolute, almost all core faction unit species adhere to certain natural laws. Core faction units that reproduce easily generally don't possess strong abilities or have serious defects, such as goblins, dog-headed people, and so on. In contrast, powerful core faction units like dragons and angels face considerable difficulties in reproduction and grow exceedingly slowly. He speculated that Han's core faction unit belonged to the type that reproduces very easily but finds it extremely difficult to break through the species' original limits and advance to uncommon grade. If a method to help the core faction unit break through uncommon grade is not found soon, he might maintain his strength in the early stages, but eventually, he would be outpaced by Tier 1 demigod core faction units that find the path to uncommon grade. However, it's fortunate that core faction units that reproduce easily have no issue in expanding their numbers, and Han can still rely on the large quantity of core faction units to endure until he accumulates enough divinity stats, allowing him to use class advancement, Divine Fire, to elevate the core faction units. There are still 15 years until the citywide college league in World of Gods. Who knows, maybe one day your core faction unit will break through by itself. Lu Wenzhong couldn't think of any good ideas, so he could only temporarily comfort Han. The other three also listened in silence to Han's explanation. Lang Shui quickly spoke up to comfort him, saying, "Exactly, scholar. There's still plenty of time. My core faction unit suddenly found the path to uncommon grade. Maybe you will too." What Lang Shui said is correct. It's all a matter of luck. There are cases where core faction units evolve on their own, and even if it can't break through to uncommon grade, with your core faction unit's reproductive advantage, accumulating 1 million divinity stats for class advancement, Divine Fire is certainly feasible. The remaining two chimed in, agreeing with Lang Shui. "Thanks for your concern, but I know my situation well enough," Han said with a wry smile after hearing nothing that seemed helpful. All right. No one can predict the future. At least this kid is now stronger than the three of you combined. With his strength, entering the Global League is no problem, so you don't need to worry here. Just take care of yourselves." Lu Wenzhong saw the other three rookies also come over to comfort Han. Feeling quite irritated, he thought, do they really think he needs their comforting? This kid just got a soul crystal worth 2.3 million mana MP points along with a high-level bloodline card. The three of you combined aren't worth that much. Chapter 55, Absorption. The journey away from the barren resource well was smooth, with no unexpected incidents. Lu Wenzhong took the four students through location teleportation once again, returning to the school's base in the safe zone. After removing the concealment, before the assessment, make sure to absorb the rewards from this trip, Lu Wenzhong advised the four from this excursion before diving back into his divine territory. Controlling the divine territory to stabilize and observing that his classmates' divine territories had barely changed after several years, Han couldn't help but reflect, indeed, only by plundering outward can one find the correct path to rapid development. Seeing Han and the others return after several years, the students around immediately came out in droves to watch the changes among them. It's only been a few years, how did Han's divine territory become so large? It must be nearly 4 million square kilometers now, right? How did he manage that? What else could it be? He went and plundered other divine territories. Didn't you see that Li Mingbao and their divine territory also expanded nearly by double? But Han's divine territory has tripled since before. How many divine territories must he have plundered? Ignoring the exclamations of his classmates, Han simply greeted Li Mingbao and the other three before eagerly returning to the divine territory. On the way back, while sorting through his gains, Han noticed a new uncommon grade species gene that caught his attention. This was a low-level demonic creature accidentally brought back by the jumping insect in Tangfang's divine territory, known as the split-eye worm. This demonic reptile is a member of the ecological species of Tangfang's divine territory. It has 10 eyes, and each eye can grow its own legs to detach from the body for independent reconnaissance and movement. However, the detached eyes lack consciousness and are entirely controlled by the consciousness of the main body of the reptile. They function like independent organs that have separated from the body, closely resembling the split ovaries of an ant queen, but are better in that they are completely separated without any connection through nutrient tubes. Furthermore, the most important point is that the genetic chain of this split-eye bug is extremely simple. Its uncommon grade genes are not like those of other species, which consist of a series of genetic tumors, but rather have a single uncommon grade genetic tumor present at each end of the gene chain. This makes it the species with the fewest genetic tumors discovered by Han so far on the genetic chain of uncommon grade species. This has given him a glimmer of hope for breakthroughs in uncommon grade genes, so after returning to divine territory, Han immediately engaged in this new discovery. Over 10 days passed in a blink, and as Han looked at his results, his face was full of helplessness. He had completely analyzed the normal grade genes on the genetic chain of the split-eye bug, but no matter how hard he tried, he made no progress with the uncommon grade genetic tumors at both ends of the chain. Putting aside his work for the moment, Han sighed deeply as he pulled out his greatest gains from this time, the spirit crystal and the bloodline card. Setting the high-level bloodline card aside, he hadn't decided how to use it yet. With only a 70% success rate, it definitely couldn't be used on the Ant Queen. Focusing on the card that sealed the spirit crystal, Han was lost in thought. As a rare resource that can enhance any individual's potential without side effects, Han planned to use it on the Ant Queen. However, he wasn't sure what effect it would ultimately produce. But if it were to be used on other insect core faction units, it would clearly be a waste. This is also the reason why, after obtaining the spirit crystal over a month ago, he still hadn't used it. During this time, he has reviewed a vast amount of information and now has some understanding of the effects of using the spirit crystal based on all known cases. To date, there hasn't been a single case where users experienced side effects after use. The enhancement varies depending on the potential of the species. No matter what, since this is a rare resource that can be universally used across all species, there's no reason for me to see an exception in my case. I must use it. Resolving his determination, Han turned to the Ant Queen beside him. Communicating through his thoughts, he said, "I recently obtained a treasure that can enhance your potential. Get ready, and I will use it on you. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know immediately." "Master, I am ready now." "If there is any discomfort, I will tell you," the Ant Queen responded immediately upon receiving Han's thought. Hearing the Ant Queen's reply, Han began to slowly input Mana MP into the sealing card. With the activation of the Mana MP, the sealing card instantly disappeared, revealing a crystal that radiated a dazzling light in his hand. Looking at the spirit crystal in his hand, Han did not hesitate, and he directed his Mana MP again into the spirit crystal, which was instantly filled with golden light. Gradually transforming into sparkling golden dots, it merged into the Ant Queen's body under his manipulation. Throughout the entire process, he released his mental energy to closely observe the Ant Queen. In just a few minutes, the spirit crystal in Han's hand completely vanished, fusing into the Ant Queen's body. By this time, the Ant Queen was already asleep, breathing steadily, while her cells began to activate, as if receiving a long-awaited rain, frantically absorbing the effects of the spirit crystal. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the effects of the spirit crystal slowly began to fade. Han stood beside the Ant Queen, constantly monitoring her condition. Fortunately, the effects of the spirit crystal were indeed remarkable. Han could clearly feel that the vitality within the Ant Queen was stronger, and nothing unexpected happened. As the antennae topped by the Ant Queen began to sway, it indicated that the spiritual crystal had been completely digested by her. Han quickly pulled up the auxiliary system panel to check the changes in the Ant Queen's attributes. Core Faction Unit Name, Ant Queen. Core Faction Unit Grade, Uncommon Grade. Core Faction Unit Talent, Skill, Genetic Fusion, Skill, Genetic Modification. Faith Level, Loyalty, Zealot. Slightly. Looking at the attributes of the Ant Queen displayed on the information panel, everything else remained the same as before, except that the Core Faction Unit Talent now included a new skill, Genetic Modification. Han was somewhat confused. His own divine trait was Skill, Genetic Modification, and now the Ant Queen's Core Faction Unit Talent suddenly had an ability with the same name. What is the effect of this new talent? What can it do? Everything is still unclear. We can only test it and see later, Han thought silently after seeing this talent name. At that moment, the Ant Queen had already regained consciousness. Han immediately asked her, "How do you feel now? Is there anything unusual?" "Master, I feel great. It's like I can control the genes stored within me." The Ant Queen promptly answered his question, sharing her feeling after waking up with Han. Chapter 56, Breakthrough. As soon as Han heard the Ant Queen's words, he quickly performed divine possession, sending his divine consciousness deep into the Ant Queen's body. Under his divine perception, he instantly noticed the differences in the Ant Queen. Normally, when the Ant Queen sensed the genes within her body, she could only see a string of overall genetic chains, but now when the Ant Queen observed her genes, with the consumption of faith points FP, she could now see the internal situation of the genes, just like Han. At that moment, the gene that Han was observing was the split-eyed bug gene he had been trying hard to analyze recently. The 2 uncommon grade gene tumors that had made no progress were slowly becoming clearer under the Ant Queen's skill, Genetic Modification Talent. This discovery made Han immediately increase the consumption of faith points FP. As he thought, the Ant Queen's skill, Genetic Modification Talent could indeed analyze and adjust uncommon grade genes. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Han conducted tests on other uncommon grade genes as well, and the results were completely consistent. All uncommon grade genes could be analyzed by the Ant Queen. Ha ha ha. Uncontrollable laughter burst from Han's mouth. This long-standing problem that had troubled him had finally been overcome today. After his laughter subsided, Han once again possessed the Ant Queen's body, using this newly acquired skill, Genetic Modification Talent, to fully analyze the uncommon grade genes. In Han's frenzied work, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han's consciousness detached from the Ant Queen's body and returned to the divine territory. He closed his eyes slightly, rubbing his forehead, which had wrinkled like a folded piece of paper, and his expression looked quite unpleasant. After these days of analysis, Han had confirmed that the Ant Queen's skill, Genetic Modification Talent, could indeed affect uncommon grade genes. However, it was far from what he had envisioned. Looking helplessly at the results of his 10 days of hard work, the analysis progress for one of the uncommon grade genes from the split-eyed bug was still less than 1%. This was the result of his 10 days of sleepless effort. At this rate, to fully analyze an uncommon grade gene would take at least 5 years. Even for the simplest split-eyed bug, it would take him at least 10 years to completely analyze the 2 uncommon grade genes in its body. Let alone other uncommon grade species, especially the powerful species with a long string of gene tumors on their genetic chains, the time consumption would start to be calculated in terms of hundreds of years. It's simply an endless cycle of overtime. No matter what, at least now, it's no longer the case that I have no way to handle uncommon grade genes at all. This is a good start, and the future will definitely be brighter. Han began to self-hypnotize after calming down. What is so special about uncommon grade genes? What is so hard about overtime? I've never been afraid of this kind of thing. After motivating himself, he recalled the painful expressions of others when they were swept away by him in the past. Wasn't this just heaven's retribution? In any case, Han could only silently possess the Ant Queen again to continue his life of overtime. 5 years later, today is the date for the school's assessment. Lu Wenjong looked at all the students in the class except Han, then turned to Lang Shui and asked, Lang Shui, have you seen Han? I haven't seen him. His divine territory has been stationary since we returned 5 years ago. He went into his divine territory and hasn't come out since. Upon hearing Lu Wenjong's question, Lang Shui immediately replied. What, he hasn't come out at all? What's going on with him? Lu Wenjong had been in reality for the past 10 days, so he was unaware of the situation inside the divine territory. I don't know. Seeing everyone around him shaking their heads in confusion, Lu Wenjong, filled with doubt, took out a communication card to notify Han to come out for the assessment. Han was deeply engrossed in analyzing an uncommon grade gene when he suddenly received a message from his homeroom teacher, telling him to go out and gather for the school assessment. Has it been 5 years already? Han immediately set down his work, and his Tier 1 demigod spirit appeared outside the divine territory in an instant. Everyone present was startled when they saw Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit appear. Han looked expressionless, his gaze unfocused, and his spirit seemed ethereal, completely resembling someone who had been drained of all energy. Kid, what have you been doing all this time? You look like all the vitality has been sucked out of you. Seeing Han in such a state, Lu Wenjong asked, puzzled. Hearing Lu Wenjong's question, Han finally snapped back to reality, shook his head vigorously, refocused, and quickly said, It's nothing, just dealing with some matters in the divine territory. Kid, as a senior, you should listen to my advice. Even though you're still young and passionate, you need to learn moderation, Lu Wenjong said with a serious look but a teasing smile. Seeing his expression, Han knew that this unserious homeroom teacher was definitely thinking too much. He didn't explain and just smiled slightly, watching Lu Wenjong to see what he would say next. Lu Wenjong noticed that Han didn't appear at all shy like a typical young person. He just kept smiling and staring back at him. This instead left him unsure about how to continue the joke, and immediately, Han lost the desire to tease further. Ahem, alright, since everyone is here, I'll announce the rules for this assessment. Saying this, Lu Wenjong glanced over the students present. He then continued, soon, a senior field inspector will come to conduct the assessment. Once you invade his divine territory, each of you can send in a maximum of 10,000 core faction units. The field inspector will have his core faction units attack you. As long as you survive the first round, you'll be deemed qualified. The more rounds you withstand, the more resources you can claim each month afterward. You can surrender at any time during the process. Are there any questions? After finishing, Lu Wenjong looked at his students. Teacher Lu, why is the assessment conducted this way? This setup doesn't let my core faction units leverage their advantages at all. Han immediately raised a question upon hearing the assessment rules. Seeing that it was Han asking, Lu Wenjong understood his concern and explained immediately, the main purpose of this assessment is not to see how strong you are at this stage, but to comprehensively evaluate the future growth potential of your core faction units. Therefore, the focus is still on the quality of the core faction units. Of course, if you want to represent the school in the city-wide university league, strength is still paramount. The school will take a comprehensive assessment, and it is not solely determined by the results of this assessment. The selection of participants will be made by the respective homeroom teachers. Each class will nominate one or more candidates, and the school will discuss to choose the final participants. After finishing this, Lu Wenjong looked at Han, suggesting he ask if he had any further questions. Chapter 57 Assessment completed. After seeing Han gently shake his head, indicating he had no more questions, Lu Wenjong finally turned to look at the other students. Teacher Lu, what standard will you use for selecting participants? Chen Hao, seeing that Han no longer spoke, hurriedly asked. My standard? Of course, it's strength. I'll nominate whoever is strongest. If someone doesn't have enough strength, it's useless to be nominated. Moreover, without sufficient strength, entering the city-wide university league will just result in a quick exit. That would be a huge embarrassment for the academy. After all, we at Zhonghai No. 2 High School are among the top 3 schools in the city. As for who gets nominated for the competition slots, the school will be more cautious than you think, so there's no need to worry too much about fairness, Lu Wenjung said. After that, he noticed that no one else had further questions. He then clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pay attention, and continued, "Alright, you all go back and prepare now, select your core faction units, and get ready for the assessment. Han, stay back, I have something to discuss with you privately." After seeing everyone return to their divine territory, Han looked at Lu Wenjong in confusion and asked, "Teacher Lu, is there something else?" "It's nothing, just wanted to let you know to relax for the core assessment. I will recommend you to participate in the citywide university league, and given your strength, there's no doubt you'll secure a spot. Also, may I ask you, how many core faction units do you have now?" Only when he saw that there were no other students around, did Lu Wenjong quietly speak to Han. "About 350 million or so," Han replied without holding back, directly telling Lu Wenjong his current number of core faction units. In recent years, Han mainly produced jumping bugs, maintaining a scale of 100,000 thunder beasts without increasing further. This thing consumes too much in terms of resources, and the faith points FP generated are the same as the jumping bugs. Until their consumption issues are resolved, Han cannot produce thunder beasts on a large scale. Hearing the number that Han revealed, Lu Wenjong was almost taken aback. It was only 220 million before, and in just 5 years, the quantity had surged by 130 million. Even when goblins are counted in hundreds of millions, their combat power is quite impressive. Moreover, Han's jumping bugs are among the top in the normal grade core faction units. Additionally, through several interactions, Lu Wenjong discovered that Han's core faction units hardly have any morale issues. Just imagining over 300 million fearless jumping bugs is terrifying. His own professional battle core faction units do not even reach 200 million. At this level of numbers, unless one possesses mass destruction capabilities, anyone facing Han would have a headache. Well, just perform well, don't worry too much about the results of this assessment. Securing a spot would be the main priority, and the resources provided by the school are the real benefit. Lu Wenjong reminded Han and then said no more, as he was already feeling delighted inside. Given Han's strength, their class would certainly secure a spot. At this moment, a divine territory larger than 30 million square kilometers slowly floated over. This was the venue for the assessment. Although the venue managers lost core faction units, it does not mean they lacked combat power. They can still train other normal grade core faction units, they just lost the possibility of class advancement, divine fire. The Tier 1 demigod spirit of the venue manager appeared outside the divine territory barrier, and his voice spread across the class 1 of the 3rd year. "I believe your class teacher has already explained the rules of the assessment, so I won't elaborate further. All students, immediately establish an invasion portal. The assessment has begun." Hearing the venue manager announce the start of the assessment, everyone quickly connected with the massive divine territory. When the transport portal stabilized, Han directly dispatched 5,000 thunder beasts, along with 5,000 jumping bugs, evenly split between the mutated and flying types, into the venue manager's divine territory. Under Han's command, this 10,000 insect units formed a tight formation in just half a minute. 5,000 thunder beasts at the front, 2,500 mutated jumping bugs spread out on the sides, and 2,500 flying jumping bugs circling overhead. Just wait for less than 3 minutes, a group of 10,000 goblins appeared in front of the insect formation. As soon as they saw the insect units dispatched by Han, they immediately started to stir. The 10-meter-high cluster of thunder beasts, with their fierce appearance and massive sides, easily terrified these little green-skinned guys. As the swarm charged forward, the goblins in front had already scattered and fled, without allowing any combat to occur. Seeing this scene, Han temporarily halted the charge of the thunder beasts and did not pursue those fleeing goblins. The same situation occurred with the second and third waves of attacking half-orc armies. The pressure brought by the 5,000 thunder beasts was something that normal great creatures could not withstand. Only when the fourth wave of enemy units appeared did Han perk up, wearing a helpless expression on his face. Because the fourth wave of attackers turned out to be 10,000 eagle race half-orcs, soaring in the sky and gradually closing in, Han had only brought 2,500 flying jumping bugs to meet them. The relatively fragile flying jumping bugs immediately went full speed, launching a suicidal charge that took down nearly 2,000 eagle race half-orcs, but they were also annihilated under the enemy's attacks. Then, only the ground units of insects remained, looking up at the eagle race soaring overhead, welcoming 2 waves of javelins they dropped from above. Although the mutated jumping bugs hid underneath the thunder beasts and avoided the rain of javelins, the thunder beasts also sustained no losses due to their solid carapace. But being unable to fly and unable to strike at their hardpoints just consumed time, which forced Han to reluctantly choose to surrender, recalling all core faction units and exiting the assessment. By the time all the classmates completed the assessment and the venue manager severed all invasion portals, Han discovered that nobody in the class had survived the 4th wave of attacks. Most of them surrendered during the first 3 waves, and few have seen the eagle race make an appearance. Seeing that everyone had finished, Lu Wenzhong gathered everyone together and said, "The assessment is over, and the corresponding results will be sent to you later. I hope that through this battle, you can discover the shortcomings of your core faction unit. As for the slots for participating in the city-wide university competition, I have decided to nominate Han and Lang Shui. The others should focus on their development and be well prepared. After a while, we will organize everyone for some practical experience and then we can disperse." After saying this, Lu Wenzhong also disappeared directly, presumably logging out of the world of gods. Once the assessment was over, Han dove back into the divine territory, continuing his efforts toward the analysis of the uncommon grade gene. Recently, he completed the analysis of an uncommon grade gene from the split eye worm. As long as he finishes the remaining uncommon grade gene, Han will obtain his first uncommon grade gene template. Thinking of this situation filled Han with boundless motivation. Chapter 58, Nominations. After Lu Wenzhong finished the assessment, he hurriedly exited the world of gods and headed to the school conference room, which is the standard procedure after assessments every year. All homeroom teachers of the 3rd year must attend this meeting to report the students they have nominated. School administrators will confirm the 3 slots for participants, and these 3 participants will receive extensive support from the school. When Lu Wenzhong arrived at the conference room, he found that everyone was already there, so he quickly found his seat, sitting down and waiting for the meeting to start. Since everyone is here, let us get started. Each class should report their list of nominees. Seeing that everyone was present, the head of education didn't wait for the exact time to start the meeting. Lu Wenzhong leaned back in his chair, looking quite confident as he waited for the homeroom teachers from other classes to speak first. The entire process went very quickly, which is characteristic of the communication among teachers at the school. After all, there is a 100-fold time difference between the world of gods and reality, and everyone tends to habitually save time in reality. It was only when the 2nd class's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yong, reported his nominated student that Lu Wenzhong perked up a bit. Zhou Yong stood up confidently with a smile, saying, "I nominate Feng Yakan. Her core faction unit is a half-elf, and she already has over 400,000 core faction units. The number of half-elves promoted to uncommon grade has reached 40,000. She masters wind element attack magic, wind blade, along with several other supportive spells, making her extremely powerful in battle." After Zhou Yong finished speaking, he looked at Lu Wenzhong with a provocative expression. They had always been rivals and had been overshadowed by each other for years. This year, however, he finally had a chance to boast. Hearing Zhou Yong's recommended candidate, the head of education sitting at the front immediately picked up a pen and started writing something down on paper, likely showing interest in Feng Yakan. Seeing that others had reported their nominated students, Lu Wenzhong leisurely stood up and smiled, saying, "This time, I have 2 nominees, one named Lang Shui, whose core faction unit is a black-scale snake man, having over 10 million core faction units, and with 5,000 of them promoted to uncommon grade. He can release corrosive poison mist and can combine his spells with others. The mist can cover a radius of 50 kilometers, making it extremely effective and suitable as an uncommon grade ability. If the enemy cannot resist the corrosive poison mist, they will rapidly lose their combat effectiveness. Even if they can resist, he has the advantage of being on home ground. The other is named Han, whose core faction unit is a mutated beast with specialized aerial units and ground units, as well as gigantic units. He can survive underwater for extended periods and is extremely fierce, fighting without fear of death. Lu Wenzhong continued, raising his hand with the system bracer, projecting a 3D hologram of the jumping worm and thunder beast, showing basic information such as size, weight, and speed. All core faction units are normal grade and have not yet opened the path to uncommon grade. However, the combat capabilities of this mutated beast are already sufficient to counter most uncommon grade species. Just as Lu Wenzhong was saying this, he was interrupted by Zhou Yong beside him. Teacher Lu, you should know very well the disparities between normal grade and uncommon grade species. Even if the 3 types of mutated beasts you showcased are considered top tier among normal grade, they are still too inadequate to contend against uncommon grade species. Zhou Yong retorted, sneering, as he thought that without uncommon grade core faction units, one simply had no qualifications to compete for slots in the city-wide university competition. Zhou Yong, this is about reporting my student list. If you interrupt again, I'll throw you out of here. As Lu Wenzhong said this, the mana MP within him began to surge, and an unseen force pushed Zhou Yong back 2 meters. Only at the brink of the window did he manage to stop after a difficult struggle. Bang, bang. 2 sounds of knocking on the table echoed in the conference room, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the head of education. Teacher Zhou, please do not interrupt while the other head teachers are reporting. Teacher Lu, we are still in a meeting, please continue your explanation. The voice came into everyone's ears without any trace of emotional fluctuation. Yes. Upon hearing the director speak, Lu Wenzhong immediately withdrew his power that was suppressing Zhou Yong, and continued to explain, the core faction unit of Han is quite unique. It seems to have absolutely no sense of fear and can execute all commands without question. The most important point is its numbers. At this point, Lu Wenzhong paused for a moment, almost falling back into his old habit of keeping people in suspense. Fortunately, he reacted just in time and added quickly, the total number exceeds 350 million, all of whom are combat units. Buzz. Upon hearing the number reported by Lu Wenzhong, the meeting room suddenly became noisy, with participants whispering and discussing among themselves. After all, the number he mentioned was hard to believe. Teacher Lu, please confirm the authenticity of the data you provided. Although the director was shocked by the number reported by Lu Wenzhong, he quickly calmed down and asked for confirmation. Previously, when I was leading their training, Han was already in an invasion, during which a deployment of over 100 million troops occurred. He spent 5 years in low-level combat zones, expanding the area of the divine territory to 4 million square kilometers. Without absolute numbers, it would be impossible to guarantee high-intensity invasions and plundering. Lu Wenzhong immediately explained his understanding of Han. Alright, I will notify everyone about the participation list for the citywide University League later. Meeting adjourned. After listening to Lu Wenzhong's explanation, the director nodded and, having said this, stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Congratulations, Teacher Lu, it seems that one of the competition spots is surely going to one of your students this time. Teacher Lu, how come you have such good luck every year? You always have students who can secure competition spots. After the director left the meeting room, several teachers familiar with Lu Wenzhong quickly approached to compliment him. Zhou Yong had already quickly followed after the director left the meeting room. He was afraid that Lu Wenzhong would cause him more trouble as he was vastly inferior in strength. Hee, mutual congratulations. Strong students bring glory to our school. If they can achieve good results, the education department will allocate funding next year, and everyone will benefit. Lu Wenzhong didn't mind Zhang Yong's departure at all and started chatting with a few familiar teachers, and the atmosphere became very pleasant. Lu Wenzhong was absolutely confident that Han would surely be selected, because all competitions were conducted in the form of real combat. Students who lack sufficient strength might not even complete the entire competition process and would have to withdraw early. Chapter 59, The Hatchery. Time flies in World of Gods. Another 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han stood in midair above the divine territory, stretching his body vigorously and completely relaxing his long-suppressed spirit. Finally, it's come to an end. Han thought of the work he had completed recently, his lips curling into a smile that he could not hold back. Just half a month ago, he finally obtained his first complete uncommon grade gene template. At the moment of achieving this, Han did not relax. Instead, he immediately threw himself into the optimization and adjustment work for the uncommon grade gene. Now, he has completed all the optimization work on this uncommon grade gene template. He gently swayed and teleported to the continent of the gods, where he exchanged a small bucket of life spring water at the education department's resource exchange before returning tirelessly to his divine territory. Once again at the side of the Ant Queen, he nervously fed the life spring water to her, feeling the effects activate within her body. Han began to integrate the only uncommon grade gene template he had into the Ant Queen. He had rehearsed the entire process in his mind many times. The proceedings went surprisingly smoothly without any unexpected events during the integration of the gene template. Watching the Ant Queen fall into deep sleep and begin her transformation, Han suppressed his excitement and patiently waited. The uncommon grade gene template of the split-eyed worm has the most important function of being able to separate organs from the body and have them fully controlled by the subject's uncommon grade capabilities. This is a state that cannot be explained within the knowledge system Han had in his previous life. However, in the knowledge structure of this world, there is related content addressing such a situation. Simply put, while the body may be separated, the soul still controls the separated parts of the body. Under the influence of uncommon grade power, this part of the body's organs remains under the soul's control. While it may not be scientific, it is indeed magical. After waiting for a month, the Ant Queen finally completed this transformation, and the 40 connected split ovaries completely detached from her body, becoming independent organs. Han was simply overjoyed because this meant that the most significant challenge that had previously restricted the development of the swarm had now opened a breakthrough. With only one queen ant in the entire core faction unit, Han dared not carelessly experiment with the queen's skill, genetic modification, fearing that any unexpected situation could lead to the extinction of the core faction unit. However, now everything is different. Having separated from the queen's body, the split ovarials, while possessing the queen's genetic template, would allow Han to manipulate and adjust the queen's genes as he wished. He could make changes to these split ovarials, and if something went wrong, it would only result in the death of a single ovarial, akin to an organ dying without direct bodily connection, and it wouldn't affect the queen ant's main body at all. Now that I've finally solved the issue of hesitating to handle the queen ant's genes, I can implement some ideas that have long been prepared, Han thought. Without further hesitation, he selected an independent ovarial and began the skill, genetic modification. This adjustment for the ovarial had been planned in his mind for quite some time. The split ovarials, after all, have functions such as feeding, digesting, and laying eggs. One could say they are like the consciousness-less version of a queen ant. Regarding their future appearance, Han had a reference from his past life, which was the incubation chamber of the insect race's core structure, essentially the main base of the insect race. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 img src equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpic or c6 bd63 fa660 fc34 a620 f6 c52 c8d6 ftplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 18714708117X signature equals WJJCMEPVQN8TCWMTISTMOUTM% 3D width equals 836 height equals 557 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. What he was doing now was upgrading these individual split ovarials based on the existing genes he had mastered, aiming for larger sizes, stronger feeding capabilities, better digestion abilities, and more efficient egg-laying capacities. This was the goal of this skill, genetic modification, which also served as a release of the accumulation Han had gathered over decades. After pouring a bottle of life spring water into the ovarial, Han's consciousness invaded its interior, pulling one by one of the optimized genetic templates he had prepared from the gene pool, beginning to merge them into its genetic chain. Without the previous various concerns, Han moved swiftly. He completed the fusion of over 100 genetic templates in less than a day. Watching the split ovarial now wrapped in a huge cocoon, the developments were indeed as he had anticipated. The changes to the ovarial posed no impact on the queen ant. Thus, Han patiently awaited the results, and a whole month passed. The moment the new split ovarial, which was the incubation chamber, broke free from its cocoon, Han was overwhelmed with excitement. It was a hexagonal flesh and blood construction, each edge featuring a separate larval incubation sac, capable of nurturing over 10,000 larvae daily. The top had a round feeding opening, surrounded by sharp teeth spiraling inward, capable of grinding any food that fell into it into fragments for easy digestion and absorption. Standing over 10 meters tall, the structure was dark red and covered with thick, large blood vessels that pulsed rhythmically as if it were breathing. The bottom resembled a plant, with thick, fleshy roots penetrating deep into the ground, extracting essential elements and nutrients from the soil. Now that the incubation chamber had just emerged from its cocoon, based on Han's design, once it matured, its roots could reach 50 meters underground, forming a vast network to continuously provide nutrients to the main body. In the following time, he observed this incubation chamber for half a year. Only after confirming that it was functioning well did Han proceed to upgrade all the split ovarials in the divine territory. After upgrading the split ovarials, Han did not pause but approached the first completed incubation chamber and took out a high-grade bloodline card. The high-grade bloodline card, a special uncommon grade resource, was something Han would never dare to use directly on the queen ant before the incubation chamber was ready. Uncommon grade bloodline cards are divided into 3 tiers, high, medium, and low. The success rate for low-grade bloodline cards is only 30%, medium grade reaches 50%, and high-grade bloodline cards have a 70% success rate. However, now that he was facing an incubation chamber completely separated from the queen ant, Han had no more reservations, as long as it could gain an uncommon grade bloodline. If he could successfully embed an uncommon grade gene into its genetic chain, he could bypass the queen's frustrating gene control talent, directly obtaining a special incubation chamber capable of producing uncommon grade insect units. Although this method could only produce insect units with fixed certain uncommon grade abilities, the abilities conferred by the bloodline card still possessed a degree of randomness. But he successfully circumvented the various challenges he had previously faced, opening a path to uncommon grade for the insect race, sparing Han from having to endure until class advancement, divine fire, and gamble on the potential of sublimating the divine trait. Chapter 60, Needle Snake. Currently, the high-grade bloodline card that Han possesses is derived from a species of lava giant python. This lava giant python is inherently an uncommon grade beast, with a robust physique and extremely high fire resistance. In combat, it can even shoot fireballs at its enemies. The power is comparable to a fireball spell, similar to the potency of offensive grenades from Han's previous life. This already counts as quite a decent uncommon grade bloodline card. Most uncommon grade bloodline cards on the market are similar to the one in Han's hand, all extracted from various uncommon grade beasts. It's important to note that creating such an uncommon grade bloodline card is no easy task. Firstly, it must be from a class advancement, divine fire of tier 2 deity. This tier 2 deity also requires the divine mark of bloodline extraction, and then one must find a species with an uncommon grade bloodline, capturing or breeding enough of them for sacrifice and extraction. Based on the number of sacrifices, different levels of bloodline cards can be obtained. Sacrificing 100,000 units of the same uncommon grade species at once will yield a low-grade bloodline card of that species. A bloodline card obtained from sacrificing 300,000 units will be of medium grade, whereas only when the number surpasses 500,000 will the extracted card be of high grade. The production costs are evident, which makes this a highly valuable resource. Common bloodline cards found in the market are also based on various uncommon grade beasts' bloodlines. Things like elf bloodline cards, dragon bloodline cards, and angel bloodline cards are all rare resources with values that are completely different from the normal grade uncommon grade beast bloodline cards. As mana MP is injected, the high-grade bloodline card transforms into a golden light that rapidly integrates into the incubation nest before Han's eyes. Within the genetic chain of this incubation nest, influenced by the incoming uncommon grade bloodline, uncommon grade genetic tumors begin to develop. The surface of the incubation nest also gradually starts to change, with colors shifting from dark red to orange-red, revealing lava-like patterns on its exterior. Han knows that this is the change brought about by the uncommon grade bloodline after a successful loading. If he had hit that 30% failure rate, these changes wouldn't have appeared at all. As soon as the genetic changes began in the body, the shock from the uncommon grade bloodline could directly cause the individual to die in a violent explosion. Only by the next day did this incubation nest complete all its transformations and stabilize, prompting Han to have the queen ant control this special incubation nest, producing a batch of mutated jumping insects to test whether it could indeed produce insects with uncommon grade abilities. Once the jumping insects hatched, they indeed exhibited uncommon grade abilities and could cast fireball spells, with their appearance undergoing significant changes. The original pointed tails had become thick, extending to 3 meters long, exhibiting obvious serpentine characteristics. The whole look was extremely uncoordinated, seeing the originally 1.5 meter long jumping insect now dragging a 3 meter long snake tail, completely losing its previous agility. This is the change brought by the uncommon grade genes, and Han feels quite helpless upon witnessing this. Now, the uncommon grade genes inside the jumping insect form a complete template, akin to a fully enclosed chip. He can install this chip into the genetic chain of the jumping insect, allowing it to function correctly. However, to fully analyze and adjust this string of uncommon grade genetic tumors in a short time is completely unfeasible. Han temporarily halts the production of this uncommon grade incubation nest since he cannot alter the uncommon grade genes. He can only create a new insect unit to adapt to these uncommon grade genes. His situation now resembles that of a computer assembly factory from his previous life, suddenly receiving a powerful CPU, but this CPU is incompatible with the current motherboard they produce. Without the technical conditions to produce CPUs, using it means he can only seek a motherboard that can be compatible with this CPU. With a goal in mind, Han resumes the design work for the new insect unit. Fortunately, he had already designed remote units for insects quite some time ago. Many genetic templates had long been in technical reserve, preventing him from starting from scratch. With a clear objective, Han does not find the time dragging on. In just 2 months, a new insect unit capable of casting fireball spells, the needle snake, is born. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 imgsrc equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpic or 6ccb8991a1f2c4a3 babab 39ca59df76 tplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 18714708117X signature equals 6bilba2ZGBK.G97RQX5 my% 3D width equals 1040 height equals 692 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. Maintaining the conventional fierce head shape of the insect race, a large piece of high-density bone covers the shoulders and part of the back. The upper half of his body had a humanoid structure, encased in high-density bone armor, while the lower half resembled a stout serpentine tail, capable of traversing any terrain with ease, similarly covered in layers of bone armor. His arms swelled with muscle, covered in black scales, giving off an impression of immense strength. The palms were replaced by massive curved bone blades, signifying their formidable close-quarters combat capabilities as well. With a total length exceeding 5 meters, when upright, the human upper body stood over 2 meters tall. This uncommon grade ability, derived from the lava giant python, allowed him to unleash fireballs that could strike targets 100 meters away. As long as he had ample magical energy stored within, during a battle, he could continuously shoot 50 explosive fireballs. Even after exhausting his stored ammunition, these flame serpents could quickly replenish their resources by absorbing the omnipresent magical energy from the surroundings. Han confirmed through testing that the ammo recovery speed of the thorn snake could reach 1 shot per minute, fully meeting the current demand for ranged combat units from the Zerg. The daily consumption is only 2 or 3 times higher than that of the jumping bug, satisfying the conditions for large-scale production, and compensating Han for the Zerg's long-standing lack of ranged units. With the first uncommon grade Zerg unit, what I need now is to continue to expand the variety and quantity of uncommon grade Zerg. I still have 500,000 mana MP from the school, plus the 100,000 mana MP I accumulated over the years. I can also buy 2 advanced uncommon grade bloodline cards. Thinking of this, Han teleported again to the Resource Exchange Center at the School of the Divine Communication Continent. Hello, I'm Han from Class 1, Senior Year, at Zhonghai No. 2 Middle School. Here is my student ID and exchange code. Upon arriving at the Resource Exchange Center, Han did not pause at all. He directly approached the staff at the Exchange Center, reported his student ID and the Resource Exchange code provided by the school after gaining a quota to participate in the city-wide college league. With the Resource Exchange code, he can exchange resources worth 500,000 mana MP here. I need to verify the Resource Exchange code, please wait a moment. The staff, seeing that Han had directly given the exchange code, asked him to wait and then vanished, presumably to verify the code back in reality. This is also the most common way human civilization schools distribute resources in the Divine Communication Continent. Chapter 61, Fire Element. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, the staff at the exchange center appeared again. Hello, Han, your resource exchange code has been verified. You can now select resources worth 500,000 mana MP from the school's resource warehouse. The staff member said as a light orb raised a light beam towards Han. Han similarly raised a light beam to contact the staff member, and a piece of information was transmitted to his mind. This is the resource list from the school's exchange center. Han barely glanced at the normal grade resources, quickly searching the list for the advanced bloodline cards he needed. The list is filled with a dazzling array of uncommon grade bloodline cards, at least several hundred. Han directly excluded the intermediate and low-level ones, leaving less than 100 uncommon grade bloodline cards on the list. Han only has about 40 incubation nests left, and he does not want to use intermediate or low-level bloodline cards. If the loading of an uncommon grade bloodline fails, he will not only waste the purchased uncommon grade bloodline card but also lose one incubation nest, which Han cannot afford at this stage. He immediately began selecting from the remaining uncommon grade bloodline cards, and after reviewing all the advanced uncommon grade bloodline cards, one in particular caught his great interest. Advanced Uncommon Grade Bloodline Card. Fire Element. This is an uncommon grade bloodline card of an elemental creature, the fire element. As a purely elemental creature, the fire element has no flesh or blood in its body upon death, it only leaves behind a crystal of fire element. However, there is now a Tier 2 deity being who has sacrificed the fire element to extract its bloodline card, which made Han very puzzled. Where would the genes come from if it's not a flesh creature? He carefully read the detailed description of this bloodline card. The fire element uncommon grade bloodline can grant the individual loaded with the bloodline of fire magic talent, with a certain chance to inherit the fire element's talent magic. Looking further down, as an elemental creature, the fire element doesn't master just one fire magic, but will gradually learn various kinds of fire magic as it grows. Using this bloodline card is somewhat similar to the card drawing games from the previous life. Upon use, one can obtain a guaranteed fire element affinity talent, and the rest depends on luck. If luck is good, one might even draw extremely powerful magics like Meteor Fire Rain or Flamestorm in a single go, although the probability is quite low. If luck is bad, besides a slight increase in the individual's affinity for fire elements, it's possible not to inherit any magic at all, though this probability is also very low. You should know that they, being naturally uncommon grade species, have been able to master at least several types of fire-related magic since the day they were born, and their general power is quite excellent. With a strategy in mind, Han immediately asked the staff behind the counter, "Excuse me, how much mana MP do I need to exchange for this advanced fire element bloodline card?" "Oh, for this bloodline card. It requires 550,000 mana MP to exchange. You only have a limit of 500,000, so you need to make up the remaining 50,000 mana MP." The staff responded promptly when Han inquired about this advanced bloodline card. Without a second thought, Han directly transferred 50,000 mana MP to him upon hearing the staff's answer. "That's the one. Please help me exchange it." After transferring the mana MP points to the staff, Han immediately said, "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go and get the bloodline card you requested." The staff member vanished again. Just a short while later, the returning staff member pulled out the fire element uncommon grade bloodline card exchanged by Han. Han hurriedly took it, confirmed that it was correct, and instantly teleported back to his divine territory. Floating in mid-air in the divine territory, Han felt quite hesitant. His original plan was to exchange for 2 uncommon grade bloodline cards, but now he had only received one. Previously, he had imagined that the 2 uncommon grade bloodline cards he would get back would be used, one on a primitive incubation nest and the other on the incubation nest that could already produce uncommon grade sting lizards, to see if it could be enhanced a second time. However, receiving just one fire element uncommon grade bloodline card completely disrupted his plans. Forget it, for now, stability is key. When I become wealthy in the future, I will enhance the fire sting lizards then. With this thought, Han made up his mind and approached a new primitive incubation nest. He took out the newly acquired fire element uncommon grade bloodline card and directly used it on the incubation nest in front of him. Looking at the incubation nest that had already completed the uncommon grade transformation, Han, who had prior experience, immediately produced a batch of 2,000 jump bugs. With the new uncommon grade jump bugs appearing in front of him, and seeing that they were already in a half-elemental state, Han didn't even know how he should feel at that moment. Although there was almost no change in appearance, the hearts of this batch of jump bugs had crystallized, gaining the properties of fire element crystal cores. An orange glow filled their bodies, and an extremely high temperature radiated from within them. Just standing beside them, one could feel waves of heat hitting their face. They were still able to run, jump, and fight, but the pain brought by the high temperature continually tormented their flesh. They could only rely on the overworked adrenal glands inside them to tolerate the suffering temporarily. The uncommon grade ability obtained wasn't the long-range release spell that Han had imagined, but rather a talent skill that most fire element creatures possessed. Self-detonation. This skill, which allowed the fire element to perish together with the enemy, was undeniably powerful. Not only could the explosion range cover a diameter of 100 meters, but the explosive power far exceeded that of a fireball spell. According to Han's tests, the ground at the explosion center even exhibited vitrification, and the instantaneous damage output was completely incomparable to any other core faction unit he currently had. Based on Han's calculations, the extremely high temperature within would severely destroy various organs and functional systems of the jump bugs, meaning this batch's lifespan wouldn't exceed a day. Thus, Han needed to develop a new insect race unit to adapt to this fire element uncommon grade gene. This would pose a certain difficulty for him, as he temporarily didn't have any species genes that could withstand such high temperatures and would need to search for them in the market. Reluctantly, Han had no choice but to immerse himself in high-intensity work again. While designing new insect race units, he wandered daily in the market of the Divine Communication continent, looking for high-temperature resistant normal-grade creatures. Days passed by just like that, and another new day arrived. As usual, Han strolled through the market of the Divine Communication continent and, after not finding the species he needed, moved on. He arrived at a crowded area in the market, facing the comings and goings of other Tier 1 demigod beings, starting to post a bounty for high-temperature resistant normal-grade species. Chapter 62, Self-Detonation Jump Bugs. I'm a fool with too much money, offering 500 mana MP for a single normal-grade species with strong heat resistance. If there are suitable species in your divine territory, hurry and capture them for trade. It's first come, first served. A thought spread from Han's light orb. The divine territories of Tier 1 demigod beings are incredibly diverse, with all sorts of normal-grade creatures possibly appearing, so Han spent hours every day in the market of the Divine Communication continent looking to purchase. Although he did acquire some high-temperature resistant normal-grade species, the heat resistance limits of these creatures were still a ways off from his requirements, so they could only serve as gene templates. Just then, a light orb approached. "Hey, boss, I have high-temperature resistant normal-grade species." "How many do you want?" "Just a few will do, provided your normal-grade species can meet my heat resistance requirements." Seeing someone approach, Han habitually began explaining. "In my divine territory, there is a type of worm that lives in a volcanic environment, only a few centimeters long. As long as it doesn't fall into the lava, it can survive in high temperatures. Do you want it?" This person talked about the high-temperature resistant species he could obtain. "Let's catch a few and see how they are. If they're not suitable, I'll cover the cost of the sealing cards." Upon hearing that it was a normal-grade species that could survive near volcanoes, Han immediately became interested. Generally, organisms that can survive in high-temperature areas for long periods tend to have unique genes, which might lead to new advancements in the design work for the new bug unit. "Then wait a moment, I'll go catch a few right now." As soon as he heard that Han would cover the cost of the sealing cards, the person did not hesitate and disappeared before Han. It wasn't long before the glowing orb reappeared, pulling out a card that had already sealed a species and handed it to him. Han also quickly handed over a blank sealing card, then used his consciousness to investigate the species in the other person's card. He saw a few black worms, each about 2 fingers long, crawling around a pool of lava, completely unaffected by the high temperatures emitted by the lava, looking very lively. Seeing this, Han directly infused his mental energy into the card to observe the worms and confirmed that there were no uncommon grade gene tumors inside them. These worms are pretty good, I'll take them. After saying this, Han promptly transferred 500 mana MP to the other party. Having obtained the new high-temperature resistant species and returned to the divine territory, Han immediately began the gene analysis work by merging the newly acquired worm genes. In less than half a month, Han had completely analyzed the genes of the newly acquired worm. The surface of these worms has a special membrane with excellent thermal insulation and heat resistance, far exceeding Han's existing other normal-grade heat-resistant genes. Han was also very pleased with the newly obtained heat-resistant genes. After incorporating this segment of genes into the new bug design, the new unit finally became a preliminary product ready for formal production. This new bug type was entirely transformed from flying jumping bugs. To achieve higher speeds, it reduced in size, enlarged the wings, and eliminated the sickle-shaped structure on its back. Its limbs have shrunk even more, losing the ability to run flexibly on the ground, but the tips of its fingers now have an adhesive structure that allows for secure attachment to any surface. The exoskeleton has been weakened to further reduce body weight, and a sharp horn was added to the head, reverting the main torso and abdomen to a two-segment structure typical of insects. It is equipped with two hearts, one normal great heart located within the main torso to ensure the proper functioning of the body's systems. The other is a crystallized uncommon great heart located in the abdomen, with various heat-resistant gene templates wrapped around it, maximizing the survival of the host. During times when they are not engaged in battle, an efficient sleep system within their bodies can effectively suppress internal high temperatures, allowing them to survive for long periods. Essentially, they are a flying super bomb, and the entire design draws on the role of self-exploding moths from Han's past life within the insect swarm, plus better adaptability. These self-exploding jumping bugs can fully be used like missiles, capable of causing effective area damage both against air and ground targets, and their destructive power is substantial, giving Han a newfound confidence when facing uncommon grade species. Previously, he had always been on guard and worried about possibly encountering uncommon grade species that he could not defend against. Time flew quickly amidst Han's daily mundane work, and one day while he was busy analyzing genes, Lu Wenzhong suddenly sent him a message. "Kid, come out for a moment." When Han saw the message from Lu Wenzhong, he had to temporarily set aside his work, and his Tier 1 demigod spiritual body quickly appeared just outside the divine territory barrier. As soon as he emerged, he saw Lu Wenzhong's divine territory floating beside him. Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod spiritual body floated over as soon as he saw Han's appearance. "How's the preparation going?" "The citywide league's opening day is coming soon," Lu Wenzhong asked him with a smile. "It's going well. I need to test the core faction unit's growth through combat recently." Seeing Lu Wenzhong come over, Han also stepped forward to respond. "That's good. The location for the competition has been decided. I'll send you the coordinates, and we can go together. This time, I'll lead our school's team." As he spoke, Lu Wenzhong sent some coordinates to Han with a proud expression. "Teacher Lu, do you know what the rules for this competition are?" After receiving the coordinates, Han curiously asked Lu Wenzhong. "The rules will likely be 1 vs 1 matchups. The city tournament usually doesn't have any fancy competition rules, as the goal is to select the strongest third-year freshmen in Zhonghai City." 1 vs 1 match? Hearing Lu Wenzhong's explanation, Han's face showed an inquiring expression. "Haven't you checked the information about the City League? It's a knockout system, where winners advance, and losers go into the losers bracket, and another loss means elimination. It's pretty much the same every year, and I estimate there will be over 3,000 participants. To get into the top 3, you'll probably need to play around 10 rounds of matches. This is also one of the challenges of the city tournament. After all, each third-year high school student's core faction unit count is limited. If they lack sufficient strength, they might deplete their core faction unit army after just 2 or 3 rounds, and then they would have to drop out of the competition and give up on advancing. Each match requires at least 10,000 core faction units, with no upper limit, so there are certain demands on the player's deployment strategies and mental fortitude. When facing strong opponents, it's a test whether to commit all their forces and risk heavy losses for a chance at victory, or to decisively give up advancing to the loser's bracket to preserve strength. With that, Lu Wenzhong smiled broadly at Han. Chapter 63, Departure. But for you, none of this really matters. With the number of your core faction units, you're on an entirely different level compared to normal grade competitors. Even if you incur losses in the millions, I doubt it will weaken your overall combat power. Just steamroll through, your real journey begins once you enter the global tournament. Based on last year's combat intensity, you should have no problem, and I've also found out that there aren't any extreme competitors from Shanghai City this year. After saying this, Lu Wenjun looked at Han, unable to suppress his grin. Upon hearing Lu Wenjun's explanation about the City League, Han quickly grasped the situation. This level of combat was hardly worthy of concern for him. So, are there any benefits to ranking? Setting aside the competition rules, Han quickly asked what he was really interested in. Lu Wenjun was not surprised by Han's question. Through their interactions, he had come to understand Han's greedy nature, and if Han wasn't concerned about the post-competition rewards, that would be surprising. There are plenty of benefits. Just talking about the most tangible rewards, if you place, the school will issue a reward of 1 million mana MP credits. If you come in first, Shanghai City will also provide you with 5 million mana MP in resource credits. After he finished speaking, Lu Wenjun crossed his arms and looked at Han with a smile, thinking to himself that with Han's greedy nature, dangling rewards in front of him should ensure he performs well in the competition. So, if I get first place, I get a reward of 6 million mana MP credits. I'm going to make a fortune. Hearing about the benefits, Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feeling a surge of motivation, he was determined to claim first place in this City League. Having already acquired uncommon grade core faction units, Han didn't care much about second or third place. Now, facing uncommon grade factions, he felt no fear. Since acquiring the hatchery that can produce flame spike serpents and self-destructing jump bugs, the production of these two uncommon grade units has not stopped. Now, with over tens of millions of both uncommon grade units accumulated, he had to continuously buy various resources in the God's Communication Continent market to replenish the consumption of divine territory. Relying solely on the mana MP generated by his core faction units could barely sustain it. Looking at Han's greedy appearance, Lu Wenjun shook his head and said, "Make sure to prepare well over the next couple of days, and I'll notify you when it's time to depart." "Alright, Teacher Lu, don't worry. I'm determined to secure first place in the city. No one can snatch 6 million mana MP credits from me." Motivated by the potential rewards, Han immediately displayed strong confidence, expressing his fierce desire for the prize. Seeing Han's burning determination, Lu Wenjun nodded with satisfaction before turning to leave. Han watched Lu Wenjun leave, then quickly dove back into divine territory to continue his genetic analysis work. For Han, there was not much to prepare. Even though most of the insectoids in divine territory were in a dormant state, the non-dormant ones still numbered over 100 million logistical jump bugs, which was more than enough to handle any current situation. This was a safe zone, with no threat of foreign invasions, so there was no need to wake up the core faction units in advance. He still remembered when he had previously awakened them early to prepare for war, instantly causing a spike in resource consumption that nearly led to the collapse of the entire ecosystem in divine territory. 2 days later, when he saw Lu Wenjun arrive outside his divine territory with 2 other participating students, Han immediately emerged from divine territory. "Kid, come over quickly, I'll give you your teleportation cards." Seeing Han arrive, Lu Wenjun waved his hand, signaling him to come over. As Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit floated towards Lu Wenjun, he looked up at the 2 students beside him. One of them was tall, slender, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She was a girl, not particularly beautiful, but above average. Her expression was cold, watching Han approach. Han knew a bit about this person. She should be Feng Yakin from Class 2, who possessed an exceptionally strong half-elf core faction unit. Although it was nothing impressive to him, it was considered a very powerful core faction unit in the early Tier 1 demigod stage. The other one was an old acquaintance of Han's, and as soon as he saw Han approach, he began waving and greeting him. "Top student, we're competing together this time," Lang Shui said enthusiastically as Han came closer. "Lang Shui, I didn't expect you to join this citywide competition, congratulations." Seeing Lang Shui's enthusiastic demeanor, Han also smiled. As Han arrived, Lu Wenjun didn't waste words and took out 2 teleportation cards to hand to Han. "Take this, it's the round-trip fare issued by the school." I've already told you the coordinates, and we're heading out now. After saying this, Lu Wenjong took out another teleportation card, signaling everyone to set off together. Let us go, we can chat more once we're there. Han returned to the outside of his divine territory barrier, waved the teleportation card in his hand at Lang Shui, and directly activated the teleportation to the destination. As Han's divine territory jumped out from the spatial passage, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. A large number of divine territories were stationed in this area, with at least 4,000 of them present. Generally, they were large divine territories spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, each accompanied by 3 smaller divine territories. These should belong to other schools' competing teams. In the center, 10 large divine territories each of tens of millions of square kilometers formed a circle, with 3 super-sized divine territories covering over 100 million square kilometers in the middle. What was most remarkable was that the barriers of these 10 large divine territories were transparent, allowing a clear view of the mountains and terrain within. Hee, kid, do you see those 10 divine territories? That's the competition venue, and the 3 in the middle are the judges. At that moment, Lu Wenjong also teleported over, appearing beside him. Teacher Lu, why are their divine territory barriers transparent? Seeing Lu Wenjong appear, Han couldn't contain his curiosity and directly asked. In Han's understanding, the only reason for a divine territory barrier to become transparent was the impending shattering of the divine territory. That's not the divine territory becoming transparent, it's just a special method that allows the outside world to see what's happening inside, like a live video broadcast. Using the entire divine territory barrier as a display screen requires a significant amount of mana MP to achieve. No one usually does this unless for major events like this. Lu Wenjong satisfied Han's curiosity with ease. At this moment, the remaining 2 competitors also teleported over, and upon appearing, they too were captivated by the scenery around them. Chapter 64, Starting the Competition. Seeing everyone gathered, Lu Wenjong introduced Han. This is Feng Yakin from Class 2, also a representative of our school for the competition. With that, Lu Wenjong paused, casting a meaningful glance at Han before continuing. You two should communicate well and understand each other's strengths. If you happen to run into someone from your own school during the competition, it's best not to waste your energy fighting among yourselves. I'll go to the center to collect our competition number. After finishing his words, Lu Wenjong floated towards the central area. He should be going to handle the competition arrangements and collect the competition numbers. Listening to Lu Wenjong's words, Han thought for a moment and could roughly guess his intent. He was suggesting that Han demonstrate his strength in case he clashed with Feng Yakin during the competition. It would be best if she surrendered to avoid unnecessary losses and inter-school conflicts. Top student, how have you progressed over the past few years? My improvements have been huge. My uncommon grade core faction units have already surpassed 10,000, hee. Seeing Lu Wenjong leave, Lang Shui, completely misunderstanding Lu Wenjong's suggestions, eagerly began to boast about his accomplishments over the past few years. That sounds reasonable, Lang replied to Han's question, then turned to Feng Yakin. Hello, Feng Yakin, I've heard about you at school. Can you tell me about your current strength? Feng Yakin glanced at Han coldly and said flatly, strength isn't something to be discussed if we clash, it's the real strength that will speak. Whoever surrenders will depend on the actual strength. Hearing Feng Yakin's reply, Han couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Lu Wenjong didn't leave a good impression among the students in Class 2, as they had understood the meaning behind his words before leaving. You've misunderstood. Teacher Lu just wanted to avoid unnecessary internal conflicts at school. I'm indifferent to it. I hope we won't encounter each other in the competition. Given Feng Yakin's defensive attitude, Han couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, the actual situation on the battlefield can be seen from the outside. He didn't believe that anyone who had witnessed the terror of the swarm would still be foolish enough to confront him head-on. With his current strength, it felt like he was just beating up children. There was no difficulty at all. Just by looking at the competition participants from other colleges, not a single divine territory exceeded 1 million square kilometers. No longer paying attention to Feng Yakin, Han turned back to chat with Lang to pass the time. After about 10 minutes, Lu Wenjong returned, holding 3 badges, which he handed to the 3 of them. These are your competition numbers. Keep them safe after the match starts. the divine territory overseeing the arena will display the competitors' IDs. Fonyakin was the first to draw one from the 3 badges, followed by Lang. By the time it was Han's turn, only the last number remained. With an indifferent attitude, Han took the badge and casually glanced at it, seeing the large number 996 appear on it. Han's mouth twitched, and he thought frantically, what a twisted fate. Is this really a matter of cosmic retribution? Does heaven spare anyone? Ever since he crossed over to this world, Han felt like he had never rested, and it was even more exhausting than his previous life. Before crossing over, he was an administrative supervisor in a pharmaceutical company's laboratory. To squeeze every bit of work from the employees, he often gave them an insane boost of motivation and even helped out himself. To lead by example during the year-end performance evaluations, he voluntarily took on extra shifts and sometimes personally helped with minor experiments, whipping everyone in the lab into a frenzy. As an administrative manager, there really weren't so many duties for him to fulfill. Out of helplessness, he didn't go home, ensuring that he could always pump the lab members full of motivation and inspiration to keep everyone in the lab working like crazy. He would secretly grind in the interstellar ladder matches in his office. After finishing a match, he would take a round to inspect the area. He went on like this for 3 consecutive days, and ended up collapsing from exhaustion right in the office. It seems I can't escape the fate of working overtime in this life either, but at least I'm working for myself now. Perseverance is victory. Adjusting his mindset, Han silently tucked the badge away. After waiting for 2 days in the competition venue, the citywide league finally began as all participants arrived. In the central area, 3 divine territories, each spanning hundreds of millions of square kilometers, simultaneously revealed 3 Tier 1 demigod apparitions, with a wave of will spreading in all directions. Han sensed the situation. There was nothing of substance, just a passionate speech proclaiming the start of the competition. Above the 10 overseeing divine territories, 2 massive numbers appeared, representing the competing individuals, and soon the first batch of contestants took the stage. Various invasion channels were raised from the participants' divine territories and connected to the overseeing divine territories, as various core faction units began entering the battlefield. Han also looked towards the competition scene from his perspective. These participating students were rather average compared to him. Their strengths seemed to range from a few thousand to tens of thousands of uncommon grade core faction units, paired with normal grade core faction unit armies, all hesitant and cautious as they carefully controlled their core faction units' losses. For Han, who had rich experience in invasions and battles, watching them fight was indeed quite boring. If he were to rate them, the only term that might fit would be completely unimpressive. These students were far too weak compared to him, but this was the norm during the early stages of divine territory. Even with resource support, there were only so many core faction units during the early stages. They couldn't blindly expand the number of normal grade core faction units and recklessly build similar reproduction zones. If the bloodline genes of the core faction units weren't strong enough, or if some unexpected event occurred, resulting in an entire generation or several generations without any core faction unit births, it wasn't unusual. To solidify the foundation and cultivate my core faction unit well is a long-term process. Not all species are as easy to raise as the current Zerg, and as long as the queen doesn't have any issues, the belief born will be loyalty, zealot. Time swiftly passes during Han's boring wait, with batch after batch of students taking the stage. The battles are merely for show, with no hint of gunpowder. After another duel ended the next day, the arena staff tidied up the divine territory, and new numbers for 2 groups appeared above the divine territory in the venue. Hee, it's finally my turn to take the stage. Scholar, watch my performance and cheer for me. Lang Shui excitedly said to Han, then directed the divine territory towards the display showing his number. Go for it. I can't wait to see you return victorious. Han also smiled and gave Lang Shui a thumbs up. Lang Shui, don't put too much pressure on yourself, just play to your normal level, you can do it. Lu Wenzhong quickly encouraged his students. Chapter 65, Orcs. Hearing Lu Wenzhong's encouragement, Lang Shui flashed a bright smile, showing off 2 rows of white teeth, and gave a thumbs up before turning to rush towards the competition arena. After watching the previous matches, Lang Shui gained confidence in his strength. As a snake man with uncommon great abilities, his applicability is indeed outstanding, and he has home field advantage against any core faction unit. With the characteristic of joint spellcasting, having 20,000 uncommon grade snake men means the more that enter the field, the greater the advantage. Therefore, he couldn't deploy small forces, he could only go all out from the start if he wanted to go further. Once both sides completed the connection of the invasion passage, the arena staff ordered the start, and Lang Shui directly unleashed his highest combat power. A total of 1.5 million snake men, plus 20,000 uncommon grade snake men. This was the result of his selection for the competition and the support of the school's Mana MP resources. Lang Shui spent most of the Mana MP he acquired on purchasing rare resources, which allowed him to increase the number of uncommon grade snake men to 20,000 in such a short time. Fu Hongyuan, as Lang Shui's opponent, was not at all flustered upon seeing his core faction unit. Instead, he squinted his eyes into a thin line and coldly said, "Student, if you reveal all your strength at once, the road ahead will be hard to walk. How about you retract your core faction unit and we both only deploy 10,000 each, just for show?" Having displayed all his strength, upon hearing the opponent's words, Lang Shui thought he had intimidated the other, believing he was already scared. Thus, he quickly replied with excitement, "If you want to minimize losses, you should surrender, otherwise, let's battle." "Since that's the case, I won't be polite then. I hope you don't cry later." After coldly saying this, 2 million green-skinned orcs charged out from Fu Hongyuan's divine territory. These orcs are well equipped. Just a quick glance reveals that their entire set of gear must be customized. Each orc wore shiny armor, armed primarily with heavy axes and large swords, and had a round shield strapped to their arms. They also had a camouflage utility belt around their waist, with several leather pouches of differing sizes hanging from it. To Han, it felt like the actors from a magical medieval war film just finished shooting, rushed over to the neighboring World War II set, and snatched some props to participate in the competition, resulting in a completely mismatched style that he found quite uncoordinated. Though these orcs' appearance was quite lackluster, as a race, orcs should be considered a very strong warrior species in their early stages, far beyond what normal grade half-orcs could compare to. They typically stand over 2 meters tall, with muscular bodies, and possess outstanding strength, endurance, recovery, and reproductive abilities. Though not on par with uncommon grade core faction units, they certainly rank among the strongest in the normal grade core faction units. Because orcs are naturally vigorous, supported by their robust vitality, they are recognized as one of the core faction unit types that most easily achieve the combat chi level of uncommon grade. After entering the battlefield, these orcs quickly organized themselves, with 300,000 orc riders on wolves forming the vanguard. They formed a scattered phalanx, advancing toward Lang Shui's Snake Man army. The invasion passages established by both sides were actually not far apart, only about 50 kilometers away, and the two armies quickly closed the distance. "Finally, we have people fighting with full strength." I was about to fall asleep watching. Now it's getting interesting. Look at these Snake Man core faction units, they don't even have standard armor on. They're likely going to lose badly. Seeing the number of core faction units each of these two brought, the originally drowsy spectators finally perked up. In the previous battles, the students deployed on the field had been very restrained. The core faction units dispatched usually numbered around 100,000, all conserving their strength for the upcoming matches. However, Lang Shui was the first daring student, coming forward with all his strength right from the start. Once the serpents entered the battlefield, they formed a makeshift circular formation, protecting 20,000 uncommon grade serpents in the center, and began to advance slowly. As time passed, both sides finally caught sight of each other's armies on the flat terrain. The moment Lang Shui's uncommon grade serpents spotted the opponent, they began to perform a collective ritual, and a faint yellow corrosive mist started to spread in all directions. In just a moment, the pale yellow mist rolled over the advancing orc army. "Cough cough, what's going on with this mist? Why is it foggy?" An orc riding a wolf began to cough, triggering a chain reaction, and soon a large number of orcs started coughing as well. "My uncommon grade serpents possess extensive damage and control effects. If you surrender now, I will dispel the poisonous mist, and you can still minimize your losses." Seeing the corrosive mist enveloping the entire orc army and realizing its effects, Lang Shui's Tier 1 demigod illusion began shouting to the opposite side, applying psychological pressure with words. Upon hearing Lang Shui's taunts, Fu Hongyuan offered no response, only a cold smile, and before he could give his core faction unit an oracle, the orc army leader had already begun taking new actions. The orc leader at the forefront ignited a faint crimson fighting spirit, and before the corrosive mist could reach him, it was completely burned away by the blood-colored aura. At the same time, this orc leader raised the giant axe in his hand and shouted loudly, "This mist is toxic, all personnel halt, put on gas masks." This command quickly spread in all directions. All orcs who heard the order immediately removed their full cover helmets and pulled out 3M-type gas masks from their backpacks to wear. The orcs stationed further away didn't hear the leader's command, but upon seeing the actions of their kin ahead, they began to follow suit. In less than a minute, the 2 million orcs had all donned transparent gas masks covering their entire faces. Even the orcs on wolves had equipped their mounts with special gas masks. This scene left Lang Shui, who had just been verbally harassing them, in utter disbelief. The orc's countermeasure completely nullified his strongest uncommon grade ability. What the hell? How could they do that? This unexpected maneuver completely disrupted his rhythm. Hee, I gave you a chance. It could have ended here, but you didn't cherish it. If you made a choice, you must bear the consequences, Fu Hongyuan said with a cold smile upon hearing Lang Shui's shout. In just a couple of sentences, the 300,000 orc wolf cavalry at the forefront erupted with a faint crimson fighting spirit, crashing vehemently into the serpent's crude formation. Facing this 300,000 strong uncommon grade orc force-wielding fighting spirit, the poorly equipped serpent army was slaughtered without any chance after losing the advantage of the large-scale corrosive mist. Orcs with fighting spirit represented greater strength, stronger defenses, more endurance, and faster recovery, essentially boosting their physical attributes comprehensively. Chapter 66: Tricking People. Although the increase from fighting spirit is limited in the early stages, even a slight improvement in the strength of 300,000 troops is enough to push the entire army's strength ahead significantly. Moreover, this all-around enhancement to physical attributes easily elevates the combat prowess of the orc army to a new level. Seeing that his serpents were clearly not a match and suffering heavy casualties, Lang Shui could only grimace and tell Fu Hongyuan, "Stop it, I've conceded." Hee, weren't you just very arrogant? Why are you backing down now? Fu Hongyuan said with a mocking expression upon hearing Lang Shui concede, showing no intention of stopping. The referee only observed the situation on the battlefield and did not intervene, as Lang Shui had stopped the uncommon grade serpents from continuing to cast spells, but the dense corrosive mist had yet to dissipate completely. The referee assumed Lang Shui was still on the offensive. "You bastard, I've already stopped the casting of the uncommon grade core faction unit, why won't you cease?" Lang Shui yelled with a grim face, appearing very anxious. Fu Hongyuan wore a cold smile, paying no heed to him, as he watched the well-equipped orc wolf cavalry easily break through the serpent's outer formation, charging toward the uncommon grade serpents. Lang Shui was left helpless, only able to watch as these uncommon grade orcs with fighting spirits slaughtered the serpent tribe until the mist completely cleared and the referee intervened. Only then did the battle come to a halt, as both invading forces slowly withdrew from the divine territory of the arena. Lang Shui returned to Han's side looking disheartened, with red-rimmed eyes. Seeing Lang Shui like this, Han had no way to help but comfort him, saying, "Don't be discouraged, it's just a small setback. The core faction unit and divine territory are still here. The road ahead is long." Hearing Han's consolation, Lang Shui managed a smile that was more painful than crying and choked out, "Scholar, my uncommon grade serpent men core faction unit has almost been wiped out. There's no way I can participate in the upcoming matches. You have to do your best. Don't be too sad if we can hit back, I'll help you take revenge." Seeing the usually cheerful person suddenly display such an expression, Han couldn't just ignore it and proactively said. In Han's view, a fair fight on the battlefield can accept any result, but now, this is a competition within civilization, and Lang Shui has already publicly declared his surrender. At this point, exploiting the loophole in the rules to wipe out all of Lang Shui's serpent men uncommon grade core faction units, while technically within the reasonable scope of the rules, could certainly be seen as underhanded. The battles of the competition did not pause because of Lang Shui's withdrawal. The fight continued, and by the time Han took the field, it had already been several hours. Establishing the teleportation channel with ease, Han considered that since he promised to help Lang Shui seek revenge, he shouldn't be too ostentatious and didn't even wake his main combat units. After calculating the situation of Fu Hongyuan's core faction unit, Han only summoned between 3 to 4 million logistics jump insects to the battlefield, perfectly balancing them to the level where Fu Hongyuan had already demonstrated enough strength to fight. A huge swarm poured out from the teleportation channel, and most opponents looked at this spectacular sight. In an instant, they quickly abandoned any thoughts of battling Han. Occasionally, a few stubborn ones might step forward to test the strength of these fierce-looking insects. As a result, they were instantly overwhelmed by the swarm. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and Han was betting on attrition. Following through with his teleportation channel, he would constantly replenish how many logistics jump insects fell on the front line, completely breaking down the opponent's psychological defenses. This led the opponents to choose to surrender directly, abandoning such foolish probing actions. Han virtually coasted through round after round of advancement, feeling no pressure at all, until he reached the 6th round. Finally, he encountered Fu Hongyuan's well-equipped Orc Legion. After fighting alongside Lang Shui, the 300,000 uncommon grade Orc Wolf Riders were now exposed to everyone. Afterward, his advancement became very smooth. Opponents without sufficient strength would almost always surrender upon encountering him. Those with a certain level of strength were merely small groups of core faction units from both sides, participating in a friendly match under Fu Hongyuan's leadership to showcase their core faction unit capabilities, ending harmoniously. However, when he encountered someone unwilling to engage in a friendly match and aim to win against him, this guy would strike especially hard, focusing on maximum lethality in battle. From Han's years of experience in reading people, this was someone with a strong desire for control. He is extremely self-centric, disallowing any taunts from others in his narrative. Fu Hongyuan didn't care to show even a hint of goodwill. Once someone didn't act according to his script, he would swing to the other extreme, exemplifying a typical zero-sum game mentality where it's either win or lose. We finally meet. Since I said I would help Lang get revenge, we must keep our promises. Today, I'll give you a lesson. He silently thought about how to educate this young man. Han skillfully connected the divine territory to the competition arena, revealing a Tier 1 demigod projection, gazing at Fu Hongyuan's Tier 1 demigod illusion. 4 million logistical jumping bugs swarmed in, quickly forming a huge bug ball in the sky. Seeing this scene, Fu Hongyuan wore an expression of confidence and was the first to speak. I've seen your match before. Your core faction unit is strong, but not enough to match me. I suggest we each send just 10,000 core faction units for a relatively fair contest to minimize the losses of our core faction units. What do you think? Hearing the words of Fu Hongyuan, Han couldn't help but sneer internally. This kid opposite him seemed quite confident, given the logistics of the pest control skills he displayed. With 10,000 logistics pests battling against 10,000 uncommon great orcs with fighting spirit, there was no way Han could win. It seemed the other side thought they had already secured victory over him. I don't think much of it. After all, numbers are my advantage. I believe I can win this round, so don't be too confident, or you'll end up with a slap to the face. Han wore a mocking smile, his tone playful, clearly enjoying himself. It seems you haven't been paying attention in class and don't really understand the orc race. Let me remind you, normal grade orc civilians don't require training. As long as they are on the battlefield, they can be regarded as warriors. After calmly finishing, Fu Hongyuan waved his hand and a 2 million strong, well-equipped Orc Legion entered the battlefield. But the flow of orcs from the teleportation portal didn't stop. More orcs continued to pour through until their numbers exceeded 5 million, at which point the teleportation gradually ceased. Even though the last batch of 3 million orcs appeared somewhat poorly equipped, they ensured that the minimum standard was full leather armor and refined steel weapons. Just by looking at their high fighting spirit, one could tell this was a very warlike race. Chapter 67, Keeping Promises. From the equipment of this batch of orcs, it was clear that this kid opposite was definitely a big spender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decked out the core faction unit with a luxurious set of gear from the very start. This made Han somewhat relieved, allowing him to let loose a little. It wouldn't be a matter of turning the opponent into a useless wreck all at once. After all, in this matter, there was no right or wrong. During the first round, Lang Shui pushed all his combat power, disrupting all of the opponent's plans, and the opponent also slaughtered all of Lang Shui's uncommon grade snake people. Knowing very few friends from his past, Han was no saint. He had no lofty ideals of altruism. When it came down to it, he wouldn't hesitate in a fight, and since he promised to help Lang Shui take revenge, he had to follow through. It's important to note that within these 4 million logistics pests, Han had sneakily included a total of 50,000 self-destructing pests. As the first battle test of this new pest unit, the goal was to wipe out the opponent's 300,000 uncommon great orcs in one fell swoop. It doesn't matter, we'll have to see how it turns out in battle. Stop talking nonsense. Your little psychological pressure techniques won't work on me at all. Han maintained his cocky tone, showing no signs of restraint. I hope you can keep such a good attitude. Don't end up like your teammates, crying at the end once you realize humility is necessary. Fu Hongyuan narrowed his eyes into slits, his tone icy, in response to Han's repeated provocation. In this city-wide tournament, there were very few people with real strength who managed to catch his attention. How could he not notice that Han was a teammate of Lang Shui? Without saying another word, Fu Hongyuan commanded the Orc Legion to start moving toward the direction of the logistics pests. In a very short time, the Orc Legion spotted the massive pest sphere in the sky, rapidly approaching their position. Stop moving. Everyone prepare for battle. The leader of the Orc Legion looked grimly at the massive pest sphere in the sky and issued a loud command. Upon hearing the order, the Orc Wolf Cavalry immediately jumped off their giant wolf mounts and retrieved a very old-fashioned flamethrower from the huge backpacks carried by their mounts. Han looked at these green-skinned orcs, outfitted with fuel storage tanks, one hand wielding a blade and the other holding a flamethrower, with faint red energy swirling around them. He couldn't help but think with a twinge of humor, hey, this aesthetic isn't harmonious at all. Are they putting on performance art now? Han's mind raced. Fu Hongyuan must have, after watching his combat, gone to acquire flamethrowers on the Divine Communication continent recently to specifically target the logistics pests. Didn't he expect this, did you? After watching your battle, as a potential competitor in this match, I put a lot of thought into ways to counter these bugs, Fu Hongyuan added with a cold smile. It's not too late to surrender now. Han was dumbfounded listening to Fu Hongyuan's declaration, thinking to himself, if this kid knew he had self-destructing pests hidden within the swarm above, would he slap himself? Those fuel tanks the orcs were carrying, aside from increasing the lethality of the self-destructing pests, were completely useless. Han had no intention of sending normal-grade logistics pests into direct confrontation. He gently tugged at the line of faith, and within a very short time, the 50,000 self-destructing pests that had been hidden in the center of the massive pest sphere detached from the logistics pest group. Following a set interval, they formed a large net in the sky, diving down toward the 300,000 uncommon great orc army. Han was still quite fair he didn't include normal great orcs in the strike range. Seeing these bugs that had never appeared before, Fu Hongyuan still wore a cold smile, not taking them seriously at all. He mocked Han, saying, "Is this your hidden technique? A mere few tens of thousands won't have any impact." As soon as Fu Hongyuan's words fell, there was a huge explosion in the area of the uncommon great orcs. Boom, 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 boom. As the first self-destructing jump bug exploded, the deafening sound of explosions instantly merged into one. In less than 10 seconds, a total of 300,000 uncommon great orcs and their giant wolf mounts were reduced to ashes in this hail of explosions, leaving behind a field of black craters and still burning flames. The situation came too suddenly. Just before, Fu Hongyuan's face was full of cold smiles, but at this moment, his smile had frozen on his face, and he stared blankly at the area that had been baptized by the self-destructing jump bugs. The ground was littered with severed limbs and arms. A total of 300,000 uncommon great orcs had been wiped out like this. He simply couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. You? What did you do? Fu Hongyuan seemed to wake up, gritting his teeth as he glared at Han's Tier 1 demigod apparition, his face flushed and the apparition shaking, reflecting his furious mood. For these 300,000 uncommon great orcs, Fu Hongyuan had invested countless resources and efforts, all to shine brightly in this competition. Now it could only be described as decades of hard work, all undone in an instant. I said I would help my teammate take revenge, and I must do what I say. Young people need to experience setbacks to grow. Being too proud can lead to losses. I'm giving you a lesson in advance, letting you feel the harshness of society. No need to thank me. Upon seeing Fu Hongyuan's expression, Han spoke seriously, looking wise beyond his years. Bastard! I will make you. Fu Hongyuan exploded in anger, smoke practically coming out of his ears, the final word of death not even leaving his lips. He saw endless logistical jump bugs flooding into the battlefield from Han's invasion channel, without any sign of stopping. The same goes for you, it's not too late to surrender now. And what did you just say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Han's teasing tone reached Fu Hongyuan's ears at that moment. Fu Hongyuan looked up at the sky far away and saw that a second massive bug ball had emerged in the span of just a few words, with a third also rapidly being generated. Looking again at Han's invasion channel, the logistical jump bugs rushing onto the battlefield showed no signs of stopping. I concede. The three difficult words slipped from Fu Hongyuan's mouth. Faced with the terrifying number of bugs, he regained his rationality in an instant. It was like being doused with a bucket of cold water. He was not blinded by anger, not sending core faction units to rush in to die at that moment. Han smiled nonchalantly, waved his hand towards the barrier to signal the referee to record the match results. Once it was confirmed that he had won, he finally ceased the infusion of logistical jump bugs into the battlefield. At this moment, the sky had accumulated 10 massive bug balls made up of logistical jump bugs, with numbers nearing 40 million. The oppressive force brought by this overwhelming number could make one's hair stand on end just by looking. Chapter 68, Winning While Lying Down. This is not even the full extent of the logistical jump bugs in Han's divine territory. To maintain the normal operation of the divine territory, he also has to care for other main combat units that are in a dormant state. The logistical jump bugs in Han's divine territory keep their numbers above 80 million throughout the year. During non-combat times, aside from a very small number of mutated and flying jump bugs that can operate as emergency squads, the others remain dormant. Most of the other main combat units are in a dormant state, relying completely on logistical jump bugs and stinger dragonflies for care, which is also the reason for the high numbers of logistical jump bugs. After waiting for the arena manager to disconnect the invasion channel, Han maneuvered the divine territory back to the position where the squad was docked. Before Han's divine territory had even stabilized, Lang Shui's Tier 1 demigod spirit rushed over, shouting loudly before getting close, "Fei Gu, you are awesome, that was satisfying." The kid looks green in the face. "From today on, you are my brother, just tell me if you need anything, and I will definitely help you out." "Lang Shui, don't be so polite. Didn't I say I would help you take revenge? I wasn't lying, was I?" After seeing Lang Shui energized again and back to his old state, Han smiled as he said. At this moment, Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod spirit also flew over, excitedly looking at Han and asking, "You're something else, what was that explosion just now? Did your core faction unit find the path to uncommon grade?" "Teacher Lu, I indeed found a way for the core faction unit to advance to uncommon grade. Although I've only just begun exploring the method, I will continue to improve it," Han replied with a smile, informing Lu Wenzhong that he had already found a way for the core faction unit to advance to uncommon grade. "Congratulations!" The answer in his heart was confirmed, and Lu Wenzhong couldn't help but smile broadly. The power shown by the self-exploding jumping insect represented a qualitative improvement in Han's strength. Previously, Lu Wenzhong had always worried that the normal grade species, despite their large numbers, still had limits. As a normal grade creature, if Han's core faction unit encountered those defensively abnormal uncommon grade species, it would likely struggle significantly, and losing wouldn't be out of the question. Now, with the self-exploding jumping insect demonstrated by Han, leveraging the numerical advantage of this mutated racial core faction unit, as long as they could break through defenses, any uncommon grade creature could potentially be overwhelmed by numbers. This indicated that he, as a student, had already become a genuine monster-level contender. As for Fengyakin, when she saw Han turn to look at her, she casually said, "You're stronger than me." After speaking, she turned her gaze to another direction. Seeing this, Han simply smiled faintly and didn't mind at all. They were merely acquaintances, and the young girl was already shy, so there was no need to provoke her further. Han's subsequent matches completely turned into garbage time. His opponents directly admitted defeat, showing no interest even in taking the stage. Han had already revealed 40 million logistical jumping insects, along with the self-exploding jumping insects capable of instantly executing carpet bombing. No one was willing to fight him anymore. Originally, if they were evenly matched, they could have exchanged blows, and even if they lost, at least some highlights could be drawn from the battle process, with excellent performances potentially earning some extra points for college admissions. However, facing an opponent like Han, whether it was the number of logistical jumping insects or the area of effect from his self-exploding insects, once a fight started, it was practically the same as ending the battle. As for the battle process. Sorry, the battle process is gone. Why is it gone? Didn't you see that 300,000 uncommon great orcs just vanished in an instant? What's the point of going up to showcase anything, to show how Han hammered them? This way of solely relying on quantities to instantly overwhelm the opponent made the battle process utterly dull for those who were beaten. So, as long as one has a normal mind, unless they are confident in withstanding 40 million logistical jumping insects along with an unknown number of self-exploding jumping insects. Otherwise, no one would choose to challenge Han. After all, once a fight broke out, it was basically a death sentence. No one's core faction unit just fell from the sky. Time flew by in Han's tedious waiting, and there was no doubt that since educating Fu Hongyuan, he hadn't fought a single battle, opponents would immediately surrender upon seeing Han, allowing him to effortlessly take the win and claim the city competition championship, making the entire process devoid of excitement. As for Fengyakan, she exited the competition after a grueling battle with another top student from a different school in the 7th round. Han also politely offered her a few words of comfort. After enduring the tedious competition, Han smoothly secured the championship amidst the surrender of his opponents and finally awaited the exhilarating moment when the 3 judges appeared with spirit bodies of Tier 1 demigod from the divine territory. Each judge pulled out a golden sealing card from their bodies and rambled on about praising the students for their achievements and encouraging others, but Han didn't retain a single word. Since the judges took out the golden sealing cards, Han's gaze hadn't left the shiny card held by the judge in the middle. One could guess that this was the prize for the City League champion, worth 5 million mana MP. With drool almost spilling from the corner of his mouth, Han waited until the judge announced, now inviting Han from Zhonghai No. 2 High School to receive his award for the City League champion. Only then did Han snap back to reality, hiding the glimmer of greed on his face as the Tier 1 demigod spirit body quickly appeared before the judge. Congratulations, Han, I hope you can bring glory to the city and achieve excellent results in the future Global League, said the Tier 1 demigod judge, gently handing the sealing card to Han. Thank you. I'll do my best. Carefully receiving the sealing card, he rubbed the card with his hands and carefully probed the amount of mana MP sealed inside. Han couldn't suppress the smile forming at the corners of his mouth upon sensing the 5 million mana MP sealed in the card, and he barely managed to control his overwhelming excitement as he floated back to Lu Wenzhong. Alright, your mouth is about to split from grinning so much. Just laugh if you want to. After returning to school, there will be a subsidy of 1 million mana MP. I'll help you handle the application process in reality, and then you can exchange it on the continent of the gods, Lu Wenzhong said, finding Han's eager expression amusing. Thinking to himself, this kid is usually so composed, but how does he change so much whenever there's a benefit? Hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, Han quickly stored the sealing card into his Tier 1 demigod spirit body, turned his head, and looked at Lu Wenzhong with sparkling eyes, saying, "Thank you so much, Teacher Lu." Just after sincerely expressing gratitude in the previous sentence, Han directly asked what he genuinely cared about next: when can I receive the school's reward? Chapter 69, Control. Seeing Han's opportunistic demeanor, Lu Wenzhong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Look at you, such an unambitious sight. I'll help you with this matter when you return, don't worry, the mana MP stored at school won't run away. Also, since you ranked first in our city this time, it means you are eligible to participate in the Global League of Qinghai Star. So, from now on, in this month of real time, which equals 10 years in World of Gods, you must make good use of this mana MP and strive to achieve good results in the global competition as well. After saying this, Lu Wenzhong noticed that Han wasn't paying much attention to what he was saying. Got it, Teacher Lu, I think we have no more business here, can we head back now? Han said nonchalantly with a playful expression, urging Lu Wenzhong to hurry back to the school residence. Did you really take in what I said about the global competition? Seeing Han's attitude, Lu Wenzhong expressed doubt about whether he was actually listening. The global competition? I heard that, but isn't it still far off? We have 10 years, no need to rush. I think we should return to the school residence, collect the school S reward first, and then develop divine territory at ease. While speaking, Han rubbed his hands together, clearly still focused on the school S reward of 1 million mana MP. Seeing that Han still had that money-minded look, Lu Wenjong narrowed his eyes, thinking, oh, how disrespectful, is this a mockery of my dignity as a teacher or a contempt of my title as the spiritual mentor, Lu Wenjong? In an instant, a thought occurred to Lu Wenjong. He remained expressionless but sighed deeply and said softly, "Sigh, it seems you don't take the global competition seriously." Well, the intensity of the battles there can't be compared to those minor competitions in the city. Every year, some freaks emerge from all over the planet, and this level of combat is still too early for you. I originally wanted to tell you about some aspects of the global competition, but thinking about it, it's better to pass. After all, you've just found the uncommon grade path for the core faction unit, and perhaps you don't have the means to breed uncommon grade core faction units in large numbers. It seems you are fated to miss out on the 50 million mana MP resource reward for first place in the global competition. Saying this, Lu Wenjong displayed a regretful expression and patted Han on the shoulder. Before Lu Wenjong could withdraw his hand, he felt a strong grip holding his palm. Han's previously playful expression had completely vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, as he tightly held Lu Wenjong's hand still in mid-air. Teacher Lu, I believe there is a way to breed uncommon grade core faction units in large numbers. Please definitely tell me about the global competition situation. It's fast approaching, and I need someone like you as a life mentor to guide me in my future direction. After saying this, the sincerity in Han's eyes was almost igniting with a fierce flame. Seeing this situation, Lu Wenjong outwardly remained calm while inside he was overjoyed. You little rascal, I can't get a read on you anymore. Since you are so eager to understand the global competition, I'll give you a brief overview to give you a better sense of things. In past global competitions, there were generally fewer than 600 participants, but this group consists of the strongest students from all over the planet this year. To achieve a good rank in this competition, having a powerful uncommon grade core faction unit is almost essential. For instance, last year's global competition champion had a core faction unit that was a high infernal demon, a natural uncommon grade race, with a massive body, strong vitality, dual proficiency in magic and physical attacks, tens of thousands in quantity, all uncommon grade, with several thousand elite grade units, and a hero grade. You can gauge what level of strength that configuration holds for yourself. Upon hearing this, Han began to take the global competition seriously. If he were to face an infernal demon, especially a hero grade one, relying on the self-exploding jumping bugs, whether he could take down a hero grade infernal demon in sheer numbers was uncertain. With a name like Infernal Demon, you can imagine its fire resistance. Moreover, as a hero grade lifeform, it wouldn't just stand there and take hits if it couldn't win. Escaping with the current swarm of bugs wouldn't necessarily be easy. Seeing that Han was getting serious, Lu Wenjong finally smiled and said, "So, you have to plan well for the 10 years and 6 million mana MP before using it. Don't just waste it casually without any increase in fighting power." "Alright, Teacher Lu, I understand. I will think carefully about how to use this 6 million mana MP. I won't just give up on the global competition's resource rewards so easily," Han said seriously to Lu Wenjong. With Lu Wenjong's words, Han's excitement over getting 6 million mana MP had faded, especially with a 50 million mana MP reward dangling before him for the global competition. With a bigger goal in mind, the few 100,000 mana MP already in hand suddenly didn't feel as attractive anymore. "So, Teacher Lu, are the competition rules for the global competition the same as this time?" Since there was such a generous resource reward for the global competition, Han immediately got into the spirit and began asking Lu Wenjong some questions he was concerned about. "You're thinking too highly of it. This one-on-one competition format is just a preliminary screening. How do you think this kind of combat compares to actual battles?" Lu Wenjong asked Han in a mentoring tone, hands behind his back. "It helps to some extent. It can uncover some issues with core faction units and speed up the adaptability of novice tier 1 demigod players in combat, but it's all very basic. Compared to real battles, there are not as many complex situations to deal with." Han thought for a moment and shared his views on this kind of competition based on his experience. "That's a good point. In fact, you've overlooked the most important aspect, which is that this competition format is quite gentle, providing both sides with a relatively fair environment, lacking the real cruelty found in World of Gods. At this point, Lu Wenjong paused, looking at Han with a smile. Teacher Lu, do you mean to say that the rules for the upcoming Global League will be closer to actual combat? Han pondered after hearing Lu Wenjong's explanation. You're right. Society spends so many resources each year to cultivate talent, not to create some greenhouse flowers. The purpose of the competition is to find potential new generations, to tilt resources towards them, so they can grow faster. Of course, the global competition won't directly adopt actual combat rules, but it won't be as gentle as the city-wide University League either. Chapter 70, Back to the Base. The rules for the Global League change every year. What the specifics will be depends on the mood of our planet's Minister of Education. You'll only be informed when the competition starts. All you can do is keep improving your strength, Lu Wenjong said with a look of envy on his face. Qinghai Star is one of the few planets with a Tier 3 true god at its helm, and the Minister of Education is, of course, also a Tier 3 true god. I understand. After I go back this time, I will carefully digest the resources from this reward and strive to place well in the Global League, Han said seriously after responding to Lu Wenjong. The group then ended their participation journey and returned to their school base in World of Gods. Now, the divine territory where Han's class is docked is very sparse, as most students have gone out to practice with their teachers, making it quite quiet. Han stabilized the docking of his divine territory, smilingly reminded Lu Wenjong about the 1 million mana MP reward from the school, and quickly slipped into his own divine territory. The school's mana MP reward had not yet arrived, but the 5 million mana MP from the competition was already in Han's hands. He finally had money now and needed to carefully calculate how to spend it. To prepare for the Global League, continuing to improve his strength is essential, so a portion of the mana MP needs to be spent on high-level bloodline cards. In Han's current divine territory, the resource burden can no longer be fully self-sufficient, so expanding the area of the divine territory is also necessary. Additionally, Han also wanted to see if he could acquire some high-end, rare resources to upgrade his Queen Ant, as those resources are also quite valuable. Considering all this, Han suddenly felt that the mana MP seemed completely insufficient. He currently had 40 incubation nests in his divine territory. At the rate of 1 additional nest per year in World of Gods, by the time of the Global League in 10 years, the number of incubation nests could reach 50. Just for purchasing high-level uncommon grade bloodline cards, calculated at the minimum price of 300,000 mana MP, even after the school's 1 million mana MP arrives, the 6 million mana MP will only be enough to upgrade 20 incubation nests. Moreover, the success rate isn't 100%. The success rate of a high-level uncommon grade bloodline card is only about 70%. It's foreseeable that with a large number of high-level uncommon grade bloodline cards being used, a 30% cost of silence loss will inevitably occur. At this moment, Han could only float in mid-air in the divine territory, feeling conflicted as he listed the projects that required mana MP in order of priority. Unlike Han, who suddenly had a large amount of mana MP and was entangled in how to use it, Lu Wenjong was currently in high spirits after settling the students. Lu Wenjong eagerly took out a special communication card and sent a communication request to the school's director. As the card turned into light and disappeared, their connection was instant. Wenjong, what can I do for you? The director's tone was warm, quite different from his cold demeanor during meetings. Uncle Wang, I have good news. Our school has achieved another victory. Han from my class won the championship in the citywide league this time, hee. His pride was evident in his tone. The school director, Wang Jitong, had known Lu Wenjong since he was young, and their families had a good relationship. Later, when Lu Wenjong became a teacher at the school, Wang Jitong took extra care of him, so their conversations were much more cordial. That's great. This marks our school's first championship in the citywide league in 4 years. We should be able to increase next year's educational funding. We must celebrate this. Wang Jitong's voice reflected his joy upon hearing Lu Wenjong's good news. Uncle Wang, don't get too excited yet. I have even better news. You know Han's situation with the core faction unit. He has now found the path to the uncommon grade for the core faction unit, and his strength has undergone a qualitative leap. I think our school's chances in this year's Global League are looking good. Lu Wenzhong's happiness was clear as he spoke. So his core faction unit's uncommon grade ability is strong? What's the situation? Tell me about it. Lu Wenzhong's statement immediately piqued Wang Jitong's great interest. I can't describe the specifics well, so I'll just send you the video. Until this competition, I had no idea he had activated the uncommon grade path for the core faction unit. This kid has been hiding it well. After delivering the good news, Lu Wenzhong began to request school rewards for Han. Uncle Wan, one more thing. Since Han has already won the championship in the Citywide College League, could you please confirm when the school's reward will be distributed? No problem. I'll verify Han's results shortly. As long as everything is in order, I'll immediately send him the redemption code, Wang Jitong immediately reassured him. Then thank you, Uncle Wang. Additionally, I plan to apply for individualized training for Han, as with the rapid expansion of his core faction unit numbers, resource acquisition will enhance his strength, and real combat is the fastest path to growth. I suspect he won't just stay obediently at school forever. Given Lu Wenzhong's understanding of Han, he knew he was not the type to stay put. Therefore, Lu Wenzhong planned to guide Han to lower-level battle zones for growth after he had digested this wave of resources. That's a good idea. Write an application to me, and I'll help you with the application process. Wang Jitong agreed to Lu Wenzhong's proposal without hesitation. In the entire educational system, in order to prevent corruption, the application and distribution of resources are strictly reviewed. However, there has always been a welcoming and encouraging attitude towards students with potential who seek to gain practical combat experience. While Lu Wenzhong was getting the school rewards sorted for Han, Han also determined how to use the Mana MP. Let us put aside the Ant Queen for now. The resources that can be utilized by the Ant Queen start at a price of millions of Mana MP, which is simply not enough with the amount of Mana MP I have right now. As for the area of divine territory, let's also hold off for the moment. We can increase a portion of the area to maintain the current balance of divine territory. If necessary, we can first reclaim some normal grade jump bugs to create survival space for uncommon grade units. For now, let us focus on concentrating resources on uncommon grade bloodline cards. As long as combat power increases, I'll apply for combat training from the school later. Expanding the area of divine territory will ultimately rely on external plunder. Han's thoughts coincided with Lu Wenzhong's. Determined, Han promptly teleported to the continent of divine communication, planning to visit various uncommon grade bloodline card trading centers first. Chapter 71, Bloodline Card Market. Regarding the high-level uncommon grade bloodline cards needed for the core faction unit, Han already had an immature idea. To achieve the fastest expansion of combat power, one must save time after obtaining uncommon grade genes and redesign units that are compatible with uncommon grade genes. Ideally, one should be able to select an uncommon grade lineage that can directly accommodate adjustments made to existing Zerg units. This not only saves significant time in building new units from scratch but also minimizes the risk of being stuck with specific uncommon grade genes. For example, with the Fire Element uncommon grade lineage card, Han spent considerable effort and time searching in the marketplace of the God Communication continent to find a normal grade gene template with sufficient heat resistance. Having already had 2 experiences of infusing uncommon grade lineages into the incubation nest, Han believes that the compatibility of uncommon grade genes with biological entities is not entirely an enigma. According to Han's speculation, for instance, the gene template of the spike snake is entirely designed to be compatible with the uncommon grade gene of the lava giant snake. So, could the spike snake's gene template also be compatible with other snake-like uncommon grade beast lineages similar to the lava giant snake? Even if a perfect match isn't achievable, perhaps only minor adjustments are needed, saving Han a significant amount of time instead of redesigning the gene template from scratch. After all, these are the same species. While there may be some genetic differences, they shouldn't be worlds apart. Thus, Han directly focused on the types of uncommon grade lineage cards he needed, locking in on various uncommon grade canines, serpents, and insects, primarily using existing Zerg units as a reference. Once this idea was set, Han transformed into a sphere of light and was teleported directly to a professional uncommon grade lineage card trading market. Here, the variety of uncommon grade lineage cards is vast, and commonly extracted lineage cards from uncommon grade beasts are available in large quantities. In various civilizations, the logistics Tier 2 deity is never short of clever individuals. Many Tier 1 demigod beings, after achieving class advancement, divine fire and becoming Tier 2 deity, create their first divine mark from lineage extraction. They then start acquiring or breeding uncommon grade beasts in bulk to produce consumable uncommon grade lineage cards to earn mana MP. As long as there's profit to be made, the industry of earning mana MP will draw more people in. Competition will emerge within the industry, and the entire sector is bound to evolve toward greater specialization, gradually forming a complete industrial chain. Therefore, all kinds of uncommon grade beasts are being farmed on a large scale by Logistics Tier 2 deity. Many Logistics Tier 2 deity have transformed their entire divine territory into highly specialized large-scale farms, training their core faction units to become professional breeders, thus enhancing their market competitiveness to earn mana MP. Compared to Han's previous life experiences in industrial livestock farming, it's like comparing a minor skill to a grand craft in this universe's competitive market. These Tier 2 deity do it even more professionally, raising uncommon grade beasts. From birth, they have the most professional health plans, with meticulously managed living conditions down to the second and dietary nutrition intake precise to the gram, ensuring the high quality of the lineage cards extracted from these uncommon grade beasts. With so many civilizations competing in one industry, once things get rolling, they leave no room for outsiders. Although he had gotten the coordinates for this place long ago, Han was still short on resources, so this was his first visit here. What caught his eye were the large buildings towering over him, constructed from mana MP. There were large shopping malls simulated with mana MP to resemble marble, adorned with various stone sculptures of uncommon grade beasts, appearing as if crafted by divine hands. Some large shopping malls boasted arched ceilings and towering pillars made of fine white porcelain, arranged in a circle to support the overall structure, decorated with exquisite bas reliefs and colorful paintings simulated with mana MP. There were also churches-styled shopping malls with magnificent proportions and orderly layouts, utilizing gold and silver as the main color scheme, presenting a luxurious and resplendent scene. If one were to label all these structures with a single word, Han could only think of one: luxury, devoid of humanity. Just the mana MP consumed daily to simulate these buildings is already a significant expense. At the entrance of each building, there were constantly flowing light orbs coming in and out, dazzling Han's eyes. It felt much like a popular tourist destination from Han's previous life during grand holidays. Thankfully, everyone was in the form of light orbs without a physical body, otherwise Han suspected that the ground here wouldn't even have a square inch to stand on. After expressing his thoughts, Han decided to take a stroll in this professional uncommon grade bloodline card trading center, to explore and broaden his horizons. Looking around, Han immediately chose a magnificent and opulent mall to float into. As soon as he stepped inside, the scene before him immediately caught his attention. He originally thought the interior would be similar to the markets he had visited before, filled with various shelves projecting product information using mana MP. However, he didn't expect to see the breathtaking sight before him. The interior decoration style was similar to the museums from Han's past life, overall clean and bright, yet still exuding a sense of luxury. In the entire hall, apart from the large luxurious circular counter in the center, where several staff members were floating around, everything else was organized. The remaining areas displayed neatly arranged independent transparent exhibition stands composed of mana MP at certain distances. Inside the exhibition stand, there was a sealed card, and floating above it at about 1 meter high was a holographic projection of a species made from mana MP, representing the appearance and category of the species contained within the sealed card. Seeing this situation, Han directly focused his spiritual sense on the nearest exhibition stand. As soon as his spiritual sense touched the floating fish, an uncommon grade wild beast holographic projection, a stream of information flowed from the projection into Han's mind. The content included the purchasing process within the mall, the identification number of this shark-like uncommon grade beast, its race, name, weight, growth cycle, lifespan, uncommon grade abilities, the price of the uncommon grade bloodline card, available stock quantity of the card, etc., all very professional. Han immediately approached this display case inside the transparent showcase. A sealed card floated quietly, situated in an area with a span of 10,000 square kilometers of sea. With a complete ecological chain, a small group of holographic projections of uncommon grade fish lived vividly here, allowing customers purchasing bloodline cards to observe this species in its most authentic state through their spiritual sense. Han looked up and glanced around. The entire hall had at least 5,000 identical display cases. Just these sealed cards were conservatively estimated to be worth over 60 million mana MP. Such extravagance! Han couldn't help but express his astonishment again. If it weren't for the fact that this was the land of the gods, and the mana MP constructed buildings were protected by rules, Han would have seriously been tempted to loot this place and make a run for it. Chapter 72, Purchase. After that, Han began wandering around the mall, simultaneously releasing his consciousness to make contact with the projections he was interested in search of the uncommon grade bloodline cards he needed. It took Han half an hour to browse through all the exhibition halls inside the mall. Just in this mall alone, he discovered more than 50 types of uncommon grade snake-type beasts, 70 types of dog family uncommon grade beasts, and all sorts of strange insect-type uncommon grade species, totaling up to 90. It made Han dazzled looking at the abilities of these uncommon grade beasts. Han could even imagine how terrifyingly these uncommon grade abilities would enhance his power once integrated with the insect race. At this moment, his mood was like two little figures. One was waving money in his hand, shouting wildly, "I want them all." The other was staring fixedly at the wallet, shedding tears of poverty, whimpering, "We're broke, we can't afford it, let's return to reality." Regaining his composure, Han did not immediately purchase any uncommon grade bloodline cards. Instead, after leaving this mall, he turned to another one. Han wandered from one store to another, visiting 10 nearby bloodline card malls consecutively, truly opening his eyes. Just for this uncommon grade beast, the lava giant serpent, Han found over 10 varieties, which had certain differences in appearance. After observing the normal grade genes of these lava giant serpents, Han confirmed that their normal grade gene overlap rate reached over 95%. However, the manifestations of uncommon grade abilities differ significantly, with huge price disparities. These lava giant serpents could not only spit fireballs but also continuously spew flames, could enhance themselves with burning armor, and could release fire barriers. This momentarily put Han in a state of confusion. He paused for a moment, just thinking a little. Han gave up the idea of buying every type of lava giant serpent to create a super flame-stinging snake. The reason for giving up was quite objective: he was simply broke. The success rate for an advanced uncommon grade bloodline card is only 70%, which is like weapon enhancement in a past life game. Without a substantial backup, Han would never dare to try it. Right now, he has only this much wealth. Every failure in using an uncommon grade bloodline card represents a reimbursement for an incubation nest. Han can still barely accept the loss of several normal grade incubation nests, but if he were to reimburse several uncommon grade nests, he would surely spit blood. So at this stage, it's best to play it safe. Things like gambling must be firmly resisted. Having made up his mind, Han returned to the mall he had visited earlier to buy the uncommon grade bloodline cards he had planned for. With a clear plan in mind, Han acted quickly, spending over half of his just received mana MP in less than 20 minutes. He purchased a total of 8 uncommon grade bloodline cards for the lava giant snake, all of which can unleash fireballs, according to Han's thoughts. Although other varieties of the lava giant snake uncommon grade abilities are also excellent, in terms of single uncommon grade abilities, those that release fireballs have the highest cost-performance ratio. The current positioning of the spiny snake within the swarm mainly focuses on ranged attacks. If it were to acquire abilities like flame spray, flame armor, or flame barrier, its role would overlap with that of the jumping worm. The insect race currently does not lack melee units, rather, they have a greater demand for ranged units. Now, Han has 40 incubation nests, but only one can produce flame spiny snakes. In addition, Han also purchased an uncommon grade bloodline card for a swift wolf and an uncommon grade bloodline card for a tough-skinned coyote. Based on Han's observations, the normal grade genetic conditions of these two types of uncommon grade beasts are quite similar to the existing mutated jumping worm gene. One of their uncommon grade abilities is Wind Guardian, which can effectively enhance the agility and speed of the mutated jumping worm and add slicing damage to its attacks. The other uncommon grade ability of the tough-skinned coyote is Tough Skin, which can improve the mutated jumping worm's defense and survivability. Both can provide significant combat power support for the mutated jumping worm, which serves as the main melee force. He plans to take them back to experiment and see how these two types of uncommon grade beast bloodline cards adapt to the mutated jumping worm gene template after use. With the uncommon grade bloodline cards obtained by exchanging a large portion of his fortune, Han returned to his divine territory, eager to imbue the incubation nests with uncommon grade bloodlines. Although he has gone through the whole process twice, Han still appeared very nervous. Heaven bless, Amitba, Jesus bless, great higher powers, please help me make all these uncommon grade bloodline cards successful. After praying silently for some psychological comfort, Han decisively used all 10 uncommon grade bloodline cards he bought. Time passed second by second during Han's seemingly endless wait. Only 7 out of the incubation nests that he imbued with uncommon grade bloodlines survived. 3 incubation nests that used the lava giant snake uncommon grade bloodline cards exploded instantly under Han's mental observation, making him nearly shut down on the spot from anger. He clearly saw the reason for the failure. The uncommon grade genes suddenly collapsed during the integration process with the incubation nests. Using his divine trait, Han directly observed the gene integration process but couldn't find any clues about where the collapse occurred. Han recalled some information about bloodline cards from his memory, which provided relevant explanations. The failure probability is influenced by many factors, some of which Han can comprehend. For example, the condition of the host receiving the bloodline transformation, the health of the species from which the bloodline is extracted, and so on, Han can understand. However, one factor that influences the failure rate is beyond what Han's divine trait can resolve. The explanation in the information states, extracting a bloodline card involves sacrificing numerous lives. The souls and essence of these lives ultimately become part of the bloodline card. Their unwillingness and resistance before death directly affect the soul, thus becoming a part of the bloodline card, which also impacts the success rate of using the bloodline card. Currently, Han has no way to deal with matters involving souls and will helpless. He can only accept the concept of a 30% failure rate. After resigning himself to fate, Han immediately shifted his attention to the incubation nests that had succeeded. He no longer thought about the 3 incubation nests he lost, as well as the over 900,000 mana MP points that went to waste. Han first checked the incubators of 5 successfully received uncommon grade lava giant snakes, confirming that their operating conditions were good. Only then did he immediately produce a batch of flame stingers using the existing stinger gene template for testing. Chapter 73, Improvement. After handling the flame stinger incubator, Han turned his attention to the remaining 2 new uncommon grade incubators. One incorporated the bloodline card of the Gale Wolf, while the other fused the bloodline card of the Tough Skin Jackal. After ensuring both incubators were in good condition, Han proceeded. He immediately placed orders for a batch of jump bugs, ordering each of the 3 existing jump bug units to come over for observation. Throughout this process, Han remained attentive. When the first batch of jump bugs successfully hatched, the results fully confirmed his ideas. Although this batch of jump bugs carried more or less some characteristics of uncommon grade beasts. They displayed wolf fur and fluffy wolf ears, with additional features like an extra tongue as a heat dissipation organ, but these were minor issues. Han could easily eliminate these discrepancies through fine-tuning the genes. For example, the wolf ears serve no purpose other than looking cute. They're just a result of the normal grade genes attached to the bloodline card. Han could entirely delete or adjust them to recessive. After all, the original auditory system of the jump bugs was already quite excellent, and these features not only overlapped in function but also affected the imposing look of the swarm. Besides that, the physical capabilities of these jump bugs and their use of uncommon grade abilities posed no problems at all. Overjoyed by this result, Han immediately immersed himself in his work, starting to fine-tune and optimize the jump bug gene template. In less than half a month's time, Han completed the optimization of the jump bug gene template. He streamlined some redundant organs and normal grade genes, allowing the jump bugs to return to their original appearance. This was already considered quite rapid given Han's current conditions, to create uncommon grade bugs. Among the 3 methods he found, this was the one that consumed the least time and was the most stable. Compared to analyzing uncommon grade genes using the core faction unit talent of the Ant Queen, which would cost decades of time. Or redesigning normal grade units to adapt to uncommon grade genes, like the self-exploding jump bugs, which would take a considerable amount of time and effort to find the corresponding normal grade genes that hindered design progress. The uncommon grade jump bugs that could be completed in half a month were simply a breeze. After Han conducted a series of tests, the combat effectiveness of the uncommon grade jump bug showed a significant improvement compared to the normal grade jump bugs. With uncommon grade abilities, these jump bugs could easily take on 2 or 3 normal grade jump bugs. Whether it was tough skin or wind protection, these abilities created a considerable gap compared to their normal grade counterparts. This surge in combat power suddenly made Han feel a compulsion to take a gamble. To produce jump bugs in the uncommon grade incubator while having simultaneous access to 2 uncommon grade abilities. Jump bugs have a completely different role within the swarm, being the true backbone force. At this stage, jump bugs serve as the ground-based main combat units, the aerial main combat units, and the logistical main production units. They are indeed the king of cost-effectiveness in terms of consumption, combat power, and growth efficiency. In Han's mind, at this stage, the swarm can do without flame stingers, but it cannot do without jump bugs. After standing in place struggling for half a day, Han was in a frantic ideological battle within his mind. Conservative Han thinks, we still need to stick to the original plan. We're still in the early stages, every bit of mana MP must be spent wisely. I need to think carefully. If we risk losing a second bloodline card each time we fail, we might lose 6 uncommon grade bloodline cards. Impulsive Han thinks, we all know the enhancement of the jump bugs will bring immense benefits to the swarm. Their consumption and growth cycle cannot be compared to other units. They are the true main force in divine territory, and enhancing the jump bugs maximizes benefits. Besides, don't we have the cushion magic? There's no need to worry, it'll be fine. Each choice has its advantages, and Han, who couldn't make up his mind, took a deep breath, quickly extinguishing the struggle between the 2 choices in his mind. He decided to use an ancient method to determine this choice, flipping a coin. Han stood in mid-air in divine territory and waved his hand. A stone, under the manipulation of mana MP, transformed into a coin and floated before him. This coin made of stone had the character stable on one side and the character do on the other. Han gently closed his eyes, holding a coin between his fingers. With a flick of his thumb, the coin spun rapidly into the sky. As it reached its apex, the coin began to descend until it returned to the height from which it launched, then it passed by Han and continued downward. Han didn't reach out to catch it, nor did he care whether it landed heads or tails. What he wanted wasn't the result of the coin. Instead, it was the result he hoped for in his heart at the moment he tossed the coin. I still want a jumping bug with dual uncommon grade abilities, he sighed, looking up at the sky and giving up on his previous steady strategy. He instantly vanished from the divine territory, reappearing in the divine exchange continent. He first went to the resource exchange point at school and converted his 1 million mana MP exchange limit entirely into mana MP, then teleported again to the bloodline card trading market. Considering the possibility of consecutive failures with the same bloodline card, Han didn't spend all his mana MP at once. Instead, he bought 3 cards each of the Swiftwind Wolf and Resilient Skin Hyena bloodline cards, saving the remaining mana MP to supplement potential failures with uncommon grade bloodline cards. With a nervous heart, Han returned to his divine territory, first taking a bath in real life to wash off the bad luck. Then he returned to the world of gods to begin the renovation of the dual uncommon grade ability incubation nests. When the first dual talent incubation nest succeeded, Han immediately produced a batch of dual talent jumping bugs. The gene template used was also the previously optimized uncommon grade jumping bug template. The results were very gratifying. The newly born dual uncommon grade ability jumping bugs required no major adjustments from Han, merely slight optimizations for a perfect fit. With the first dual uncommon grade ability incubation nest successfully completed, Han's confidence soared, and he quickly began renovating the other incubation nests. It was unclear whether his luck had improved after the bath or if the mat method was particularly effective. By the time Han had spent all of his mana MP, he had only reimbursed for 2 normal grade incubation nests. The situation he feared most, where the incubation nest would suddenly fail when using the second uncommon grade bloodline card, did not occur. Looking at the 5 freshly produced dual uncommon grade ability incubation nests, Han, who had spent all his mana MP, felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy was at the combat power of the dual ability jumping bugs, which had massively increased, offering several times the combat effectiveness. It was truly worth it. Additionally, Han now had a total of 12 uncommon grade incubation nests, 5 for producing dual ability jumping bugs, 6 for fire snake spawns, and 1 for self-detonating jumping bugs, significantly boosting the uncommon grade unit production of the swarm. The sorrow was that Han had lost a total of 5 incubation nests this time. The total number of incubation nests in the Divine Territory was now down to 35, and this loss was the source of his sadness. It should be noted that the current incubation nests, if fully operational, could produce up to 10,000 larvae per day. Chapter 74, Application. Losing 5 incubation nests means a daily loss of 50,000 swarm units, translating to over 1.5 million units each month. The longer the time goes on, the greater the loss. Reimbursing just 1 incubation nest is equivalent to losing billions of swarm units. Just thinking about this made Han's heart ache to the point of breathlessness, so he decided to turn his grief into motivation, silently thinking, now that I have no mana MP, and the capacity of the Divine Territory is also at its limit, it's time to return to the swarm's foundational business. With this decision made, Han immediately contacted his homeroom teacher, Lu Wenzhong. When the communication was connected, before Han could even speak, Lu Wenzhong's teasing voice came through. Hey, kid, you just got back less than a month ago, and now you want to contact me? Teacher Lu, I saw that my classmates have gone to the battlefield for practical training, and I want to head to a low-level war zone to improve myself through real combat, Han stated earnestly the purpose of his contact. What are you thinking? Didn't you just get 6 million mana MP? Why not take this time, skip practical classes, and steadily develop for a few years? When your strength improves, I will take you to a low-level war zone for actual combat, even if you don't say so, Lu Wenzhong advised Han, though he had some doubts. Teacher Lu, I've completed my upgrades. Now, the core faction units in the Divine Territory increase by nearly 10 million each month. If the area of the Divine Territory doesn't expand, I won't be able to support them anymore. Hearing Lu Wenzhong's comments, Han helplessly provided his reasons for needing practical combat experience. What the hell, 10 million? Don't you have 6 million mana MP? Buy some terrain cards to expand the Divine Territory. This was the first time Lu Wenzhong realized the breeding speed of Han's current core faction units. The monthly increase of 10 million truly shocked him. If Han's core faction units were those weak, low combat capability units, Lu Wenzhong wouldn't have reacted much. However, Han's core faction units were remarkably powerful within the normal grade tier, especially since they had now found the path to the uncommon grade. Although Lu Wenzhong didn't know the probability of Han's core faction units advancing to uncommon grade, based on experience, the enormous base of normal grade core faction units assured a substantial number of advancements to uncommon grade. In Lu Wenzhong's view, such a rapid breeding growth rate for the core faction units was a bit excessive. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's astonishment, Han replied honestly, I've already used up the 6 million mana MP and have no money to buy terrain cards to expand the Divine Territory. Damn, you used up 6 million mana MP in just a month? Where did all that mana MP go? Lu Wenzhong was once again shocked by Han, his tone filled with disbelief. A novice tier 1 demigod running out of 6 million mana MP in a month, what does that even mean? If Han were willing to invest all 6 million mana MP into terrain resource cards, he could expand the Divine Territory to nearly 10 million square kilometers, reaching half the size of Lu Wenzhong's current Divine Territory. I used it to develop the core faction units. Han didn't think it was a big deal to run out of mana MP in a short time, spending that mana MP had genuinely increased his combat strength. Alright, I'm not going to ask specifically where you used your mana MP, that's your privacy. Just tell me how many uncommon grade core faction units you have now so that I can choose the activity area in the combat zone based on your actual situation. Lu Wenzhong changed the topic without probing deeper into Han's mana MP usage. I probably have over 30 million uncommon grade core faction units. Han didn't dare to fabricate this number, but since Lu Wenzhong mentioned determining the activity area based on the number of uncommon grade core faction units, Han calculated the 20 million or so uncommon grade core faction units he already had. Plus the output from 12 uncommon grade hatcheries, steadily growing by 120,000 uncommon grade core faction units daily. By the time they reached the low-level combat zone, having around 30 million uncommon grade insect units shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing the number Han provided, Lu Wenzhong fell silent. Han thought the other party hadn't heard, and just as he was about to speak again, Lu Wenzhong's voice came through. "Alright, get ready. I've already approved your application for separate practical combat teaching. I'm going to collect the teaching resources, and we'll set off tomorrow." "Thank you, Teacher Lu. See you tomorrow." Feeling pleased that he had achieved his goal, Han quickly hung up the communication. What Han didn't know was that after he hung up the communication, without needing to maintain a teacher's image anymore, Lu Wenzhong could no longer contain his excitement and began to twist joyfully in the divine territory. "Ha ha ha. I'm rich. This kid is definitely a monster-level player." A strange, duck-like laugh echoed within Lu Wenzhong's divine territory. After finally laughing enough, Lu Wenzhong calmed down and silently thought, "No, I must tell Uncle Wang about this. Han has to be closely monitored. There are risks involved in going out for actual combat, and I can't let anything happen to him. Our school might achieve results far surpassing previous ones in this global competition." Without hesitation, Lu Wenzhong immediately dialed the school's academic director, Wang Jitong. As soon as the connection was established, Lu Wenzhong didn't wait for the other party to speak and took the lead, saying, "Uncle Wang, good news. Han has a chance to perform well in this year's global competition. He currently has 30 million uncommon grade core faction units, and I believe that if he doesn't run into any problems, winning a global competition championship in 10 years is not impossible." Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's excited voice, Wang Jitong was taken aback by the content of his words. He knew about Han's core faction unit situation. He also kept an eye on the global competition every year, and with such a capable student, achieving good results in the global competition seemed assured. This is good news, really good. If Han performs well in the global competition, our school's educational funding next year could be increased by at least 40%. You keep a close watch on him. Once he achieves results, I'll file an application report to the higher-ups and make sure you get a bonus. Wang Jitong's tone already clearly conveyed his excitement. "Uncle Wang, apart from the good news, I have another matter to discuss with you. This kid wants to go to a low-level war zone to grow through actual combat. I plan to take him deep into a barren resource well, but I'm worried that my strength isn't enough to ensure his safety." With that, Lu Wenzhong stated his intentions. "As long as he has that potential, I'll choose another teacher to accompany you." Upon saying this, Wang Jitong paused before quickly denying his previous statement. "No, that's not safe. Such a promising talent must be guaranteed to be completely secure. I'll go speak to the principal about arranging some quality inspection of the teaching and accompany you. Wait for me." After Wang Jitong finished, he immediately hung up the call, apparently to find the principal. It wasn't surprising that Wang Jitong was so cautious, considering if Han could really achieve a placement in the global competition. The benefits it would bring would not just be an increase in educational funds, but it would also enhance his resume as a significant political achievement and greatly help his future career path. In the education sector of this world, if no outstanding students are cultivated, advancing further is practically a pipe dream. Chapter 75, Resource Well. Hearing Wang Jitong say this, Lu Wenzhong felt completely at ease. He was well aware of his uncle's capabilities. Even though Wang Jitong was still a Tier 1 demigod, he had been an established Tier 1 demigod for over 100 years. The gap in strength compared to new Tier 1 demigods wasn't slight. It could even be described as worlds apart. The following day, having completed all preparations, Han reunited with Lu Wenzhong in the world of gods. At that time, Han was analyzing genes within divine territory, and the quantity of genetic templates stored in the Ant Queen's body was continuously increasing. As long as there were no higher priority matters, this never-ending task was part of his daily routine. Suddenly, 2 divine territories appeared beside him, startling him. Han had already seen Lu Wenzhong's divine territory, so he wasn't overly surprised. However, the other divine territory following Lu Wenzhong was what shocked him. It was the largest Tier 1 demigod divine territory he had seen to date. Han and Lu Wenzhong's divine territories next to it looked like 2 tiny dots, completely on a different scale. From Han's observation, he initially estimated that the area of this divine territory exceeded 250 million square kilometers. Just looking at this divine territory made Han feel incredibly small. Its area was nearly half the size of Earth. It wasn't until 2 Tier 1 demigod spirits appeared outside Han's divine territory that he snapped back to reality and quickly exited his divine territory to greet them. Seeing Han appear, Lu Wenzhong smiled and waved at him. "Kid, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to this person, our school's academic director, Director Wang Jitong." Lu Wenzhong raised his hand to indicate the elderly-looking Tier 1 demigod beside him. "I heard you're heading to the war zone for practical training. To ensure your safety, Director Wang is personally accompanying us under the pretense of inspecting teaching quality. Shouldn't you thank him?" As he said this, Lu Wenzhong winked at Han. Upon hearing that this was a big shot ensuring his safety, and seeing Lu Wenzhong's expression, Han understood immediately and quickly stepped forward to thank him. "Hello, Director Wang, thank you for your attention to me. I will work hard to bring honor to the school." "Ah, energetic young man, I've heard about your situation from Wenzhong. I can't wait for you to bring glory to the school in the Global League," Wang Jitong said with a smiling expression, patting Han's shoulder. After some pleasantries, it was just like the last training session. Lu Wenzhong gave Han a stack of cards he could use in the outside world, along with the destination coordinates. Without the novelty of the first trip to the low-level war zone, Han remained very calm. Over the journey from the frontline camp to the barren resource well, the three had spent over 20 days together, still on the road, and Han had become quite familiar with Wang Jitong. Sensing a longer journey than before, Han, unable to contain his curiosity, asked the two what was on his mind. "Teacher Lu, the location we're headed to seems different from last time." "Yes, this is the area we are going to, closer to the center of the barren resource well. The Tier 1 demigod active. There are not newcomers who just opened the divine territory. Their strength is generally stronger, suitable for your conditions." After saying this, Lu Wenzhong turned to look at Wang Jitong and continued, "That's why Uncle Wang is personally coming to take care of you this time. So, in the low-level war zone, the closer you are to the center, the stronger the Tier 1 demigod strength, right?" Han pondered as he listened to Lu Wenzhong's explanation. "These things are actually basic knowledge you need to learn if you get into university. This is required textbook content. What we call the low-level war zone is just our own term, created through consensus with the Longhua civilization and several other smaller nearby civilizations. To designate this as a growing environment for the new generation and to prohibit powers above Tier 1 demigod from entering, we call it a low-level war zone. In the world of gods, the common term is that this is a barren resource well." Upon saying this, Lu Wenzhong noticed Han's expression of confusion and patted his forehead. "I forgot, you haven't studied the relevant knowledge about resource wells systematically. Let me explain it to you thoroughly, as a pre-class preview. In the world of gods, to obtain resources, there are only two paths. One is to plunder another's divine territory. The other path is to collect and salvage resources from resource wells. High-quality resource wells are the focus of contention among various civilizations. In the world of gods, resource wells act like resource spawn points in a game, where some resources will periodically appear in that area. This includes fragments of divine territory, shattered divine territory, and even complete divine territory. Do you know why?" Lu Wenzhong smiled at Han as he said this. Seeing this expression on Lu Wenzhong's face, Han knew he had fallen into his old habit of teasing, and he helplessly replied, "I don't know." At this point, Wang Jitong also shifted his gaze to observe Lu Wenzhong's live teaching. It was then that Lu Wenzhong remembered there was a supervisor nearby listening to his lecture and quickly swallowed the next line. He almost blurted out, "Do you want to know?" He had previously used this method during teaching, and this uncle of his had seen him do it. At that time, he was teaching a female student, and the whole situation looked very improper to him. He ended up receiving a harsh reprimand afterward. Ahem, if a Tier 1 demigod unexpectedly dies in reality and their divine territory happens to be hidden in the world of gods, what will happen to their divine territory? The answer is that this unowned divine territory will be teleported to the area where the resource well is located, according to the rules of the world of gods. The world of gods is so vast, with almost no boundaries, and so many civilizations entering here. This situation is happening almost every moment. The unknown resources that appear in the resource well area come from this. And in this barren resource well where we are located, fragments of divine territory occasionally appear in the central area. Although their general value is not high, they still count as additional income. After explaining this, Lu Wenjong looked at Han's expression, his lips twitching. Upon hearing that only fragments of divine territory were produced here, Han instantly lost a lot of interest. Lu Wenjong immediately became displeased, thinking, I just talked so much, and you respond like this? Who are you looking down on? I'm telling you, kid, you really haven't experienced it. A bit of mana MP can be split. Although their value is generally low, it doesn't mean there aren't any high-value fragments of divine territory. For example, someone once found a still-living dragon egg among the divine territory fragments salvaged here. Luck can be incredibly unpredictable sometimes. Chapter 76, Arrival. Maybe you're lucky, and you might just find a fragment that has something good on it? After hearing those two sentences from Lu Wenjong, Han, who had just lost interest, suddenly perked up. Really? Teacher Lu, you better not be pulling my leg. Seeing that Han still didn't believe him, Lu Wenjong immediately put on a serious face and earnestly said, It's absolutely true, but the probability is just quite low. Just because you see these broken divine territory fragments, and all life has already perished in the void, doesn't mean they're worthless. Who can say that a fragment might not be debris from a Tier 2 deity divine territory that is shattered and fallen, possibly hiding some rare minerals? To boost his credibility, Lu Wenjong brought up another example. What Wenjong says is true, I can vouch for it. Even a Tier 1 demigod scavenging for resources in a barren resource well might consider this kind of lucky chance. Wang Jitong chimed in, confirming that Lu Wenjong wasn't speaking nonsense. Wang Jitong's words were clearly more persuasive. After hearing them, Han completely believed that Lu Wenjong wasn't fooling him. So, does this mean that in the area I'm going to, there will be such unclaimed divine territory fragments? Han phrased it as a question, but his tone was quite certain. Yes, although they're not many, you can definitely encounter these scattered unclaimed fragments from time to time, Lu Wenjong continued, but we don't plan to venture deep into the core, it's still too early for you there. The location for this training should be considered within the inner area of the resource well, where the density of active Tier 1 demigod is higher, and the chance of combat breaking out is also much greater, so it should be quite suitable for you. When Han heard Lu Wenjong mention the high probability of combat, he didn't feel the slightest bit worried. What he needed most now was war and plunder. As long as the gains outweighed the losses, Han didn't mind facing any opponents of the same level head-on. After all, it's just fighting, right? Bring it on, let us hurt each other. With a total of 35 hatcheries, the insect race has a daily output of 350,000, not to mention that among them, 12 are uncommon grade hatcheries. Han felt that he should have no problem with continuous invasions without stopping. With Wang Jitong, the director of education, by his side, he felt completely secure this time and didn't need to stick to a fixed activity area like last time. In an area where teleportation was impossible, it took nearly 2 months of travel for the three of them to finally arrive at the training area. The journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter any reckless Tier 1 demigod blocking the road. After all, having a 250 million square kilometer divine territory beside him, even when using a hidden divine technique card. Just the void distortion it caused during movement was extremely vast. Generally, a Tier 1 demigod seeing this would flee without a second thought. As for coming to invade, they must be out of their minds or plain foolish. We've arrived. This is the area. As Lu Wenjong finished speaking, the three of them halted in the void. The three Tier 1 demigod spirits gathered back together in the void, and then Wang Jitong pulled out a card, activating it towards Han's divine territory. A faint golden light instantly merged into Han's divine territory. This is a continuous positioning card. As long as you don't erase this layer of positioning effect, I can keep consuming mana MP to locate your divine territory's position. Wang Jitong carefully sensed the effects of the positioning card. Only when he confirmed that it was fully effective did he smile broadly and explain the specific function of the positioning card to Han. At this point, Lu Wenjong also said, Kid, you can freely move now. If you encounter danger, like last time, you can call for us. We will come as quickly as possible. Hearing Lu Wenjong's words, Han looked at him in surprise and then asked, Teacher Lu, aren't you going to move together with me? In Han's imagination, this time there were no other students needing dotted attention. Both of these guys are his bodyguards, of course, they had to move together with him. Hee, if we moved together with you, it wouldn't be long before all the Tier 1 demigod in this area would run away. Let me ask you a question: if you suddenly spot a large-scale void distortion like that caused by Uncle Wan's divine territories movement, what would your reaction be? What's your plan? Lu Wenjong asked with a grin, looking at Han. Of course, I'd just run as far away as possible. Han finally came to his senses. These two's divine territory sizes are too large. The void distortion caused during their movement would be detected from far away by exploration beacons. With Wang Jitong's divine territory size, as soon as it is discovered by exploration beacons, it would definitely trigger a frantic alarm signaling extreme danger. If these two follow him, Han really might not encounter any battles at all, and would end up just touring low-level war zones. Having figured out the key point, Han no longer lingered, turned around, and prepared to head back to his divine territory, but was stopped again by Lu Wenjong. Wait a minute, kid, there's one more thing I need to tell you. In this area, we are primarily dealing with our side and the new generation Tier 1 demigod of the Longhua civilization. If you run into a Tier 1 demigod of the Longhua civilization, if the other party is willing to pay to save their lives, under the right conditions, we can leave them a core of divine territory and provide 1,000 core faction units. Upon hearing Lu Wenjong say this, Han was filled with confusion and asked, why? Aren't we in a hostile relationship with the Longhua civilization? Wang Jitong casually replied to Han's question, actually, it doesn't matter if you don't hold back, this isn't something we're forcing. Our relationship with the Longhua civilization is quite complex. At the border of our territories, there is a large resource well, and neither of our strengths is sufficient to control it alone. So, the two sides cooperate, joining forces to resist other civilizations and have jointly occupied this resource well. In principle, we have always been in a state of cooperation with the Longhua civilization. However, when it comes to dividing the profits from this resource well, a competitive approach is adopted. The weaker you are, the less resources you can obtain. Strategically and directionally, the two civilizations have always maintained cooperation, but in social opinion, both sides are secretly undermining each other. Adding to that the Longhua people's inexplicable sense of superiority, our relationship with this neighbor has turned out to be as it is now. Wang Jitong took this opportunity to explain in detail the relationship between human civilization and the Longhua civilization to Han, giving him a clearer understanding of this human neighbor. Seeing that Wang Jitong had finished speaking, Lu Wenjong immediately added, so, the normal grade populace is unaware of the situation. In fact, we have a contract with the Longhua civilization that includes terms of surrender during new generation battles. Well then, if I encounter a Tier 1 demigod of the Longhua civilization, as long as I can control the situation and they are willing to offer enough ransom, then I will hold back. After hearing this information, Han nodded, indicating that as long as there's money, the rest could be negotiated. Chapter 77, Search. After their chat, Han dove into his divine territory, randomly choosing a direction to begin his solo mission. After visiting the lower-level battlefield for the second time, Han's actions seemed much bolder this time. He advanced while releasing exploration beacons, throwing out hundreds of them indiscriminately as if they were free. With a net-like search for other divine territories, it only took a day and a half for the exploration beacons to alert Han of a target. Upon receiving this news, Han promptly used his control over the divine territory to rush toward the location of the beacon. With a golden patron behind him, Han felt no fear. What was there to be afraid of? He just charged forward. Not long into his advance, the information transmitted by the exploration beacon revealed that the other side had suddenly changed direction and was speeding toward his location. Seeing this, the corners of Han's mouth lifted slightly, and he silently thought, it seems the other side's exploration beacon has also spotted me. Han immediately reduced the movement speed of his divine territory to minimize the distortion phenomena caused by its high-speed movement. Feigning a normal grade Tier 1 demigod on the road, he sat back and waited for the other side to show up, as long as they actively connected their invasion channel to his divine territory. Han was sure to greet them with utmost enthusiasm and give them a surprise. The heart, an unexpected bearer of a divine seed as a Tier 1 demigod, lived very cautiously in reality. The civilization he belonged to resembled a feudal empire, where the rulers monopolized all the divine seeds. They blocked any information related to becoming a god. The normal grade populace could only accept domination under a repressive regime. It was only after entering the Divine Exchange continent that Vihart's horizons expanded, gradually learning about the matters of godhood. Having received no formal education, he relied entirely on self-exploration. After enduring an initial battle and narrowly escaping, Vihart started to bide his time. In this way, he has managed to survive for over 300 years in the world of gods, accumulating little by little until his divine territory grew to over 1 million square kilometers. Recently, Vihart purchased coordinates and general information about this barren resource well at a high price from an information dealer on the Divine Exchange continent. Knowing how slow his divine territory was developing, Vihart charged into this resource well area without hesitation. After experiencing initial caution, Vihart found that, just as the intelligence had indicated, only Tier 1 demigod beings were active in this area. He began to boldly delve deeper into the resource well, aiming to recover some fragments of divine territory. Until Vihart was invaded for the first time in this area, he relied on his divine trait of lightning affinity. Along with over 600,000 uncommon grade minotaurs who could use lightning magic, they easily defeated their opponent. In an instant, the area of the divine territory expanded to 1.5 million square kilometers, and the weakness of the opponent drastically altered his mindset. Such high returns made him ecstatic. After all, before this, he had always relied on the mana MP he collected to purchase terrain resource cards, little by little expanding his divine territory. The rewards from this battle equated to a century's worth of development results in the world of gods. In the face of such enormous benefits, he threw away his previous cautious and fearful mindset. Without hesitation, he purchased several exploration beacons on the Divine Exchange continent, beginning his invasion path. Just now, one of the exploration beacons reported back with news he had discovered another divine territory. Having recently achieved a victory, the now overly confident Vihart commanded his divine territory into action without hesitation, swiftly heading towards the location of the opponent. At the same time, he began issuing commands to the core faction unit within the divine territory to prepare for war. Just as Vihart was gradually approaching the opponent's location, the divine territory he had locked onto suddenly stopped moving and concealed itself in the void. Have they discovered me? It's too late to hide now. Come on, let this be the stepping stone for my ascent as the great Vihart to the peak. With overwhelming confidence, his eyes filled only with profit, Vihart had already forgotten the risks. Without even using a scanning card, he charged right next to Han's divine territory. The invasion channel connected instantly. The entire invasion process seemed to be under his control, impossibly smooth. He felt as if he were the main character, setting forth on the path of counterattack, easily taking down one opponent after another. In the future, class advancement, divine fire becomes tier 2 deity, then raises the divine kingdom to reality, tramples the empire's emperor and nobles underfoot, and steps onto the peak of life. Just as Vihart was about to issue a divine decree to let the assembled uncommon grade Tauron Legion enter the teleportation portal, he suddenly felt that the invasion corridor connected to the opponent's divine territory had instantly doubled in size. The rich fantasy shattered in an instant, and the stark reality slapped him hard in the face. A massive swarm of mutated jump bugs crazily squeezed into his divine territory. Fortunately, Vihart had already gathered a large number of uncommon grade Tauron at the entrance of the invasion corridor. They formed a defensive line the moment the swarm charged out. A lightning field that flickered with electric sparks enveloped a large area around the entrance of the invasion corridor in just a few seconds, stopping the ground jump bugs' advance. Hundreds of thousands of uncommon grade Tauron began to cast spells. A large number of chains of lightning, spherical lightning, and thunderbolts bombarded the swarm, inflicting heavy damage on large sections of the bugs. The huge gap between fantasy and reality caused Vihart's brain to become momentarily chaotic. It was only when he saw his core faction unit blocking the swarming bugs that he gradually calmed down. I've held them off. As long as I eliminate the opponent's core faction unit at the entrance of the teleportation portal, victory will still be mine. With regained calm, Vihart immediately adjusted his mindset and seriously observed the battlefield situation. He also began to expend a large amount of mana MP recklessly to restore the magical expenditure of his core faction unit. Unfortunately, reality never unfolds according to his script, just as the ground troops were blocked by the lightning field. In the sky, a stinger dragonfly that had secretly entered his divine territory had already crossed the defensive line at the entrance of the teleportation portal and started to spread within his divine territory. As the Heart's opponent, Han was currently possessing a stinger dragonfly, observing the strength of this Tier 1 demigod core faction unit. Uncommon Grade Tauron? A race known for loyalty and combat prowess. Their strength is fairly decent, but it's unfortunate they ran into me. After briefly observing the opponent's core faction unit, Han lost interest. Chapter 78, Elite Grade. Sensing that the stinger dragonfly had begun to spread, based on the information he had gathered, Han could confirm that this divine territory was worth taking, rich in resources and with a complete biological chain, not like that trash terrain of the undead divine territory. Han gently tugged at the thread of faith, which he had woven in the sky above the entrance of the invasion corridor. The gathered flying jump bugs transformed into a giant python made up of bugs, crazily rushing into the teleportation corridor. Originally, only mutated jump bugs were streaming into the teleportation corridor, but now the upper half of the vacant area was instantly filled by the flying jump bugs. There was no need for Han to exert fine control like before. After all, the scale of the swarm now was completely different from the initial stages. Normal grade insect units are now positioned as cannon fodder for the swarm, even losing a few million wouldn't matter to Han. With the influx of flying jump bugs onto the battlefield, the swarm maintained the same tactics against different opponents. The flying jump bugs entering the battlefield did not directly charge at the Tauron formation. Instead, they circled in the sky above the opposing formation, beginning to gather in numbers, with countless flying jump bugs joining the circling group. The growing mass began to obscure the sunlight, and the Tauron warriors below felt their mood darken as if a shadow had been cast over them. Seeing this scene, the leading Tauron chieftain, Gudas, realized that if he didn't do something soon, these brave Tauron warriors might collapse. He immediately steadied his mind and began to chant an obscure incantation. A massive amount of magical power gathered in his hands, slowly forming into a long spear made purely of magical lightning. Gudas's forehead bulged with veins in anger, and with a loud roar, he launched the lightning spear, which instantly pierced into the cloud of bugs in the sky. A huge lightning ball lit up within the swarm, creating a hole with a diameter exceeding 30 meters in the bug cloud. The electric net unleashed by the explosion of the lightning spear further affected the other jump bugs within a 100-meter range. Countless jump bug corpses, as well as paralyzed flying jump bugs, rained down like raindrops, creating a spectacular scene. With just that one strike, he killed over 10,000 flying jump bugs. After releasing that attack, Gudas felt drained, his body swaying as his aide rushed forward to steady him. After catching his breath, Gudas mustered his spirit and pushed his aide away. The sunlight that had been blocked poured back down through the hole, illuminating his upright figure like a spear. The ancient tower raised the giant hammer in its hand and roared to the heavens, fearless. Hearing the leaders roar and witnessing the powerful thunderous magic, the morale of the remaining uncommon grade Tauron was greatly shaken. Fearless. Following the leader, the shouts of all the Tauron converged, echoing across the battlefield. With high morale, the Tauron warriors had shaken off their earlier doubts, and amidst this thunderous battle cry, a surge of magical energy erupted within their formation. This was a large number of uncommon grade Tauron simultaneously channeling magic, preparing to unleash the resonating power of magic. Unfortunately, reality doesn't unfold like a novel. The feats of the ancients cannot make Gustas a hero like the protagonist. A hole in the sky, after just a few seconds, closed again, blocking the sunlight once more. A loss of 10,000 flying jump insects is trivial compared to the spiraling mass of insects in the sky. The swarm of insects pouring through the teleportation portal showed no signs of stopping. Han glanced at the Tauron battle formation waiting on the ground. His momentary admiration faded as he silently thought, elite grade Tauron? Too few in number to pose a threat. It's unnecessary to use uncommon grade insectoids. This was one of the few groups he had encountered that hadn't collapsed in the face of the swarm. Admiration aside, unless he issued a command, the insectoid battles would not spare them simply because of his appreciation. With a sufficient number of flying jump insects amassed, they changed their spiraling formation and began to dive toward the ground like a huge screen. The spells that the uncommon grade Tauron had stored up were also unleashed at this moment. Various lightning spells shot into the sky, bursting forth like fireworks in the night, illuminating the entire battlefield with dazzling flashes of lightning. In an instant, the number of flying jump insects killed reached its peak. Unfortunately, the mass deaths could not halt the dive of the other flying jump insects. The insectoids were also a group of fearless killing machines, breaking through the magical barriers, forcefully crashing into the Tauren formation. The defensive line surrounding the teleportation portal, lacking long-range magical suppression from the uncommon grade Tauren at the back, was simultaneously breached by mutated jump insects. The melee commenced, and the war quickly fell into the familiar rhythm of the swarm. Although the Tauren continued to resist fiercely, they were instantly overwhelmed by the sea of insects due to the absolute numerical advantage. Vihart felt the core faction units on this battlefield, the lines of faith fraying in chunks, and he knew that this time he had been defeated. With no time to mourn the loss of his uncommon grade core faction units, Vihart resolutely decided to retreat and immediately sent out his thoughts to scan his divine territory. He prepared to sever the invasion channels and cut off a portion of his divine territory to escape. As Vihart finished scanning with his divine thoughts, he was dumbfounded. A large number of stinger dragonflies and flying jump insects were rapidly spreading within his divine territory. To sever the connection formed by the merging of two invasion channels, he would need 2 hours. Given the speed of this insectoid expansion, 2 hours would be enough for them to cover a significant portion of his divine territory. Most importantly, the areas these insects reached would definitely include the hidden core position of his divine territory. A chill ran down Vihart's spine. Could it be that my path to godhood is truly ending here? No, absolutely not. As long as I can preserve the core faction units and the core of the divine territory, I still have hope for a comeback. Vihart grew resolute and decisively vanished from his spot. Vihart's massive Tier 1 demigod spectral form appeared in mid-air at the mouth of the invasion channel, emanating an invisible aura in all directions. Powerful Tier 1 demigod, let us have a chat. Seeing the opponent reveal a Tier 1 demigod spectral form, Han barely discerned that it was a pale-skinned humanoid being, clearly not a Longvar. Now that there was nothing going on, and with the swarm having gained an absolute advantage, there was no need for him to keep a close watch. Han controlled the possessing stinger dragonfly, appearing directly in front of the spectral form. What do you want to talk about? Go ahead, Han spoke leisurely. Chapter 79, Business. By this time, the swarm on the battlefield below had slaughtered all the uncommon grade Tauren. The massive swarm was splitting into 6 teams and advancing toward the 6 closest cities in the opponent's divine territory. Everywhere they passed, the villages along the way would be completely wiped out, more terrifying than the locust plagues of Han's past life. You're not even willing to reveal your Tier 1 demigod spectral form? Vihart remarked stiffly at the insect in front of him. Hee, hurry up and say what you need to say. Can't you see I'm busy? I'm making tens of thousands of mana MP every minute. Can you afford to delay me? Han's voice remained calm. However, the content was so infuriating that Vihart felt his blood boiling, with an impulse to vomit blood. Are you trying to make me rich? No matter how he roared in his heart, under the eaves he had no choice but to bow his head. Despite feeling extremely angry, Vihart still tried hard to suppress his emotions. Making his voice sound calm, he said, I heard that in this area, encountering a Longwa or a human civilization Tier 1 demigod, one can pay to buy a life. That's not true. What you mentioned only applies to the 2 races internally. Though I don't know where you heard those fake messages, it seems like you're trying to pay to buy a life, Han said, pausing slightly, with his tone suddenly growing more intense. If you encounter me, consider yourself lucky. Although the information you have is false, as long as you can pay the price, I don't mind letting you keep the Divine Territory Core and 10,000 core faction units. In business, we are honest, with excellent credibility, and I'm a truly conscientious merchant, provided that the price you offer satisfies me. After saying this, Han eagerly awaited the other party's offer. The change in Han's tone was like night and day, nearly leaving Vihart speechless. I have a mind gem. You withdraw the core faction units and let me leave it will be yours. Otherwise, I would rather destroy it than leave it to you, he adjusted his mindset. Whiteheart's Tier 1 demigod projection held a sky-blue spherical gem. Occasionally, colorful light swirled within it, noble and mysterious, exceptionally beautiful, captivating all intelligent beings who laid eyes on it. Seeing the mind gem projected by Whiteheart, Han squinted his eyes and suddenly fell into silence for a moment. He then thoughtfully said, "Where did you get this?" "The value of a mind gem is nearly 5 million mana MP in the market. I can hardly believe that what you have is genuine." "It's absolutely genuine. I've had someone check in the market of the God communication continent. Someone was willing to offer 4.5 million mana MP to purchase it, and I didn't sell it," Whiteheart exclaimed in a hurry upon hearing Han's comments. This is the flaw of a wild Tier 1 demigod without suitable trading channels and market coordinates in the God communication continent. Even selling a mind gem can only be done in the markets he frequently visits, making him susceptible to various losses. This was found in a fragment of divine territory while I was staying in this area. It is definitely authentic. To increase persuasiveness, Whiteheart revealed the origin of the mind gem. Upon hearing this, Han inspected Whiteheart's Tier 1 demigod projection back and forth for a while. Suddenly feeling that this Tier 1 demigod had such luck, finding a rare resource isn't impossible, after all, he has such a fair complexion. Damn Europeans, can a fair face let you do as you please? He suppressed the burning jealousy within him. Han decided to exhibit his professional integrity as a merchant and impose sanctions on the European before him. Since he held absolute initiative, Han would not be polite regarding the terms of the transaction. Thinking of this, Han immediately reverted to his slow, relaxed tone, softly saying, "Withdrawing the core faction units is impossible. At most, I can allow you to take away the unoccupied Divine Territory land and the Divine Territory core. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must first give me the mind gem, otherwise, I can't verify its authenticity." Hearing Han's conditions, Whiteheart's eyes turned crimson, and he urgently exclaimed, "Impossible. Once you have the mind gem, if you go back on your word, I won't have any way to." Before the other party could finish speaking, Han interrupted him, Do you have any way now? You don't have this basic sincerity. How can I believe that you're genuinely seeking a transaction? You don't want to disconnect before handing over the mind gem, do you? Once you disconnect, you can activate the teleport card and escape instantly, right? Am I that easy to deceive? I think you just want to trick me with a mind gem whose authenticity is uncertain." At this point, Han slightly eased his tone. "I'm sincere, and every word I say can be guaranteed by my integrity, absolutely true and genuine. You decide for yourself. Anyway, I'm in no hurry. My core faction units still need some time to fully occupy your divine territory. Whenever we complete the transaction, that's when I'll halt the core faction units' attack. If you're willing, we can wait until I've found your divine territory core before making a decision. By that time, the conditions for letting you go will still be valid. However, you can only take away up to 10,000 core faction units, plus a territory area of 10,000 square kilometers of divine territory." With absolute initiative, Han directly linked the opponent's hesitation time with the losses in divine territory to apply psychological pressure on Vihat. At the same time, he put on a facade, as if to say, "I am an honest person, I will never be taken in," ultimately maintaining an attitude of not revealing a rabbit until the eagle is released. Vihat was completely shut out of bargaining space by Han's string of words, his face looking as tense as a stretched rubber band, all his features furrowed together. Every word from Han hit the nail on the head, giving him an absolute advantage in the psychological game. The only leverage Vihat had, the mind gem, was rapidly depreciating during his hesitation. Handing it over now might still be worth about half the value of divine territory, equivalent to selling it at a steep discount. If he waited any longer, the core of divine territory might be dug out. At that time, this mind gem worth 5 million mana MP would indeed only be worth a bone-crushing price, a bloodletting bargain sale. Most importantly, Han's attitude showed no sign of insisting on acquiring this mind gem. Moreover, he subtly revealed in his words that the opponent was starting to suspect wildly whether this was merely a scam, and if he truly held the mind gem. This made Vihat very uncomfortable. Han's attitude became the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Vihat's psychological defenses. I have no choice now. Handing over the mind gem is my only chance. I can only gamble everything on this. After making up his mind, Vihot's Tier 1 demigod projection immediately dissipated. His Tier 1 demigod spirit appeared before Han-controlled Stinger Dragonfly in a split second. I hope you really are a person of your word and will keep your promise. Vihot looked deeply at the insect hovering in front of him, with a face full of melancholy as he said. Chapter 80, Acquired. Vihot took out a thumb-sized sky-blue spherical gem from his Tier 1 demigod spirit and slowly handed it to the insect in front. From his firm grip on the mind gem, Han could see his reluctance. Taking control of the Stinger Dragonfly to swoop in, Han suppressed his inner joy. He took the mind gem from Vihot without showing any emotions. After Vihot handed over the mind gem, he immediately said to Han, I've given you the item, please keep your promise and instruct your core faction units to cease the assault immediately. Why the rush? I still need to retrieve my divine territory and see if this is really the genuine article. If there are no issues, then the deal is established. If this thing turns out to be a counterfeit, well, just await your doom. With that, Han controlled the Stinger Dragonfly to perform a roll and dive into the teleportation tunnel. When this Stinger Dragonfly holding the mind gem returned to Han's divine territory, Han had already manifested his Tier 1 demigod spirit, waiting at the entrance of the invasion tunnel. He lifted a hand, and the Stinger Dragonfly holding the sky blue gem landed steadily in front of him. He placed the so-called mind gem into Han's palm. Looking at the spherical gem in his hand, Han did not hesitate and released his spirit to scan it. At the same time, he used the login capsule's accompanying rare resource data matching function. As a light blue screen appeared in front of Han, the information about the gem flashed before his eyes. This is where Han, a professionally trained student, holds a significant advantage over wild Tier 1 demigod individuals. Many pieces of information that seemed incredibly valuable to wild Tier 1 demigod figures are just basic knowledge to Han, allowing new Tier 1 demigod entities to circumvent many detours. Item name, Mind Crystal. Resource rating, Super Rare Level Precious Resource. Market estimate, starting price of 100 million mana MP. Description, 1. The top-level mutated crystal of the Mind Gem Core, extremely rare, long-term wearing can strengthen the soul, enhance one's mana MP, and promote intelligence growth. 2. For mage-like civilizations, it has extremely high value. Legend has it that under special conditions, the Mind Crystal can increase the chances of a mage-like civilization's core faction units upgrading from hero grade to lord grade, but the specific method is unknown. 3. No side effects. He. An uncontrollable strange laughter emanated from Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit. When Vihot created the gem projection, Han had already suspected that what he held was not the mind gem. As a top student, Han noticed just from the projection that the item in Vihot's hand was subtly different from the explanation of the soul stone in the textbook. Visually, it seemed even more beautiful. Once he had it in hand, the reality was just as Han had suspected. It wasn't a soul stone at all. Instead, it was a much rarer and more precious soul crystal, worth far more than a soul stone. After he had laughed enough, Han calmed his excited heart and pulled the thread of faith to halt the swarm's continued assault. As a professional and honest businessman, he had just received a windfall. In a good mood, Han still decided to honor his commitment and let the other party go. Mainly because Han felt that to go back on his word at this moment would be too disgraceful and might affect his rising luck. He needed to accumulate some good fortune. Indeed, luck is wonderful and hard to describe. The moment I arrived in this area, I found such a high-level treasure. Lately, my luck has skyrocketed along with my character, Carefully placing the soul crystal inside the Tier 1 demigod spirit for safekeeping, Han couldn't help but laugh again. Ever since Vihot had given away his only bargaining chip, he felt regret. Having no hidden cards meant he had lost all sense of security, like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Confused thoughts left Vihot feeling anxious, standing in mid-air at the entrance of the invasion channel, waiting nervously for fate's judgment. The swarm's assault continued relentlessly, and in just a few seconds, Vihot watched as his divine territory kept getting lost. It felt like seconds stretched into years, and his mood gradually slipped into a deep abyss of despair. Just in a daze, without any warning, Vihot suddenly realized that the swarm's attack had stopped. He really kept his promise. He didn't lie to me. The already desperate Vihart was instantly overwhelmed with immense surprise. What gems, what bargaining chips, what value! He threw all of them out of his mind in that instant. At this moment, his mind was fixated on just one thought: I've preserved my divine territory. His emotions, which rose and fell like a roller coaster, caused him to lose control of his tears, which flowed from his eyes uncontrollably. When Han once again controlled the Stinger dragonfly and traversed the transport channel, he saw this pale-skinned European Tier 1 demigod spirit crying out loud in the sky. Seeing this scene left Han stunned. Hey, what is going on? Did he eat an onion? Did I miss some important event? Why is he crying like this? Upon seeing Han, Vihart quickly regathered his emotions, instantly returning to the composure expected of a Tier 1 demigod. His ability to change expression was as quick as flipping a book. Han was left dumbfounded, feeling speechless. Upon reflection, he guessed the reason why Vihart was crying. I really overdid it. Look how anxious I made this kid. It's just that he has had too little experience, and his heart isn't strong enough. He silently praised himself. The two Tier 1 demigod beings continued staring at each other, and letting the atmosphere remain awkward was not ideal. So Han spoke to comfort him. Life will always have ups and downs. There's no hurdle you can't overcome. The more you experience it, the more you get used to it. As Han's comforting words came out, Vihart's eyes widened instantly, and his expression turned uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, staring directly at Han, the awkward atmosphere dissipating. What the hell does it mean to just get used to it after experiencing it a few times? Is that something a person can say? Vihart mentally complained. What the heck does this mean? Is he comforting me or mocking me? It must be mocking. Once again suppressing his overflowing anger, Vihart spoke coldly. The item has been handed over to you. Can I sever the connection channel now? Of course, go ahead. But you'd better be careful in areas that have already been occupied by the swarm. You know the situation inside your divine territory best. In some areas, there are only a few bugs lurking around. If there are any additional thoughts, or if any minotaurs attack my core faction unit, I will consider it a breach of contract on your part. What the outcome will be? You know, right? Based on the principle of honesty, Han warned Vihart in advance to dispel any bad thoughts. This way, he could avoid being forced into action, destroying the nearby divine territory, and interrupting his plan to build up good fortune. Chapter 81, A Simple Trap. Vihart fixed a piercing gaze on the Stinger dragonfly possessed by Han, then vanished from the spot, silently going to cut the transport channel. Han paid him no mind and reorganized the swarm that had already entered Vihart's divine territory. He prepared to respond to any unexpected situations and began to wait. Time slowly passed. While waiting, just over half an hour had gone by. Suddenly, Han sensed a response from an exploration beacon not far from his divine territory. Two divine territories were rapidly advancing toward his location. From the void distortion phenomenon during the enemy's movement, Han could only tell that the void disturbance they caused was not extensive. In an instant, Han abandoned the thought of asking Lu Wenzhong for help. Given his current strength, Han estimated that even if the opponent was indeed an old-school Tier 1 demigod, it shouldn't be a problem as long as they weren't a freak. He believed he could hold on until Wang Jitong and the others arrived for rescue. Now, whether or not the enemy had discovered Han and Vihart engaged in battle or were just passing by here. For Han, both scenarios presented themselves as prey delivered right to his doorstep. How could he let it go? A simple plan instantly formed in Han's mind. Therefore, Han immediately used his mana MP at the teleportation entrance of Vihart's divine territory to manifest a Tier 1 demigod projection. Hurry out, I have something to tell you. Han's grand intention spread throughout the enemy's divine territory. In just a moment, he felt Han's Tier 1 demigod projection appearing in his divine territory. Unaware of the situation, Vihart quickly manifested his spirit form before Han, feeling anxious. Before Vihart could speak, Han hurriedly explained, "There are currently two Tier 1 demigod approaching our location." Hearing this news, Vihart immediately panicked. Just as he was about to say something, Han didn't give him the chance. Han continued, "You need to stop cutting the invasion channel immediately, stabilize the divine territory barrier, and then use the hidden card to conceal the divine territory." Vihart instinctively rebutted Han's statement, "That's useless. Our invasion channels are still connected, and the enemy can easily discover our location. We can't hide." "What do you know? How is it useless? If I don't hide such a large divine territory and let the enemy see it, won't they just run away?" As he spoke, Han pointed towards the more than 4 million square kilometers of divine territory outside, faintly visible in the void. Vihart looked up at Han's divine territory. Just a moment ago, he was still lamenting that he had lost all uncommon grade minotaurs. With his strength greatly diminished, Vihart's anxious thoughts did a complete 180. This Tier 1 demigod who promised to spare him allowed him to stop cutting the teleportation channel. It was to conceal his own divine territory and prevent the size of the divine territory from being exposed, scaring off the Tier 1 demigod invading. Recalling the terrifying number of the enemy's core faction unit, he, who had already reached an agreement with Han, definitely had no reason to worry. So far, the opponent was still a person who kept their promises. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up! If those 2 Tier 1 demigod escape, you'll have to compensate me for my losses and use your divine territory as payment. Also, quickly gather your core faction unit. Your divine territory is now requisitioned by me. Don't let them run around in the divine territory. Be careful not to cause friendly fire." After speaking, Han disappeared in a flash before Vihart. Then, the teleportation channel, which had been calm for more than an hour, became lively again as a massive swarm poured into Vihart's divine territory. Watching the scene before him, Vihart's expression stiffened, and he roared inwardly, "I haven't even agreed to this. This is my divine territory, and I am the god here." Han had no time to care about Vihart's psychological state. After waiting for enough of the swarm to enter Vihart's divine territory, he felt that the connection of the invasion channel was no longer in turmoil. He immediately used the hidden divine technique card on his divine territory again. At the same time, Han also began to awaken all the still sleeping normal grade insect race to prepare for war just in case. As for Vihart's divine territory, Han directly stuffed in 100 million insect race first. Bobby and Boken, 2 Tier 1 demigod from the Longwa civilization, were currently advancing towards Han's location. Boken, the exploration beacon shows that the detected void disturbance is weakening. It seems that the battle between those 2 Tier 1 demigod is about to end. Bobby observed the situation while on the road. "Then let's speed up. The Tier 1 demigod state we just experienced from the battle won't be very good. This is a chance to take advantage of, and we can't miss it." After saying this, Boken accelerated the divine territory again. As the divine territory passed, the area of space distortion expanded further. Seeing this, Bobby hurriedly speeded up, following Boken's divine territory as they advanced. After traveling for about 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the location where the exploration beacon was discovered. A glance showed that it was very calm here, but with a little concentration, one could spot a teleportation channel in the void, connecting 2 hidden divine territories. Boken quickly made a judgment: these 2 Tier 1 demigod must have discovered us early, temporarily stopped fighting, and are trying to hide, but unfortunately, the connecting invasion channel has ruined their plans. "So what do we do now?" Bobby completely agreed with his brother's judgment. "There's no need to hesitate, since they've already been fighting for a while, their condition can't possibly be the best. We'll each take one down." As Boken said this, he took out a scanning card and used it instantly. Invisible ripples spread across this area, while accurately pinpointing the positions of the 2 divine territories. It also confirmed that there were no other Tier 1 demigod present in the vicinity. Boken and Bobby immediately controlled their divine territories, moving closer to the battlefield. During their actions, the transparent invasion channel lifted from the protective barrier of their divine territory. The hidden card effects on the divine territory began to fluctuate. The 2 divine territories were both translucent in the void, each with an area of nearly 1 million square kilometers. Han and Vihart, standing together, had completely different reactions to this scene. Vihart looked conflicted, having witnessed someone follow in his footsteps. Not sure whether to be happy that someone shares his suffering or to be sad about his own situation. Meanwhile, Han took a deep breath, waved his arm, and a cheering sound erupted right beside Vihart. "Ha! here it comes, the fishing plan is a huge success. After cheering, Han turned his head, looking at Vihart with a dangerous smile. As the benefactor who spared you from divine territory, I need a small favor from you, you wouldn't refuse, right? Looking at Han's dangerous smile, Vihart could only nod blankly. Chapter 82, Hooked. As for refusing, he couldn't dare to do so. Didn't he see that Han had already stuffed 100 million Zerg core faction units into his divine territory? With no resources in hand, Vihart could only let Han manipulate him. If the enemy invades your divine territory later, remember to listen for my notification and counter-invade. After seeing Vihart nod, Han then patted his shoulder and stated his request. In just a few words, the invasion channel of Boken and Bobby suddenly penetrated into their divine territory in the anticipatory gaze of Han, completing the connection of the invasion channel. The Zerg swarm that had long been prepared in the divine territory immediately began to gather towards the point where the invasion channel was connected. The stinger dragonfly scattered at the edge of the divine territory stood by, preparing after the invasion channel completed the connection. Immediately, several of them rushed into the teleportation channel, arriving at the enemy's divine territory to observe the environmental situation. Han also, through his divine possession, took in the environmental conditions of the opponent's divine territory. Oh, there are mountains, waters, and forests, the environment is nice, these two divine territories are worth taking. Han was feeling quite pleased seeing the environment of the opponent's divine territory. While acting himself, he also didn't forget to notify Vihart to quickly counter-invade and strengthen the connection of the invasion channel. Bobby and Boken, at the moment their invasion channel connected with the opponent's divine territory, immediately sensed something was wrong. Boken was a bit better off. He was invading Vihart's divine territory, which was only half larger than his, still within an acceptable range. But when Bobby connected his invasion channel with Han's divine territory, he was shocked to find that the opponent's divine territory was at least 3 times larger than his own, and he immediately became agitated. Boken, the opponent's divine territory is larger than both of ours combined, at least 4 million square kilometers. We've kicked a hard board, Bobby said, his voice tinged with panic as he informed Boken of his discovery. These two Tier 1 demigod entities that are currently at war are preliminarily judged to be stronger than the two of them. Boken, hearing the news about his brother, forcibly steadied his emotions and said seriously, "Do not invade, let's observe the situation first. Have the core faction unit block the entrance of the invasion and start shutting down the pathways to prepare for extraction." As soon as Boken finished speaking, he felt the invasion passage connecting him to the enemy swell by double. At the same time, a similar situation occurred on Bobby's side. The enemy launched a counter-invasion. No need to observe anymore. The two Tier 1 demigod beings on the other side have definitely reached some sort of agreement. Now we can only hope that the enemy's core faction unit is not strong. That's not the worst case scenario. Even if it means losing a part of the divine territory, Bobby and Boken can accept it. Unfortunately, reality rarely changes according to human will. Just as the core faction unit was assembled and fully prepared at the entrance of the invasion, they were startled by the horde of insects rushing in. These grotesque monsters had no formation whatsoever. As soon as he entered the divine territory, he began to attack the defensive line established by their core faction unit. At the front line of the battlefield, an intense melee broke out immediately, with blood and dismembered bodies flying everywhere. Fortunately, Boken and Bobby's core faction units are powerful mutated 4-armed werewolves, standing over 2 meters tall, equipped with 4 arms, well-muscled, and fully armored. Additionally, both of them have very detailed cultivation strategies, and the proportion of uncommon-grade core faction units in their army is extremely high, having cultivated over 1 million uncommon-grade core faction units. These 4-armed uncommon-grade werewolves, burning with fighting spirit, easily blocked the assault of the ground-adapted jumping insects. Occasionally, a thunder beast mixed in among the sea of insects would break through the defenses. Boken and Bobby would then manifest their Tier 1 demigod projections, issuing divine mandates. Immediately, some of the 4-armed werewolves, their eyes blazing red, would enter a berserk state and launch a suicidal charge at the breached area. Following this, the other 4-armed werewolves that emerged from the cocoons were able to seize this opportunity to seal the breach in the defense line. Han watched this situation, merely smiling coldly. This level of resistance posed no real pressure for him. as long as there were enough flying jumping insects accumulating in the sky. The moment they poured down, the battlefield would be thrust into a chaotic melee, the likes of which the swarm was most familiar with. At that point, it would all come down to numbers and depletion in this area. Han had absolute confidence in the swarm. While Han waited for the accumulation of flying jumping insects, he observed the occasional manifestations of Tier 1 demigod projections on the opposing side. He had already confirmed that both of them opposite him were Longwa Tier 1 demigod. After all, as neighbors to human civilization, illustrations of Longwa people were present in textbooks. Their overall appearance is humanoid, with grayish skin, completely bald heads, and only holes where the nose and ears should be, making them utterly unappealing. Moreover, based on the information collected by the Stinger Dragonfly, these two Tier 1 demigod possess the same core faction units and developmental models. This situation reminded Han of some related materials. Some families of Longwan employ extremely radical cultivation methods for the new generation. Through long-term experience and data analysis, they place the new generation in specific environments for cultivation from birth. They strictly control the process from birth until becoming Tier 1 demigod, akin to factory line production. This way, they have a higher probability of cultivating Tier 1 demigod that awaken specific core faction units. However, this method has many drawbacks and is only effective for certain normal grade species of core faction units. To awaken uncommon grade species, the amount of information needed during their growth is typically enormous. This cultivation method requires the exclusion of disruptive factors. The environment for Tier 1 demigod growth is absolutely singular and pure, resulting in a very low amount of information received. It simply cannot be applied to the cultivation of naturally occurring uncommon grade core faction units. Additionally, this approach can easily result in the awakened Tier 1 demigod existing in a divine territory environment that is extremely harsh and unsuitable for core faction units' survival. The drawbacks do not end there. The Tier 1 demigod produced in this way, upon coming into contact with the world of gods, are very susceptible to external information shocks, leading to various psychological issues and causing tragedies. Thus, within human civilization, it is strictly forbidden to utilize this method to cultivate the new generation, as the costs and benefits are completely disproportionate. Nevertheless, some families of Longwa have adopted this method as a family tradition, investing massive resources to ensure that their descendants' awakening of core faction units is controllable and their strength stable, to avoid the possibility of weak core faction units in the new generation leading to a break in lineage. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, Han refocused his gaze on the battlefield, where the number of flying jumping insects had accumulated sufficiently in the sky. A smirk crossed Han's lips, a dangerous smile emerging on his face as the spiraling cloud of insects shrouded the sky. The battle officially fell into the rhythm of the swarm. As long as the formation protection was gone, it wouldn't be long before the million uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves were completely annihilated. As for the several million normal grade 4 armed werewolves further back, in front of the sea of insects, they didn't even have the qualifications to resist. The Heart, as the only spectator of this battle, watched this familiar scene unfold, identical to the process he had experienced before. Observing the large number of insects in his divine territory, packed at the invasion inlet, lining up to enter the opponent's divine territory. Chapter 83, Request for Aid. Wayhart can already foresee how things will unfold next, just as he experienced himself. First, the opposing uncommon grade core faction unit was completely wiped out. Next, the opposing normal grade core faction unit's army was annihilated. Then the swarm began to sweep away the living forces in the opponent's divine territory. Finally, the opponent realized there was no escape, revealing a Tier 1 demigod projection, coming out to surrender and beg for mercy, only to be ruthlessly cut down by Han. After silently mourning for these two unfortunate souls who shared his plight, Wayhart buried himself in gathering his own Minotaur core faction unit. He didn't want to attract Han's attention at this moment. Then the opponent accidentally slipped and cleared out part of the swarm blocking the passage, inadvertently dealing with him as well. As expected, the battle that followed unfolded exactly as Wayhart had predicted, like a replay of his own experience. Boken and Bobby were completely taken aback by Han's standardized swarm attack process, as their previously steadfast defenses collapsed in an instant. The entire battlefield turned into a meat grinder, with the number of Zerg units continually increasing against the overwhelming swarm. Even if the two of them kept activating the core faction unit's berserk talent, making these 4 armed werewolves fearless in battle, it didn't change the outcome. The swarm only took a short time to clear the entire battlefield. They swept further toward the divine territory as the Zerg army moved out. On this battlefield, as far as the eye could see, there were no living 4 armed werewolves left. Layer upon layer of corpses, some belonging to 4 armed werewolves, and others to the Zerg, blood pooling like a river, severed limbs scattered across the ground. It displayed the brutality of the slaughter in all its glory. Seeing the battle's outcome decided, and with no more uncommon grade core faction units and armies, the remaining 2 Longva Tier 1 demigod would have very limited resistance. Han observed the faith lines for just a moment and calculated the losses from this battle. Due to the fierce resistance from the 2 opponents, he had to eliminate each of their 4 million normal grade core faction units and another 1 million uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves. Han suffered losses of nearly 13 million normal grade Zerg across the 2 invasion battlefield entrances. This made Han start to reflect on whether he should include uncommon grade Zerg into the attack lineup, which would significantly reduce Zerg losses. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Han decisively squashed it in his mind. Losing uncommon grade Zerg was too uneconomical. He currently had nearly 400 million Zerg, while uncommon grade Zerg only numbered over 30 million, not even a tenth of that. The numbers were still too few, so he could only temporarily hold them as a trump card to continue accumulating, with no need to deploy them to the battlefield right now. Given the Zerg's formidable production ability, any problems that could be resolved with normal grade Zerg were not really problems at all. According to the current trend, normal grade core faction units would eventually be fully replaced by uncommon grade core faction units. Moreover, that day wouldn't be long in coming, so maximizing their remaining value now was the best option. Breaking through the defenses at the invasion passage, the swarm began rampaging through the opponent's divine territory, continuously advancing toward the center of the divine territory. One core faction unit gathering area after another was erased, and if this progress continued, these terrifying Zerg would soon find their way to the core of their divine territory. Boken and Bobby could no longer sit still, revealing their Tier 1 demigod projection at the invasion passage. They demanded to see Han. The familiar scene instantly invigorated Han, recalling the last time Wayhart showed up. Having a chat with him got him a soul crystal, and he wondered what benefits would arise this time. With a heart full of anticipation, Han controlled the Stinger Dragonfly, appearing before the opponent's projection. Let us keep it simple and get straight to the point. Tell me, what price are you willing to pay for me to stop the assault and let you go? With previous experience, Han was straightforward and not at all polite. As soon as Han's words came out, Boken's expression immediately turned grim. He had a fierce look in his eyes, staring at the Stinger Dragonfly that was suspended in midair, and sternly said, "This area is our Longwa's territory. If you retract your core faction unit now and disconnect from the divine territory, you'll be fine. I can promise you safe passage out of this area, otherwise, when our family's strong ones arrive, your divine territory will certainly be destroyed here." Han, upon hearing the other party's threat, instantly became displeased. What had just felt as exciting as opening a treasure chest was completely ruined by the opponent's threatening words. From the other party's words, it was clear that their Longwa civilization had a Tier 1 demigod reinforcement on the way. Han didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled out a communication card from his Tier 1 demigod spirit within his divine territory to send a message to Lu Wenzhong. "Professor Lu, I've taken care of 2 Longwa Tier 1 demigod beings. They are already calling for reinforcements, and I'm a bit anxious." A few seconds after sending the message, Lu Wenzhong's reply came back. "Why are you panicking? Stay calm. If the old-school Tier 1 demigod on the opposite side arrives first and takes action against you, just hold on to the cores of the 2 Tier 1 demigod that you took care of to stall for time. Uncle Wang and I will arrive within 2 hours. Upon receiving Lu Wenzhong's reply, Han instantly gained confidence. Who isn't protected by a big shot behind them? He simply doesn't believe that the leg you found is fiercer than Wang Jitong. What nonsense about your Longwa's territory. Spare me the chatter. My time is extremely valuable, accumulating several tens of thousands of mana MP every minute. Hurry up and tell me what you're willing to pay to let you go." With no more good mood left, Han's tone began to carry impatience. Boken sensed the impatience in Han's tone, but having not seen Han's Tier 1 demigod projection, he didn't know Han was a human Tier 1 demigod. He thought he was dealing with an outsider who was completely unaware of the situation at this resource well. It seems you still don't understand the severity of the situation. There are numerous strong members of our race active in this resource well. As long as our strong members arrive, even if you destroy the core of our divine territory, you will inevitably perish here. Han, hearing this guy ramble on and not get to the point he cared about, ran out of patience. He directly withdrew the consciousness that was still attached to the stinger dragonfly, no longer wanting to listen to him blather. Unaware that Han had already left, Boken continued his threats and enticements towards the stinger dragonfly in front of him. After he spoke for a while, he realized that the bug in front of him had not responded at all, still staring blankly at him. Boken also realized that the other party had already lifted the possession, and he had just spent a long time talking to a bug. Bastard, you will regret this. Angry and roaring thoughts spread from Boken's Tier 1 demigod projection in all directions. Feeling the anger emanating from Boken from afar, Han couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 84 Collaboration. Han began to directly control the swarm of insects, accelerating their advance towards the core of the other party's divine territory. Faced with the incredibly high efficiency of the bug swarm's advance, Boken and Bobby continuously issued divine orders. They wanted their core faction unit to do their best to delay the bug swarm army's progress. Unfortunately, facing the bug swarm that had no commander, no logistics, and could traverse all terrains. All the delay tactics learned from their knowledge of divine territory strategic depth could not be applied to the bug swarm. They could only rely on the normal grade 4 armed werewolves that still survived in the divine territory to die in vain, gathering to block the advance of the bug swarm. Although they had decent individual combat power, they could not form a large-scale organized army. In front of the main force of the bug swarm, it was simply like delivering food, providing no hindrance to the swarm's advance. Only some dispersed groups spotted by the stinger dragonfly had the chance to inflict some casualties on the bug swarm when facing sporadic clearing teams from the swarm. But the outcome of the battles often ended with the bug swarm being surrounded and annihilated due to their limitless reinforcements. As a bystander, Vihot guessed the beginning correctly but didn't predict the end. He did not expect that there would be strong reinforcements coming from nearby. Seeing Han's current posture, even knowing that the other side had reinforcements, he showed no intention of backing down. As Han's accomplice, it was inevitable that he would be reckoned with once the opponent's strong ones arrived. Thinking of this, Vihot, who did not know that Han also had reinforcements, felt his mood suddenly grow heavy. His brain raced, trying to find a way out for himself in this situation. In just a few minutes, he finally reached a conclusion. Now, he was connected with both sides' divine territory, leaving no way to escape. But if he could cooperate with the two Longwa Tier 1 demigods right now, when the strong ones from the other side arrive, he might just be able to escape this disaster. Suddenly, the Tier 1 demigod spirit of Vihart vanished from sight, quietly concealing its form, appearing just outside Bobby's divine territory barrier. He gently brushed his hand over the divine territory barrier, and a strand of mana MP spread across the barrier. Sensing the anomaly at the divine territory barrier, Bobby immediately focused his attention on Vihart's location. As his divine sense swept over, he discovered this sneaky Tier 1 demigod. Seeing that the other made no further moves, it seemed like he was waiting for something. Bobby had an epiphany and also concealed his form, appearing right before the other. "What do you want to do?" Bobby transmitted a thought to the Tier 1 demigod in front of him. Seeing the Longwa Tier 1 demigod appear, Vihart's nervous expression relaxed slightly, and he spoke, "I finally got in touch with you. I'm also a Tier 1 demigod that has been invaded. Previously, I had no choice but to launch a counter-invasion against you under his threat. The one invading you right now is, in fact, our common enemy, and I believe we have the potential for cooperation." Hearing what Vihart said, Bobby's expression changed slightly as he asked softly, "How do we cooperate? Tell me more." Vihart did not hesitate and replied directly, "Right now, the Tier 1 demigod that is attacking you with full force has already invested over 200 million core faction units to find the core of your divine territory as quickly as possible. His divine territory must now be empty. I can take this opportunity to launch an attack on his divine territory to relieve some of your pressure. In exchange, after your reinforcements arrive, you need to guarantee that I can leave safely. Upon hearing the other's request, Bobby pondered for a moment and realized it would only benefit him with no losses, decisively agreeing, "Your request is very reasonable, I accept." Hearing that the other agreed to his terms, even though it was expected, Vihart still sighed a breath of relief in his heart. Based on what I know about the Longwa civilization, it is a proud and trustworthy civilization. I hope you won't have regrets later on. While Vihart was flattering him, his words subtly elevated Bobby's sense of superiority, hoping that Bobby would take face into consideration and keep his promise. Bobby calmly smiled and without asking for compensation, readily stated, "No problem, I assure you, I will certainly keep my promise and let you leave safely." Bobby spoke with determination. With no other options, Vihart could only hypnotize himself into believing the other's promise. "Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation." Pleasant cooperation. After making the deal, the two instantly parted ways, with Vihart immediately returning to his divine territory. He began issuing commands to the Minotaur core faction units that had already been gathered in various areas and were on high alert. Out of over 30 million normal-grade Minotaur core faction units, Vihart kept half to defend the core of his divine territory while exterminating the scattered insect clans within. The other half began to regroup, distributing weapons and armor. Through his divine sense scan, Vihart could confirm that the number of insect clans still lingering in his divine territory was less than 2 million. The others had already entered Bobby's divine territory. This was also the reason he inferred that the interior of Han's divine territory would be empty. What Vihart didn't know was that his reasonable deductions were vastly different from reality. The truth was that Han, whose divine territory was perfectly safe, didn't take Vihart seriously at all. He had long regarded him as an intrusion channel connector. There was no need to consider combat power. He was automatically overlooked. As for the situation inside Han's divine territory, not to mention the 30 million uncommon great insect clans that were still asleep. Just the 80 million normal grade jumping insects units that had already been awakened, plus 90 million logistical jumping insects. This mere 15 million normal grade minotaurs, a makeshift force cobbled together, trying to invade Han's divine territory, was practically asking for death. Unfortunately, due to the asymmetric information, Vihart was unaware of Han's specific circumstances. Han never expected that the already battered Vihart would suddenly fall ill and come to deliver his own death. Thus, having organized the 15 million Minotaurs, Vihart felt ready to act. Leading the Minotaur army, he advanced towards the invasion passage of Han's divine territory, exterminating all insectoid enemies encountered along the way. Focusing on controlling the two divine territory invasion battles, Han quickly noticed the movements of Vihart as the scattered insectoids fell. Using the stinger dragonfly as a coordinate, Han immediately projected a massive half-giant illusion in front of the Minotaur troops, with grand intentions beginning to spread. "Hey, you have already defaulted. What do you want to do? Are you planning to bail out? I'll tell you now, unless you provide another soul gem, this won't end well for you." Han was quite fond of this pale-skinned Tier 1 demigod. After all, the other party had given him a soul crystal worth over 100 million mana MP, so he decided to give the other side another chance. Vihart, revealing his Tier 1 demigod projection, coldly said, "Can't you see the situation? I've already reached an agreement with the opposing Longwa's Tier 1 demigod. As long as I can slow down your invasion of them, by the time Longwa's strong ones arrive, your death will be imminent, while I can leave safely." Chapter 85, The Other Side's Support. After hearing Vihart's words, Han wore a strange expression, finding it hard to persuade the damn ghost. "I hope this kid's heart is strong enough, so he won't break down and cry when he loses the core of the divine territory." Han sighed deeply, regretting his forced participation, and the projection directly dissipated in front of Vihart. Continuing to command the insect swarm, he set off for the invasion of the two Longwa civilizations' Tier 1 demigod. As for Vihart, Han directly instructed the insect units still within the enemy's divine territory to scatter and maintain control over the divine territory. And he allocated 20 million of the insect swarm in a ready state, blocking the invasion passage, waiting for the opposing forces to come. Han did not send the insect swarm directly into Vhart's divine territory to crush these Minotaur core faction units. He was afraid that this mentally fragile Tier 1 demigod would not be able to withstand the blow and might directly explode the core of the divine territory, which would be very painful for Han. After all, he was still relying on Vhart's divine territory as a connector, currently invading Bobby's divine territory. Time passed bit by bit amidst the rapid invasion of the insect swarm. Just as Han pushed the insect swarm into the central area of the enemy's divine territory, beginning to search for the cores of Boken and Bobby's divine territory. Han, who had always been highly alert to the outside of the divine territory, suddenly noticed something. In the distance, distortions and disturbances caused by the rapid movement of the divine territory appeared. It was the enemy's support that arrived first. Han's expression instantly turned serious. He did not hesitate. He directly activated the line of faith, preparing for the worst-case scenario, which is always a prudent move. In Han's divine territory, within a vast underground insect nest, dormant jump bugs and sting serpents were arranged in neat circles covering the entire ground of the nest, quiet and orderly. If it weren't for the occasional logistics jump bugs busy attending to them here, a casual glance would make one mistake them for long-dead insectoid corpses. At this moment, a rustling sound echoed in the quiet environment, gradually breaking the serene atmosphere. In just a matter of seconds, the previously quiet insect nest suddenly became lively. Receiving Han's orders, the awakened jump bugs and sting serpents ended their slumber. They began to shake their bodies in place, rapidly restoring their bodily functions, with low growls echoing inside the nest. After a brief period of chaotic noise, these newly awakened uncommon great insectoids started to leave the insect nest in an orderly manner, moving towards the gathering point indicated by Han. The same situation occurred simultaneously in various dormant insect nests within Han's divine territory. Han directly awakened all dormant uncommon great insectoids, while also accelerating the search for the cores of the two Longwa Tier 1 demigod divine territories. In the external void, only a few minutes had passed, and the newly arrived divine territory reached close to the battlefield. A wide invasion passage was raised against the barrier of the enemy's divine territory, causing the hidden effects of the divine territory to become unstable and gradually disappear. A divine territory spanning over 30 million square kilometers was exposed before Han, appearing indistinct. Seeing this scene, Han's expression darkened, and he no longer cared about continuing to search for the divine territory core. In an instant, his semi-spiritual form appeared outside the divine territory barrier, and a clear thought message was communicated to Rongva, who was preparing to invade as a Tier 1 demigod. Stop. I've already called for help from my mentor, they will be here soon. As an established Tier 1 demigod, are you really going to break the rules and personally engage in the new generation's conflict? Han made his point very clear. This was just to let the other party know that he also had support, and as an established Tier 1 demigod, it was best to adhere to the unspoken rules and not interfere in the battles of the new generation as Tier 1 demigod, otherwise, things could spiral out of control. Just as he raised the invasion channel, preparing to establish a connection to the divine territory, Bormund halted his movements upon hearing Han's words. Seeing that the other party was a human Tier 1 demigod, Bormund frowned slightly, a wave of confusion crossing his mind. Wasn't it said that this is a wild Tier 1 demigod? How could it possibly be a damn human? He was well aware that new generation human Tier 1 demigods had mentors watching over them. Before Bormund could think it through, Boken and Bobby's Tier 1 demigod spiritual forms also appeared outside the barrier. Lord Bormund, he is stalling for time. He is currently searching for our divine territory core. Please help us. Boken's frantic voice reached his ears. Upon hearing the plea from his junior, Bormund immediately began to weigh the situation. This divine territory is only 4 million square kilometers. Based on the information from Boken, the other side does not have any uncommon grade core faction units. I should be able to take him down with ease. As long as I uncover his divine territory core before the other party's teacher arrives, even if the older human Tier 1 demigod shows up, I will have bargaining chips in my hands. Otherwise, given the current situation, saving Boken and Bobby will undoubtedly require a certain cost. With this thought, Bormund, with his icy glare, made up his mind, and the invasion channel resumed, quickly completing the connection with Han's divine territory. At the same time, Bormund also revealed his Tier 1 demigod spiritual form and sneered, saying, "Lowly races, hasn't anyone told you that you should maintain a humble attitude when facing the strong? When I dig out your divine territory core, you will understand this principle." Having said this, Bormund returned to his own divine territory and began issuing orders to arrange for his core faction units to invade Han. Han saw the worst-case scenario unfold and had to immediately return to his own divine territory to prepare for battle. Through the line of faith, Han immediately summoned over 100 million insects back from the two invading divine territories. In Boken, Bobby, and Vihart's divine territory, the main combat forces had already been annihilated. Leaving some insects to continue searching for the divine territory core, it was enough to wipe out the opposing side's remaining forces. At that moment, as Bormund's invasion channel stabilized, a large number of four-armed werewolves with blood-red eyes rushed into Han's divine territory. Seeing the core faction unit race of this established Tier 1 demigod was surprisingly the same as the previously invading two Tier 1 demigods. Han let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, they weren't some twisted uncommon grade core faction units. Keeping calm, Han immediately began analyzing Bormund's combat capabilities. From the known situations of the two Rongva Tier 1 demigods and the development within their divine territory, the area of their divine territory is estimated to be 30 million square kilometers. The number of normal-grade core faction units is estimated at 800 to 1 billion, with 120 million professional troops, and 30 million uncommon-grade core faction units. The number of elite-grade and hero-grade core faction units is still unknown. With this thought, Han's heart sank again. Without a numerical advantage, this opponent was not something he could deal with right now. He could only buy time while waiting for rescue. Han immediately decided on a strategy to deal with Bowman. We must block the entrance to the invasion channel to limit the scale of the battlefield. Chapter 86, The Invasion Inlet. Han decided on a strategy to respond, and the swarm in his divine territory immediately sprang into action. The moment the invasion passage appeared at the edge of his divine territory, all the nearby Zerg began to gather at the mouth of the invasion channel. As the Zerg consisted entirely of combat units, the sudden encounter with the four-armed werewolves initiated the war. The four-armed werewolf, having activated its berserk talent, clashed with the equally fearless Zerg as it emerged from the invasion channel. The brutal fight broke out without any preamble, playing out crazily in this area. The core faction units on both sides turned this area into a terrifying battlefield meat grinder as they vied for control of the invasion passage. Han and Bormund were continuously sending in core faction units to this area. The first to arrive were swarms of logistics jumpers and flying jumpers, diving at high speed from the sky into the battlefield. A logistics jumper captured the chaotic surroundings, and within 2 seconds, it had locked onto its target. Slightly adjusting its diving stance, the descent path changed immediately, slicing into the blind spot of a four-armed werewolf with extreme speed. As it approached the four-armed werewolf, the puncturing limbs on its back shot out violently, the metallic sharp legs buzzing through the air. In an instant, it pierced through the back of the four-armed werewolf's head, before the logistics jumper could retract the puncturing limbs. It was then seized by another nearby four-armed werewolf, which gripped its head with powerful force. With a forceful pull, the werewolf wrenched the logistics jumper's head off, preparing to let out an angry howl into the sky, fueled by the surge of blood. Another flying jumper zipped past its back at high speed, although the sharp curved knife didn't cut it in half. The wound where it penetrated the armor at its waist clearly showed a shattered spine. Neither retreating nor fearing, the four-armed werewolf in a frenzied state and the killing machine like Zerg were both harvesting their enemies' lives in the most efficient way possible. The lives of the core faction units were like chips for two Tier 1 demigod entities, carelessly squandered on the gambling table known as the battlefield. Han watched the slaughter in the battlefield below with an indifferent expression, showing no change in demeanor. He quietly used the faith line to mobilize the swarm, accelerating the arrival speed of the uncommon grade Zerg. Although they temporarily held back the enemy's offensive at the invasion passage, Han could already feel the pressure from the seasoned Tier 1 demigod entities. Even with the numerical advantage of normal-grade Zerg, the battle-loss ratio remained close to 1-to-1. The average strength of the enemy's core faction units was far beyond Han's pre-battle estimation, and this was only the first wave of their probing attack. when the enemy deployed their uncommon grade core faction units, if Han failed to stem their offensive, the fight at the invasion passage would inevitably spill into his divine territory. Han was unwilling to lose this advantageous terrain for stalling time, and even less willing to let the flames of war destroy the divine territory environment he worked so hard to establish. At this moment, Bormund was also observing the battle situation at the invasion passage. Han's core faction units astonished him as well. The brutal pressure of such intense combat was terrifying for the core faction units. Under Bormund's observation, he took a quick mental scan and tallied the casualties in this brief period. The casualties among his core faction units had already exceeded 500,000, and the enemy's situation was similar. Although this could only be considered a small loss for him. For a normal grade emerging Tier 1 demigod, this level of loss efficiency was enough to be painful. Yet Han remained unmoved by these losses, continuously investing core faction units into the battlefield, showing no signs of stopping. This was what surprised Bormund the most. From his experience, such a horrific casualty rate was something a normal grade army simply could not withstand. A battlefield like this, which resembled a meat grinder, was enough to destroy the combat morale of most core faction units. Without sufficient training and development, many core faction units wouldn't even have the courage to step onto such a battlefield. He could rely on the core faction units having the berserk talent, allowing the normal grade 4 armed werewolves to charge into battle without regard for losses. Otherwise, ordinary core faction units would only maintain combat morale under conditions where their faith level reached the loyalty, zealot standard. Or if they underwent extensive training, possessing iron-willed resolve. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain their fighting spirit in such a battlefield. Regardless of the circumstances of the opposing human Tier 1 demigod, this alone is sufficient to demonstrate their strength and potential. If this promising new generation encounters problems, it will surely draw the attention of their teachers, leaving them with perhaps only a few hours. Bowman's gaze gradually turned serious as he decided to quicken the pace of the invasion, mobilizing his uncommon grade core faction unit legion. The uncommon grade 4 armed werewolf army, which had long been prepared for battle outside the invasion passage, let out a howl that shook the heavens after receiving Bowman's command. Well equipped and neatly lined up, the uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves' bodies gradually ignited with a faint crimson aura. A semi-transparent armor slowly formed, enveloping them completely, and then they charged into the teleportation passage in perfect rhythm. As these elite forces of Bowman entered the battlefield, Han immediately felt a significant increase in pressure. Unlike the uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves of Bavi and Boken, Bowman's uncommon grade core faction unit displayed a notably richer aura and more sophisticated techniques in their usage of aura. Originally, the mutated jumping worms could tear their opponent's flesh and armor apart in one bite. Now, however, they could only bite through armor and tear flesh under the protection of a semi-transparent aura. They could no longer inflict fatal wounds instantly as before. Meanwhile, these uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves had their strength, agility, and defense comprehensively enhanced by the aura. In a very short time, the battle casualties for both sides rose to a ratio of 5-1. As more uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves entered the battlefield through the invasion passage, the death rate of the insect swarm continued to rise. The previously balanced state of the battlefield was immediately shattered with the addition of the uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves. Bowman began to gain the upper hand. More uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves entered Han's divine territory, witnessing this scene. Han did not feel worried about the surging casualties. Instead, his expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Gently tugging on the threads of faith, Han halted the dive of the flying jumping worms and the logistical jumping worms. He began to gather numbers at high altitude, temporarily ending the relentless chaos of all-out conflict. He only retained the encirclement on the ground battlefield, exerting all efforts to suppress the opponent's advance. Bowman, closely monitoring the battlefield, saw Han finally shrink back and immediately manifested a colossal Tier 1 demigod projection at the mouth of the invasion passage. Wearing a proud expression of a victor, his voice echoed out in all directions, "Is this all you've got, young man? I must say, you've done quite well. It's a pity you ran into me. You have no chance. No matter how many core faction units you send to the battlefield, you cannot stop me from extracting the core of your divine territory. This will be your final outcome. Since the outcome is already predetermined, why bother sending your core faction units to their deaths? The best choice now is to conserve your core faction units, surrender immediately, and wait for your teacher to come and negotiate for your release. Chapter 87, War Mode. Bowman aimed to undermine Han's will to resist through verbal assault. The grand declarations echoed within Han's divine territory but received no response whatsoever. At this moment, the closest uncommon grade insect troops were already a kilometer away from the mouth of the invasion passage. Over 3 million stabbing snakes lay low in the grass, quietly waiting for Han's orders. Unaware of all this, Bowman received no reply from Han. However, the ever-growing cloud of insects in the sky already indicated Han's stance. Seizing the moment, Bowman sought to occupy a safe area around the invasion passage. Accelerate towards Han's divine territory and deploy uncommon grade core faction unit troops. He aimed to fully take over this region and establish a frontline camp, making it easier for the subsequent troops to invade Han's divine territory. A steady stream of uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves, under Bowman's urging, continuously enhanced the efficiency of entering the teleportation passage, quickly gathering over 3 million near the passage. More than half of them were equipped with 4 throwing short spears at their waists. These ranged throw weapons were specifically prepared for the diving insect swarm. It's unfortunate that the lack of critical information rendered Bowman's preparations largely futile. Han wouldn't be foolish enough to let the cloud of insects in the sky dive down to meet the incoming spears head-on. After a period of observation, Han gained a clear understanding of the aura defense capabilities of these uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves. Based on his experience, he assessed the power of the fireballs spat by the stabbing snakes. If they were at the edge of the explosion radius, their robust physiques should allow them to endure the aftermath of the explosion. If the fireball explodes at close range, the flames and shockwave produced by the explosion can penetrate through their surface energy defenses. It can cause minor and severe injuries without any issue, but it may not be fatal. If it strikes directly, then there is no doubt that it will be fatal. Speaking from the experience of having once blocked an invasion at the entrance, and then enduring a barrage of firepower, the enemy's current dense formation would feel immensely comfortable under the firepower coverage. As the pressure on the defense perimeter gradually increased, the line of defense formed by the swarm began to show signs of retreat. Han felt that it was about time, and the long-awaited Vipers immediately sprang into action, moving towards the front line of the encirclement. Without any detailed tactical arrangements, Han directly controlled the Vipers to approach the front line, just entering the firing range of the Vipers. Countless fireball spells took shape in the mouths of the Vipers and were then launched towards the area where the 4 armed werewolves were. The rain of fireballs fell densely into the enemy's position, with the sound of explosions echoing like thunder. As the Vipers steadily advanced, the area covered by firepower continuously extended deeper into the enemy's formation. Wherever the fireball spells passed, no gaps were left unscathed, thoroughly plowing the ground. The Vipers ceaselessly squeezed out their internal magical energy, not stopping until all their magical reserves were exhausted. Flames reached the sky, smoke filled the air, and the atmosphere of the battlefield instantly shifted from a medieval melee to a carpet bombing mode that would only appear in modern warfare. These 2 war modes have drastically different efficiency in terms of killing life. Watching the 4 armed werewolves wailing amidst the flames, Han felt no pity whatsoever. Han employed a saturation bombing approach, gradually pushing forward, allowing the fireball's explosions to extend all the way to the entrance of the invasion tunnel before finally stopping. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. The swarm regained the area occupied by Bourmont, while also avenging him by eliminating over 3 million of his elite uncommon grade core faction units. As the smoke dispersed, severed limbs scattered, alongside various charred corpses and craters created by the explosions. It authentically reflects what this land underwent in just a few minutes. Bourmont was taken completely off guard by Han's sudden outburst, causing his core faction units that entered Han's divine territory to be wiped out. The abrupt change in war mode not only condemned him to lose 3 million uncommon grade core faction units and countless normal grade core faction units. Most importantly, he lost the best opportunity to invade. Now, trying to establish a foothold for his core faction units in the enemy's divine territory would come with skyrocketing difficulties and costs. It's easy to imagine that Han is definitely prepared at the entrance of the invasion tunnel, having established a firepower lockdown zone. As soon as Bormont's core faction units enter Han's divine territory, they must first endure a wave of magical fireball bombardment. With his current uncommon grade core faction units, they are not capable of enduring such level of firepower. The cost of breaking through the firepower coverage area is simply too high. Thus, Bormont, having suffered heavy losses, wore a glum expression, having been thoroughly enraged. He then directly began to mobilize his true core combat power. Led by a hero-grade core faction unit, more than 300,000 elite-grade 4 armed werewolves. This is the foundation of his reputation as a veteran Tier 1 demigod. With the arrival of this ace army, the 4 armed werewolves that were initially piled up at the entrance of the invasion tunnel consciously retreated to the sides, bowing their heads in respect to this ace unit. Without any commands, the originally crowded area immediately cleared a straight, wide path leading to the transport tunnel. Veneto, as Bormont's only 4 armed werewolf promoted to hero grade, just cast a faint glance at those kin quickly retreating, standing at the sides of the pathway. Then confidently stepped onto the road leading to the invasion tunnel. Behind him, the elite grade 4 armed werewolf army followed in a neat formation. Veneto walked steadily, stopping only when he reached in front of the transport tunnel. At the same time, he raised his hand to signal for them to stop advancing. The elite grade 4 armed werewolf army following him immediately halted. The synchronized sound of marching came to an instant stop, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Veneto slowly turned around, facing the standing army, calmly said, "On the other side is a new world, and the opponents are just weak insects and monsters. Apart from their numbers, they are worthless. All we need to do is one thing: crush them." Veneto's not-so-loud voice, enhanced by the energy, spread far and wide. "Crush them!" The elite grade 4 armed werewolf army roared in unison, their immense voice echoing through the heavens. This army has accompanied Bormont since its inception. Having experienced countless wars, being battered and regrouped multiple times, they have never backed down. Facing the battlefield and confronting death has long been ingrained in the soul of this army. Therefore, they don't need more words to boost morale. They already possess their own pride and beliefs. This is a force that can truly fight to the last man on the battlefield, the Ace of Bomanti. Chapter 88, Veneto. With the earth-shattering roar echoing around, Veneto turned again to face the invading portal. The surging crimson fighting spirit erupted suddenly around him, like a flame ignited by the wind, flickering around his body. Under Veneto's control, the fighting spirit slowly contracted, eventually condensing into a translucent energy entity. It transformed into a layer of armor glowing with red light, enveloping his entire body. This scene was like a signal. The elite grade army following him ignited their own red fighting spirit flames, wrapping around themselves. Without hesitation, he drew 4 specially made long swords from his waist, their blades immediately entwined with fiery fighting spirit. Without any further words, he charged ahead into the teleportation portal, with his troops following his lead. The moment Veneto entered the Han divine territory, his superhuman dynamic vision allowed him to see the surrounding situation at a glance. He appeared in an open area just outside the invading portal. 300 meters away, at the forefront of the encirclement of bugs, the mutated jumping insects had already sealed off this open area. Behind them were uncommon grade stingers capable of casting fireball spells. These stingers were grouped together. They left enough maneuvering space for the melee mutated jumping insects. And they shrouded this open area at the entrance of the portal within range. Having passed through the initial response phase of the invasion, all the bugs within the divine territory were gathering here, amassing in huge numbers. Further away, the ground was teeming with bug units as far as the eye could see. The dark sky was filled with dense flying insect units. They circled overhead, blocking sunlight from reaching this area. The terrifying scene formed by sheer numbers would fill any normal grade human with despair at just a glance. Yet Veneto only smiled coldly, with a bloodthirsty flame burning in his eyes. Before the fireballs hurled from the sky landed, he pushed off the ground with immense force, shattering the earth beneath him, transforming into a streak of red lightning, charging into the bug swarm. The fighting spirit coiling around the 4 long swords in his hands surged instantly, extending the blades formed by his fighting spirit 20 meters outward. Simply swinging his long swords, the razor-sharp edges formed by his fighting spirit easily cleaved through the jumping insects and stingers blocking his way. His crimson figure moved at high speed within the crowded bug swarm. The jumping insects' attacks only managed to hit him sporadically, failing to breach his defenses. Veneto moved as if he were in an uninhabited realm, aided by the 20-meter attack range of his fighting spirit long swords. Han's dense defenses were instantly shattered by Veneto alone, creating a gap. His target was very clear, directly locking onto the groups of stingers within his sight. In an extraordinarily efficient manner, he began to wipe them out. Wherever he passed through was like a cloth being wiped over, leaving a path filled with severed limbs and dismembered bodies among the crowded bugs. Even if the stingers detonated fireballs at close range, they could not hinder him in the slightest. The explosive power of the fireballs simply wasn't enough to break through his fighting spirit defenses. Following closely through the invading portal was the elite grade 4 armed werewolf, enduring the onslaught of incoming fireballs while burning his fighting spirit armor. In less than 10 seconds, relying on their rapid charge, they crossed the fire coverage area of the stingers. Aside from a few unlucky ones directly hit by fireballs, the rest appeared only slightly bedraggled. They followed the gap created by Veneto's defenses, easily plunging into the heart of the bug swarm. No command was needed. The elite grade 4 armed werewolves worked seamlessly, instantly dividing into groups of thousands. In their skilled mutual support, they efficiently slaughtered the surrounding bug units. The fighting spirit strength of these elite grade 4 armed werewolves far surpassed that of uncommon grade. The mutated jumping insects' attacks could only barely penetrate their fighting spirit protection, leaving shallow scratches on their armor. Unless continuously bombarded by relentless attacks, or a single individual was overwhelmed and submerged in the swarm. Otherwise, normal grade mutated jumping insects simply couldn't inflict any effective damage on them. The situation on the battlefield flipped instantly. Especially the hero grade unit, Veneto, who had long since separated from the main force, rampaging alone, as if he were a one-man army in the sea of insects. Wherever he went, large swaths of bug units fell like wheat harvested. Seeing this, Han estimated that even if he sent the more than 3 million uncommon grade jumping insects he had stored into battle, it would have no effect against this hero grade 4 armed werewolf. Whether it was defense, attack, speed, or stamina, he completely surpassed the bug units on the battlefield by several tiers. The gap was now so great that numbers alone couldn't make up for it. This is the might of the hero-grade core faction unit, a power that could contend with dragons. At that moment, Beaumont once again used the core faction unit entering the Han Divine territory as a conduit, revealing a massive Tier 1 demigod projection in the sky. This time, he didn't speak, he merely controlled his core faction unit with a cold smile, slaughtering countless Zerg within the Han Divine territory. Upon seeing this, Han also manifested his own Tier 1 demigod projection in the air of the Divine territory. Without showing weakness, he waved his hand, and the enormous Zerg flying units accumulated in the sky. They came crashing down like a deluge, overwhelming all the 4 armed werewolves that had entered his divine territory. Seeing that Han was still resisting, there was no hint of hesitation on his serious face. Beaumont sneered again and said, "It's useless, the gap between us is as vast as a chasm. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. So I've changed my mind. I will personally shatter the core of your divine territory to make you understand that as a weakling, you should cherish the opportunities given by the strong." The battles on the battlefield seemed to validate Beaumont's words. The overwhelming Zerg swarm had no effect on Venetito at all. He merely accelerated, and carved out a massive ravine within the swarm. The aura barrier on the surface of his body directly smashed the Zerg, blocking his path into dust, completely unable to impede his movements. Meanwhile, the elite grade 4 armed werewolves formed a huge circular formation with thousands of them, their auras intertwining to create an exceptionally strong barrier around the formation. The high-speed dive of the flying jump bugs crashing into this aura barrier would only result in their own destruction, yet could not shake the barrier in the slightest. However, their attacks could easily penetrate the barrier from the inside, dealing damage to the swarm. Seeing that his swarm tactic had unexpectedly failed, Han's expression instantly turned grim. Beaumont noticed Han's change in expression and continued to sneer, saying, "Don't expect your teacher to come save you. I know that for your human teachers to arrive on site usually takes 4 to 5 hours. During that time, I'll have enough to destroy the core of your divine territory. By the time they arrive, they will only see the remnants of your divine territory. Beaumont's meaning was very clear. He intended to utterly destroy Han's divine territory. Upon hearing Beaumont's words, Han's expression settled down again. Yet in his cold eyes, a hint of madness slowly began to emerge. Chapter 89, Tragedy. A cold voice came from Han's mouth. Do you want to disrupt the rules in this area? With a mocking laugh, Beaumont's voice arose again. Disrupt the rules? Heh, this is a resource well of the world of gods. What rules are here? Do unspoken rules count as rules? Killing you will at most only waste a couple of cups of tea at the Longhua Foreign Office, as they squabble with your human diplomats. What value do you have, as someone who has cut off the path to becoming a god? Do you think human civilization would go to war with Longhua for you? Do you think civilization would make me pay for your life? Naive, by then, all I will do is compensate a sum of money in reality, while you will spend your life in regret and pain. As he said this, Beaumont seemed to already see Han's future, and his smile grew even broader. After hearing Beaumont's words, Han knew that what the other person said was all true. So he didn't say another word, though the madness in his gaze grew even more intense. As his Tier 1 demigod projection slowly faded into the sky, the line of faith was once again brought into action, and the flying jump bugs rose back into the sky, distancing themselves from the close contact with the four-armed werewolves. Meanwhile, in the sky, the self-detonating jump bug swarm that was already prepared began to drop rapidly. A large number of self-detonating jump bugs opened their wings wide before crashing into the aura barrier, suddenly slowing down, and steadily adhering to the surface of the barrier, layer upon layer. At the same time, more than 2 million self-detonating jump bugs formed a massive encirclement centered around the hero-grade four-armed werewolf, Venetito. They created an enormous inverted bowl-shaped encirclement, quickly closing in among the swarm. Unaware, Venetito continued to slaughter the surrounding Zerg wildly. Han quietly watched as the encirclement gradually closed in, with the density of self-detonating jump bugs increasing. When he moved regardless, a large number of self-detonating jump bugs appeared near him. Without any prior warning, under Han's control, the self-detonating jump bugs simultaneously completed their mission. Boom! With a loud explosion, over 5 million self-detonating jump bugs were instantly annihilated. 30 small mushroom clouds, along with a massive flat smoke cloud, rose slowly within Han's divine territory. The power surpassed that of a fireball spell, combined with such a dense quantity, making this explosion exceptionally impactful. Within the explosion's radius aimed at the elite grade 4 armed werewolf army. As the smoke cleared, only 30 shallow craters were left on the ground. On the loose, charred soil, there were charred remains strewn about, with not a single living creature left. But the area facing Veneto was left with a molten ground. On the ground that had crystallized due to high temperatures, not even a remnant limb could be seen. Only a complete corpse of a four-armed werewolf, blackened like charcoal, was quietly kneeling on the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, Han, who was scanning with his divine sense, clearly witnessed the whole process of Veneto's death. In the moment of the explosion, Veneto attempted to rely on his powerful fighting spirit for protection. By forcibly rushing out of the explosion range, he unknowingly endured even more explosive force. This explosion aimed at him was not a singular point detonation, but rather involved over 2 million self-detonating jumping bugs exploding simultaneously within this area. Therefore, no matter which direction he ran towards, he was still within the dense range of the explosion. The chaotic shockwaves from the explosion, despite their overlapping intensity, did not instantaneously kill him. Instead, they only destroyed his fighting spirit armor, and even while severely injured, Veneto was still alive. It was the subsequent high temperatures that became the main factor taking his life. Even so, Veneto managed to preserve a complete corpse in this explosion. It sufficiently demonstrated to Han that hero-grade units can contend with the formidable strength of an adult dragon. Han calmly looked at the large expanse of charred land within his divine territory, feeling no stirrings in his heart. This was the outcome he had anticipated before making this decision. This explosion not only consumed half of his self-detonating jumping bug unit reserves, but also ensured that none of the insect race within the affected explosion area survived. The quantity of loss even far exceeded the number of 4 armed werewolves that had entered his divine territory. This was Han's reluctant choice to take down this hero-grade unit. He only had one chance. Otherwise, as long as Veneto was on guard, with his incredible mobility and survival skills, the existing insect units would completely fail to catch up to his speed. Wanting to surround the opponent is nothing but a distant hope. Once he charges into Han's divine territory, the resulting losses will be even greater. At that time, Han would only be able to consume his stamina with the sheer number of his insect swarm using the core faction unit's life force. The real issue is that by then, Veneto, as an intelligent being, will not truly exhaust his stamina on the battlefield. If he wishes to retreat, Han won't be able to stop him at all. Now, since this biggest problem has been resolved, all the costs incurred seem worthwhile to Han. At the same time, this is impossible. Berman lost all his core faction units that had entered Han's divine territory again, with no coordinates to possess. Back in his own divine territory, he was filled with panic. He could hardly believe that just moments ago, the core faction units that entered Han's divine territory had all severed their lines of belief. He lost his ace army, as well as the only hero-grade core faction unit he spent countless effort and time cultivating, which also vanished inside the opponent's divine territory. Without hesitation, Berman sent his core faction units through the teleportation passage again. As the core faction units passed through the invasion channel into Han's divine territory, Berman's massive Tier 1 demigod projection appeared again. He witnessed the aftermath of the battlefield, cleansed by explosions. A chilling sensation suddenly swept over him. No matter how much he denied it, reality was such that his strongest combat power was gone. At this time, Han's Tier 1 demigod projection also materialized not far from Berman. The madness in his eyes did not diminish at all, while the calm expression on his face gradually faded. The corner of his mouth slowly curled up, the grin widening, until an exaggerated smile cracked across his handsome face, making his entire demeanor seem wild and dangerous. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 img src equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpicker 1a667f08cb6ebf6561561589734f20df00 tplv noop.jpg. LK3S equals 8D963091X expires equals 18714708118X signature equals BJ0UFPNRI% 2FVHDY3KKQGIBP for CCK% 3D width equals 899 height equals 599 alt equals media IDX equals 1PDIV. Without a word, Han's Tier 1 demigod projection raised its right hand, palm up, making a beckoning gesture to Berman. At the same time, the swarming insects also made Berman aware of what he intended to do. In the sky, mixed in the insect cloud, were the remaining 5 million self-detonating jump bugs. 300 million of them split off, forming a giant python made up of self-detonating jump bugs, heading straight for the invasion passage. Stop! Berman's scream had no effect on the swarm. The fastest 1,000 self-destructing jumping bugs have already entered his divine territory. The moment they burst out of the invasion passage, they saw below, crowded around the entrance of the passage, the uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves. Chapter 90, Arrival. Without the slightest pause, they accelerated, dove, and self-destructed in one seamless motion. A large amount of smoke and dust from the explosions filled the area near the entrance of the invasion passage. This obstructed the vision of all the 4 armed werewolves, creating a favorable cover for the following troops. The subsequent self-destructing jumping bug troops, under the cover of the smoke and dust, entered Berman's divine territory without any obstacles. They spread out like intelligent missiles, freely searching for their desired targets in the sky. Next came the emotionless dives, ending their lives while bringing a dazzling spectacle to their opponents. The explosions of the self-destructing Zerglings far exceed the fireball spells of the Hygralisks in both power and range. They are definitely not something normal grade or uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves can withstand. The deafening sounds of explosions began to echo across this land, declaring the arrival of war and death to the 4 armed werewolves. It was a display of explosive art for Bormont, and the ticket to appreciate this art was the lives of his core faction units. His entrance to the invasion passage had already gathered a large number of troops, and the self-destructing jumping bugs specifically targeted densely populated areas for their attacks. In a moment, Bormann's core faction units suffered heavy casualties. In his perception, large strands of faith were continuously breaking apart. But Bormann could only watch helplessly, even though he had already issued evacuation orders. The core faction units gathered in the area outside the invasion passage could not disperse immediately. Han's successive counterattacks not only wiped out all his high-end forces, but also dealt a heavy blow to his mid-tier forces. Until 3 million self-destructing jumping bugs were entirely consumed within Bormann's divine territory. His core faction unit army gathered at the entrance of the invasion passage suffered at least 30 million casualties under this wave of self-destruct attacks, with the death toll of uncommon grade core faction units exceeding 8 million. Bormann's Tier 1 demigod projection stood frozen, his mind blank. This was clearly not the strength a new generation Tier 1 demigod should possess. Before he could regain his senses, Bormann was still in Han Divine Territory's Tier 1 demigod projection. He saw swarms of Zerg converging from the distance, once again covering the already charred land. At the same time, the airborne units, which had not been heavily affected by the previous explosion, also split off, some to descend and hunt down the tens of thousands of four-armed werewolves entering Han Divine Territory. Having lost all core faction units to invade Han Divine Territory for the third time, Bormann stood silently in his divine territory. He did not send any more core faction units into Han's divine territory, because Han, with a crazed expression, conveyed a thought to him before his Tier 1 demigod projection disappeared. Come destroy my divine territory, are you ready for the price? Bormann clearly felt Han's will from this statement. This young Tier 1 demigod was already prepared to fight him to the end at the cost of his own divine territory's destruction. Bormann knew he was in trouble this time, because it was impossible for him to defeat this new generation Tier 1 demigod in a short time. Even if he could ultimately take down Han, the price and time required might far exceed his expectations. While he pondered what he should do now, Bormann suddenly noticed in the far void outside the divine territory. A massive distortion in the void was approaching here at high speed. From the range of the distortion alone, he could tell that this divine territory was so massive that it should not appear in this area. With such a commotion, Han, of course, noticed it at once. Finally here, Han sighed deeply. The madness in his eyes and the exaggerated smile on his face gradually faded, and his demeanor returned to normal. Han's Tier 1 demigod spiritual thought flashed and instantly appeared outside the divine territory barrier, gazing at the enormous void distortion drawing near. Without thinking, Han could guess that this was Wang Jitong's divine territory. They had arrived early. Under his careful observation, he spotted a small area of discord within the vast void distortion. If Han didn't know that Lu Wenzhong had definitely come along as well, he might have overlooked that small, disordered distortion. It was a result of his head teacher's divine territory moving, creating a distortion in the void that seemed so trivial. Just a brief wait of more than 10 seconds, and Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong's divine territories steadily arrived beside Han's divine territory, and the swirling void distortion gradually calmed. In the mere seconds that followed, the divine territories, which had just been in chaos, had already ceased combat under the unspoken agreement between Han and the others. Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong's Tier 1 demigod spiritual forms appeared in the void. Bormann, Boken, Bubi, and Weihart's Tier 1 demigod spiritual forms also appeared outside the divine territory barrier. Seeing the 5 Tier 1 demigod spiritual forms all appearing in the void, 3 of them were Longhua people. Especially Bormann's 30 million square kilometer divine territory, which was still connected to Han's divine territory, both of their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. They simultaneously had the same thought: Han had already been captured by the enemy. For a moment, the two who had just arrived did not act recklessly. Lu Wenzhong was just about to ask Han and get a sense of the situation on sight. Without waiting for Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong to speak, Han already put on a tragic expression and hurriedly shouted, "Director Wang, Teacher Lu, you finally came. They 4 were beating me alone, my losses were devastating." As he spoke, Han pointed at Bormann, continuing to wail, "Especially this guy, not only breaking the rules, but also as an old Tier 1 demigod taking action himself, he even wants to destroy the core of my divine territory. If not for my calm response and having some self-protective power, you would only see pieces of my divine territory now. Not being too familiar with Han's Wang Jitong, upon hearing his anguished wails, his voice became urgent as he immediately asked, "How's the situation in your divine territory now?" At the same time, following Han's finger, he looked towards Bomanti, and his expression instantly turned icy. On the vast divine territory, a translucent invasive passage like a tentacle slightly lifted, and the hidden effect of the divine territory began to fluctuate. The 250 million square kilometers of divine territory flickered in and out of sight, shocking the 4 Tier 1 demigod opponents, whose faces changed dramatically. Bomanti immediately hurried to explain, "Calm down, human powerhouses, it was just a joke, I only intended to capture him. Between our two races, we have always maintained close cooperation, with a contract not to destroy each other's Tier 1 demigod divine territory core or annihilate each other's core faction unit. How could I possibly violate that? What's more, I haven't even breached his divine territory. How could I destroy his divine territory core?" Chapter 91, Aftermath. Wang Jitong, upon hearing the explanation from the other party, turned suspiciously to look at Han. The opponent, an old-school Tier 1 demigod, hadn't even broken into Han's divine territory. That was completely unexpected for him. At that moment, Han also explained to Wang Jitong, "I'm doing alright, my divine territory isn't in grave danger, but my core faction unit has suffered severe losses. That old-school Tier 1 demigod attacked newcomers. You must stand up for me." At this moment, Lu Wenzhong directly established a barrier, enveloping the three of them to prevent the other party from hearing their conversation. Having a deep understanding of Han, Lu Wenzhong then turned to ask, "Just speak directly, what's the situation now?" To share the real situation, rest assured, since their veteran Tier 1 demigod has made a move on you, it's certain they'll skin him alive without letting him off easily. Hearing Lu Wenzhong say this, Han felt a sense of stability in his heart. He instantly concealed the pitiful expression on his face, replacing it with a look of grievance. "Teacher Lu, I've really been badly beaten. My uncommon grade core faction unit has less than 10 million remaining, while the loss of normal grade core faction units exceeds 200 million. Moreover, that Tier 1 demigod truly wanted to destroy my divine territory core. We can't let him off easily." Upon hearing about Han's losses, both Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong were startled. They knew that Han's core faction unit was special. With such losses, they wouldn't let his combat power plummet drastically. Otherwise, a normal grade Tier 1 demigod, with an army and core capabilities that required immense effort to nurture, would be wiped out. The combat power would drop by 7 or 8 tenths, and if half of the core faction units were lost, he would essentially be rendered ineffective. Based on the data Han just reported, retaining nearly half of his combat power shouldn't be a problem. Alright, they definitely won't let him off easily. Now tell me how it happened and about the opponent's condition, Lu Wenzhong interrupted before Han could continue his lament. Well, the rough sequence of events is that I first caught that pale-faced Tier 1 demigod. Just as I dealt with him, those two new generation Tier 1 demigod from the Longhua civilization arrived. Then I took them down as well, but I hadn't yet found their divine territory core. The veteran Tier 1 demigod also showed up. He wanted to take me down while I hadn't found the divine territory core yet. I certainly wouldn't surrender easily, so in response to my defiance, he got angry. Preparing to eliminate me before you arrived, he even said that if he took me down, he would pay a sum in reality at most. This naturally made me quite angry, so I started to fight him fiercely and cornered him at the entrance of the invasion passage. I took out a hero-grade core faction unit, about 300,000 of elite-grade core faction units, and around 10 million of uncommon-grade core faction units. Then I got half beaten up. After that, you both arrived. After finishing his explanation, Han scratched his head and looked eagerly at Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong, wearing an expression of pity, as if seeking comfort. After hearing Han's account, Wang Jitong stared at Han in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzhong's lips twitched. He merely listened to Han's narration. He knew that the opposing old-school Tier 1 demigod was the one truly suffering. This kind of loss suggests that perhaps the most elite forces in the opponent's divine territory have already been thoroughly defeated. Why worry at all? It's ridiculous that he received a distress call from Han. Still feeling heavy-hearted, he madly rushed here to provide assistance. So the truth is, after you decisively eliminated 3 Tier 1 demigod entities and seriously injured a veteran Tier 1 demigod, your combat power has been halved, right? Lu Wenzhong fixed his gaze on Han, summarizing the entire incident. Although it ended with a question, the tone was quite assertive. Maybe, probably, something like that, but my losses are truly severe, Han reluctantly answered Lu Wenzhong's question while reiterating the extent of his losses. After listening to their conversation, the serious expression on Wang Jitong's face had completely vanished. He replaced it with a cheerful and kind expression, saying to Han, "Xiaofei, don't worry, this time your uncle Wang will take charge. You tell me what you want to do about these few people. Even if you want to wipe out their divine territory to vent your anger, that's fine. Isn't it just a relocation fee we're paying? Our school will cover it." Lu Wenzhong looked speechless as he listened nearby, while Wang Jitong looked at him with a face full of affection, as if treating his own grandson. Lu Wenzhong quickly interrupted, "Uncle Wang, that's out of line. I'm this kid's teacher, we have a generational difference. It's fine, we can each have our own say, our own discussion," Wang Jitong replied cheerfully, his gaze at Han full of satisfaction. "Uncle Wang, what does relocation fee mean?" Han, not at all shy, immediately switched to calling him Uncle Wang, firmly holding onto this golden thigh. "It means just what it says. Our two civilizations have a contract regarding surrender clauses for battling Tier 1 demigod levels. You understand, right? If the opponent is willing to pay the price and choose to surrender, while we still destroy their divine territory, they can report it to civilization in reality. At that time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will inevitably hold a lot of discussions, but the final result will simply be a relocation fee. If the opponent says they want to eliminate you, paying a sum is also part of that." Wang Jitong answered every question and provided Han with a detailed explanation. Han realized that if he took out the opponent, the school would still have to compensate him. It seemed a bit detrimental to himself, and after some hesitation, Han dismissed the idea of directly eliminating the opponent, planning instead to pull off some tricky maneuvers. Besides, he only lost over 200 million core faction units, and neither the Ant Queen nor the hatchery was harmed. Given his current situation, aside from self-destructing and jumping, the other units can easily recover in 2 years, with extra resources to spare. Forget it, there's no need. Eliminating them offers no benefit. Cutting off their path to becoming divine will also require a financial loss on our part, so this business cannot be done. I think it's better to let them bleed heavily. Compensating for my losses would be more cost-effective. Let's leave them with 10,000 core faction units, plus a divine territory area of 10,000 square kilometers. Additionally, they need to compensate for my losses. In terms of how much mana MP the amount is, please take charge of that, Uncle Wang." Finished speaking, Han looked at Wang Jitong with a sweet expression, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. That's good, a calm judgment, an extremely correct choice." Wang Jitong nodded, clearly satisfied with Han's decision, lavishly praising him. Lu Wenzhong, hearing Wang Jitong praise Han without hesitation, began to seriously doubt what might have happened had Han chosen to eliminate the opponent's divine territory. Even Uncle Wang would likely have something similar to say, such as, "It's true to avenge a grudge," showing that sort of generational favoritism. Chapter 92, Gains. Once the three had finished their conversation, Lu Wenzhong removed the soundproof barrier for mana MP. Wang Jitong also resumed his cold expression. The 4 Tier 1 demigod opponents, under his cold gaze, felt a tremendous invisible pressure. Seeing the 4 of them looking tense at him, Wang Jitong stopped wasting words and spread his thoughts. He said to the 4 Tier 1 demigod opponents, "I give you 2 choices. Choice 1, I will crush your divine territory core with my own hands, sending you away forever from the world of gods." As he spoke, Wang Jitong shot a glance at Bormont and the other 3 Longhua Tier 1 demigod figures. He could see that they were feeling anxious, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. Wang Jitong continued in a cold voice, "It's merely a one-time compensation for settling down. In reality, using this amount of money to end your future is still a very cost-effective decision for me. The second choice is to surrender immediately. I give you an opportunity to decide how much mana MP you are willing to offer to retain your divine territory core and the 10,000 core faction units. There is only one opportunity. One, advise you to cherish it. No matter how much mana MP is left, once the core of divine territory is gone and you are kicked out of the world of gods, nothing will remain. Make your choice now, I don't have time to wait for your slow hesitation. After speaking, Wang Jitong's invasion portal began to slowly approach Beaumanter's divine territory. There was simply no time left for any negotiations. I choose the second option. I'm willing to spend 3.7 million mana MP, which is my entire mana MP reserve. As Wang Jitong prepared to take action against him, Beaumanter immediately made up his mind. You, an old-school Tier 1 demigod, only have this little mana MP? Han, filled with anticipation, couldn't he believe his ears when Bowman said 3.7 million, that was all his mana MP. Honestly, this is all I have. You can check the mana MP reserves in the core of the divine territory. Beaumanter looked at Wang Jitong, who was still glaring at him coldly. He could only endure and continue to explain to Han, you know about my core faction unit situation, it's purely a combat-type core faction unit, with no development of economic industries at all. We follow a purely plundering development path, investing all resources into strengthening the core faction unit. There wouldn't be any surplus at all. After hearing Beaumanter's explanation, Han turned to look at Lu Wenzhong with a questioning glance. Seeing Lu Wenzhong nod, he finally half-heartedly believed what he said. I will check your mana MP reserves. If you haven't told the truth, you're finished. After saying this, Han looked towards the remaining two Longva Tier 1 demigod. They also said nothing and made the same choice as Beaumanter, giving up all their mana MP reserves in hopes of staying alive. However, compared to Beaumanter, these two's mana MP reserves could only be seen as a mere token. Han then turned his attention to the last remaining Vihart. He appeared to be staring blankly at Han, looking as if his soul had already wandered off. Come on, European, tell me what you plan to do? I believe I mentioned earlier that unless you can produce another soul gem, otherwise, you know what I mean. As Han's mocking voice came through, Vihart seemed to slowly awaken from his trance. His rich facial muscle changes vividly displayed the emotions to Han. The expressions of deep regret and a sense of hopelessness appeared simultaneously on his face. I don't have a soul gem anymore. I still have 120,000 mana MP, I'll give it all to you, please let me go, Vihart said as tears of regret streamed down his face. He looked just like someone who had suffered severe bullying, having to bow down and plead for mercy from a bully. This made Han's lips twitch, nearly losing control over the impulse to rush forward and kick him over. Hey, you're the one thinking of stabbing me in the back, I'm the freaking victim, alright? Although Han didn't act, he was internally ranting. After rearranging his emotions, Han, who had an absolute advantage, was conflicted inwardly. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, I can't waste this 120,000 mana MP. Should I collect the mana MP and then get rid of him? That seems a bit low, there are people watching nearby. Forget it, I can't ruin my virtuous image just because of a moment of anger. Letting this guy go would be a good deed. I'm really a good person, even if it goes against my promise to take you out, I have to let you off this time. Doing good deeds will surely be rewarded, my luck should definitely rise after this. In a good mood, Han decided to spare this unlucky kid's life for the sake of those 120,000 mana MP. You're lucky I'll let you go. After saying this, Han turned to Wang Jitong and asked, Uncle Wang, I think we don't need to make trouble for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what do you think? Wang Jitong maintained the demeanor of a master in front of outsiders, keeping a stern face and giving a slight nod. The 4 Tier 1 demigod across from them all sighed in relief at this scene. In this situation, they could keep the core of the divine territory and still retain 10,000 core faction units. That was about the best luck they could hope for, at least there was still a chance to start over. Then, the 4 Tier 1 demigod obediently withdrew from the connecting passage under Wang Jitong's glaring gaze. They departed rapidly with 10,000 square kilometers of divine territory, the same size as their original divine territory, along with 10,000 core faction units, disappearing into thin air. The whole process went smoothly, except for a minor incident when Han checked Beaumanter's mana MP reserves. When he checked the core of Beaumanter's divine territory, he found there were still 4,326 points of mana MP left. Han decisively confiscated the only 4,326 points of mana MP, claiming Bomanti had inaccurately reported his reserves. He even swapped out Bomanti's carefully selected 10,000 elite uncommon grade core faction units and replaced them with 10,000 old, weak, and sickly normal grade core faction units. Only after this did he drift away, leaving behind Bomanti with a look of utter dismay. Han also secretly left a parting gift under Bomanti's remaining 10,000 square kilometers of divine territory. These were a few hundred specially made small stones containing Han's unique collection, the Death Black Fungus. The shelf life of the stone shells is about 20 years. When the time comes, they will quickly shatter. Watching the 4 Tier 1 demigod beings gradually move away after disconnecting, Han wore a satisfied smile on his face. Waving goodbye like old friends, a thought was sent towards Bomanti and the others in the distance. Hope to see you again. At the same time, Han quietly sang a farewell song to Bomanti in his heart. I send you off, 1,000 miles away. Upon hearing Han's words, the four left the divine territory 3 times faster, until they completely disappeared from sight. Chapter 93, A Bounty. Han still remained in place, frantically merging the divine territory land left behind by others. It took him almost 5 hours to complete the integration of the terrain resources. In the meantime, he asked Lu Wenjong to go to the Continental Exchange of the Gods, helping him purchase a few high-level blank ceiling cards, used to contain those core faction units whose beliefs had shattered after being abandoned. These are all mana MP. Han would not waste them recklessly, and they are quite valuable. Considering the quality of these uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves, selling every 10,000 for 1,800 to 2,300 points of mana MP is no problem, likely achieving around 4 million points of mana Northern Mariana Islands in income. Then there are over 800 million normal grade 4 armed werewolves, along with some as scrap material normal grade minotaurs. In the retail market, every 10,000 could probably be worth around 200 to 300 points of mana MP each. If he finds the right buyer, there might be room for price increases. However, with such a large quantity, Han could not possibly maintain them long term. He could only sell them piece by piece in the market. Moreover, Han was well aware that he could reap such great benefits this time. It was entirely because Wang Jitong stood up for him. Otherwise, if Bomanti really pressed him, the one whose divine territory would be shattered in the end would definitely be him. 20 million uncommon grade 4 armed werewolves plus 800 million normal grade 4 armed werewolves could enter a berserk state, being fearless of death for a short time. Against Han's remaining over 10 million uncommon grade insects, plus 200 million normal grade insects, Han had no chance of winning. He could only stall for time and flee after cutting off the connection to the invasion channel. He originally planned to share this profit with Wang Jitong and Lu Wenjong. However, Wang Jitong had no interest, and Lu Wenjong, who hadn't helped at all, felt embarrassed to take advantage of Han. So he decided to bundle these core faction units and sell them directly to the school's logistics department, letting the school profit from the difference. After all, since Wang Jitong didn't want any, he couldn't just take everything without conscience. A bit of human decency was still necessary. At that time, the price for 10,000 normal grade core faction units could be around 200 points of mana MP. Conservatively estimating, just the revenue from selling core faction units should reach nearly 20 million points of mana Northern Mariana Islands. Additionally, Han's divine territory area also skyrocketed after this battle. Bomanti's divine territory has 30 million square kilometers. Boken and Bobby each have 1 million square kilometers. Weihard has 1.5 million square kilometers. Han did not let any of these 4 Tier 1 demigod divine territories go. He completely merged and absorbed them into his own divine territory. The area of the divine territory directly soared from 4 million square kilometers to 37.5 million square kilometers. It is nearly double that of Lu Wenjong's divine territory. Standing in the air of his own divine territory, Han looked at the expanded area of more than 37.5 million square kilometers. He was almost bursting with joy after the expansion. His divine territory provided sufficient living space for the insect swarm. For a while, he wouldn't have to worry about the growth of the insect population. Based on the current consumption of the insect swarm, such a large divine territory is enough to sustain 3 to 4 billion insect units, far exceeding the swarm's production capacity. It can be anticipated that in the near future, Han will usher in another wave of rapid development. Having temporarily dealt with matters in the divine territory, Han appeared once again in the void outside the divine territory barrier. Seeing that Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong were both smiling at him, neither of them took it to heart. Lu Wenzhong was the first to speak, saying, "Alright, stop thanking me so much, let us go back together first. You need some time to properly absorb the gains from this." Hearing Lu Wenzhong say they should go back, Han replied in confusion, "Go back? I just came out, why do we have to go back already? Don't think that just because my core faction unit count is halved now, I can't take down any new tier 1 demigod if they're not old school tier 1 demigods I'd have no problem taking 4 at once." Lu Wenzhong shook his head as Han still wanted to stay here, explaining, "Kid, don't be cocky, you know your strength is quite impressive among your peers. The problem is, with your current situation, which new generation tier 1 demigod would stick around when they see you? Your divine territory has expanded to over 37.5 million square kilometers, even larger than mine. The spatial disturbances caused by your movement can be noticed from a long way off if they see you heading straight towards them. Which fool would stand still waiting for you to invade?" After listening to Lu Wenzhong's explanation, Han suddenly understood. His divine territory had increased in size, and the spatial disturbances from his movement were now at a completely different level compared to before. The new generation tier 1 demigod active here would easily detect the spatial disturbances caused by his movement, and seeing such a large disturbance, they would surely turn and run. Thinking of this, Han quickly asked Lu Wenzhong, "Teacher Lu, how should I continue to improve now?" Lu Wenzhong looked at Han with a half smile, teasingly saying, Now you're worried, but just a moment ago when you merged with someone else's divine territory, you were almost grinning from ear to ear. Your divine territory is so large now that you can't hide your movements at all. Moreover, with your current strength, it doesn't match such a vast divine territory while you're still here messing around in the resource well area. Guess what level of strength a tier 1 demigod would need to be willing to engage with such a large divine territory? With just your current core faction unit, can they defend? Can they hold out until Uncle Wang and I arrive? The expansion of the divine territory must match the strength of the core faction unit. Didn't you learn this in class? Lu Wenzhong's series of rhetorical questions left Han speechless. He quickly recalled the knowledge in his mind and dug up relevant content from his memory. The expansion of the divine territory must align with the number and strength of the core faction units for it to be a sound development model. A small divine territory with strong and numerous core faction units can pretend to be weak, but if the divine territory isn't expanded timely, it will limit the development of the core faction units. If the divine territory is too large, exceeding the survival needs of the core faction units too much, it would cause the core faction units to live in a comfortable environment for too long. It would be hard to develop belief, and it would lead to a decline in the overall combat effectiveness of the core faction units. In the early stages of the world of gods, everyone initially judged each other as strength based on the size of their divine territory. At this time, any tier 1 demigod brave enough to invade Han's divine territory would at least be of the strength level of the previous Bormont, likely even stronger. Seeing Han deepen thought with a serious expression, Lu Wenzhong chuckled and said, "Alright, stop thinking about it, there are 2 things you need to do now. First, go back and find a safe place to properly absorb your gains this time. Second, streamline your divine territory size, seal off the excess terrain and sell it, invest all the mana MP obtained into enhancing the strength of the core faction units to accelerate their growth." Chapter 94, Development Route. When your strength matches the size of your divine territory, and you have sufficient strength, I will take you directly to the center of this barren resource well area to compete for the unowned resources in the void. With your situation now, the weak ones are unreachable, and the strong ones you can't defeat. Staying here will only increase the risk and waste Uncle Wang's and my time looking after you. What else can you do? After listening to Lu Wenzhong's analysis, Han could only adopt an expression of a dutiful student who was receiving instruction. Obediently following Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong, he embarked on the journey back. The journey back was calm and peaceful. During the idle chat with Lu Wenzhong and Wang Jitong, Han asked Lu Wenzhong about a previous doubt. "Teacher Lu, previously that Longhua Tier 1 demigod, How did his divine territory develop to such an extent with only 3.7 million mana MP reserves? Upon hearing Han's question, Lu Wenzhong seemed to recall something and said, "That's already quite a lot." "Oh, I almost forgot, you've only been developing your divine territory for a little over 7 months in reality. During your initial months in school, you were out having fun, missing many foundational knowledge courses. This is a perfect opportunity to catch you up on those lessons." Han felt a wave of nostalgia at the mention of 7 months. In reality, after he opened his divine territory, he endured 3 months of the beginner's shield. It's only been 4 months since starting senior year. Yet, in the world of gods, over 70 years have passed, and his experiences inside the divine territory far exceed those in reality. Seeing Han once again lost in thought, Lu Wenzhong cleared his throat a couple of times. He pulled Han's attention back and continued, "Actually, before class advancement, divine fire, there are mainly 2 development directions for accumulating mana MP. One is the logistic development direction, which excels in safety and stability. This type of Tier 1 demigod develops the quantity of core faction units while also establishing an economic industry chain to earn mana MP. Let me give you the simplest example. For instance, a Tier 1 demigod with awakened core faction units being dwarves. This race is talented in forging but lacks combat power. Therefore, their basic method of resource acquisition is to vigorously develop the smelting industry, forging various armors and weapons for sale in the Gods Exchange continent. The mana MP earned is then reinvested into purchasing raw materials, expanding the area of the divine territory, and other expenditures, creating a positive cycle. Then, they store the mana MP generated by their core faction units, extract divinity stat, and finally achieve class advancement, divine fire. The drawbacks are quite evident in the market of God's Exchange continent, as long as it's an industry capable of generating mana MP. The competitive pressure is extremely high. Unless there's a unique high-value product, the rate of earning mana MP will be very slow. The other direction is the one focused on external plundering. At this point, Lu Wenzhong paused slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Han, then continued, "You should have a deep understanding of the advantages of this development direction. The rapid growth of the divine territory, growing quickly without the need for slow accumulation like the logistic route, showcases the biggest advantage of plundering. As for the disadvantage, once you're defeated during an invasion or being invaded, the lighter consequence is a significant loss of core faction units and divine territory. The severe consequence is the core of the divine territory being shattered, or the extinction of the core faction units. So, Tier 1 demigod leaning towards the plundering development direction will hardly accumulate large reserves of mana MP after obtaining it. Most directly invested into the development of the divine territory or the enhancement of core faction unit strength. Only after their divine territory and core faction units reach a certain level will they begin to accumulate mana MP in large quantities as preparation for class advancement, divine fire. Of course, these 2 development directions do not actually conflict. Most people enhance both the combat power of core faction units while also looking for suitable industries to develop, just emphasizing different aspects. That Long was Tier 1 demigod mainly follows the external plundering route. Achieving over 3 million mana MP reserves is already quite considerable. After explaining the pros and cons of the 2 development directions, Lu Wenzhong showed no signs of slowing down. He began discussing some other points of knowledge, making Han's subsequent journey more fulfilling. Lu Wenzhong spent the entire journey tutoring Han, going over all the classes he missed after enrolling when he did not return to the civilization base. At the same time, he also shared a lot of his experiences. With Lu Wenzhong's attentive guidance, Han felt that time flew by. It wasn't until the 3 returned to the frontline camp that Lu Wenzhong's teaching finally came to a close. "Alright, the extra lessons are over. After you return to your dormitory at school, I will send you a set of learning materials for your senior year. Be sure to review them whenever you have time. Next, focus on steadily developing for a while and absorb what you've gained this time." After saying this, Lu Wenzhong returned to his divine territory, activated the teleportation, and disappeared from the spot. Han didn't waste any words either. He and Wang Jitong used instantaneous teleportation to leave as well. When the 3 reappeared, they had already returned to the safety zone of human civilization. looking at the few divine territories lingering at the base, which had not changed at all since he left the school site. When he turned to look at the size of his divine territory, Han finally revealed a satisfied smile. The current area of the divine territory will no longer restrict the development of the swarm in the short term. The most urgent task now is to enhance the quality of the swarm. With this thought, Han bid farewell to Lu Wenzhong and Wang Jitong. In a flash, he returned to his divine territory and began to contemplate how to use the mana MP he had on hand. On the way back, he had already dealt with all the 4-armed werewolves and minotaurs he had captured. In addition to that, he had also looted the entire savings of 4 Tier 1 demigod units. Han's mana MP earnings this time approached 25 million, instantly transforming him from a destitute soul into a millionaire. Having witnessed the might of hero-grade units, Han truly felt the pressure. He really didn't want to experience again the sight of a single powerful unit, striding through the swarm like it was nothing. Once the quality enhancement reaches a certain level, the number appears utterly powerless in comparison. The Veneto he encountered this time was merely a hero-grade core faction unit that had been promoted from a normal grade 4 armed werewolf, and it was already this formidable. In terms of combat power, he might be able to challenge an adult dragon. But the inherent defects of the race are not something that can be entirely made up by combat power. If what entered his divine territory this time was an adult red dragon, this type of hero-grade unit, which already has full fire resistance, a robust physique, and possesses extraordinary magical talent, the self-destructing jumping insects attack might not even be able to kill the opponent. Chapter 95, a further look at the bloodline card market. The final outcome of a war can be vastly different. Numbers are the advantage of the swarm, but the enhancement of quality must also be taken seriously. At the very least, you must be able to breach defenses, otherwise, sheer numbers are not enough to guarantee victory in battle. Resolved, Han pulled out a blank sealing card. He began to streamline the divine territory that had already been swept through by the swarm, resealing some relatively barren land. With the swarm's current productivity, it only yields a little over 100 million annually, which cannot quickly fill such a large divine territory. It would be better to sell off the excess area of the divine territory for mana MP to enhance the swarm, aiming for a quick boost in strength before the global competition. By the time Han finished using all the sealing cards in his hand, his divine territory had only 15 million square kilometers left. Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit flickered, first entering the logistics department of the school on the God's communication continent. After quickly processing the terrain resource cards he had just sealed, Han, with an additional 22.5 million mana MP, did not linger and directly teleported to the bloodline card market. Having visited here for the second time, Han felt quite at home. He chose a magnificent store and swiftly floated inside. Not wandering aimlessly, Han directly approached a staff member in the hall. "Excuse me, where is your high-value bloodline card exhibition area?" Han, now possessing over 47 million mana MP, inquired. Finally displaying the demeanor of a wealthy person shopping in a mall, he decided to buy high-value bloodline cards directly. The staff member, upon hearing Han's question, immediately responded with enthusiasm, "The high-value bloodline card exhibition area is on the second floor, please follow me." After finishing his line, the staff member gestured with a beam of light. He led Han towards a large pillar of light, over 3 meters in diameter, not far from the center of the hall. Once he floated into the area of the light column, Han felt something beneath him. A gentle force slowly lifted him up. Ascending upwards, in just a few seconds, he arrived at the second-floor exhibition hall of the mall. The layout here was no different from the first floor, but there were significantly fewer people browsing. After bringing Han to the second floor, this staff member did not leave immediately. Instead, he kindly asked, "Do you need to browse on your own, or should I accompany you to select the products you desire?" That's how big corporations operate. If you have Tier 1 demigod as staff, they can maintain that level of service, Han thought to himself. By observing a small detail, one can infer the whole picture from the staff's service attitude. It's easy to imagine just how fierce the competition is in the bloodline card market. This is something he couldn't help but envy. Behind every such store, there's a large number of professional logistics Tier 2 deities supporting class advancement, divine fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many types of bloodline cards available for selection. Come with me to browse. If I have any questions, I can consult you at any time. Without thinking much further, Han started to browse the second floor mall, accompanied by a Tier 1 demigod as the guide. As long as Han's gaze lingered a bit longer on a certain bloodline card during the walk, the guide beside him would timely give a detailed introduction about the effects of that bloodline card. After a few times, they could accurately capture the information he wanted to know and provide a focused introduction. This meticulous service made Han feel a bit embarrassed. With such enthusiasm, if I don't buy something, I would feel like I'm wasting the time of this salesperson. After all, this is also a Tier 1 demigod, and the income working here is certainly not low. Perhaps his strength exceeds that of Han. After spending almost 40 minutes, Han was nearing the end of his visit to the entire second floor. The salesperson followed Han and stopped once again in front of a display. What kind of bloodline card is this? Han's attention was completely drawn to the projection of this uncommon grade beast. The appearance of this beast clearly exhibited dragon-like features. It measures over 20 meters in size, with a slender and robust body, and sharp foreclaws. Its massive wingspan is covered in large scales, with electric sparks jumping out from between the scales, continuously flickering across its body. Yet it has a bulky head, resembling that of a bear, with no dragon horns or tail. It looks like a smaller version of a giant dragon body with a bear's head attached, topped with a tuft of blue fluff, resembling a completely non-mainstream hairstyle. If one has never seen a giant dragon, they might think this creature looks strong and formidable at first sight. But for those who have seen images or footage of giant dragons, looking at this uncommon grade beast again, the comparison makes this thing seem truly ugly. It's like a defective product on the path of evolution, lacking the powerful and harmonious appearance of a dragon. Upon hearing Han's inquiry, the staff member acting as a guide immediately introduced it. This is the Thunder Dragon Beast, a sub-dragon magical creature with the bloodline of the blue dragon, and its lineage is quite remarkable. It possesses 3 innate magical abilities: Thunder Armor, Thunder Flash, and Thunder Strike, and this species has a high affinity for lightning elements. As she spoke, the guide extended a light strip and gently traced over the mana MP projection of the Thunder Dragon Beast. The projection immediately seemed to come to life, showcasing the innate magical effects of this uncommon grade beast to Han. From the surface of the soaring Thunder Dragon Beast, a surge of electrical sparks suddenly erupted. These sparks wove into a stable and dense net of thunder, enveloping its entire body like armor. This is the effect of Thunder Armor. It has quite a decent defensive capability, and close contact with this layer of armor will also inflict significant lightning damage. After demonstrating the effect of Thunder Armor, the staff member waved the light strip. Han saw the creature wrapped in Thunder Armor adjust its flying posture in the air. The stable thunder net coiling around its body suddenly became active. In an instant, its speed surged several times, leaving a trail in the sky like a streak of lightning. This is the effect of Thunder Strike, which allows the Thunder Dragon Beast to instantly unleash a speed far beyond its normal limits while being extremely agile. Then the staff member's light strip once again traced over the Thunder Dragon Beast's mana MP projection. The Thunder Dragon Beast's figure paused briefly and then stabilized in mid-air, with the Thunder Armor wrapping around its body beginning to gather towards the tuft of feathers atop its head. As the tuft of feathers gradually glowed with blue light, it seemed as if the lightning elements in the air were being drawn towards it. Above the tuft of feathers on the Thunder Dragon Beast's head, an energy sphere composed of lightning elements began to gather. The entire process lasted less than a second. The energy sphere seemed to reach its limit. Transforming into a terrifying lightning beam, it shot straight into the distance, leaving a blue energy trail in the air. Chapter 96 Purchase. This is Thunder Flash, which has an extremely fast release speed and notable power, with excellent penetrating capabilities. If you select a core faction unit with outstanding lightning magical talents, and then fuse it with this sub-dragon bloodline, it might help the core faction unit break through to hero grade. After watching the 3 innate magics of the Thunder Dragon Beast, Han listened to the guide's enthusiastic sales pitch. He didn't engage in conversation but rather focused his mind on the ceiling card used for the demonstration. He observed the condition of this sub-dragon species carefully, as his mind gradually penetrated deeper. Using Divine Trait, Han quickly discerned the genetic condition of the Thunder Dragon beast. Han completely ignored the large clusters of genetic tumors and mainly focused on observing the normal grade genes in its body. In just over 30 seconds, Han scanned the normal grade genes within it. It's roughly estimated that this Thunder Dragon's normal grade genes should be around 600,000. Han didn't observe too meticulously, just making a quick comparison. He found that the overlap between these normal grade genes and the already analyzed normal grade genes in the bug swarm's existing gene pool was less than 10%. So Han began to silently calculate in his mind how much time he would need to analyze the normal grade genes of this uncommon grade monster. If I calculate 5 minutes to analyze one normal grade gene, it would take over 5 years of non-stop work to fully analyze the normal grade genes of this Thunder Dragon. Thinking of this made Han feel overwhelmed, and reflexively, he reached up to rub his forehead. Only to realize that he was still in the realm of communication among the gods, a light sphere with no hands. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart. To become stronger, I'll have to work hard. It's just 5 years, not the first time. Today's efforts are for tomorrow's harvest, things will get better. After silently motivating himself, Han finally asked the Tier 1 demigod shop assistant, "How much is this bloodline card?" "You have a great eye. This sub-dragon bloodline is definitely worth more than its price. The lower grade is 8 million mana MP each. The intermediate one is 19 million mana MP, and the high grade is the most cost-effective at only 30 million mana MP. Upon hearing Han's inquiry about the price, the shop assistant became noticeably more enthusiastic. Han did a quick mental calculation and found that when considering the number of lives required to extract the bloodline card, the lower grade bloodline card requires over 100,000 lives for extraction, the intermediate one over 300,000, and the high grade over 500,000. Thus calculating, a lower grade card is 2 million mana MP more expensive than 1/5 of a high grade card. The value of a low grade bloodline card for a single Thunder Dragon is 80 mana MP. The value of an intermediate bloodline card for a single Thunder Dragon is 63 mana MP. And the value of a high-grade bloodline card for a single Thunder Dragon drops to 60 mana MP. You guys have set the prices a bit erratically. Why is the lower grade bloodline card more expensive than the high grade? Shouldn't the high grade be worth more? Han asked the shop assistant, expressing his confusion. The shop assistant, hearing Han's question, wasn't surprised at all, as it seemed this question had been asked many times. Without hesitation, he began to explain. The price difference for high-value bloodline cards is mainly due to the costs associated with extracting the bloodline. The production of bloodline cards requires not only the uncommon grade lifeforms as raw materials but also requires having the Tier 2 deity divine mark called bloodline extraction. And this high-value species bloodline, the Tier 2 deity we hired, is naturally a very elite professional in the industry. This ensures that the final extracted bloodline is of superior quality. We can't risk asking some newcomers who have just constructed a divine mark to produce them. If we expend hundreds of thousands of Thunder Dragons, and the extracted bloodline only yields a single innate spell due to quality issues, the loss would be too great. So hiring excellent Tier 2 deity professionals is naturally expensive, and since bloodline cards are billed per card, regardless of grade, so making high-grade bloodline cards is naturally more cost-effective than low-grade ones. After hearing the shop assistant's explanation, Han immediately began recalculating in his mind. Within seconds, he concluded that a single Thunder Dragon's price is approximately 55 mana MP. And for the extraction of bloodlines by the Tier 2 deity, one extraction yields a profit of only 2.5 million mana MP. Han could not help but reflect, it seems that after class advancement, Divine Fire, even constructing the bloodline extraction, Divine Mark, earning mana MP isn't as easy as I imagined. There's also the pressure of competition from peers. In Han's memory, he didn't know much about the information regarding divine marks. He only knew that it's something that can only be constructed after class advancement, Divine Fire. No longer entangled in the price differences of bloodline cards, after all, for Han, no matter how cheap they are, he wouldn't buy the intermediate and low-grade bloodline cards. However, the price of this high-grade bloodline card at 30 million mana MP greatly exceeded his expectations, being 100 times more expensive than the normal grade uncommon grade beast's high-grade bloodline card. It's too expensive. He had just barely managed to scrape together more than 47 million mana MP at the resource well and ended up half destroyed in the process. And now, before he could even warm it up, he had to spend it all again, which was painful. But there was no choice. Han knew that this was the market price. The reputation of such large malls was still guaranteed. For a company to stand firm in such a professional market, credibility is just the foundation. It has to consider price, service, and quality from all aspects. Otherwise, it would be ruthlessly eliminated by competitors and wouldn't survive. Get me one high-level bloodline card for this, and I also need 11 high-level bloodline cards each for Lava Giant Serpent, Gale Wolf, and Tough Skin Jackal. By the way, I also need a corpse of that Thunder Dragon beast. Is that all right? Of course, no problem. Please follow me, said the sales assistant as he led Han to the circular counter in the center of the hall. Here is the bloodline card you requested, 33 mass-produced high-level bloodline cards, each costing 300,000 mana MP. One high-level bloodline card for the Thunder Dragon beast costs 30 million mana MP. In total, you spent 39.9 million mana MP. Han didn't hesitate, paid, and then left the mall that had caused him such a financial drain, amid the enthusiastic send-off from the staff. Back in his divine territory, Han didn't immediately use these high-level bloodline cards. Instead, he did nothing and returned to the real world first. Once again stepping out of the login capsule, Han could distinctly feel the changes within himself. Although his appearance was still the same as before, with a pale face and a frail physique. Now his strength, reflexes, and mental state were far superior to what they were 7 months ago. Chapter 97, Superstition. More importantly, Han could sense that there was a force continuously transforming his body and soul. Han was all too familiar with the nature of this force. It was mana MP. After all, he had lived in the world of gods for decades, and his Tier 1 demigod spirit was composed entirely of pure mana MP. Under Han's careful sensing, he could vaguely perceive that there seemed to be a line connecting his soul to the core of his divine territory. After 7 months of being transformed by mana MP, he had begun to gradually evolve into an uncommon grade life form. This change not only enhanced his physical constitution but also brought some special abilities he had never experienced in his past life. For instance, now, right after leaving the login capsule, Han rushed straight into the bathroom to take a shower. His back, which had always been difficult for him to scrub, was now being cleaned by a bath towel under his precise control of mana MP. It felt as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing it, vigorously scrubbing the mud off his back. Thanks to the transformation brought on by mana MP, Han could now remotely manipulate mana MP, and object control was a manifestation of that. Although this power was still quite weak, he couldn't even lift a 5-kilogram dumbbell. But controlling a bath towel to scrub his back was definitely not a problem. After taking a shower, Han went straight to a very old-fashioned long red table, which was a dedicated offering table firmly propped against the wall. The table surface was covered with bright yellow satin, on which sat a small bronze incense burner, while next to it was neatly arranged a bunch of red incense sticks. It looked quite exquisite. This was specially customized by his smart butler according to his request, as part of the personalized service for his dormitory, and it cost him nothing. Looking at the offerings in front of the incense burner, they were piled up like a small mountain with a dozen stamina potions consumables. On the wall behind the offering table was an A4-sized paper, which was a colorful drawing of the god of wealth that he had personally created, styled in a cute, cartoonish manner. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 imgsrc equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpicker 21c3700b67d15566 cb3 at 54a0c8152 ctplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 18714708818X signature equals HSC8RUMMWRN7-4IXRIWNM% 3D width equals 500 height equals 500 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. After lighting the incense, Han took 3 red incense sticks and respectfully prayed to the god of wealth on the wall. God of wealth, please bless me that my bloodline card usage will succeed this time. I'm a straightforward person and my requests aren't high, just that the bloodline card for the Thunder Dragon beast works would be fine. As long as this card works, I'll offer you gifts in return, whether it's mushroom stew, pickled vegetables, or braised beef. You can choose any flavor you like. After speaking, Han reverently inserted the incense sticks into the small burner on the table and then turned to walk back towards the login capsule. He opened the door, lay down, and closed his eyes in one go, instantly returning to his divine territory. He stood in the air, his eyes slightly closed, arms wide open and slightly raised, presenting a pose of unity with the heavens. Then he extended his consciousness to gather the winds and clouds within his divine territory. He forcibly created an extraordinary celestial phenomenon of a fated child of destiny, further strengthening his own fortunes. When he opened his eyes again, feeling that he had engaged in some superstition activities and gained psychological comfort, Han already appeared to be full of confidence. Burning incense and bathing, procedural justice, when the time comes, the heavens and earth unite in strength, this wave is stable. Han's Tier 1 demigod spirit flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of an incubation nest, and without a second thought, he pulled out a high-level bloodline card from his body and used it instantly. Han was quite familiar with the process of endowing the incubation nest with an uncommon grade bloodline, having lost the initial nervousness he felt when using the uncommon grade bloodline card for the first time. One day later, Han had completed the crafting of this uncommon grade incubation nest. The process went very smoothly, although that damned 30% failure rate cost him 7 incubation nests. But the most important Thunder Dragon Beast bloodline card did not fail to transform, and the losses of the other incubation nests were within an acceptable range. Now, all the incubation nests in Han's divine territory have completed the uncommon grade transformation. Although the number has dropped to 28, the improvement in the quality of future production of swarms will definitely enhance combat effectiveness. Currently, Han has a total of 13 jumping insect incubation nests, 13 stinging snake incubation nests, and 1 self-destructing jumping insect incubation nest. The last one is the incubation nest endowed with the Thunder Dragon Beast bloodline. Looking at this special incubation nest, with its surface flickering with blue electric light, Han immediately placed an order through his mental energy to the Ant Queen. He instructed this Thunder incubation nest to merge with the existing unit templates of the swarm and produce a few samples to see how they turn out. While Han waited patiently, the results were not surprising. Without going through skill, genetic modification and directly merging with the existing templates' eggs, the chances of successfully hatching larvae are extremely low. Only a few Thunder Beast eggs managed to hatch larvae, possibly due to having genes from large-sized organisms. Other genetic templates couldn't even give rise to life from the eggs and simply turned into dead eggs. The few successful larvae also appeared in very poor condition. Seeing their sickly appearance, Han hurriedly checked their genetic status. The original structure of the normal grade genetic template was severely distorted due to a massive infusion of uncommon grade genes. The genetic template became grotesquely twisted and was under immense strain, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Based on past experience, Han judged that even if these larvae could successfully spin cocoons, whether they could survive through the pupation stage was uncertain, let alone emerge from them. If they did manage to emerge, they probably wouldn't live long. After all, the species bloodline card used this time had obvious dragon characteristics. The number of uncommon grade genetic tumors within them was excessive. Without proper design, the swarm's existing unit templates could not accommodate this uncommon grade bloodline at all. Forget it, I'm already taking shortcuts, hoping for luck to directly obtain a finished unit, which is unrealistic. I guess it's better to redesign the template properly. Han,